The Age of the Mecha, Fists That Shatter Stars. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Doubts. Zhuo Ying said, I haven't noticed these smells before. These smells seem to appear here out of thin air. Li Yu pondered and said, appearing out of thin air? Do you think this description is accurate enough? Zhuo Ying said firmly, yes, this is what I think, the most accurate description. Li Yu nodded slightly. Then, can you point out the specific locations where they appeared out of thin air? Zhuo Ying said, yes. Sun Juxi was shocked and said, really? According to what you said, those were smells from a few months ago? Can you really handle it? Zhuo Ying said, maybe I have a natural sensitive sense of smell, and because of family reasons, I have some understanding of the common smells of various species. In fact, it's not just me, even you, as long as you make good use of the information collection function of the Divine Mecha, you can do this. Li Yu smiled. Yes, the amount of information transmitted to us by the Divine Mecha is very huge. Being good at obtaining and extracting the information we need from it will not be as simple as a 1+1 relationship for our subsequent combat improvement. Sun Juxiu scratched his head and said, well, it seems that I have to specialize in one information mode? Just like you, Li Yi, are good at distinguishing various traces and vibration frequencies, almost. Li Yu said, of course, to do this, talent and continuous learning are both indispensable. In fact, Li Yu is good at more than one or two information modes. It's just that there is no need to say it. While talking, Zhuo Ying controlled her level function sequence micromech and began to move around. She controlled the micromech to point to 7 locations one after another, and manually drew circles to circle the specific range of each location. These locations are all on the ground, and the diameter is about 10 to 20 or 30 meters. Damn, it can't be a giant creature, Sun Juxiu said in shock. This diameter is not a giant creature starting from 100 meters. The situation is obvious, isn't it? Li Yu said. Zhuo Ying, which location do you think is suspected of having human smell? Here, the location pointed by the micro-mech was 10 meters to the right of the Shangguang bomb launcher. The Pluto-mech walked over, tapped lightly, and then put his palm on it to collect information. There's nothing special about this ground, Li Yu pondered. These positions are basically centered around the divine light bomb. It seems that some of my previous inferences may need to be revised. Good guy, you are also wrong sometimes. Xiaodong asked hurriedly, how to modify it? Let's talk about it later. We still lack some verification. Let's first find the entrance to the 4th level. 10 minutes later, everyone came to the outer circle of another launch device. Zhuo Ying, is there any smell here? Xiaodong analyzed with a look of certainty. If there are also the previous smells here, it means that these smells entered this place from the underground passage around the Divine Light Bomb launch device. The reason is very simple. Since it appeared out of thin air, there is no other possibility except coming out of the underground passage. This is the elimination method that Li Yu often uses. Zhuo Ying controlled the micromech to walk around and shook his head and said, no. Xiaodong was embarrassed and scratched his head and said, that's really a strange thing. There is one side and not the other side. But doesn't this mean that the passage is at the location of another divine light bomb? Xiaodong was still trying to explain something. There is indeed no underground passage here, Li Yu interrupted. I have confirmed this through the vibration frequency before. If there is an underground passage here, I should have discovered it when I launched various vibration searches and verifications before. Right, you always act as a riddler. Who knows if you found anything at that time? Xiaodong complained. Then you said you had a clue before. Did you really not find a passage underground? After all, we just did one thing. Did you take the time to do something else? Almost, Li Yu said. According to Zhuo Ying, since there is no smell here, the situation is clear at a glance. How is it clear at a glance? Everyone was very worried about Li Yi. What was the result? Li Yu smiled and said, don't worry, let's walk again and walk through the coverage area of these 2 divine light bombs. Everyone had no choice but to continue to follow. 15 minutes later, the Pluto Mecha led the team to stop at the side wall of the hidden map. On this side of the side wall, there are strange rocks. Sharp, round, rugged, and various irregular shaped boulders. It looks like this is the first entrance to the 4th level. Sun Duxiu controlled the heavy magnetic mecha to explore the surroundings for a while, and asked suspiciously, "Is it under a big rock? Why does it feel so thick underneath? It doesn't look like there's an underground passage." Xiaodong hammered around with the Mingfang mecha, but didn't find anything unusual. "Will it be the same as last time, where the passage is too deep and we can't feel any changes after a few knocks?" Li Yu didn't keep the suspense and said, "Don't waste your energy, it's not an underground passage, but a passage on the opposite side of the wall." Sun Duxiu suddenly realized, "Fuck, is it dark under the lamp again?" After walking through the underground passage several times, this time we finally changed to horizontal passage. Li Yu smiled, "Thanks to the smell discovered by Zuo Ying, otherwise, I would have to spend more effort." In fact, Zuo Ying's discovery makes it easy for people to think that there is a passage to the 4th level underground of the Shengun bomb. Actually, that's a misunderstanding. Regardless of the origin of the group of huge creatures, the appearance of the smell out of thin air cannot determine the existence of an underground passage. In fact, there is another possibility. Everyone wisely did not ask any further questions at this time, waiting for Li Yu to continue. Do you remember the instructor's divinity? What characteristics does it have?" Yao Shiwen suddenly had an idea. "It is to erase the sense of existence? Right? In other words, those giant creatures, or giant creatures that have not yet completed the mecha transformation, have activated a divine skill similar to hiding their breath." "Yes, this is another possibility." Yao Shiwen's reactions have been getting faster and faster recently, Li Yu praised, and Yao Shiwen smiled. He smiled and continued, "The evidence is that the traces on the ground mean that they did not really appear out of thin air. They are likely to have come from the 4th level. Following the traces left by these giant creatures, we can get here, that is to say. The pile of strange rocks opposite me is a passageway." As he said, the Pluto Mecha walked forward, groped for a while, and then leaned over to find a stone on the ground that was vaguely in the shape of a cow or a horse, about the size of the Pluto Mecha's thumb, and pressed it down. Then, there was a crackling sound. These stones of different properties, piled together, rotated, slid, and overlapped in an extremely strange running trajectory. After a while, the stones moved flexibly, and a huge doorway with a length of 100 meters and a width of 30 meters suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Such a complex and exquisite door, it is actually built by large stones, and there is no disobedience, Zhang Zuyin exclaimed. And the thickness is not very large, only 4 or 5 meters thick. Logically, I should be able to knock out different sounds just now, right? Xiaodong was also shocked. "Damn, Li Yu, how did you find this mechanism?" Sun Duxiu asked hurriedly. Li Yu controlled the Pluto Mecha to walk forward, knocked on the stones piled up beside the doorway, and said, "This material is different from special alloys, and it is not ordinary stone. Although the appearance is camouflaged and looks very ordinary. But if you knock it a few more times and listen to the difference in vibration frequency, you can find that this material has a strong ability to absorb vibrations. In other words, if this kind of stone is used to camouflage the entrance of the passage, ordinary people can't find it at all by ordinary knocking." Pharmacist Wan couldn't help but be curious. "Li Yi, you said before that it was these smells discovered by Zuo Ying that allowed you to reach this passage faster. If there were no these smells, how did you originally plan to find it?" Li Yu said, "Although there are no traces left by the advanced team here, there are traces left by the original creator of the ancient ruins." "Right," Pharmacist Wan frowned, "the traces left by the creator of the ancient ruins, this is too magical. Such a long time the traces should be erased by time, how can they still be discovered?" Although she recognized Li Yi, she had to raise questions because Li Yi's statement was too incredible. Others also thought this was far from the truth. Sun Duxiu said, "Li Yi, if you want to hide something, you don't have to force an explanation like this. We all understand," Zuo Ying said. "I think Brother Yi should be able to do it, because the traces of time inside this relic are not obvious." Xiaodong asked quickly, "What does this mean?" Zuo Ying said, "For example, the reason why I can be sure that the smells just now appeared 2 or 3 months ago is not only because of the powerful information collection system of the Divine Mecha, but also because the minute substances here change much slower than usual." Li Yu smiled and said, "Zuo Ying is right, this is the core reason. Inside this relic, the deeper you go, the slower the life activities and material flows inside, as if time is condensed here. Moreover, There is no strong external force in the entire area of this level to interfere with the internal balance, thus, many traces are left behind extremely smoothly. Not to mention this special place, even if you go to various places for archaeology, as long as it is well sealed, you can use various signs to infer things that happened thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years ago, right? Of course, the traces of ancient people are indeed very thin and untraceable, but as long as you are more patient, it is only a matter of time to find the path, and the special smell discovered by Zhuo Ying helped me lock on a group of problematic historical traces, that's all. After listening, Xiaodong was gradually convinced and couldn't help but exclaimed, I see, then Li Yi, you and Zhuo Ying's abilities combined are actually the best partners for exploring mysteries and treasure hunting. Pharmacist Wan changed the subject without leaving a trace. By the way, wasn't the upgrade pool supposed to be here? Why can't I see it? Li Yi said, this passage is probably different from the path found by the advance team. Yao Shuan continued, well, since we can't use the upgrade pool now, it's just virtual after all. Since the entrance to the passage has been opened, let's go in and try it out. Li Yi nodded and said, let's go. There's not much time left. Go to the 4th level as soon as possible to collect intelligence and pave the way for the next entry. At that moment, the 7 mechas entered in the order planned by Li Yi. The first ones, as usual, were the Pluto Mecha and the Fire Phoenix Mecha. Accompanied by a change in the light and dark environment, the passage began to extend downward. It walked around for 700 or 800 meters like a circular staircase going down, and the height dropped by about 300 meters. Then, a large place suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The dark red light illuminated the huge hollow mountain in front. Under my feet, there was a cliff that was at least 700 or 800 meters high. In the air, there were countless hot smokes. Looking up at the sky, there is a pitch-black dome, covered with various crystals melted at high temperatures, shining like stars in the sky. The path at the feet of the mechas is like a winding mountain road, spiraling down along the inside of the magma pool. Until the opposite end of the position close to the magma level, there is a huge passage. It is estimated that from that passage, you can go to a deeper level. Li Yi controlled the Pluto Mecha and stretched out his hand to block it, saying first, stop immediately. There is a huge magma pool a few steps ahead. Although our divine mechas are not afraid, falling into it is also a problem, especially for those with weaker strength. Falling into it will be more troublesome. At this moment, as all the mechas stepped into this magma land, Aizayachi's voice came immediately, congratulations on discovering the hidden map in the ruins. This map connects the 4th and 5th levels, and it is also the limit of the current control authority. Please explore with caution, because the value of this new path you discovered is not clear and the risk factor is not low. The opening information of the new map is only S level, with an estimated value of 41 million. After listening to Aizayachi, Xiaodong couldn't help but complain, listen to this description, what does it mean to be only S level? Is the profit of 40 million very rude? The pharmacist smiled and said, Aizayachi naturally has his own evaluation system. Most likely, our new map had a very high initial value, but when he came in, he saw that it was not very optimistic, so it was discounted a lot. Li Yi also said, indeed, there are many visible dangers on this path. If you take the wrong path, you may die. What do you mean by dangerous? Xiaodong asked puzzledly. First of all, the depth of this magma pool is estimated to be quite deep. The closer you get to the core, the higher the temperature. At that time, although the divine mecha will not be damaged, your strength will definitely be at risk of overload. You must float up as soon as possible. Xiaodong's mouth twitched and said, well, my strength is indeed not suitable for staying in a dangerous environment for so long. Li Yi continued, moreover, the path here is narrow, only 10 meters wide, and can only accommodate one divine mecha. If you encounter any guard mecha, there is a great risk of falling into the magma pool or being surrounded, but if we can quickly pass to the 5th level here, the benefits should be considerable. There is a 5th level, there won't be a 6th level? When will it end? Zhang Zuyan asked hurriedly. Li Yi smiled and said, don't worry. Didn't the instructor say before that whoever clears the 3rd level first will basically win? For us, the 3rd class competitive team, we are basically sure to win. The question now is whether we can explore the entire ruins and maximize the benefits. Besides, our goal is the sea level upgrade pool. If we don't find this, will we return empty-handed from the actual ruins trip 2 months later, and by then, the tolerance rate will not be as high as it is now. Once an accident happens, your life will be completely gone. Zhang Zui nodded. Indeed, Brother Yi is right. Pharmacist 1 also said, that's right. The key point for us now is to explore enough information as soon as possible in the remaining 10 minutes. The result was unexpected. Everyone walked safely on the inner path and walked into another huge passage on the magma level. When everyone had just walked in a few steps and was about to observe carefully, suddenly, a click sounded in their minds. Ah, the time limit is up. Then, the virtual reality in front of them completely disappeared in a burst of black light. Sneak 7 helmets popped out from the seats one after another. Damn, you guys played for 4 hours, didn't you consider my feelings? Beside him, the tough guy Ten Horn shot a resentful look. Xiaodong patted Ten Horn on the shoulder and said, thank you, Brother Horn, for attracting the firepower for me, so that I could survive and once again witness Li Yi's awesomeness. Fuck, did you really pass the level of the Divine Light Bullet? Xiaodong said proudly. Of course, and we also found a new hidden map. Li Yi laughed. Xiaodong, stop talking nonsense. Ten Horn fell under the glacier just to pull you. Ten Horn's expression brightened, and he quickly said, yes, Xiaodong, how dare you be so ungrateful and mock me? I apologize. After a while of laughter, everyone was very happy. After all, this time, not only did they crack the Divine Light Bullet that they thought they could not handle before, but they also successfully entered the 4th level and developed a hidden map, which was a lot of gains. The weaker groups around knew that the strong and weak were divided sharply this time. Therefore, they were only envious of Li Yi's group at most. But they had no motivation to find out the latest information. Feng Tao and Zhang Zufei's respective groups were already eliminated. Seeing everyone wake up, they all came to say hello. Feng Tao smiled and said, Li Yi, I just heard some words. I heard that you have entered the 4th level? Then I really want to congratulate you. You have reserved the quota for the ruins in advance. Li Yi shook his head and said, there is still a month before the 3-class competition. By then, the situation may change. It's not good to publicize it now. Speaking of which, haven't you made it to the 2nd level? I see Zhou Huai's and the others have made it to the 3rd level. Feng Tao's face darkened and said, they have made it to the 3rd level? Is this news true? Of course, we saw it with our own eyes. It seems that our group's progress is a bit slow. Thank you for your reminder. Feng Tao became serious and turned to leave. Judging from his appearance, he was probably going back to discuss countermeasures. After all, since Li Yi entered the 4th level ahead of schedule, they can no longer be considered competitors. The first-place group has basically been reserved, and because of the group reform, the top 2 groups can ensure a 100% chance of getting a place. As for the 3rd group, it exceeded the 20 places mentioned at the beginning. Therefore, if Feng Tao's group wants to get a place steadily, it must strive for the 2nd place. When Zhang Zufei came over, she had already heard the conversation between the two. She hurried over and asked, Li Yi, has Zhou Huai's from Class 1 really entered the 3rd level? That's right. Fuck, then aren't we doomed to lose? Zhang Zufei winked at Zhang Zuiwen wildly, but Zhang Zuiwen seemed not to see it, so she could only stomp her feet and leave. Sun Duxiu came over and said with emotion, awesome. This is the feeling of hugging a thigh. Feng Tao and Zhou Qixin used to step on me often, and now it's their turn to jump up and down. Not bad, really good. Li Yi patted Sun Duxiu on the shoulder. Don't be too arrogant. If they are so angry that they beat you, I won't help you. Sun Duxiu raised his head and said, don't be afraid. They are definitely more afraid of punishment than being unhappy with me. After the gathering, Chen Kaiongzi said some words of encouragement and instructions on details, and then let everyone go. This time, her state and expression were slightly different from the previous times. But Li Yi couldn't see anything for the time being. When he was about to go to the cafeteria, Chen Kaiongzi said, Li Yi, stay for a while and come to my office. Got it. There was no choice but to follow Chen Kaiongzi and go to her office. At this moment, Chen Kaiongzi sat in a very comfortable posture, and Li Yi stood upright in front. Do you know why I called you here this time? Li Yi thought for a moment and said, is it related to some discoveries in virtual reality? Chen Kaiongzi nodded and said, yes, about the smells discovered by Zhuo Ying. You told the other people in the group at that time that those huge creatures came from the path you discovered, right? Li Yi said, yes, in fact, you discovered something else, but you didn't tell the rest of the group, right? Li Yi was surprised and said, the instructor has a keen eye and actually observed me so carefully, Chen Kaiyongzi smiled slightly. It's not that I've observed you a lot, but I have a general understanding of your personality. You, kid, usually keep something back when you discover all kinds of information, and, this time I have to thank you for keeping this back. Because it involves some confidentiality, it's best if you don't tell me. At the same time, I also hope that you will keep this matter confidential in the future, understand? Li Yu said. This. I don't know which specific information the instructor wants me to keep confidential. For example, about that mysterious existence that can erase its sense of existence. I hope you don't reveal more information, understand? Li Yu understood. It was indeed this matter. He did discover at that time that the huge creature that could erase its sense of existence, or the huge mecha, was likely the dust mecha. At that time, he deliberately blurred some of his statements so that no one would think of Chen Kaiyongzi. But he didn't expect that Chen Kaiyongzi would take the initiative to come to him to talk about this matter. But if I don't know the whole story, I can't guarantee that I won't tell anyone unnecessary information. Li Yu laughed. How about you, instructor? Tell me the whole story and I promise to keep it secret. How about that? You kids still want to beat the snake with a stick? Chen Kaiyongzi smiled and shook her head. I can only tell you a little, but not too much. For the rest, you have to figure it out yourself. If you can't figure it out, it's not my problem, Li Yu immediately said. Don't worry, instructor. Besides, you can't leave tonight. We haven't practiced together for a long time since last week. Chapter 77 Rejection. Practice a few moves. Chen Kaiyongzi looked Li Yu up and down, and said with a smile, you want to get back at me? Haha, I'm not afraid to tell you that I haven't used my full strength yet. Li Yu also smiled. The same words. I just hope that the instructor can be more and more relaxed when practicing with me. These two sentences set the tone and began to return to the topic. Chen Kaiyongzi pondered and said, tell me about some of the things you found. In short, what you saw was not me, but it was indeed related to me. As for the specific relationship, I can only tell you that it is not a wonderful relationship. In the short term, those things will not affect your exploration of the subsequent ruins for the time being. You just need to know this. In addition, since you have already entered the 4th level in other ways, and your progress is far ahead of other groups, I will also give you a more difficult task, that is to use all your wisdom to discover as many secrets as possible in this ruins. Li Yu was slightly stunned and said, I don't quite understand what the instructor means. It's okay, I'll explain it to you in detail. Chen Kaiyongzi smiled and said, the Xianshu ruins you are exploring now, among the ruins I have seen, participated in exploring, and participated in developing, its potential value cannot be said to be ranked in the top 3, but it should be ranked in the top 5. Although you are still young, the value you have shown in exploring the ruins has been seen by many senior officers on the ship. I hope you can concentrate on preparing for the exploration in 2 months, and do your best to improve yourself. It is best to condense 6 divine genes, that is, senior first-level evolvers, with a strength, get enough voice from the advanced team and lead the entire exploration process. Don't be afraid of those middle-level evolvers. Although they are strong, but they are not as smart as you. Of course, it's not that they are not smart, but they are definitely not as smart as you. After all, they started exploring a month earlier than you, and their strength is much stronger than yours, but their progress has basically been caught up by you. In fact, if there were no clues you found, the progress might be even worse. At this point, Chen Kaiyongzi's mouth curled slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Li Yu shrugged. It seems that Chen Kaiyongzi and some people in the advanced team have some small personal grudges. Chen Kaiyongzi continued, once you become the leader of the exploration, or even the main contributor, the benefits you will get later will be immeasurable. The upgrade of divine mechas, the hidden technology in the ruins, special mecha equipment, and divine weapons may all be hidden in deeper levels. Correspondingly, there are also military exploits, bonuses, special resources, confidential information, and authority upgrades, which will also come with it, even more than the benefits visible to the naked eye. Your reputation will also spread throughout the Deep Space Fleet. You will also be reported by the propaganda machine of the entire Deep Space Fleet, and will be recognized by the headquarters. You will get a golden body to protect your body, which will make you less afraid of the attacks of villains, the plots of cults, and unknown conspiracies before you grow up. Do you understand? Li Yu was surprised. Leading the development of a relic has such a great reputation bonus. Chen Kaiyongzi smiled and said, if you perform averagely when leading the development, with no merits or faults, At most you will be given some experience and an additional resume that is neither good nor bad. If you only perform slightly well and your exploration results are slightly outstanding but not much, then you will only get a small reward in terms of military exploits and bonuses. But if you have experience in cracking the detection system of the Divine Light Bomb and seizing the Divine Light Bomb on the spot, and even discover technologies that humans have not yet mastered, or even various divine armaments, divine weapons, divine equipment, or various strategic level items, they will all become a highlight in your merit book. When these accumulate, you will be praised by the headquarters, reported by the propaganda machine, and known by the Deep Space Fleet. Li Yu was puzzled, but these sound like huge responsibilities and burdens. Why would the instructor specifically let a rookie like me take on the responsibility? If I mess up, wouldn't it be a waste of this precious opportunity? Chen Kaiyongzi smiled and asked, are you confident then? Our current strength configuration is already close to the limit. I don't think I can handle such a big thing now. Li Yu told the truth. Chen Kaiyongzi looked at Li Yu deeply and said, isn't your subtext to say that if you change to a stronger combination of strength, you can do it? Li Yu still shook his head. Even if all the masters of the special class are recruited, it should still not be enough at the moment. Some difficulties cannot be solved by taking shortcuts. The further you go, the harder it is. Then, when you explore on the spot, you can deploy the advanced team, or even the 3 instructors of our special class, and the standing team. Isn't this too big a deal? Li Yu said in surprise. If you're given this authority, do you think you can do it? Instructor, this is not a question of whether I can do it or not, but my strength and qualifications are not worthy of this responsibility for the time being. Li Yu thought for a moment and said seriously, with this kind of heavy responsibility, if I make a mistake, the backlash I need to bear will be huge. Excuse me, I can't do such a high-risk thing at present, even if the benefits are amazingly high. Therefore, even if you give me the command of these people, I will refuse this. Chen Kaiyongzi did not respond to Li Yu's words immediately. After a moment of silence, she said, okay, it seems that I am too anxious. You go down first. Li Yu turned and left. Unfortunately, looking at Chen Kaiyongzi like this, the practice that we just agreed to do is temporarily ruined. I can only come back to test the wind in a few days. But Li Yu did not regret it. If the situation is extremely critical, it will be very troublesome if he does not fight. He will definitely not hesitate and stand up immediately. But now there are so many tall people above his head, it is not worth taking such a big risk to take such a big thing. There is no certainty in the future. If you lose, you will lose everything. He has a say in the group, but he is still weak at a higher level and cannot afford the price of losing. He needs to become stronger. Condensing 6 divine genes in 2 months? Then let's do this first and strive to have a higher say during the trip to the ruins. Just after walking out of the training hall, Li Yu found that several people in the group were standing at the door. Hey, you guys, why are you all standing here? To celebrate our entry into the 4th level and basically lock in the victory of the 3-class competition, I suggest that we find a small restaurant and have a small celebration. How about it? Pharmacist Wan came over. Isn't there still training in the afternoon? Yes, I know you will definitely stay for extra training after the training camp in the afternoon, so let's use the 1.5-hour break at noon to complete this small celebration. How about it? Li Yu looked around at everyone and saw that everyone's faces were full of expectations, so he smiled and said, it seems that if I refuse, you will rush over and carry me over, which is too embarrassing, so I will obey you. Xiaodong said, okay, pass it on. Li Yu said he wants to obey Yao Shiwen. Yao Shiwen scolded, obey your sister, it makes me sound like I'm forcing Li Yi. Voluntary, understand. Xiaodong shouted, Li Yi, did you see that? This is Yao Shiwen's nature, you have to be careful. Everyone laughed. Yao Shiwen coughed lightly and said, I have already booked the restaurant, it's in cabin 8, and as for the flying car over there, I have also called it over. As soon as the voice fell, whoosh, high-speed airflow blew rapidly around everyone. Turn around and look. It was an 8-meter-long pure black business-style medium-sized flying car that suddenly flew over and stopped suddenly. Fuck, is Yao Shiwen so rich? She can just shout out this high-end flying car that can cross the vacuum and be exempted from cross-cabin inspection. Sun Juxi was shocked. Yao Shiwen smiled and said, Fortunately, our family has a little influence in the ship. Everyone got on the flying car with envious eyes. As soon as he got into the flying car, the fresh and natural breath, the comfortable and warm seats, the wide space. Sun Duxiu became more and more envious, and his saliva almost flowed down. Oh shit, this kind of interstar flying car, even if the starship is destroyed, can travel a short distance to the nearest planet, right? Pharmacist 1, how many star coins does this car cost? Pharmacist 1 thought for a while and said, more than 1 billion star coins. It cost me 2 years of interest income. Tan Horan sighed. The Quan clan is different from the Quan clan before. For a small Quan clan like us, we would be very happy if we could make a net profit of 10 million star coins a year. Xiaodong was even more envious. For a poor family like us in the lower Quan clan, we have to thank God and the earth if we can make 200,000 or 300,000 a year. You know, on our 7-star, 10,000 star coins are enough to live a good life for several months. Sun Duxiu kept patting his thigh, looked at Pharmacist 1 and said, Pharmacist 1, I admit that I underestimated you in the past. From today on, I hope you can give me a chance to start over. I don't ask for too much, just invest a few million star coins in me every month. When I become a mid-level mecha master, I will pay you back tenfold, a few million a month, tens of millions a year. According to your family situation, I'm afraid you can't make this much money even if you become a mid-level mecha master. Pharmacist 1 shook her head and said, unless you are willing to sign a long contract of 70 or 80 years, or bet on the time it takes you to be promoted to a high-level mecha master. Sun Duxiu scratched his head. Forget it, both long-term contracts and bets don't seem very good. Li Yu was slightly amused and said, Sun Duxiu, with your talent, as long as you work hard to become a high-ranking or even a heavenly mecha master, you will definitely get a lot of money. Don't be so envious, Sun Duxiu said. The problem is that when I become a high-ranking mecha master, I won't need so much money. Pharmacist 1 shook her head and said, no, you will want more money, unless you don't want to make progress. While talking and laughing, the flying car passed through cabin 12 and flew straight to cabin 8. It is worth mentioning that after the flying car flew into the vacuum environment, the car windows immediately darkened, automatically blocking the outside world. Yaoshi 1 explained, because we don't have enough authority, although we can use the flying car to reach the vacuum, we are not allowed to observe or record the external information of the starship. Therefore, the flying car will automatically block this information. Li Yu thought, that is to say, only if there is a high authority person in the car, this scene will not be blocked. Yaoshi 1 said, if it is a level 4 person, and the companion's authority is lower than this, it should also be blocked. Only if there are people above level 5, it will not be blocked. Li Yu nodded slightly. This measure is quite strict. In a blink of an eye, 5 minutes later, the flying car has landed on the balcony apron of a high-rise building in cabin 8. In addition to Yaoshi 1's flying car, there are 7 or 8 other places parked, but they are smaller than Yaoshi 1's. Yaoshi 1 took everyone to a restaurant with earth flavor. The interior decoration is low-key and luxurious, with exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns, and quite tasteful. Most of the waiters are bionic robots. The few real people are also sweet women and handsome men. Yaoshi 1 said, in addition to the authentic taste of this restaurant, the private rooms are very soundproof, and the waiters are very considerate and will not easily come in to disturb us. Sun Duxiu was surprised and said, the taste is very authentic. What does that mean? Have you been to Earth? Yaoshi 1 nodded and said, indeed, I have been there. What's wrong? Sun Duxiu was shocked and said, damn, you have been to such a noble planet. It seems that I still underestimated your strength. After entering the interstellar era, the status of Earth, the mother planet of mankind, has become extremely respected. Ordinary people dare not even think about entering Earth. Ordinary Quan people can only think about it at most. If the upper Quan people do not have certain relationships and channels, they may not be able to obtain Earth visas. Moreover, even if they obtain Earth visas, there are many restrictions and the places they can go are limited. Xiaodong is a 7-star. He has a shallow understanding of Earth. He knows that it is awesome, but he does not know how awesome it is. He asked hurriedly, what does it mean to be able to go to Earth? Zhang Zuqiang rarely interrupted the conversation and answered, legend has it that there is a supergiant ancient civilization relic hidden inside the Earth, which has not yet been cracked. In addition, most of the first batch of top mecha masters of mankind also settled on Earth. Most of them are of heavenly strength and extremely powerful. Most of mankind's large-scale virtual reality mother machines are also hidden on Earth. These mother machines record countless human knowledge essences and are invaluable. The first Stargate, the general command center of the Deep Space Fleet, is located inside the Earth, and Zhang Zuqiang argued the importance of the Earth from various angles, and it was rare to say it all at once. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Li Yi smiled and said, "You know a lot." Zhang Zuqiang nodded slightly, because my great-grandfather was an immigrant from Earth, and he had said countless times that he wanted to go back to his hometown again, but unfortunately, after leaving that door, he could never go back again. Everyone was silent. Li Yi said at the right time, "It's a rare occasion to celebrate, so let's not talk about these sad topics. Let's talk about how to beat the 4th level later." At the same time, I have another idea. If the 4th level is blocked, why don't we try to dismantle the launcher of the Divine Light Bomb in the last minute? Accumulate experience for the next field capture. Xiaodong slapped the table and said, "That makes sense. The advanced team may not have the technology to dismantle it. During this period, we may be able to check more information and learn about the techniques that can be used for reference. At that time, maybe we can make another fortune." Sun Juxi's eyes lit up. "This is a good idea, I agree. And a special divine weapon like the Divine Light Bomb must be more valuable when it is captured in reality." Yao Shuan also nodded slightly and said, "Yes, there are quite a few broken Divine Light Bombs obtained from different ruins, and they are basically destroyed in order to force a clearance. We may be able to check more of these materials as a reference." The topic was led away, and everyone became enthusiastic again. Originally, Li Yu was going to mention the division of clue fees. But considering that this includes the clue fee for 2 explorations, some newcomers are not included, and it is not appropriate to discuss it in this occasion, so they gave up. After chatting, everyone talked about their past lives and backgrounds. After this meal, everyone opened up a lot. They became more familiar with each other and less alienated. Harmony in battle and harmony in daily life are 2 different things after all. With this celebration, many people have been brought closer. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quickly. On the training ground, it was also a coincidence that it was Li Yi and Zhang Zufei's turn for actual combat training today. The moment Zhang Zufei saw the battle information, she was overjoyed. She ran to Li Yi and said, "Li Yi, I didn't expect that you and I are so destined to meet. How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" "You are so strong now, even unfathomable. If I can hold on for 1 minute under your hands, you will tell me your secret clearance information. If I can't hold on, I will give you Zuian for free. What do you think? Is it a good deal?" Li Yi speechlessly said, "You have a good calculation." Zhang Zufei pretended to be stupid and said, "No, how could I have an abacus? This is something from hundreds of years ago. Do you think that if you hold on for 1 minute, you will win? And even if you lose, Zuian is in our group anyway, so it doesn't matter whether she gives it away or not," Zhang Zufei said coquettishly. "Then you say whether to bet or not." Li Yu took a step back and said, "Although you look okay and your voice is nice, your behavior is still a bit greasy. I suggest you change it next time." Zhang Zufei's face turned black. Li Yu smiled and said, "However, it's okay to gamble, but I want to change the conditions for the bet." Zhang Zufei's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her slender fingers to stroke the ends of her hair, and said charmingly, "You say, if it were you, even if it was a package gift for the 3 sisters, it would not be impossible." Li Yi, I heard that your Zhang family is rich in various rare minerals. I want to bet 2 portions of fluorite ore essence. Do you have it? Fluorite ore essence? Zhang Zufei tilted her head and thought for a while. Yes, but this thing is a controlled item. You need level 3 authority to hold it on the ship. Are you sure you have the authority to take it? Li Yu said, "It's enough that you have it. We can sign a contract first. When I get the 3rd level authority, I can ask you for it again." Zhang Zufei nodded and said, "Okay, let's sign the contract. By the way, although this kind of mineral essence is not too expensive, it is not a very common item. What do you want to do?" Li Yu smiled and said, "It's not convenient to disclose this. You can also guess." "No need. I can never guess a man's mind, especially a type like you." "I can't guess it even more," Zhang Zufei muttered. The reason why Li Yu needed this was mainly because he took time to investigate the deeds of Chenlu Wangwushan when he was resting in the dormitory recently. There was no more detailed information on the intranet, so he tried to enter the websites of various large museums, history museums, and book libraries to search for relevant information. As a result, there was a discovery. A document recorded that a fluorite mineral essence was placed in the tomb of Chenlu Wangwushan. Because this thing is too different from ordinary burial objects, it aroused his curiosity. It was a coincidence today, so I asked casually. I didn't expect that Zhang Zufei's family really had it. Some people also gathered under the fighting stage. After all, it was a contest between top 10 masters, which was quite eye-catching. Of course, Li Yu was still ranked 18th, but due to a series of achievements and amazing ruin strategy performance, he was unanimously considered to be a top 10 master. In fact, he was one of the best. Did you hear Zhang Zufei's bet? Interesting. I didn't expect Zhang Zufei to admit that she was not as good as Li Yu without even fighting, and that as long as she could hold on for 1 minute, she would win. And Li Yu actually admitted this. It seems that in the eyes of those masters, Li Yu is indeed someone who can go shoulder to shoulder. It's outrageous. He is obviously just a newcomer who has been on the ship for less than 2 months. Yes, others have been on the ship for 2 months, and they are probably still training in the standing team, and they have to wait for the opportunity to enter the special class. Now it depends on how long it will take Li Yu to deal with Zhang Zufei. Zhang Zufei is very familiar with the divine skills. If she attacks with all her strength right from the start, Li Yu may not be in a good situation. That's right. Li Yu is not without the risk of capsizing in the gutter. On the stage, Zhang Zufei drove the D-level Power God sequence, the Tyrant Feather Mech, and appeared calmly. This is a 42-meter long, almost the same height as the Pluto Mech, but obviously more sturdy. Its arms, calves, and forward are covered with black lines, and its hut armor is thick and solid, looking quite domineering. However, this painting style is very different from Zhang Zufei's appearance. This time, Li Yu's startup time was slightly improved by more than 10 seconds compared to the last time, and the total time was more than 11 minutes and 40 seconds. In a burst of expectant eyes, the two began to move. The Tyrant Feather Mech activated the divine skill at the beginning, and the divine power was amplified. Buzz! A low buzzing sound was heard. Then, the two huge mechas began to collide. Boom! Under the loud noise, the airwave rolled like a small tornado. The protective shield at the edge even made a chi-chi-chi sound of wind pressure collision. Fuck, this is the fist wind produced by the two mecha masters. Fortunately, the protection level has been raised to level 7, otherwise it would be bad, the audience exclaimed. The Pluto mecha felt the overwhelming force coming, but it was not panicked. With a sticky word skill, it immediately pulled the Tyrant Feather mecha over, and then quickly reached out and hit the head of the Tyrant Feather mecha with a triple shock. Boom! After the loud noise, the Tyrant Feather mecha shook its head and continued to move forward. Li Yu was slightly surprised. The Tyrant Feather mecha's shock resistance is really good. Then changed to another one, the penetration word skill. I saw the Pluto mecha reach out again, cleverly passing through the gap between the two arms of the Tyrant Feather mecha, and hitting its head straight. Boom! Probably because of 2 consecutive heavy blows to the head, the Tyrant Feather mecha could no longer support it and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this gap too big? Why is it like a monkey? In the cockpit, Li Yu shook his head and laughed. If it was any other sequence, he might have a harder time. But he was not afraid of the Lishan sequence mecha, even if it was stronger. There was no other reason. In terms of skills and experience, Zhang Zufei could not catch up with him even if she practiced for another 10 years. After this battle, Li Yu was completely confirmed as one of the top 10 masters. Even in the minds of many people, he was already the uncrowned king of the special class. He only needed to fight Fang Tao, and the title of the first in the class would fall on him completely. And Fang Tao did not refute these discussions. More and more people therefore believed that Li Yu was the real strongest in Class 3. Of course, Fang Tao's reputation has always been weaker than Zhou Huai's and Lin Su, and even Yang Hao in Class 1. Therefore, there are still many people who are not familiar with Li Yi, who occasionally instigate Li Yi to challenge Zhou Huai's and take the real first place. And Li Yi naturally ignored this and put his heart and soul into his own practice. His goal is not just to dominate the special class. Besides, Zhou Huai's and the others, with years of accumulation, are indeed strong. According to his understanding, these masters who can rank in the top 5 of the 3 special classes combined are the elites among the elites. The divine genes in their bodies have accumulated to more than 9, and they are only 1 step away from the middle position. Their respective divine skills and mecha skills have also been used to perfection. Compared with a group of people who ranked later, the gap in strength is very large. Their combat power is stronger than that of ordinary middle-level evolvers. Therefore, Li Yu was not sure whether he could really sweep these people and not capsize in the gutter. At least, one more divine gene must be condensed to reach 3 to ensure victory, right? And coincidentally, one day 3 days later, Li Yu, who drank a tube of Xingyu No. 1, felt his body suddenly shaken. Deep in the gene sequence in the body, another gene sequence was faintly glowing. Here it comes, a new divine gene is about to be generated. Chapter 78 Hunting. The fourth virtual ruins exploration has finally arrived. Chen Kaiyongzi stood in front of everyone with a heavy face and said, "Before entering the virtual ruins exploration, I have a bad news to announce. Everyone must stay alert. The advanced team has entered the 5th level and figured out some things. The Xianshu ruins are likely to be a giant biological living experiment base of an ancient civilization. On each floor, there are many giant creatures sleeping. The lower the floor, the slower the natural changes of matter. Therefore, the deeper you go, the more giant creatures that preserve their full strength. Moreover, most giant creatures may also passively complete mecha transformation, thereby increasing their strength by 1 level. Now, the interior of the ruins has become dangerous enough. Some teams that have not yet entered the 2nd level will now start to explore the newly expanded map of the 1st level. Some teams that have not yet entered the 3rd level will now start to explore the unexplored areas of the 2nd level. As for the teams that have already entered the 3rd level or are about to pass the 3rd level, each can explore according to the original plan. Attention, the value of this relic is very likely to be very high. If we fail to explore and develop well in the remaining month, the supervisory AI will automatically report to the main ship and upgrade the exploration level. At that time, the exploration quota left for you will be reduced again. Remember, after a series of news was announced, everyone was stunned. For a moment, no one answered immediately. Chen Kaiyongzi shouted, "Have you remembered?" Everyone woke up as if from a dream, and answered in unison, "Remember." At this time Zhou Qishan raised his hand and asked, "Instructor, I don't understand. Since the difficulty of exploration has increased so much, why not increase the number of divine mechas that can enter, and limit the number of places?" Chen Kaiyongzi said seriously, "The higher the difficulty, the easier it is for the weak to enter and die. The number of places to enter must be selected first. Generally speaking, certain special defense devices in the ruins will not be triggered when a small number of divine mechas enter, but when the number exceeds a limit, it will cause huge changes. Or a powerful trap is triggered, it is very likely to destroy the entire team. These are all very clear historical experiences. The number of times it has happened is not uncommon. Many stubborn commanders have thought about gathering superior forces and suppressing them in one fell swoop, but the results are without exception. The entire army was wiped out. Therefore, when exploring ancient ruins, it is better to have fewer divine mechas rather than more. Stronger rather than weaker. Better to be refined rather than poor. Everyone's eardrums were hurt by Chen Kaiyongzi's voice. It's not that loud, but it's so penetrating. Before they fell into their virtual seats one after another, Li Yi and the others were exchanging opinions quickly. Xiaodong said worriedly, "I don't know how many giant creatures there will be in the ruins. If we encounter them when we enter the real place, won't it be the end?" Sun Juxiu patted Xiaodong on the shoulder and comforted him. "What are you afraid of? At most, you will die. The fleet will also give your family corresponding pensions. I heard that it is worth a lot. If you die, you will make a lot of money." Xiaodong said speechlessly, "Is there anyone who comforts people like you?" The pharmacist smiled and said, "Xiaodong, be a man. We have fought several giant creatures before. It's not a big problem. Our long-range detection system is much stronger than these creatures. We can avoid them in advance. If we really can't avoid them, we can also besiege them and win the battle." Xiaodong nodded slightly. Tan Horn said, "As long as we don't run into the giant creature over 130 meters high under the glacier, we should be able to fight together." Sun Juxiu said, "If there are people who are good at hiding, and Li Yi and Zhuo Ying can detect it, it will be a piece of cake." Li Yi could see that everyone had some hidden worries in their hearts. It's just that some people didn't show it, and some people couldn't hide it. After thinking for a while, Li Yi said, "In fact, we have all made rapid progress during this period. After 2 months, when we unite, we will probably not be afraid of ordinary giant creatures. When we enter the field, we don't have to worry too much, right?" Xiaodong complained, "You must have made rapid progress. I have only condensed 2 divine genes so far, and the duration of divine stimulation has been increased to 2.5 minutes. Hey, the later the stage, The slower the improvement, Tanharan also sighed. I have only condensed 7 divine genes now. If I can condense 2 more within 2 months, I will feel more at ease. Li Yu felt strange. I see that everyone's physical fitness is also continuously improving. Why do you feel that your progress is small? Sun Juxiu said. I think it may be because your fighting skills and mecha skills are very strong, so even if it is only improved a little, there will be a significant improvement in combat power, right? Zhang Zuiyun asked curiously. Then why don't everyone improve their fighting skills and mecha skills? By the way, Pharmacist 1 chuckled and said, you silly girl, the ceiling of fighting skills is so high. If it weren't for Li Yu's level of skills, the marginal utility of others spending time to improve their fighting skills, which already have limited room for improvement, would be even lower. Tanharan couldn't help but nodded and said, that's right, Li Yu shouldn't look at us by his own standards. The way for us to improve our strength is to follow the steps and improve with pure divine radiation. In this way, we will have a chance to touch the heavenly position in 10 or 20 years. Li Yu touched his chin and said, I think everyone has set limits on themselves. If everyone can have a few more high-intensity mecha combats every day, the speed of progress will definitely increase rapidly. I've decided. Today we will go hunt the 130-meter giant creature in the first level. Do you have any objections? Tanharan said. Will this result in a group annihilation? A good situation will be ruined, Li Yu said in an unquestionable tone. Unlike other groups that are still fighting hard, our current goal is no longer a quota. But whether we can get the biggest reward after entering the real Xianxi ruins, if everyone can't keep up with the progress during these 2 months, what's the point? All of us, including myself, need countless exciting and high-intensity battles to stimulate our fighting nerves and accelerate our evolution. Now, who objects to this decision? Everyone looked at each other. Yao Shiwen said, Li Yu is right. We have been too comfortable recently, so much so that we have forgotten what a warrior should have the most, which is not to be afraid of fighting. I agree with Li Yu's decision. Zuo Ying followed up. I should be the weakest person in the group. I don't want to just help the team with smell. I hope to hone myself in more important positions and keep up with everyone's pace. Tanharan touched his head and said, in fact, I also want to avenge the last arrow. I'm not afraid of everyone's concerns. Now that Li Yu said so, of course I won't object. I fully support it. I want to kill him. Others also expressed their opinions one after another. Li Yu nodded slightly. Very good, it's almost time. Then, everyone enter. Click. The virtual reality helmets were closed one after another. On the vast ice field, 8 huge mechas appeared out of thin air and fell down. Boom. The 8 mechas landed in unison and steadily, causing a particularly violent impact on the ground, and the wind was howling like thunder. The landing location this time is very close to the densely populated area. Go forward, the target is the glacier in the east. 10 minutes later, after a quick march, everyone, led by Li Yi, quickly arrived at the last landing location. Li Yu said, Tanharan, do you still remember the direction where you were attacked last time, and where the eggshell was found? Tanharan thought for a while and said, I remember roughly, but I'm afraid I can't do it in detail. It doesn't matter, just give some clues, mainly to help me reduce the scope of investigation. At that moment, Tanharan quickly gave some location information. Li Yu said to Zuo Ying again, Zuo Ying, look for the smell of a giant creature near the ice surface. If it has come ashore, it should leave something nearby. Zuo Ying asked, if it is not found, does it mean that the giant creature is still under the glacier? Not necessarily, it may have entered the estuary. Li Yu said, after all, these are living creatures, not within the control authority of the virtual reality, and most of them cannot be refreshed on the spot. Zuo Ying nodded and drove the micro-mech to move downstream. Zhang Zuqiang, you follow Zuo Ying to prevent being attacked by something. Got it. Zhang Zuqiang immediately controlled the ice wheel mech and followed closely. Li Yu continued to instruct, Zhang Zuiyuan, according to the appearance described by Tanharan, you try to activate the power of destiny around the glacier. Try the several ranges that Tanharan reported before to rule out the possibility of the giant creature in these locations. Pharmacist 1, you follow and protect. The two took the order and left. Sun Duxiu stayed where he was and asked, Li Yu, what about me? You and Tanharan will be on guard nearby for the guard mechas that may arrive at any time. Okay. After a series of instructions were issued, Li Yu controlled the Pluto Mecha and began to check whether there were any new traces nearby, and also launched the shock force halfway to confirm the situation under the ground. All the mechas were busy, 7 minutes later, the guard mechas came. Sun Duxiu and Tan Horan, two masters, worked together and fought evenly. Compared with the previous few times, everyone has indeed made great progress. Li Yu did not arrange for anyone to support them, but let them do what they wanted. After a month of training, the two masters were more than enough to stop the guard mechas. Although the guard mechas have also been strengthened and have insight into many human combat patterns. But the essential strength has not changed. Therefore, unless it is extremely urgent, Li Yu will not arrange for anyone to rescue. After 3 minutes, the two maintained a short-term balance, and neither could do anything to the other. Li Yu took some time to observe and said with a smile, Sun Duxiu, Tan Horan, do you need me to arrange someone to help? Sun Duxiu shouted, no need, watch me kill with all my strength. You know, I, Sun Duxiu, am ranked 4th in the special class, and I am not just a name. Tan Horan struggled a little, but did not say a word, still gritting his teeth to persist. At this time, Sun Duxiu's power-depleting mecha began to explode. Boom! Divine skills, tear. Huge power burst out from the arms of the dark yellow power-depleting mecha. He grabbed the two wrists of the snake-headed mecha with both hands and exerted force on both sides, and actually tore the two arms apart. Hualala! Suddenly, countless gray-black body fluids splashed out of the snake-headed mecha. The connection between the two extremely hard arms immediately revealed a large amount of bionic tissue and fine broken lines whose structure could not be seen. It looked extremely terrifying and very violent. However, even though its arm was torn apart, the snake-headed mecha still had some fighting power. It opened its upper and lower jaws, as if it was gathering its divinity and was about to fire an energy cannon. Die! The next moment, Sun Duxiu punched down and hit the snake-headed mecha's open mouth, directly interrupting the process of its gathering its divinity energy cannon. Then, he kept moving, punching down 7 or 8 times in a row, completely smashing the head of the snake-headed mecha. Li Yu was amazed and praised, to be ranked 4th in the class, he does have some impressive strength. In fact, Sun Duxiu's fighting power is stronger than the 2nd and 3rd in some situations, second only to Fang Tao. The reason for this judgment is that Li Yu can see that Sun Duxiu's mecha skills are unique and quite extraordinary. I think this is probably his family's unique skill. After Sun Duxiu dealt with the first mecha, he went to assist Tan Horan and quickly completed the annihilation of the two guard mechas. When the last guard mecha fell to the ground, Tan Horan sighed, hey, I thought I was strong enough to handle it alone, but I didn't expect it to be a step behind. Li Yu smiled and said, not bad. I still remember that when we first faced it, Tan Horan, you and the other two people were not good enough, but now you have improved to this level, which is worth celebrating. Sun Duxiu said proudly, Li Yu, my powerful divine skill is not bad, it is a divine skill upgraded from our family mecha skill. How about it, is it very powerful? Li Yu nodded and said, it's not bad, as long as you grab the arms, you can trigger the corresponding divine special effects, and then combine it with some force techniques to form a close-range divine skill. That's right, you just need to know that I, Sun Duxiu, am not just a name. If there is anything good, just let me go first. After a while, 4 minutes passed. Zhang Zuiyun sent back a report, Brother Yi, we found this giant creature. Li Yu was refreshed, everyone, assemble. The mechas quickly assembled. Xiaodong asked, I'm curious, in the following battle, what do you think our chances of winning are? Li Yu pondered and said, theoretically speaking, the winning rate is less than 10%. After all, the tonnage gap is too big, and if the opponent does not come out from underwater, our combat effectiveness will be discounted. Xiaodong scratched his head and said, is it as low as 10%? Li Yu corrected, it's less than 10%, or even lower. Everyone was also a little stunned. They thought Li Yu was confident and sure of victory. Li Yu smiled and said, with our current strength configuration, if we fight a giant creature of about 100 meters, without considering other interference factors, I estimate that our winning rate is 80%. However, if the opponent is a terrifying creature of more than 130 meters or close to 140 meters, our winning rate will inevitably drop drastically. With our size and tonnage, facing this thing is like a puppy facing an adult. As long as our number does not exceed a certain limit, the opponent can easily deal with us. Tan Horan asked hurriedly, Li Yu, you must have some combat strategy, right? Li Yu nodded and said, yes, but it is not clear how effective it will be. My current goal is very simple, which is to let everyone face a battle that is almost impossible to win in person, to survive from death, and to stimulate their spirits violently. Although this is only a virtual reality, when the battle reaches a critical moment, we will forget about life and death. The most important moment is when you fight to a certain extent and forget about life and death. At that moment, our spiritual benefits are the greatest. I have verified this process many times, and the effect of stimulating my divinity is huge and outstanding. So, in the first hunting battle, winning or losing is not important. We want to go all out and risk our lives. Understand? Everyone looked at each other and felt Li Yi's strong will to push this matter forward. Understood, everyone responded in unison. Soon, all the mechas dived into the glacier one after another. On the public channel, Li Yi began to explain the combat instructions. Go down to the bottom of the glacier. Sun Duxiu and I will serve as bait and fully stimulate our divinity. Others, Yao Shiwen and Zhang Zuiying will form a group, Tan Horan and Zhang Zuqiang will form a group, and Ke Xiaodong and Zhuo Ying will form a group. Each of us will disperse and surround them. Zhang Zuiying, your destined power must hit the chest and head, and at the same time blast Yao Shiwen's flame. Yao Shiwen, because this is a glacier, your flame must fully stimulate the erosion characteristics, not the high temperature characteristics. Tan Horan, you and Zhang Zuqiang will directly come up for a melee. Fully stimulate your mecha skills. Ke Xiaodong and Zhuo Ying, guerrilla warfare, at the critical moment, also use your mecha skills to win the victory. When the order was issued, Sun Duxiu and Li Yi had already begun to fully stimulate their divinity to lure the giant creature. Soon, the giant creature appeared in broad daylight. It was a terrifying creature with a flat body, a fin length of about 200 meters on both sides, and a body length of 145 meters, like a giant manta ray. As it swam quickly, the glacier began to produce huge waves. For a moment, everyone under the glacier was almost carried away by the turbulent eddy current and almost lost their footing. Ke Xiaodong couldn't help asking, Tan Horan, is this the thing? Why do I remember that it is a little different from the afterimage I saw last time? Tan Horan swallowed his saliva and said, I caught a glimpse of it at that time, and I couldn't see it clearly, but I felt that it should be this, but it's only been a week. How come it has grown so much? Li Yi said on the public channel. Calm down, although it is much larger than the last estimate, it is not a leap in level. Our winning and losing rates are still about the same. Now, everyone, concentrate and fight with all your strength. The stronger the opponent, the stronger our sense of immersion and reality will be, and the easier it will be to get effective stimulation. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shuddered and looked more focused. Remember, the longer we deal with it, the greater the rewards will be. Now, Sun Duxiu, let's take the initiative. The powerful mech jumped up first, stimulating the divine energy and driving its body forward to accelerate. Amid the ripples, the giant manta saw the powerful mech and flicked its tail lightly, slamming it onto the powerful mech. Gurgle. The powerful mech flew backwards to the side of the glacier like a skipping stone, causing the water waves to shake. The Pluto mech followed behind and encouraged the Pluto divine mech to directly use the penetration skill and the braking skill to hit the giant manta. Boom. With this attack, Li Yi also activated the divine special effect. In an instant, the river dozens of meters around the manta ray condensed. And the surrounding people also quickly surrounded it. Under the glacier, the undercurrent suddenly surged. Chapter 79, Team Annihilation. The divine special effects of the Pluto Mecha were amazing. Even the giant manta ray with a body length of 145 meters had most of its body frozen, and the surrounding turbulence had frozen a lot of ice crystals. The people behind seized the opportunity and used various shock and penetration skills to attack. Zhang Zuiying activated the Bai divinity and said, I want the falling flame fire phoenix of the fire phoenix mecha to hit the head of the giant creature in front. Swish, swish, swish. The dark red firebird shot out in the water, with a light red glow all over its body, isolating the water vapor. Then it landed accurately on the head of the giant manta ray, attached to it, and continued to explode. The characteristics of erosion were constantly stimulated. The manta ray's head, which looked extremely hard and could even drill through the ground, was also constantly melting. Good opportunity. This manta fish doesn't seem to be very good at using divinity to resist the attack of divinity skills. When you activate the mecha skills, you must also attach the divinity skills to it, and it's best to stimulate the special effects of the divinity. Li Yi saw this and shouted. The huge manta fish screamed in pain and kept shaking and struggling. It opened its fish mouth, and a high frequency and fierce shock wave was instantly emitted. spreading throughout the entire riverbed. Buzz! On the periphery, the weakest Zuo Ying immediately fell into controllable stiffness. In addition, Xiaodong also fell into tinnitus and dizziness, and in a trance, he was lost on the spot. The entire Mingfeng Mecha did not make any moves. This move is similar to the roar of the lion-headed creature that everyone just encountered. However, the lion-headed creature was already quite proficient in mobilizing divinity at the time, and that roar was largely completed by relying on the characteristics of divinity. But this huge manta fish, without mobilizing divinity, forced its body to emit this terrifying sound wave. Although the power is slightly inferior, the two are obviously incomparable in terms of the degree of terror. At the same time, the divinity outside the giant manta began to surge, and the freezing special effect that Li Yi had initially used was immediately cracked. Li Yi's face changed slightly, and he shouted, "Stay alert, and be ready to use the spin skill at any time." With a crackling sound, the giant manta seemed to have instinctively learned a little bit of the use of divinity and opened its mouth again. Buzz! The terrifying sound wave spread throughout the entire riverbed again. At this time, Zuo Ying had just recovered and barely activated the spin skill. But the power of this sound wave was unusually large, and this time, she fell into the controllable stiffness again. Fortunately, because of preparation, she was not immediately overloaded, which was not bad. The other few people also barely escaped this disaster under Li Yi's warning. At this moment, the power-poor Mecha that was beaten out of the periphery and stuck in the mud started fighting again, stimulating the divine energy to push the body and kill the giant manta. The battle situation did not appear to be one-sided. With Li Yi's prediction, warning an attack at any time, the crowd and the giant manta ray maintained a state of balance for a while. Of course, it was mainly because the manta ray was not proficient in using divinity, which gave everyone a chance to breathe. Otherwise, if this giant manta ray could use divinity proficiently, everyone would not even have the chance to break the defense. In this way, under the command of Li Yi, everyone fought steadily and dealt with it. Time, 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Retreat, Sun Duxiu and I will be the rear guard, and the others, the innermost circle will leave in an orderly manner, and then the outermost circle. As Li Yi issued the retreat order, everyone left one after another according to the instructions. At this moment, both sides were extremely tired. Neither of them had the idea of continuing to kill. Therefore, even the manta ray seemed to understand Li Yi's intention and did not pursue further. After a while, all the mechas left the battle circle, 3 or 4 kilometers away from the giant manta ray. The two looked at each other for a moment, and the giant manta ray turned over, rolled up a huge amount of waves, and accelerated away in the opposite direction of the crowd. On the ice, huge mechas, driven by divine energy, rushed out of the ice like a fish, continued to soar into the sky for a few seconds, then found a stable frozen ground and landed. Xiaodong grinned and said, "Is this the feeling of flying in a divine mecha? It's quite novel." Tanhorn laughed and said, "What kind of flying is this?" "It's just using the huge thrust to accelerate to a certain degree in the water and then leap out. In fact, it can't even float stably for 3 seconds. I heard that you have to be at least a mid-level mecha master to have the ability to float stably on a planet with high gravity like this," Zhang Zuin asked curiously. "No, even a mid-level mecha master can't do it. I estimate that the total time for a single activation of the divinity must be 6 to 7 minutes to do it." Pharmacist 1 pondered. "If it reaches 8 to 9 minutes, it should be possible to fly under normal gravity conditions. If you want to escape from the normal gravitational circle and not be attracted by a massive planet, that's something that only a high-level mecha master can do." In summary, only a high-level mecha master can be considered a strong man who can lead an army on his own in the interstellar battlefield. Zhang Zuin was surprised and said, "You have to be a high-level mecha master to fly out of the planet at will. If we encounter an interstellar war, what should we do if only 1 or 2 divine mechas can go up to the sky?" "You don't know." Pharmacist 1 was surprised and said, "It's very simple. In ordinary wars, artificial interstellar fighters are enough to solve the problem. The role of the divine mecha is to break through alone, force through the opponent's firebombing area, advance into the opponent's encirclement, and directly decapitate. If you really want to fly, you can also mount artificial thrusters. Of course, when it comes to complex battlefields, it is safest to use divine energy to propel the mecha to move, because artificial thrusters are easily destroyed. In the actual battlefield, if one side has a divine mecha and the other side does not, the side without it is basically sure to lose, even if there are various interstellar fighters. The gap between the lethality and the divine mecha is too big. Think about it, all the man-made equipment, hitting the divine mecha, is like tickling, even cracking. I can't even make a mark. What else can the result be? At present, the mainstream weapons and equipment of mankind can basically not break the defense of the divine mecha. Even the aliens are almost the same. Don't think that the divine mecha can often break through the defense before. That's because the only one that can break the defense of the divine mecha is the divine mecha. The reason why those huge creatures are difficult to break through is also because they have undergone a part of divine mechanization and have very high defense, and the divine skills are also an important means for us to bombard opponents from a distance in the future, but we are still weak now and can't expand the scale of the attack. Once you sweep with a divine skill, it will be a range of hundreds or thousands of kilometers. Would that make you the absolute king on the battlefield? Zhang Zuiyuan blinked and said, is that so? It turns out that the divine mecha is so powerful. But I don't understand these situations. Why does Sister One think I know? Pharmacist One was tired. It turned out that Zhang Zuiyuan was so simple. I thought you, the Zhang family, would teach this common sense to some extent. Zhang Zuiyuan nodded and said, they should have taught me, but I taught you earlier. At that time, I was more playful and didn't know much about the subject of space warfare. After this conversation, Yao Shuan's vigilance towards Zhang Zuiyuan was reduced a lot. After thinking about it, Yao Shuan couldn't help but ask, excuse me, how old are you this year? Zhang Zuiyuan said, 15, everyone. Li Yu was also shocked. With this appearance and height, she is only 15? Among the three sisters, the tallest one is obviously Zhang Zuiyuan, right? Yao Shuan was also surprised and said, you are so young and you can be selected into the special class? And you can be ranked 19th, Zhang Zuiyuan said with a smile. Yes, my family says I am a genius, but I don't have any special feeling. I can do many things without knowing anything. Xiaodong couldn't help but envy. I envy you. I barely entered this special class at the age of 22. I am considered young in the class. I didn't expect that there are stronger people among the strong. Tan Horn asked, Li Yi, how about you? How old are you? As soon as this was said, everyone in the cockpit couldn't help but prick up their ears. Li Yi said, I am 18, which is indeed a little older than Zhang Zuiyuan. He was of course telling the truth. Although he absorbed countless memory fragments and his mental age was very old. But his physical age was indeed just over 18. Everyone, Xiaodong was shocked again. Damn, Zhang Zuiyuan is from a powerful family, has good genetics, and has the conditions to use various nutritional supplements. I can barely accept that she can reach this ranking, but Li Yi, your fighting skills, mecha skills, insight, analysis, judgment, command level, and combat experience are all first class. With so many excellent skills and knowledge, you are only 18. Sun Juxia was also envious and jealous. God, how can life be so different? I am 21, but I am still convinced by Li Yi. Xiaodong hurriedly looked at Yao Shuan and asked, Yao Shuan, how old are you? How much older are you than Li Yi? Yao Shuan couldn't help but glance at Li Yi in a panoramic view, and responded, Bah, a girl's age is a secret, don't you understand? Xiaodong, stop making trouble for me. Everyone couldn't help laughing. The chat time ended as everyone gathered one after another. Li Yu began to summarize this battle. 2 hours of high-intensity maneuvers, extreme operations like walking on a tightrope. How was it? What did you gain in these 2 hours? Tan Horn said, indeed, we gained a lot. Although we knew that this was a virtual reality, when the intensity increased, we forgot everything and only focused on ourselves, the enemy, and our teammates. Pharmacist One also said, after this time, I have a hunch that my 8th divine gene will be condensed. Zuo Ying said ashamedly, I was beaten the whole time. I can only say that I have better ability to withstand pressure. I need to continue to work hard to improve myself next time. Sun Juxiu said with a smile, I feel I'm almost there. As long as this level of high-intensity battles comes 4 or 5 more times, I will be able to condense the 9th divine gene. Several people spoke one after another, and each made progress. Finally, Li Yu concluded, we were lucky today, and we just managed to maintain a clever balance point, that is, the manta rays are not proficient in controlling the divinity, and the use of the physical body is too unfamiliar, so they can't exert their due strength. We are also lucky, and none of us were overloaded by the manta rays counterattack. However, such cases cannot continue. Maybe next time, the manta ray will become stronger and more proficient in control, and we will be in big trouble. There are still 2 hours left. Let's make good use of the remaining time to try to dismantle the divine light bomb. As for the fourth level, I have a hunch that the intensity is not low. We can try it when we are stronger. What do you think? Naturally, everyone had no objection and set off immediately. With the experience of passing through the levels many times, everyone was familiar with the road, and even the elephant guard mecha in the second level did not stop them for long, and they soon entered the third level. It is worth mentioning that when they slid into the non-dense area passage of the second level, they happened to meet the group composed of Yang Hao, Zhao Sun, Tian Qijin and others from Class 2. Because Li Yi discovered them in advance and hid them, they were not discovered by them. If they are tracked and the information is leaked, it will be troublesome. Xiaodong was surprised. I didn't expect Yang Hao to choose Zhao Sun and Tian Qijin to join their own group, Tan Horn said. Class 2 suffered from the fact that the masters were too scattered. In Yang Hao's original group, except for him, the others were all middle and lower level people, which seriously hindered their progress. Now that a few powerful people have been added, the progress can be caught up, but now it seems that it took 2 hours to get out of the dense area. It is estimated that it will be very difficult in the third level. Most likely, they will be stopped by giant dog-like creatures, Yao Shiwen said. Not necessarily. Maybe by then Zhou Huai's 8 masters will have forcibly cleared the giant dog-like creatures? Then Yang Hao and his team can take advantage of their momentum to directly enter the non-dense area of the third level to explore, Tan Horn said. Don't be afraid, they still have the area of the divine light bomb to crack, Xiaodong worriedly said. What if they just come after we crack the divine light bomb? Won't they be picked up by them? Li Yi smiled. What are you afraid of? Even if they take advantage of us, we will be the first to enter the fourth level. The first group has no chance of escaping unless they can surpass our progress in the next 4 explorations and enter the fifth level. Besides, with their current strength configuration, whether they can quickly pass the batch of mechas to be hatched in the second level and find the path to the third level is also a question. Now, the only one who poses a threat to us is Zhou Huai's group. Xiaodong smiled and said, that's not a big problem. Even if Zhou Huai and his team defeat the giant canine creature, they will suffer heavy losses, and they have to guard against other giant creatures that may appear on the road. Li Yu nodded and said, that's right. The giant creatures basically gather in dense areas. We have a greater advantage if we go to non-dense areas. Because they already knew the location of the divine light bullet detection system in advance, this time everyone started digging holes quickly after entering the hidden map of the third level. This time it only took half an hour to get it done quickly. Li Yu combined with Zhang Zuoyun's destined power to smash the detection system again from a distance. The whole process was skillful and ruthless. At this moment, all the mechas came to the edge of the launch system of the divine light bomb. Li Yu said, Zuo Ying, this time we have to rely on your life divine characteristics. Zuo Ying said puzzledly, Brother Yi, what can I do with my meager power? Li Yu asked. I remember your divine characteristic is growth, right? Yes, Li Yu said. Wait a minute, I need a few people in our group who can start the divine mecha quickly. Try to eject the divine mecha, go to the ground with the flesh, and collect seeds of flowers and plants nearby. Pharmacist Wan, Sun Duxiu, Zhang Zuoyun, just the 3 of you. I remember that the startup time of the 3 of you is within 2 minutes, right? Although the 3 of them were puzzled by Li Yi's order, they still ejected the insertion cabin as he said and stepped into the ruins in the flesh. Although it was virtual, the touch was indeed very real. Sun Duxiu yelled, damn, the air here is very suitable for the human body. I feel that my body is about to break through after staying here for a while. Pharmacist One smiled and said, it is indeed an illusion. After all, this is just a virtual reality. Li Yu pondered and said, it seems that when we enter the real world, it is necessary for the body to absorb the air here. Maybe it will be of great benefit to the cohesion of the divine gene. Just for a while, Sun Duxiu's virtual body has become much stronger. Sun Duxiu was surprised and said, damn, it seems that after I exit the virtual reality later, I have to see if my body will be strengthened as well. Pharmacist One felt the changes in her body and was also a little surprised, but she was relieved after a while and said, yes, there are countless huge creatures that can control divinity here, which must be extraordinary. As they spoke, they began to collect seeds from the surrounding flowers and plants according to Li Yi's instructions. The other few people were on guard in the surrounding area to prevent any huge creatures from killing and directly killing the 3 members in human form. Tan Horn and Zhang Zuqiang were asked by Li Yi to dig a large hole deep enough nearby. The purpose of the big hole is naturally to prevent the divine light bomb from exploding on the spot after the disassembly fails. Hiding deep inside, the divine light bomb cannot flash, so it is naturally safe. As for the person in charge of disassembly, he can only get his lunch first. 20 minutes later, the flower and grass seeds were collected without any danger. Thank you for your hard work. Start the divine mecha first, just in case. Xiaodong, you take over these seeds. Xiaodong agreed, and manipulated the Mingfeng mecha to spread out his big hand, and collected the seeds that were so small that they were almost invisible in his palm. Fortunately, the information collection system of the divine mecha is strong enough, and in panoramic mode, the screen can be freely zoomed in and out. As long as the driver's soul strength is high enough, he can handle multiple information at the same time. After the 3 people started successfully, Li Yu asked the remaining people to enter the cave dug by Tenhorn and Zhang Zuqiang. At this moment, only Xiaodong was left on the field. Beside the cave entrance stood Zuo Ying's Bacon Mecha and Li Yu's Pluto Mecha. Li Yu said, "What we have to do next is very simple. Xiaodong, you sprinkle all the seeds evenly into the gaps of the Shenguang bomb launcher, then Zuo Ying, you are responsible for stimulating the divinity and radiating it into the Shenguang bomb launcher to catalyze as many seeds as possible. As long as the Shenguang bomb has no reaction, continue to catalyze. Xiaodong, you can start dismantling it boldly without worrying about being shot to death by the Shenguang bomb. I have prepared for the whole team to be wiped out this time, but we can't be wiped out instantly. The cost is too high, we have to die one by one. As long as we can record the internal structure of the Shenguang bomb as much as possible in virtual reality, and record the disassembly process as much as possible. Do you understand?" Xiaodong understood it immediately and exclaimed, "Great, if one doesn't work, just change one. As long as you remember it with your amazing memory, Li Yu, we will experiment again many times and we will definitely master the specific disassembly techniques." Li Yu nodded slightly. "That's right. You can use the information about the divine light bullets you find on the internet as you wish. If you don't know how to do it, you can just follow my instructions. The goal of this attempt is to record, even if we are wiped out this time and can't enter the 4th level to continue exploring, it doesn't matter, because our current goal is to get the most out of the virtual reality. As for the C-class upgrade pool, we will look for it after we get the divine light bomb. Understand?" "Understood," everyone responded in unison. Mingfeng Mecha sprinkled the flower and grass seeds into the gaps of the launch device and began to wait. Bacon Mecha began to radiate divinity remotely. After 10 minutes, small buds grew tenaciously on the gaps. "It's time to get started, Xiaodong." "Okay." Mingfeng Mecha began to take action, and directly used a super shock wave to cut off the top layer of the launch device. After waiting for a while, it was safe. Li Yu ordered, "Xiaodong, sprinkle some more seeds." Next, every time Xiaodong opened a bayonet, a shell, or a small device, he would sprinkle some small seeds into it to make the internal structure malfunction as much as possible. Although it is still unknown whether this measure is effective, it can ultimately increase the safety rate. Just when Xiaodong used the super shock wave to cut the next hole, boom! The divine light bomb exploded, and the Pluto Mecha and Bacon Mecha immediately released their fingers that were holding the hole, and their bodies fell suddenly. After a while, the Pluto Mecha poked its head out. On the field, the Mingfeng Mecha had fallen to the ground. Obviously, Xiaodong was the first to get the lunchbox. Next, Zhang Zuqiang, it's your turn. Yes. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The divine light bomb launcher was already in tatters. And the magical thing is that the divine light bomb has been damaged to such an extent, but it can still explode again. With a flash, the divine mecha will be instantly overloaded, and the divine activation ability will disappear in a short time. Other normal substances are not affected at all, which is also magical. At this moment, only the Pluto Mecha is left on the field. Even Zuo Ying, who was driving the Bacon Mecha, was killed just now. It's finally my turn. I hope I can fully understand the internal structure this time. At the very least, we have to record the locations that can trigger the explosion of the divine light bomb, then find a way to gain control. The Pluto Mecha began to operate cautiously. Unlike others, he had already crammed a large amount of information that could be found, and captured a large amount of related memories in his dreams. Unfortunately, these materials are not extraordinary items, and the related memory fragments that can be generated for him are very limited. But even so, His craftsmanship is much better than others. If it weren't for the virtual reality being refreshed, and if others didn't have his memory, he would have wanted to be the first to go up. Opening the last cover, 7 or 8 structures similar to magazines appeared in front of him. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This structure, so that's it. No wonder there are so many detonation points. It turns out to be a structure with multiple magazines and dispersed layouts. Is this also a structure designed to prevent forced disassembly? Unfortunately, the internal structure of the Xingyu bomb and the principle of such a high rate of fire are still unclear. After disassembling it to this extent, it still feels like a black box. Li Yi shook his head slightly. There was obviously a strong divine aura in it, but he just couldn't understand the specific design principles. Suddenly, click, boom. In the intense flashing of divine light, Li Yi's last thought was, remember not to touch the position I just touched next time. Swish. The helmet popped off, and everyone in the team shot expectant eyes over. Not done. Li Yi shook his head. Everyone sighed. Tan Horn said regretfully, so many things have been dismantled, and it can still explode. This is outrageous. Xiaodong smiled and said, looking at Li Yi, although he failed, he should succeed soon next time, right? Li Yi nodded slightly and said, it's almost right. I have recorded all the suspicious trigger points in the early stage. I already have relevant concepts in my mind. Next time I try, it shouldn't be much different, but it's hard to say. This kind of thing is also difficult to say. Ancient technology is too profound, and I don't know much. Saying this, Li Yi pondered and said, in the best case, I think it is better to look for relevant knowledge. I have fewer channels in this regard than you. If you can find information that cannot be found on the intranet or in major libraries and knowledge bases, you can share it. This will also prevent you from thinking that you have solved the problem next time, but it will still end up being wiped out. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. Yes, who knows what ancient technology has that transcends ordinary people's cognition. Pharmacist 1 took the opportunity to say, let's create a group. I have seen some information before, which may be helpful to our disassembly this time. Zhang Zuyin also said, then I will try my best and go back to the family's internal library to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. At that moment, several people discussed it and decided on this matter. Li Yi had not mentioned the creation of a group before, so no one else said anything either. But today was a rare opportunity, so Pharmacist 1 went with the flow. This time, no one gained anything, and Chen Kaiyongzi did not praise them in public at the summary meeting. However, their group was already the strongest group by default in the class, and they had already explored to the 4th level. With such an in-depth exploration, it was considered reasonable that there was no gain this time. On the contrary, some people breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Feng Tao said to himself, fortunately, Li Yi is not such a monster. If he continues to be so awesome, I really don't know how I, the squad leader, should face him. After the summary, Chen Kaiyongzi kept Li Yi again, which attracted a lot of attention. Entering the office, Chen Kaiyongzi went straight to the point and said, I have seen the process of your disassembly of the Xingyu bomb. It is very good and thoughtful, but the effect may not be satisfactory. I will introduce you to an expert who specializes in Xingyu bombs and divine weapons. How about you learn the disassembly techniques and specific principles from him carefully? Li Yi was surprised and said, Instructor, are you going to give me special treatment? Chen Kaiyongzi laughed and said, why, doesn't it count as special treatment when I practice with you normally? Are you still making a fuss about it? Li Yi quickly shook his head, I am just curious. This is the first time that the instructor has intervened in the specific direction of our exploration, Chen Kaiyongzi said. The strategic value of the Xingyu bomb is much greater than you think, so if we can get it first, it is best to spare no effort. Li Yi nodded, I understand. Thank you instructor for your strong support, then there is no time to lose. Don't practice extra tonight. Come with me to visit this senior. How can that be? My extra training is planned and targeted. If it is disrupted once, the impact will be not small. Otherwise, after the instructor's work tonight is over, please take the time to practice with me, okay? You kid, you can climb up the ladder. Chen Kaiyongzi raised his eyebrows. There is no way, instructor, my strength is too weak. Please have pity on a poor kid like me who needs to supplement the basics and nutrition every day. Woo woo. Li Yi seized the opportunity and cried poor. Chen Kaiyongzi shook his head, feeling both angry and amused, and said, okay, Okay, stop pretending, I promise, okay? I'm really being blackmailed by you, kid, okay? Thank you, instructor, for your strong support. Stop talking nonsense, come with me. Chapter 80 Expert. Chen Kaiyongzi really left as soon as he said he would, and he was resolute and decisive. Moreover, he did not take the usual route, but directly opened the back window of the office and jumped out lightly. Li Yu chased after him and stuck his head out of the window, only to see a graceful figure climbing up quickly between the narrow steel walls, with a relaxed and carefree posture. There was no choice but for Li Yu to quickly catch up. As soon as he jumped out, he was surprised. The narrow walls were actually covered with dense and messy lines and pipes. Looking up, there was a slit in the sky hundreds of meters high. Between the walls of cabin 12, there were traces of this old-fashioned technological creation. With doubts, Li Yu also began to climb quickly between the steel walls. Chen Kaiyongzi was very fast, but he was not bad either. With a strong body and mastered parkour, he leaped like a flying monkey between the narrow steel walls less than 2 meters wide, and his speed was also very fast. Soon, he jumped over a distance of 100 meters and came to the position near the dome of cabin 12. This is a long and narrow steel support, 2 people wide, with a 2.5 centimeters thick steel bar in the middle, 1 horizontal and 1 diagonal. There is no complete foothold. The center of gravity is supported by the forefoot. In front of the support, Chen Kaiyongzi ran quickly as if walking on flat ground, heading straight for a corridor at the angle between the dome and the wall in front. Why, isn't it strange that there is such a place in cabin 12, Chen Kaiyongzi said without turning his head. Indeed, it is completely different from the spacious, neat and technological sense of cabin 12, Li Yu nodded in response. Cabin 12, or Yaoqi, from this perspective is indeed different. Chen Kaiyongzi said softly, this is the integrated system area for the internal and external functions of cabin 12. It is generally arranged between the pillars and walls adjacent to the dome. To put it simply, this is the blood vessels, meridians, and even muscle tissue of cabin 12. All the functions you feel and use outside need to be operated through these lines. Seeing these messy pipes and exposed, unpackaged circuit lines, do you suddenly feel that some things on the starship are like they were built by a makeshift team? Li Yu agreed. Indeed, Chen Kaiyongzi smiled and said, in addition to the precise, perfect and impeccable main structure of the Yaoqi, the rest of the various iterative new functions added later were slowly piled up by generations. This place is home to a group of people, including some engineering experts who have reclusive residences. On the one hand, they need to maintain these lines, and on the other hand, they also need to take the opportunity to study ancient scientific and technological means. Li Yu suddenly realized, in addition to the main structure of the Yaoqi, there are also a lot of ancient technologies that are directly transported. Like a black box, we know how to use it but not how it works. That's right, huh? At this time, Li Yu had already rushed to about 5 or 6 meters behind Chen Kaiyongzi. She immediately said in surprise, you are really good, so fast. Well, you have condensed another divine gene? Is this the 4th one? It has improved the speed. Which sequence is it? Chen Kaiyongzi asked a series of questions in a rare manner, which showed that she was not calm. Li Yu said, not so fast, instructor. There are still 3 now, and the 4th one is just a little bit of a sign. However, thanks to today's battle with the giant manta, the high-intensity stimulation has more or less accelerated the appearance of my 4th divine gene. I believe that in a few days, this divine gene will come out. Chen Kaiyongzi paused and said, that's not bad, kid. No wonder you want to practice with me every day. However, in the same high-intensity battle, others have made much less progress than you. It seems that you have found a way to maximize the use of high-intensity battles to improve quickly. Li Yu smiled and said, it can't be said that it is a method, but I have some experience. Oh, then I have to listen to your sharing? Chen Kaiyongzi stopped and turned around. His almond eyes widened, showing an unprecedented interest. Li Yu didn't expect Chen Kaiyongzi to be so concerned about this matter, and almost collided with Chen Kaiyongzi head-on. Fortunately, he had excellent predictive ability. The moment Chen Kaiyongzi turned his head, he reacted and stopped his steps. The two stood facing each other, their perspectives intersecting, no more than 0.5 meters apart. This was on a steel support hundreds of meters high, with a foothold only 2.5 centimeters wide. If you look up from a different perspective, the two of them looked like they were hanging in the air, isolated from the world. Chen Kaiyongzi urged, hurry up and tell me, Why are you just standing there? At this moment, Chen Kai-ongzi's delicate skin texture was visible, and her warm breath was close at hand. Li Yu blinked and said, "My experience is that high concentration can make it easier for people to feel and control divinity, but people's concentration is limited, and it is too difficult to enter a state of concentration to the extreme. So, when you encounter a strong enemy, you must force yourself to forget everything except the intention of fighting. The clearer you forget, the better your state will be, and I have a way to make myself forget everything in an instant, leaving only the battle. When the battle is over, my mastery of divinity will be improved. After that, it will naturally accelerate the generation of divinity genes." Chen Kai-ongzi nodded slightly. "It's interesting. Although the experience is more personal, it is indeed somewhat referenceable. Is your ability to forget everything in an instant and only fight left related to your powerful fighting skills or this rich experience?" "Yes, instructor, but isn't it appropriate for us to continue talking in this state?" Li Yu pointed down, and several passers-by looked up and saw the two of them, and took pictures with their personal communicators. "Then let's talk about this topic next time." Chen Kai-ongzi glanced down and turned away. Li Yu caught up and began to change the subject. "But isn't our entry path a bit too outrageous? Climbing the wall and walking on a tightrope. Can a normal person survive in such a place?" Chen Kai-ongzi said, "This is just a shortcut. If it is a normal method, we need to go around a big circle and walk to the elevator that can directly lead to the top floor of cabin 12. After going up, we need to go around the circle, which is more troublesome. Communication room." The two crossed the support, entered the angle corridor, walked another 7 or 8 meters, and walked out of the corridor. Suddenly, they were suddenly enlightened. A small town-style platform with a completely different style from cabin 12 suddenly appeared in front of them. Retro-styled mechanical vehicles slowly walked on the road, and 2 rows were mechanical houses with various gears, or mechanical workshops full of various tools. There were also collage-type robots with the same retro style, using various beverage cans as the body structure, holding goods and walking slowly like old people. "It's amazing. There is such a strange platform before the dome in the wall, and there are so many architectural styles that only appear in children's science fiction." Li Yu was amazed. Chen Kai-ongzi smiled and said, "We want to meet the producer of this mechanical town, Teacher Zhao Guozi. He is also an expert in the research of divine weapons, and is also responsible for maintaining the external system functions of cabin 12. He previously wrote a book on the reverse deconstruction theory of the divine light bomb, and has a deep understanding of the divine light bomb. You can learn more from him." Li Yu was surprised. "There is only one human trace here. Did Teacher Zhao Guozi handle all these functions alone?" Chen Kai-ongzi raised his chin and gestured. "What you see should be considered as toys, or assistants." Li Yu nodded slightly. "It seems that Teacher Zhao Guozi is quite versatile." However, the traces on the ground and the surrounding layout aroused some doubts in Li Yi. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Isn't Teacher Zhao Guozi an evolver?" Chen Kai-ongzi looked at Li Yi in surprise. "You can see that." Li Yu pointed to the almost invisible traces on the green ground and said, "Look at the footprints, they are basically on the heels. It is basically impossible for an evolver to walk in this way. This is generally the way people with poor physical strength usually walk. Based on the growth rhythm of this green plant and the artificial light conditions in our area, the traces should be left by walking into this green land last night and bending over to pick up something, then the right foot is slightly deeper and the left foot is very shallow. Teacher Zhao Guozi may have a problem with his left foot and can't exert force. He used his right foot to exert force the whole time. You can see that." Chen Kai-ongzi was amazed and couldn't help shaking his head and said, "No wonder you can find the shortcut to the ruins by relying on various traces. Your skills are really incredible." Li Yu said, "Instructor, you are too kind. This is just the most basic footprint trace learning. As long as you spend a little time, you can learn it. It's just that not many people here are interested in this skill." Chen Kai-ongzi said, "It's one thing to learn, but it's hard to use it freely, or even to use the divine mecha to enhance the information collection." As he spoke, Chen Kai-ongzi took Li Yu to a large workshop at the end of the road. The door was not closed, so the two of them went straight in and came to the front yard. A silver ball the size of a millstone was quietly placed in the groove in the center. "Divine nucleus." Li Yu opened his eyes wide. "Isn't this the same thing as the divine nucleus seized from the chest of the guard mecha before? Nowadays, there are still young people who can recognize the divine nucleus," an old voice sounded in front. The two looked up and saw an bald old man holding a cane in one hand and a retro robot in the other hand, walking out. Chen Kaiyongzi smiled and greeted, "Long time no see, Teacher Zhao Guozi, how are you recently?" "Not very well. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can only transplant my brain and become half a robot to continue to survive." Zhao Guozi walked to the divine nucleus, supported his hand on it, and sighed softly. Chen Kaiyongzi said, "In fact, it is a good thing that Teacher Zhao Guozi had made up his mind to transplant earlier. If he delays any longer, I'm afraid the brain activity will be greatly weakened due to the decline of body functions. It's not that simple. I have lived in this place for most of my life, and the more I live, the less I understand." Zhao Guozi shook his head and sighed, "I have changed my body. Although the brain is still there, the original senses and limbs are all gone. The original preferences and interests will probably change slowly. By then, will I still be myself?" Chen Kaiyongzi said, "Teacher, you are joking. Even if you are a human, the countless atoms in your body are changing and updating at any time, but the main soul does not change, and you are still yourself." Zhao Guozi grinned, You can just lie to others with this. No need to say more. I'll just wait until I figure it out." "So, what are you planning to do by bringing such a handsome young man here today? Have you figured it out and want to get married?" "Not bad, your vision is not bad, only a little weaker than what I had back then, but he's still quite handsome." "That's right, when you have a baby, you can bring it to me to play with when you have time. These robots are still too boring," Chen Kaiyongzi said awkwardly. "Teacher, you're too polite. This is a student in our special class. We brought this kid here because he is using virtual reality to explore ancient ruins, and then crack the detection system there, and is now trying to disassemble the launch system of the Shangun bomb." Zhao Guozi's eyes, which had originally been quite gloomy, suddenly lit up, and he turned his eyes and looked at Li Yi. "You cracked the detection system of the divine light bomb? What technology did you use to crack it?" Li Yi said, "It's not a technical crack. I just found the hidden location of the detection system, and then used the divine skills and mecha skills to remotely smash it in the underground passage." Zhao Guozi was a little disappointed. "Brute force cracking, okay, I thought the technology outside had been iterated to the point where I should be buried. I didn't expect that after so many years, it's still the brute force cracking method. It's not sophisticated at all," Chen Kaiyongzi explained. "Teacher, although Li Yi's cracking can be considered a brute force cracking, it is much more skillful than the reckless brute force cracking. He is definitely a rare talent. I came here today and hoped that the teacher can help and teach Li Yi all the theories related to the divine light bomb you have researched. As long as he successfully verifies it in virtual reality, your theory will have a practical basis, right?" Zhao Guozi nodded and said, "It sounds good, but the problem is, isn't he a mecha master? Is he sure he can learn something as complicated as mine? Why not arrange a mechanic to go in and try to disassemble it? Don't waste my remaining time without being able to teach anything. If that's the case, I might as well enjoy my last moments." Zhao Guozi's words were very impolite. But Chen and Li were not angry. Because Chen Kaiyongzi knew Zhao Guozi's character, sometimes he was just so straightforward and could not be changed. Li Yi did not hear Zhao Guozi's malice. Such an old man, who obviously has such an excellent technical level, has dedicated most of his life to this corner, and deserves respect. Moreover, he is about to enter the end of his life journey. Isn't it right to want to have his last moments? After thinking about it, Li Yi said, "Teacher Zhao Guozi, in fact, I have always been interested in the relevant knowledge of divine weapons, and I have a certain foundation myself. If it is convenient for you, you can send me the relevant information, and I will try to study it myself. What do you think?" "Of course, if possible. I hope the information is comprehensive enough." Zhao Guozi laughed and said, "What a confident young man. According to my original temperament, I was going to refuse you, but maybe I'm dying soon, so I don't have such a bad temper. Since you said so, I will send you everything in a package." "Package everything?" Li Yi's eyes lit up. "Then thank you, Mr. Zhao Guozi." As he said that, he took out his personal communicator and added Zhao Guozi as his friend. Zhao Guozi was also happy to operate on the spot, and sent him information one by one as if it was free. Seeing this, Chen Kaiyongzi no longer forced Li Yi to study with Zhao Guozi. After all, it would be a waste of time for Li Yi to stay here to study for too long. If he could find time to do it himself, it would be even better. Of course, I'm afraid that Li Yi can't understand the information. Thinking of this, Chen Kaiyongzi said, "Teacher, if Li Yi has any questions about the information, can I ask you, as long as it's not a very basic question, feel free." As he said that, Zhao Guozi put his hands behind his back and walked back to the workshop with his crutches. The robot beside him wanted to come up to help him, but he waved it away. "If you have anything to do, come next time. I'm sleepy and want to take a nap. I don't want to be noisy." Chen Kaiyongzi had no choice but to take Li Yi out of the workshop. After walking out of the corridor, Chen Kaiyongzi asked, "Li Yi, are you sure you can understand all these materials? It's okay. If you can't understand, you can check the internet and major knowledge bases, okay? If you get stuck, remember to ask Teacher Zhao Guozi and keep in touch with him at all times. If he doesn't reply for more than 6 hours, you must tell me as soon as possible," Chen Kaiyongzi carefully reminded. Li Yi understood that Chen Kaiyongzi was worried that Zhao Guozi would quietly pass away while sleeping. After thinking about it, Li Yi asked, "Did Teacher Zhao Guozi really refuse to undergo brain transplant surgery because he was afraid that he would no longer be himself?" Chen Kaiyongzi shook his head and said, "I don't know. Teacher Zhao Guozi is a very strange person. I have never understood him, but I admire him and am very grateful to him." There was a bit of loneliness in his words. It seems that Zhao Guozi, the elder, probably occupies an ecological niche similar to that of a grandfather in Chen Kaiyongzi's growth experience. Although Li Yi did not know the specific past of the two, he came to this conclusion based on the details of the communication and their expressions. After returning to the training hall, Li Yi wanted to challenge Chen Kaiyongzi to another match to stimulate him and speed up the generation of the fourth divine gene. Unexpectedly, Chen Kaiyongzi's personal communication kept ringing, as if there was something urgent. Li Yi had no choice but to watch Chen Kaiyongzi leave. Chen Kaiyongzi's expression this time seems to be more solemn than ever before. Li Yi touched his chin and thought to himself, "It's better not to be bad news." As a result, the next day, bad news really came. When Li Yi learned the news, it was still Xiaodong who broke the news. "Oh my god, a big event. The advanced team was wiped out. A mid-level Mecha Master and 4 senior junior Mecha Masters all died in the 5th level. The instructor of Class 1 has already reported this matter. I guess the instructor will explain it after our training starts." Chapter 81 Reward. Xiaodong had just finished revealing the information, and before everyone could discuss it, Chen Kaiyongzi strode into the training hall. "Everyone, assemble." Everyone quickly assembled. Chen Kaiyongzi looked around at everyone and said straight to the point, "I believe many people have seen the relevant news on the internal network. Until just now, the official news has been confirmed. Now, let me inform you, the advanced team had an accident after entering the 5th level, and all of them died at 17 minutes of the 2nd standard time yesterday afternoon. The Fleet's Ruins Exploration Department has confirmed the accuracy of the news. War exists at any time. Exploring ruins should not be taken lightly. As a Mecha Master, we stand at the forefront of human evolution, at the forefront of human resistance to aliens, and at the strongest front of ancient civilization development. We need to have the arrogance to treat life and death as a matter of course, and also the humility to respect our ancestors and mourn the merits of the past. At this moment, let us mourn for our predecessors, colleagues, and comrades for 3 minutes. After speaking, Chen Kaiyongzi bowed his head first and mourned. Although everyone was shocked, the rumors were already spreading all over the place on the internet or various channels. At this moment, they naturally quickly entered a state of silence. Although many people had never met the advanced team and had no emotional connection with them, they saw Chen Kaiyongzi's unprecedented heaviness and were quickly infected by the solemn atmosphere. Li Yi was the same. The 3-minute silence ended. Chen Kaiyongzi said, "Regarding this matter, I believe many students would like to know the details. After all, everyone is half a participant in the incident. Unfortunately, we still don't know the details, what exactly happened and what powerful enemy they met. All the information records have not been sent back. We only know that they found an intact C-level upgrade pool in the 4th level, and then next to the upgrade pool, they found an entrance to the 5th level. After entering the 5th level, they lost contact. It was not until half an hour ago that the soul imprint they left on the Divine Lighthouse completely disappeared, and the news of their death was completely confirmed. As for the rumors that circulated before, it is likely that someone is deliberately fanning the flames and disrupting the fleet. The supervisory department has been dispatched to verify the channels through which various messages flow. Have any of you ever posted messages on the intranet, in various groups, or on network devices? As soon as these words came out, some people in the team below showed strange colors. Chen Kai-ongzi said, confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely, confess as soon as possible now, there will be a chance of rescue later. If you are directly investigated by the supervision department, I can't save you either. Now, I'll count to 3. If you exceed this time, don't blame me for not helping you later. At this time, Chen Liji raised his hand in the crowd and said, Instructor, I just saw someone post it on the intranet, and I forwarded the message on a whim. Chen Kai-ongzi said, very good, there is a patrol car of the supervision department waiting at the door. You can go over, as long as you take the initiative to report, do not conceal the facts. And admit your mistakes. I believe it will only be a minor punishment, Chen Liji said shyly. Instructor, do you really want to go to the supervision department? Chen Kai-ongzi shouted, go now. The sound was like thunder, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Chen Liji was frightened and fell to the ground. Why are you still standing there? Speed, run now. Chen Liji gritted his teeth and trotted. Chen Kai-ongzi continued, are there any others? You only have one chance. If you miss it, don't blame the instructor for being ruthless later. No movement. Chen Kai-ongzi nodded slightly. It seems that there are no more. That's good. If the supervision department finds such a person in a few days, even if your crime is very small, you will be expelled from the special class and your authority will be reduced to level 0. I have said that I will not accept surrender now. Training begins. Lunch. The group members gathered together. Kazayadong said, I was really scared. Fortunately, I just saw the message and didn't forward it. Tan Horn said curiously, I remember Chen Lin from our class should have posted about this on the intranet, right? Although he deleted it quickly, I remember it had at least 50 views. What's wrong with his brain that he thought it was impossible to find him and didn't surrender to the instructor? Zhang Zuqiang said, maybe he was lucky, or when he figured it out, the instructor had already made it clear that he would not accept surrenders, so he gave up. Li Yi said thoughtfully, maybe, this guy really has a problem. Everyone became curious after hearing Li Yi's remarks. Li Yi, what have you seen? Analyze it. Li Yi laughed and said, forget it. I am not suitable to participate in this kind of thing. I'd better train honestly and become stronger. This simple life suits me, Kazayadong said. Damn, Li Yi must have seen something this time. Since you saw it, why didn't you report it to the instructor? Li Yi shrugged and said, the instructor has been watching it for a long time. Do you think she didn't see anything? Okay, let's not discuss this matter anymore. It's easy to cause problems and disrupt the layout of some big guys. Everyone was immediately nervous. But it was not good to force Li Yi to talk anymore. They could only change the subject and talk about something else. Zhuo Ying happened to ask a question. What is there in the 5th level that can wipe out a vanguard team with such a strong configuration? Kazayadong pondered. The opponents are mostly at the level of manta rays that are proficient in divinity, and there are more than one. Sun Duxiu counted on his fingers and said, in fact, our current strength configuration should be very close to that of the vanguard team. My strength can be regarded as a regular mid-level evolver. Yao Shiwen is a weaker mid-level evolver, and Tan Horn's strength is also very close to that of a mid-level evolver. This barely counts as 3. Li Yi's strength should be regarded as a stronger mid-level evolver, which makes 4. Zhang Zuqiang's strength is not bad either, and the others have made great progress recently. Counting this way, are we actually about the same as the vanguard team? Yao Shiwen said speechlessly. It's far worse, okay? The advanced team is battle-hardened, and the practical experience is several times that of ours, or even higher. Li Yi can fight them head-on, but the others, including you, Sun Duxiu, may not be able to do it yet. They need more practice. Moreover, the advanced team has a real middle-level evolver to support them. What does this mean? It means that his divine skills can cover at least 100 kilometers. Sun Duxiu, how many kilometers can you cover now? Sun Duxiu scratched his head and said, the limit is more than 30 kilometers, which is already very powerful among the initial evolvers. Right, Kazayadong was slightly shocked and said, Sun Duxiu, you can actually cover 30 kilometers, so strong? Isn't your divine skill at close-range tearing? Sun Duxiu said proudly. I also have a long-range skill. I won't go into details, but it must have a coverage range of 30 kilometers. Everyone was amazed. Zhang Zuiyun asked curiously, Sister Wan, how many kilometers does your divine skill cover? Pharmacist Wan said, I can cover about 20 kilometers. But to be honest, at such a long distance, if the firing rate is not fast enough, it is actually useless. It is easy for the opponent to discover and dodge. You still have to get closer to shoot, or shoot at fixed targets. Li Yu's shockwave firing rate is amazing, and the coverage range is also large. When he first comprehended it, the limit could reach 20 kilometers. Now that he has improved so much, he estimates that it should be no problem to shoot beyond the range of 40 to 50 kilometers. But to be honest, at such a long distance, even if the firing rate is fast, it is easy to be discovered. Those who can hide are generally not strong. This kind of long-range skill is only effective in clearing miscellaneous soldiers and fixed targets. For example, the Divine Light bullet launcher they found before was originally suitable for being directly smashed by divine skills. However, there are two of them, and the stacking interval and coverage range require a range of at least 80 kilometers to deal with it. Therefore, they did not consider using divine skills to solve it at all. As for the advanced team, they only used the divine shield to pass this level, most likely because they wanted to seize these divine light bombs and were reluctant to destroy them directly. Thinking of this, Li Yu said, I am now studying the relevant information about the divine light bombs. Combined with our last disassembly and exploration records, I feel that we have gained a lot. We should be able to seize this thing next time. However, since the advanced team has been wiped out, the next virtual ruins exploration will probably have some surprises, or changes. Even if our quota is stable, I will cautiously advise everyone not to take risks easily before they are sure. During this period, I suggest that everyone stay and practice more, strong and weak battles, and enhanced stimulation. The effect will definitely be better. Hearing this, everyone nodded seriously. After all, the advanced team's previous experience did ring the alarm bell in their hearts. Since Li Yu said so, they just went with the flow. The next day, the training camp ended the day, and those who stayed to practice more went back one after another. Li Yu turned off the lights in the training hall and prepared to fall asleep next to the Pluto Mecha to continue capturing actual combat memory fragments. So late today, with a snap, the lights automatically turned on. It was Chen Kaiyongzi who came over. At this moment, her eyes were slightly tired, her steps were light, and she was not as steady and powerful as before. It seemed that Chen Kaiyongzi had dealt with a lot of chores in the past 2 days. She consumed a lot of emotions. Li Yu turned around and saw Chen Kaiyongzi's tired face. His heart moved slightly and he said, Today, I expected that the instructor must have accumulated some negative emotions, so I stayed here on purpose to create an opportunity for the instructor to release emotional pressure, so that our class would not suffer tomorrow. Chen Kaiyongzi laughed and said, Create an opportunity to release emotional pressure? What tricks do you want to play? This trick. As soon as the voice fell, Li Yu accelerated on the spot and suddenly rushed towards Chen Kaiyongzi. With this acceleration, every step that landed on the ground was a triple shock, which made the speed and distance of his single step reach the extreme. This is a new technique he created recently after absorbing a lot of memories. His fighting skills are beginning to break through to perfection. His body control has been improved again. Combined with his recent good physical condition, he has created a new technique. He called this move the threefold sky step. Every time he steps on the ground to accelerate, it is a threefold shock. When he uses this move, his personal movement speed will be increased to the limit, as fast as an afterimage. After completing several steps on the ground to accelerate, he can even jump 50 meters horizontally. At this moment, Li Yu's amazing acceleration really surprised Chen Kaiyongzi. The speed can actually match that of a senior middle-level evolver. At this moment, Li Yu was only 5 meters away from Chen Kaiyongzi at the door. He pulled his shoulders and arms, jumped forward, and threw a fierce punch. Boom! In a hurry, Chen Kaiyongzi blocked with his right palm, but for the first time, he failed to block Li Yu's heavy punch. He could only passively move his body backwards and use the Tiger Hidden style of the Tiger Strike flow to resolve the violent impact. Bang! Chen Kaiyongzi's body flew straight back, and when he was about to hit the wall, he flipped forward, stepped on the wall with both feet, and kicked hard. Boom! The air wave rolled. Chen Kaiyongzi's body was ejected forward. A huge dent was immediately formed in the 8-centimeter thick steel door. Chen Kaiyongzi, who was ejected, suddenly overlapped with the figure of Li Yu who was running at high speed. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two white lines collided at high speed. Good boy, dare to sneak attack me, instructor, Use your real full strength to beat me up. The more you beat me up, the faster your emotions will be released, and the faster your pressure will subside. If you want to fight so much, then it's as you wish. I've been waiting for the instructor in full strength for a long time. Li Yu became more and more excited as he fought. That's right, this kind of hearty feeling is definitely far beyond virtual reality. Only real hand-to-hand combat and real competition can inspire his divinity so deeply. The fourth divine gene was about to be stimulated. In the confrontation, the two were evenly matched, leaping and jumping, punching and kicking, and changing in thousands of ways. Suddenly, Chen Kai-ongzi laughed, and the corners of his eyes and eyebrows showed a rare pleasure. Full strength? No, this time I plan to fight you with 10% of my strength. You can make me burst out such power at this stage. You are indeed a genius. I was far inferior to you at the beginning, but now don't blame me for bullying the weak. Today, I will let you see the power I have suppressed for a long time. Li Yi, see my horror, 10%? Li Yi, he thought he had overestimated Chen Kai-ongzi's hidden strength as much as possible. Unexpectedly, Chen Kai-ongzi hid so deeply? Is she a top upper evolver? Or a heavenly one? Boom. Li Yi saw Chen Kai-ongzi's start and had a prediction, but his body reaction could not keep up with the action at all. He was hit by a punch in the chest and flew out directly. Far away, he landed on his feet and slid for 20 to 30 meters before he came to a stop. The moment he stopped, Chen Kai-ongzi had already rushed over, and his fist was in front of him at an incredible speed. Bang! Li Yu was thrown out again. In mid-air, he did not do anything to relieve the impact, but began to adjust his breathing, stimulate the blood and qi in his body, and directly launched the explosive skills. Not only that, he calmed down, and his soul completely entered a state of absolute emptiness in which everything was abandoned, leaving only the battle. The amazing characteristics of the Pluto's divinity began to be stimulated. The vague sense of coldness, and even the deeply hidden sense of hell, also emanated. The air temperature dropped below 0 o'clock in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Li Yu rolled to the ground and barely avoided the punch that followed from Chen Kai-ongzi. Then, he stepped on the ground and forcibly launched a four-fold air step that exceeded the limit of his body, quickly catching up with Chen Kai-ongzi and punching out a dazzling punch like a meteor. Bang! Chen Kai-ongzi blocked the punch with his hand. Instantly, a large amount of frost condensed, and the cold air penetrated his body. Even Chen Kai-ongzi's highly evolved body couldn't help but tremble and retreated rapidly. Surprise flashed in his eyes, and Chen Kai-ongzi gritted his teeth secretly. I really used 10% of my strength, but I still can't take this kid down. I don't believe it. Come again. 3 hours later. Instructor, is this really 10% of your strength? Are you fooling me? Of course. Why should I fool you? Instructor, then are you satisfied? Are you released? Not bad. Your current strength is barely qualified for me to relax my muscles and bones. Just relax my muscles and bones, almost. Otherwise you still want me to break my bones. Then I hope I can achieve this achievement one day. Then work hard, of course. Well, thank you for tonight. Why are you polite? Instructor, whenever you want, just ask. I want it anytime. The lights in the training hall were quietly turned off. The next day, Xiaodong was shocked and said, damn, you have condensed a fourth divine gene. Li Yu frowned and said, such a big fluctuation? Your eyesight can actually see it. What do you mean by my eyesight? I am the second smartest and second most intelligent person in our group, Xiaodong said shamelessly, but Li Yi, your aura does fluctuate a lot. It's actually a divine gene of the wind god sequence. It seems that your luck is not particularly good. Li Yi smiled and said, it's not the Pluto divine gene, so it means you have bad luck? Wrong, my goal is to condense many sequences. I can generate the first divine gene other than Pluto, which means my progress is still very fast. That's right. You basically generate one a week now. You won't reach the middle position in 2 months, right? Xiaodong thought about it carefully and was immediately envious. Li Yu thought for a while and said, it seems that it is not a bad idea to try harder. Jealousy makes me split apart. Sun Duxiu came over and sighed. Alice, if I can only condense the 9th divine gene, I might be able to beat Li Yi. Unfortunately, I haven't succeeded yet. Xiaodong couldn't help asking, why do you have to have the 9th gene to beat him? Now you have 8 genes, why can't you beat Li Yi who has 4 genes? This question caused Sun Duxiu to ponder. Oh, yes, why? Am I not strong enough? Tan Haren came over and said with a smile. Obviously, Li Yi's fighting skills are too strong. Sun Duxiu scratched his head with both hands and said in confusion, why is my fighting skills improving so slowly? With so many techniques, my physique should have improved to such a level. I should have mastered them long ago, right? Why, where's the gap? Li Yi said, the biggest gap lies in the awareness of using skills. Skills are not absolutely invincible, and strength is not absolutely invincible. Only the awareness of the fighter can be absolutely invincible. If you understand this sentence, you will have the opportunity to make further progress in actual combat. Sun Duxiu said, I understand your awareness, but I can't do it. Knowing and doing are not unified, Li Yi said, knowing and doing are not unified, which means that you haven't really known. If you really know, you will naturally know how to do it. Xiaodong wiped his sweat and said, are all your communication as fighting masters so philosophical? Li Yi smiled and said, it's just bragging. Sun Duxiu didn't pay attention to what Li Yi said later and fell into deep thought. Because he was too focused on thinking, he even made several mistakes in the morning gravity training and was almost crushed by gravity. Practical training in the afternoon training camp. His opponent was Zhang Zufei, who is currently ranked 7th. He was unexpectedly knocked over by Zhang Zufei and lost unexpectedly. Thus, Zhang Zufei avenged her previous defeat to Li Yi and recovered from her previous failure. She won the 4th place in the class in one fell swoop. She was radiant and her royal face became unusually beautiful. Sun Duxiu was still in this trance, which caused the group members to worry. Sun Duxiu, is he possessed? Tan Haren said worriedly. Possessed? Tan Haren, I didn't expect you to be so superstitious. Xiaodong laughed, and then said seriously, I think Sun Duxiu is in the legendary state that fighting masters dream of, enlightenment. Once he succeeds in enlightenment, he will become a god on the spot. Yao Shiwen said speechlessly, don't talk nonsense here, don't lead the ignorant girl astray. She was talking about Zhang Zuowen. When she heard Xiaodong talking about enlightenment, her eyes lit up like a light bulb. Li Yi said, this may be a case of being possessed, or he may be really obsessed. Don't worry about him. Wait for a while, and maybe Sun Duxiu will really realize something different. Xiaodong heard what Li Yi said, and immediately said sourly, I just said this casually. Sun Duxiu will not really realize some amazing skills, and then he will really be able to beat a lot of people, right? Li Yi was not worried that Sun Duxiu would catch up with him. This was the absolute confidence he had developed after absorbing countless memories in the field of fighting and experiencing countless actual battles. In his opinion, if someone in the group can really grow, then it is worth celebrating. In a blink of an eye, the time for the 5th exploration came. This time, Chen Kaiyongzi spoke carefully. For this exploration of the ruins, the Mecha Corps has jointly issued a bounty mission. Task content: investigate the cause of death of the advance team, and provide detailed strategy intelligence. Task reward amount, starting from 6,000 W star coins, capped at 300 million star coins. The more complete the intelligence and the clearer the evidence, the higher the value. If there are other important and additional gains, the bounty can be stacked depending on the situation. In addition, there are several B-level and C-level divine weapons. If the investigation results, intelligence, and evidence chain are very sufficient, they can be used as rewards depending on the situation. I will announce the specific list of divine weapons on the light screen. Now I will give you 5 minutes to read the relevant intelligence materials and the detailed guidance information of the task. As soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't help but raise his hand and asked, Instructor, then our group that is still exploring the 1st and 2nd levels, won't we miss this bounty and divine weapons? Chen Kaiyongzi nodded and said, it's obvious, isn't it? Since this is an exploration mission for the 5th level, it is naturally a reward for the team that has the strength to enter the 5th level. If you are weak, practice more, and you will always have a chance in the future. But now, if there is a hope of completing this reward, there are at most 3 teams in the entire special class. I can even say shamelessly that only Li Yi's team has the possibility to complete it, not even Zhou Huaz's team in Class 1, but possibilities are possibilities, and maybe Li Yi's team can't do it, which is the most likely thing to happen. You who are exploring the periphery, use your brains more, maybe you can find other clues. In short, don't give up all opportunities, think more, understand. The man could only say, I understand, whether it is really understood or realized, it is not certain. Everyone began to enter the virtual reality. In mid-air, The mechas fell calmly. Xingyu worriedly said, Sun Juxiu hasn't come out of this state of madness yet. Isn't he completely crazy? Li Yu pondered and said, it's hard to say. Maybe he will really understand after another high-intensity battle. The pharmacist said, don't worry about him. If there's a problem, the AI will detect it and submit a medical alert. That's right. By the way, Li Yu, the bounty mission of the 5th level, investigating the cause of death, are we going to do it? Li Yu said, of course we can do it. I also want to find out what is under the ruins. But since there is a sea-level upgrade pool in the 4th level, our focus this time is to find the location of the sea-level upgrade pool after getting the Divine Light Bomb. If there is still energy left, it won't be too late to investigate later. 25 minutes later. The mechas were familiar with the road, and they quickly reached the area of the Divine Light Bomb at full speed. Originally, Li Yu wanted to hunt the giant manta ray again. But since the advance team was wiped out, he also planned to change direction, first clarify the matter of the upgrade pool, and then attack the 5th level. Since the advance team was wiped out, the strength inside must be suitable for the team members to experience the desperate gap. Under Li Yu's arrangement, the old trick was used again, and all the mechas were hidden in the cave dug next to the Divine Light Bomb. On the sidelines, it was still Xingyu. This time, Li Yu commanded and Xingyu operated. Just in case, it still had to be done this way to prevent failure and being bombed, and being eliminated early. At this moment, the Mingfeng Mecha began to operate according to Li Yu's instructions. Everyone's heart was lifted. 10 seconds passed. Safe. 1 minute passed, still safe. Finally, 3 minutes passed, and the innermost launch black box of the Divine Light Bomb and the ammunition black box were successfully removed. Xingyu in the cockpit was stunned. Damn, Li Yi, you are really good. You can really do it after only 1 week of learning? Li Yi smiled faintly. Of course, it's not as simple as 1 week. Instead, he repeatedly pondered over the various materials given by Zhao Guozi in his spare time, and discussed with Zhao Guozi from time to time, stimulating the generation of various parallel memories in dreams by increasing daily behaviors, and then digesting and absorbing them. Combined with the various explosion trigger points they recorded last time, this was the reason for the success this time. The hard work involved is beyond the reach of outsiders. However, thanks to this, Li Yu also truly got into the application of ancient technology, and was no longer in the state of only understanding human technology before. At the same time, AI Zaichi's voice also came, congratulations on providing a very complete record and intelligence of the disassembly of the Divine Light Bomb, which will also make a significant contribution to the future exploration of other relics by mankind. This is the top intelligence of the SS level. Because it is highly executable and has strong reference value, it is estimated to be 500 million star coins. At the same time, due to your outstanding contributions, you will also receive different proportions of war merits. Among them, Li Yu, the leader of this intelligence acquisition, won 2,000 war merits. The main executor Xingyu won 500 war merits. Zhuo Ying, who participated in the whole process, won 500 war merits. The rest of the team has contributed throughout the whole process, and each won 200 war merits. Thank you again for your contribution to all mankind. As soon as the voice fell, everyone went crazy. Damn, Xingyu, this can give you 500 war merits without doing anything. I'm so envious. Sun Juxiu actually came out of his mad state and started shouting. Not to mention Sun Juxiu, the other people were also very envious. That's a war merit. What a good thing. Many experienced mecha masters may not have it. Xingyu said proudly, who told you not to be the first one to go? This is the reward for being brave, although Zhuo Ying also got 500 military merits. But she stimulated her divinity throughout the whole process, and no one else could grab that position except her. Therefore, everyone's focus was on the showy Xingyu. Li Yu was also slightly delighted. Not bad, 2,000 military merits. Can already allow him to upgrade his authority to level 3, right? Moreover, there are many hidden benefits and military merits, which can be unlocked one by one. Okay, don't get excited, Li Yu said, since things are going so smoothly. Our next step is to quickly go to the 4th level to see if we can find the entrance to the 5th level and investigate the cause of death of the advanced team. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Laboratory. Although Li Yu said so, the discussion about war merits did not stop when they entered the 4th level. Tan Horn said, in fact, 200 war merits are not bad. Many items that originally required authority to exchange can also be obtained by war merits. Zhang Zuyan asked, for example, a lot. For example, the high-energy alien meat we often buy is actually just a low-end version. The high-energy alien meat that is truly raised with divine energy generally requires level 4 authority to purchase, and level 5 authority has a free quota of 1 per month, and 5 war merits can buy 1. If you take it out to exchange for star coins, 1 war merit can at least exchange for 50,000 star coins. That is to say, 200 war merits are worth at least 10 million. Of course, war merits are prohibited from private circulation. If we want to make them valuable, we can only exchange them in the war merit library. Fortunately, I heard that the things in the war merit library are all good things. People outside the fleet may not be able to buy them even if they spend more than 10 times the money. Tan Horn's popular science also made Xiaodong more and more arrogant. This wave is really a gift from heaven. Xiaodong, you have to treat us at the next party, otherwise I will kill you. Xiaodong said reservedly, it's a small problem, a little money is nothing. Xiaodong, regard money as dirt. Next time, I will take care of it. Yao Shiwan, don't fight with me. As they spoke, everyone had already returned to the last place where they left after the time limit expired. In the darkness. With a high-intensity information collection ability, the mechas can distinguish the details of the huge corridor in front. However, as they went deeper into the corridor, everyone was a little surprised to find that the available information they could collect was getting less and less. This time, it was even more like a blind man walking on the road. The voice information fed back on the public channel also became gradually thinner and showed intermittent characteristics. Do you want to go deeper? Zhang Zuqiang asked solemnly. Li Yu did not answer, but called AI Zaichi, this corridor can absorb all kinds of information. Is your virtual calculation the same result? AI Zaichi replied, not sure, this is just a feedback information flow given by the control authority of the ruins, I just present it truthfully. In other words, this corridor may also be disguised by the control authority, right? Li Yu said in a deep voice. AI Zaichi replied, not sure, but this possibility cannot be ruled out, because the advance team has not arrived at this place, and it is impossible to verify each other. Li Yu nodded slightly and said to everyone, let's exit this corridor and act quickly. Everyone heard AI Zaichi's answer and raised the alarm. At this moment, when Li Yu said this, they naturally no longer hesitated and retreated quickly. After 3 minutes, everyone exited the corridor one after another. Li Yu, did you notice anything? Yao Shiwen asked. Li Yu said, not sure, the uncertainty in this place is too high, so I want to change a path with higher certainty. Are there other paths? Everyone was excited. Li Yu said so he must have discovered something. Li Yu pondered and said, we need to test it. Next, Tan Horn, Yao Shiwen, and Zhang Zuqiang. The 4 of us will try to dive into the lower layer of the magma and search for hidden paths. The 4 of them are respectively the god of fire and the god of ice. Li Yu's Pluto characteristic also has the ability to freeze, which is just right for exploring high-temperature environments such as magma. The surface temperature of the magma is not high, about 1 or 2,000 degrees. Although it can melt most metals, it is not a big problem for the divine Mecha. The key is the temperature of the inner layer. Magma often reflects the internal temperature of the planet. Based on the size of this planet, the internal temperature is probably not low. Xiaodong said, then the rest of us will wait here. Li Yu said, stand by first and wait for our signal at any time. As he spoke, he jumped into the cliff in front and fell into the magma. The other 3 people were not big and quickly followed. After a while, the 3 of them also dived deep into it one after another. Soon, in the sticky obstruction like a swamp, the Pluto Mecha continued to sink. After the long-range detection and information collection system was turned on, the clear sensing range was indeed greatly reduced to only a few hundred meters. Although it can still sense farther away, the clarity is naturally much worse than before, which is equivalent to taking off the high myopia glasses that you have been wearing for years. Pharmacist 1, Tan Horn, Zhang Zuqiang, can you receive the information smoothly? Smoothly, the 3 answered in succession. Very good, each of us will take a position, and we will explore in 4 directions. If we don't find anything, we will return to the original point within 10 minutes. If we find something, we will quickly report it on the public frequency. Received. The 4 mechas acted quickly. In the magma layer, everyone's movement was hindered and the speed decreased, but they quickly moved away from the crash point. At this time, the internal temperature has reached 3,000 or 4,000 degrees, and the internal pressure has also increased. The load on the driver is quite large. 3 minutes later, Zhang Zuqiang sent back a message. I found the eggshell of a giant creature here. It hasn't hatched yet, so I have avoided it. Immediately afterwards, Yao Shuan also sent back a message. I found a huge deep cave, a U-shaped cave that can isolate the magma. 6 minutes later, Tan Horn said, I found the remains of a divine mecha. The torso is intact, but the limbs are incomplete. The height is about 58 meters, and the whole body is covered with purple lightning patterns. Wait. AI Zaichi came to inform me. She told me that this is the exclusive mecha of a member of the advanced team, a Thor sequence C-level explosive magnetic mecha. This information surprised everyone. Li Yu said, Tan Horn, report the position. Everyone, assemble at Tan Horn. After a while, the 4 mechas gathered at the location found by Tan Horn. Everyone watched in silence as the Pluto mecha started to explore the specific situation of the mecha. Of course, in the thick magma, it is not to see, but to collect a lot of information and make up the specific picture in the mind. Tan Horn shook his head. What a miserable way to die. Half of the head of the divine mecha was destroyed. After a while, Li Yu said, it should be bitten off by a giant creature. A 58-meter Class C mecha can be bitten off in one bite. It shows how cruel it is. Then, the Pluto mecha observed the surrounding area and collected information. Then he said, Pharmacist Wan, report the location of the cave you found, and then lead the way. Zhang Zuqiang was stunned. Is it over? Don't take the wreckage away, Li Yu said. It's enough for the wreckage to be recorded by AI Zaichi. After all, this is just a virtual reality. The cave discovered by Pharmacist Wan should be the specific place where the body was dumped, or in other words, the place where this divine mecha escaped. What do you mean? The 3 asked hurriedly. Li Yu said, it is very likely that the explosive magnetic mecha was bitten off its head by a huge creature that caught up with it before or after it escaped from the cave, and it died instantly, while the divine mecha lost control and fell directly into the magma. Tan Horn was surprised and said, but the 2 places are several kilometers apart. How is this possible? Is there a vortex in the magma? Li Yu said, yes, it is a vortex. Because the internal pressure here is extremely high, any slight turbulence will result in a high vortex intensity. Moreover, you can observe the body of the explosive magnetic mecha. There are many traces left by the impact of high-intensity magma vortexes. Since the magma under us is relatively calm now, 2 possibilities are derived from this. The first possibility is that the explosive magnetic mecha was hit by the vortex. The second possibility is that the scars on the explosive magnetic mecha that have not yet recovered were caused by an opponent who mastered magma-type divine skills. In view of the fact that no passage entrance has been found nearby, Tan Horn nodded suddenly. I understand, so the answer can only be the first one. Let's go. Go to the cave discovered by Pharmacist Wan and confirm the situation. Li Yu also sent a signal to the 4 people on standby, giving the direction and asking them to gather at the cave entrance. Soon, under the magma layer, a number of divine mechas floated up, with magma dripping from their huge bodies, and they walked step by step towards the cave that was not invaded by magma. The entrance of this cave is very large, and it can accommodate at least 150-meter class giant creatures. 8 mechas entered one after another, but they looked particularly petite. Li Yu, is this the path to the 5th level? Should we go in directly now instead of looking for the C-level upgrade pool? Ziadong asked. Li Yu said, the original plan was to find the upgrade pool first, but now it seems that the hidden map of the 4th and 5th levels we are in is very separated from the map found by the advanced team. I am afraid that we can't go directly. In this case, let's go with the flow and investigate the situation of the advanced team, Zhang Zuyan worriedly said. Then we won't be wiped out immediately, right? This possibility is not small, but since we have already gained merit this time, it doesn't matter if we are wiped out, right? Li Yu's voice was gentle and soothing. Everyone must be vigilant. Maybe the opponent we will encounter next will be an unprecedented terrifying enemy. Maybe you will be killed in an instant, but don't be afraid. After all, it is a virtual reality. It will be more beneficial to die a few more times. It was the first time that everyone heard Li Yi's gentle tone, and they immediately got goosebumps. Nothing else, just scared. Xingyu immediately realized and said, Li Yi, you didn't predict something and give us a shot of prevention. Li Yi smiled and shook his head and said, Xingyu, you are confused. What's the point of predicting such an obvious result? If we go there with this configuration, it will definitely be the same as sending ourselves to die. The difference lies in whether we can figure out the cause within this period of time. If we can earn the reward, we will have a place to get our divine weapon. This made everyone excited. Yes, the divine weapon. Sun Duxi was confused and asked, what divine weapons? Xingyu suddenly realized, you just came out of your mad state, you haven't figured it out yet, right? If we investigate the situation and get detailed information on the 5th level strategy, we may be able to get the divine weapons offered by the headquarters. Sun Duxi asked curiously, what kind of weapons are they? Let me think about it. Basic D level or C level melee weapons, as well as flying equipment, land gliding equipment, long range weapons, etc. There are quite a few types that can be connected to the divine and stimulate powerful functions. They are also ancient technological items, which make people drool just by looking at them. Xingyu listed them all and explained them in detail. Tan Haran smiled and said, you remember them very clearly. Xingyu said, of course, the weakest in the group now are me and Zuo Ying, and Zuo Ying at least has special auxiliary skills, so of course I want to earn a divine weapon and improve my combat power. As they talked, everyone continued to go deeper into the cave, and gradually came to the vicinity of the cave entrance. A light spot was faintly coming from the front. Along the way, Li Yi observed the traces on the ground and said, the opponent is a huge creature with a body length of about 150 meters. It is proficient in using divinity and has a high defense breaking power. It is very difficult. Zuo Ying, check the smell. Has the position ahead dissipated? Zuo Ying observed for a while and said, it is far away. The smell is very faint. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a hell level right at the beginning. Li Yi smiled and said, everyone don't have to worry too much. At worst, we can switch to high-intensity training. This is much more dangerous than our actual combat training. It is definitely worth it. As he spoke, the Pluto Mecha took the lead and quickly stepped out of the cave. A not very wide space appeared in front of everyone. On the left and right, there were huge cages, giant eggs, and huge transparent culture tubes. In front was a straight road leading to a building that was only about 30 meters high. Behind the building, there was a huge passage that extended to an unknown place. Damn, is this the laboratory of the ancients? Everyone could not hide their shock. This structure and this arrangement, it is hard to say that it is not a laboratory left by the ancients. Li Yi observed for a moment and said, this place may be a laboratory left by aliens, or it may be a laboratory left by civilized species other than the ancients. Yao Xuan's heart moved slightly. Is it because these devices are inconsistent with the style of ancient technology? Li Yi nodded and said, yes, it just so happens that I have done some special research this week to get the divine light bomb. And I have some experience in the style and manufacturing characteristics of ancient technology. The biggest problem with these objects in front of us is that they are not divine objects. They all take advantage of the slow change of materials inside the ruins, and directly use a large amount of drugs to force these ancient creatures into deep sleep. Looking at these traces on the ground and some broken parts, the advance team should have accidentally awakened the sleeping giant creatures in other places, and were killed one by one, and the explosion mech that escaped was killed here by another giant creature that had already awakened. Yao Xuan asked, Li Yi, how can you be sure that the one the magnetic explosion mech encountered was already awakened? The Pluto Mecha pointed to a black object under a broken culture tube in front of it. Li Yi said, look, what is this? Tan Haran said in surprise, is this the fist of the magnetic explosion mecha? Yes, the key is that the ground is first cracked material, and then the magnetic explosion mecha's broken fist is on top. Then you can see the traces of nutrient solution on the ground that did not exist yet, which means that the giant creature had already left the culture tube before that. As it spoke, the Pluto Mecha pointed to the huge pillar behind the culture tube and said, then, it attached to the huge pillar, in a state of waking up, until the magnetic explosion mecha accidentally broke into this place. Sun Duxiu asked, attached to the huge pillar? Could it be a giant snake-like creature? Li Yi shook his head and said, it feels like a slime creature, or a giant jellyfish. or a giant squid. The evidence is the traces of movement around it, which is more like wriggling than the twisting of a snake. As it spoke, the Pluto Mecha suddenly popped out of the insertion cabin and fell to the ground. Li, why did you come down suddenly? It's safe here now. I'm going to take a look at the laboratory. Zuo Ying, you and Sun Duxi are in charge of alert. Everyone else can come down. Let's hurry up and search the things inside, Pharmacist 1 said worriedly. Despite this, you don't have to come down by yourself. After all, your startup time has not yet exceeded 10 minutes. What if an enemy suddenly comes? Li Yi smiled and said, I still have some understanding of ancient technology at present. It will probably be a waste of time for the rest of you to go. It will be a pity if you miss some important information. Xiaodong couldn't help asking, but you said this is not a laboratory left by other civilized races. Yes, but this does not affect the possible existence of relevant information about ancient technology inside, because this civilized race must also be studying ancient technology, otherwise it would have built a laboratory in this place. Li Yi said calmly, don't worry, I have confirmed the traces and the dormant state of the surrounding giant creatures. Those who can wake up have woken up long ago, and the slime creature has escaped from here, and it probably won't think of coming here to cause trouble, so it's safe here in the short term. Of course, this was Li Yi fooling them. Theoretically it was safe, but the risk still existed. However, considering that if the information was not collected quickly, the subsequent risk would be greater. Therefore, Li Yi asked everyone to get off the plane and search directly. Chapter 83 Organs. The style of the building is very strange, and the whole thing looks like a huge black gourd. There is a big sphere on each floor. There are 4 pillars hanging from the front. When you get closer, you will find that the pillars are fist-sized spheres built vertically, which is completely inconsistent with a conventional mechanical structure. In addition, the reason why the building is visually black is because its material coating has strong light absorption. If there were no stairs, doors, and air convection at the front, from a human perspective, it is really possible to mistake this huge building for a mural on the wall. At this moment, Li Yi quickly walked to the door, observed for a while, found nothing unusual, and stepped in directly. The height of the door is about 3 meters. After entering, the height of the small doors on both sides is 2 meters and 5 or 6 meters. It can be seen that the height of this alien civilization creature is slightly taller than that of humans, but most of them are about the same overall. After entering, it is found that the interior of the building is quite spacious. The width is 40 meters, with an open space in the middle like a reception room. The ground is covered with a light gray solid color coating, and a low table similar to a coffee table is placed in the corner. The overall interior style is obviously not the type commonly used by humans or in history. There are 2 entrances on both sides of the open space. Li Yi observed for a while and was about to step into the passage on the right. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. It seems that there is no identity recognition procedure. Yao Shuan caught up from the back. Li Yi nodded and said, this is also the reason why I got off the Pluto Mecha without hesitation. It seems that the owner of this laboratory has neglected the security measures for his own laboratory because he is too confident in the confidentiality level of the ruins. Xiaodong also rushed up, observed for a moment, and was surprised. It looks a bit like the ancient architectural style discovered on our sun star. Li Yi was surprised to hear this and said, wasn't Seton an uninhabited planet in the early days, and human immigrants came later? Xiaodong said, in fact, as early as 2 or 3 years ago, archaeologists discovered some super ancient buildings on Seton star and called it Gourd civilization. As a result, the relevant historical knowledge of Seton star has been updated, but this is relatively niche. And it is normal that you haven't heard of it, Yao Shuan complained. Gourd civilization? This name sounds very casual. Xiaodong spread his hands and said, then it's useless for you to tell me. The experts named it, and they have the right to name it, but we don't. Li Yi said, so, is this Gourd civilization the same system as the ancient civilization that created the divine technology? I don't know, but I heard that there is no connection. As he was talking, the rest of the people arrived one after another. Li Yi said, next, Tan Horan, Xiaodong, and Zhang Zuiying will form a group, and I, Yao Shiwen, and Zhang Zuqiang will form a group. We will enter from each side. We will connect to the local network of personal communications in advance to prevent loss of connection. Tan Horan, you will take the lead for now. Report any uncertain items as soon as possible. The key is the information. If there is no paper information, then the key is the computer or computing system. If you find similar items, report them as soon as possible. Do you understand? Tan Horn said. I understand. At that moment, Li Yi, Yao Shiwen, and Zhang Zuqiang entered the right channel first. After passing through the 3-meter-long dark channel, a completely empty channel without light appeared in front. Everyone got off the divine mecha, obviously without any lighting equipment. But this is easy to solve. Li Yu said, Pharmacist 1, stimulate your divine characteristics. Pharmacist 1 understood immediately, and immediately stretched out her slender palm facing the sky, to stimulate the fire phoenix divinity. As long as there are enough divine genes in the body, it can also stimulate divinity and activate its magical special effects and extraordinary functions without the divine mecha. And this is also another meaning of the evolver. Soon, with a gathering of divinity in Pharmacist 1's body, a palm-sized orange-red fiber took off from Pharmacist 1's palm, fluttering its wings, swaying flames, and quickly illuminated the front. Then, the horrifying scene on both sides immediately came into the eyes of the three people. At the same time, Zhang Zuiwen's low voice exclamation came from the communicator that was connected to the internet. I saw. On the left and right sides, a large number of transparent culture tubes were neatly erected. Among them, a large number of strange biological organs, internal organs, eyeballs, and skin were floating in the light blue liquid. The most moving thing was the several culture tubes in the center, floating various parts of humans. There was a head of a woman with an unusually delicate face, eyes wide open, looking up at the sky. There was a half-human thigh with dense leg hair. There was an embryonic human baby. There was a human heart that was still faintly beating. Ugh! Yao Shiwen felt an indescribable feeling of nausea rushing straight to her head. She couldn't help but hold Li Yi and buried her head on Li Yi's shoulder. Li Yi comforted her, don't feel embarrassed. This is just the most instinctive reaction of genes. Let it go. It will be fine after this. Yao Shiwen had passed the most embarrassing moment at this time. She suddenly put her head back and turned away to prevent Li Yi from seeing her face. She said, I'm fine. I'm a female warrior who has experienced many battles. This is a small scene. You are right. I just couldn't hold back the nausea and discomfort in my heart for a while. Li Yi naturally would not expose Yao Shiwen at this time. He walked to the front, approached another culture tube of a woman's head, and said, look carefully, this woman has no eyebrows and black teeth. She may be a branch of the ancient earthlings. He pointed to one of the hearts and said, there are very subtle, almost invisible traces of char at the incision of the two arteries of this heart. It seems that the cutting tool is some kind of high-temperature sharp tool. There are many strange organisms that I can't recognize. It's a pity that I haven't studied cosmic biology yet. Li Yu felt a little regretful. Huh? A strange breath caught his attention. It was the eyeball of an alien creature, the size of a fist, with a dark blue pupil and a sickle shape. And this kind of fate breath is quite similar to the divinity of Hades. He touched his chin and said thoughtfully, interesting. This eyeball seems to have powerful divine properties. Zhang Zuqiang walked over and said solemnly, this is a bit like the eyeball of some powerful divine creature in ancient times. It seems to be called a jailer creature. Jailer creature? Li Yu asked curiously. It looks very similar to a human jailer, so it's called a jailer creature. Zhang Zuqiang pondered. I don't know the details. I just learned about the relevant information and made this guess based on the characteristics, but I may have to go back and check whether it is true or not. What feature evokes this association in you? Zhang Zuqiang pointed to the sickle-shaped pupil of the eyeball and said, it is the pupil of this shape. It is said that jailer creatures are born with this kind of eyeball. When they open their eyes, they can freeze the soul, and when they close their eyes, they can shatter the soul. They are very powerful ancient creatures, but this species has long been extinct with the demise of ancient civilization. Li Yu nodded. It seems that the Xianshu ruins still have a lot of things from ancient times. While walking, Li Yu had walked out of this passage and came to another place. Ahead, there were rows of storage rooms filled with test tubes. Each test tube filled with liquid had some special text symbols attached to it. AI Zaichi, can this information be copied and brought to the relevant research institute to unlock it? Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to obtain the evolutionary information of these items. I can only wait for another advanced team, or for you, to enter here to obtain it. Then the information on the surface should be readable, right? Yes, that's fine. I continued walking past this room and found several empty rooms. Of course, they were not completely empty rooms. On the ground, There were still various body fluids and settled biological tissue information. It seemed that this was most likely the dissection operation room of this alien race. AI Zaichi, this information should be extractable, right? No, I can only calculate the surface data of the evolutionary information in this entire laboratory, and the inner data is all empty shells. Li Yi's heart sank. What about the information in the storage device? Can you read it? AI Zaichi replied, it's impossible to be sure. You need to try to read it in this laboratory before the information can be calculated. But I guess I can't read it directly unless it can be played externally, so you can only find their playback device. If you can't find it, you can only look for the most basic text information and ask relevant scholars to decipher it. However, since this kind of information is not included in the reward system of the advanced team and the Mecha team, I am not sure how much it is worth. It needs to be sent to various research institutes for valuation. Li Yu nodded and continued to move forward. At the same time, Tan Horan was also reporting their findings. We found a lot of culture tubes of alien organisms here, as well as culture dishes similar to various viruses, bacteria, and even genes. Then we found something like an experimental notebook. Now upload it and you can take a look. Li Yu turned on the communicator to check. It was found that they were all text symbols stacked up by different walls. AI Zaichi, you can record these, right? Yes, I can record them. I'm sending them to the cryptography experts now. Please judge their value. By the way, haven't you received any reply to the information about the corpses of several giant creatures we got last time? I'm sorry, the Institute has handled it normally. Once there's news, we will give you feedback immediately. There are stairs below, which obviously lead to the second floor. Li Yu went up without hesitation. Yao Shiwen and Zhang Zuqiang also quickly followed. Although the things harvested cannot be judged for their value at present, I believe that with the research of various institutes, some new things should be discovered. This is better than nothing. Unfortunately, there is nothing on the second floor. There are traces of some items being moved away on the ground. Li Yu observed for a moment and said, it seems that this alien civilization left in a hurry, otherwise they would not have only moved the things on this floor. Moreover, the things on this floor are obviously more important and more valuable. Zhang Zuqiang asked, is it the core information? It's hard to say. Let's go to the third floor. According to the external structure, the third floor is the last floor. If there is no harvest, we can only go back. Several people just walked up the stairs to the third floor. At this time, Tan Horn and others walked up from the other side. Obviously, the left and right passages on the first floor can lead to the second floor. Zhang Zuiyun was relieved when she saw Li Yi and said, my sense of security instantly increased when I saw Brother Yi. Xiaodong said dissatisfiedly, hey, why do you say that as if Tan Horn and I are going to eat you? Tan Horn laughed, they clearly despise your low strength. Why don't you work hard when you go back? Hurry up and practice more, Xiaodong said, Zhang Zuiyun is stronger than me. She definitely doesn't despise me, but she is worried that you are not strong enough to protect us. Zhang Zuiyun blinked and said, don't argue. I just feel the most secure around Brother Yi. It has nothing to do with your weak strength. Zhang Zuqiang looked at the confused expressions of Tan Horn and Xiaodong and couldn't help laughing. In Li Yi's group, he has always been serious and kept a low profile. Today, for some reason, he let go of the last thread in his heart and was completely relaxed. The third floor was also empty. But in the corner, there was a miniature card that made everyone excited. Isn't it a memory card or something like that? I've won. This thing looks a bit like an ancient technology system chip, or another type of computing black box. The detection system of the divine light bullet is driven by this type of chip. Li Yu picked it up and took a look, his face slightly happy. At the same time, AI Zaichi's voice came. Congratulations, you have obtained the specific location of the ancient technology system black box. Because this item is very important, your intelligence can be classified as S-level intelligence. However, since the intelligence is only location information, the strategy information is slightly insufficient, so the estimated price is 32 million. Finally, there is some gain. After scanning the entire laboratory and confirming that there is no other gain, everyone quickly returned to the Divine Mecha and restarted it. 11 minutes later, the mechas walked to the passage behind the laboratory and continued to explore. When they walked out of the passage, AI Zaichi's voice came again. Congratulations on discovering a new way to enter the 5th level. This information will be of great help in conquering the ruins and can be classified as S-level intelligence. Due to its high feasibility, it is estimated to be worth 55 million star coins. Since you have discovered the divine mecha of a member of the advanced team and related evidence, the bounty mission has been completed to a certain extent. Please continue to work hard and thoroughly investigate the detailed information about the advanced team's annihilation, Xingyu said with emotion. Not bad, we made another fortune. According to the proportion, the least one of us can earn tens of millions of star coins, Tanhoran also said with satisfaction. Not bad, I estimate that tens of millions have been accounted for. Everyone talked about the total revenue, but Li Yi's face suddenly sank. Here it comes, be alert. A huge creature has discovered us and is attacking quickly. Several people quickly activated a detection system and looked in the direction Li Yi was looking. 130 meters, 150 meters, wow, with a strength configuration, these giant creatures are the culprits of the Vanguard's demise, right? Xingyu's exclamation sounded in his ears, and the pressure from the huge creatures in front suddenly hit everyone in shock. I saw 4 huge slime creatures rush towards this side like crazy. They were obviously just slime-like bodies, but because of their large tonnage, they made the ground rumble and vibrate continuously when they jumped. Boom, boom, boom. The huge vibration was transmitted to the wall and then to the dome. Suddenly, countless ferns clinging to the dome fell down. It was like green rain. But this green rain was obviously not a good thing. As soon as it fell on the body of the Pluto Mecha, Li Yi in the cockpit immediately frowned and shouted, "These ferns are not right, they are absorbing our divinity, leave this thing behind." The mechas shook their bodies quickly. But these ferns seemed to have roots, clinging firmly to the divine Mecha, and could not be shaken off. Li Yi immediately activated a Pluto's divinity and instantly froze the surface of the Mecha. In the blink of an eye, these ferns fell into absolute low temperature and withered and fell to the ground. The rest of the people also successively activated the corresponding divine skills to clean their bodies. But the bad situation still appeared. Zuo Ying and Xingyu, who were the weakest, had already fallen to the ground due to the large amount of divinity of the divine Mecha being extracted. It is toxic. These ferns seem to be able to release some kind of excessive pheromone, directly using the information collection characteristics of the divine Mecha to directly transfer a huge amount of load. Zuo Ying reported this sentence on the public channel, and there was no sound. Obviously, she was judged out due to overload. Next, Xingyu was in a better state, controlling the super shock wave, scraping a circle outside the body, sweeping the ferns off. Not only that, because the ferns on the dome continued to fall, the mechas cleared wave after wave, which was simply endless. Li Yi made a prompt decision and fired a shock wave of freezing upwards. In an instant, the dome, which was nearly 400 to 500 meters high, was instantly frozen into an absolute frozen state. Large tracts of ferns were frozen on the dome and could not fall again. Sun Duxiu, you have an epiphany, the time to show your new strength has come. Yuan Zhangzuqiang, go and stop the 130-meter slime creature. Pharmacist Wan, Yuan Zhangzuyan, go and stop the slightly weaker slime creature next door. Tanhoran, Yuan Xingyu, go and stop the weakest one next door. After speaking, the Pluto Mecha rushed forward and faced the largest 150-meter giant slime creature. Although Li Yi's strength has improved a lot compared to the last time, he has both the divine nature of the Thor sequence gene and the development of the air step. But the essence of strength is still a huge gap with this huge creature. Because this is not a pure creature, but a huge creature that is good at using divinity. Although it is a little smaller than the size of the giant manta ray. But undoubtedly, the lethality of this slime creature must be better than the giant manta they encountered last time. The opponent is a slime creature, born to withstand impact, which means that you can only use the spin and break skills, or find the core and complete the impact with a penetration skill. Go all out. The longer you can hold on, the higher the benefits. Also, although there is no evidence, the cause of death of the advanced team has been roughly understood. With a flash of thought, he directly entered an absolute state of nothingness in which he forgot everything. Then, he began to adjust his breathing, stimulate his blood, and directly launched an explosive skill in the cockpit. At the same time, the 3 Pluto divine genes in his body were stimulated to the extreme by him, and countless icy and prison-like breaths surged out. Bang! 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 The Pluto Mecha stepped on and accelerated, and each step was a 4-fold shock, and each step was a super acceleration. The surging power, under the huge tonnage of the Pluto Mecha, continued to condense in the acceleration. In the blink of an eye, the Pluto divinity and the slime creature took the lead in close combat. Spin skill overlaps with break skill. Boom. Such amazing acceleration, such terrifying power accumulation, bombarding the slime creature, surprisingly only made it tremble. Liu was not frightened. In this state of absolute emptiness, he only had absolute fighting will. If one attack doesn't work, then another attack. Since the slime creature can buffer a lot of power, then just use cutting fighting skills to fight. Although Liu doesn't use it often, it doesn't mean that he hasn't maxed out the relevant fighting skills. Although the divine energy is not easy to control, it is no problem to use it as a blade. Immediately, the Pluto mech used its hand as a handle and sharpened its divine energy into a blade, slashing down with a bang. The slime creature was also very strong. Whether it was various attacks or hand knives, it took them all. With its physical body and divine defense, it was not afraid of the Pluto mech that was more than 40 meters high. It also opened its mouth from time to time to spray, and countless highly corrosive mucus splashed down, forcing the Pluto mech to retreat. At the same time, its body suddenly bounced and hit the Pluto mech, hitting Liu in the cockpit. Turning around, I saw that except for Sun Duxiu, the rest of the people on the field were wrapped by the slime creatures in a few encounters, constantly squeezed, and deprived of divine energy. It is estimated that if it comes a few more times, they will all die one after another. On the other side, Sun Duxiu has made a lot of progress. He controls the Pluto mech to dodge continuously and can barely hold on. It can be seen that the magic of those days is also useful. Liu ignored the others and continued to control the Pluto mech, slamming down, in the seat of the virtual reality. The helmets of the group members popped out one after another. The faces of several people were not very good. At this moment, only Sun Duxiu and Liu were left. Xiaodong glanced at a few people and suddenly smiled. In fact, under the leadership of Liu recently, although the intensity of the battles is not low, we are indeed less vigilant. I think this defeat is a good thing. In the high-intensity combat just now, I do feel that I have made much more progress than the previous times. Liu is right. Although it is a virtual reality, when the opponent's oppression is strong to a certain extent, it will really make us forget certain concerns, and the divinity stimulation will become smoother, isn't it? Tan Horn nodded calmly. Yes, I also gradually understand why Liu pursues this kind of high-intensity combat. It's good. I now feel that the 8th divine gene is about to be generated. The pharmacist smiled and said, Xiaodong, I understood Liu's intention from the beginning, and I knew it would not be easy this time. I won't preach to you. Do you think everyone doesn't understand? Xiaodong scratched his head and said, what you said is, I just opened my mouth to talk about my feelings. While speaking, Sun Duxiu also popped out. Zhang Zuiyun gave Sun Duxiu a thumbs up and praised him. Sun Duxiu, I've always heard from my elder sister that you are not good enough, and I looked down on you. Now it seems that you are actually much better than my elder sister. Sun Duxiu sighed and said, it's a pity that I still haven't completely learned the essence of Li Yi. You didn't see that Li Yi became more and more fierce in the end? Xiaodong asked in surprise. Didn't the remaining slime creatures besiege us? Yes, Sun Duxiu said with emotion. That's why I think it's outrageous. However, he probably grasped the action pattern of the slime creatures and can predict it at will, so he can still hold on now. As he said, Sun Duxiu looked at Tan Horn and said in shock, hey, your 8th divine gene has been completely condensed? This divine aura is very surging. Tan Horn laughed and said, I'm ashamed. I've been stuck at this level for more than half a year. The last time I felt something was going on, I drank a lot of nutrients, but I was just one step away from success. I just came out and it's completely done. It seems that we really need to have more of these high-intensity battles. While talking, everyone was more and more impressed as they didn't wait for Liu to pop out. It's been 5 minutes, right? Outrageous, really outrageous. Sun Duxiu sighed more and more. Finally, at the 8th minute, Liu's helmet just popped out. Sun Duxiu was about to walk up and say something. Liu suddenly opened his eyes and said, quick, Zhang Zuqiang, call the brothers to collect the rent. Zhang Zuqiang's eyes also flashed, and he shouted, understood. Chapter 84 Authority. The results of collecting rent after the high-intensity battle were outstanding. As Yujing number 1 drank one tube after another, the 5th divine gene came naturally. At this moment, Liu exuded a faint divine breath of the wind god sequence. The invisible whirlwind was spinning freely outside his body. With a thud, the invisible whirlwind flew to his palm and swirled quietly. He stretched out his fingers with his other hand to touch it, and it was indeed a fast spinning touch. Not bad. Both the wind and thunder divine genes are available. Although there is only one, it seems that an interesting new skill can be created. Also, this divine gene does not seem to be that difficult to control. The last time the Thunder God sequence gene was generated, it was difficult to control it tightly. Could it be that my own physique is more suitable for the Wind God sequence? However, it is only slightly better. If you want to break that feeling of disharmony, it seems that you still have to find Zhang Jingyu. With a quick flash of thought, Li Yu retracted the released divinity. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 7 divine mechas standing silently beside him. Thank you for the great support from the Zhang and Jin brothers. Zhang Zuqiang took the lead and said, "It's my duty. It's all for the sake of fulfilling my promise." Li Yu didn't say anything more. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character. If the 7 Zhang and Jin brothers don't do anything weird when they grow up, he really has to thank them for this intense relationship. Several people outside, observing Li Yu's appearance, also knew that Li Yu's 5th divine gene must have been successful. With such a big commotion, everyone would pay more attention. Xiaodong was full of envy, and suddenly said to Tan Horn beside him, "Tan Horn, come and beat me up. Let me also stimulate and accelerate the stimulation of divinity." Tan Horn was stunned, then smiled. "Then you have to treat me to a good meal." "No problem, I don't have much now, just a lot of money and military merits." "Forget it, Li Yu and Pharmacist 1 don't dare to say that." Because I'm weak, so the consumption is also less." Not only these 2 people, even Zhang Zuiying took the initiative to say to Pharmacist 1, "Sister 1, how about you also practice with me? I'm very resistant to beatings." The news that Li Yu condensed the 5th divine gene again spread like the wind throughout the 3 special classes. Class 1. Zhou Huaz's group was discussing Li Yi's situation. Recently, they were often brought up for discussion and whipped corpses. It was hard not to arouse their discussion with the news like this. At this moment, Gu Luoan, who was ranked 4th in Class 1 of Zhou Huaz's group, was browsing the messages in the group inside. 1 divine gene a week, how can he get hit so fast? I'm jealous. It's because of his good talent. Besides, he is a compound student, so his progress in the early stages will naturally be much faster than that of the pure student. Ma Changfeng, who was ranked 3rd in Class 1, smiled calmly. Compound faction and pure faction, stupid, it's about whether the divine radiation is unique, Gu Luoan asked curiously. Then I am the only faction? Why do you divide it so fancy? I almost got confused. Ma Changfeng laughed. The only faction in my mind is very special. This thing is only suitable for the powerful families above the upper level. Because they have enough divine mechas and upper sequence mechas in their families, and can share the high-level divine radiation with the lower-level children, therefore, people like you, step by step, will become upper-level evolvers sooner or later. Even the heavenly level, there is a good chance. Gu Luoan touched his chin. Heavenly level? What about above that level? Ma Changfeng spread his hands and said, how should I know? These are top secrets. I only heard that only people with extraordinary talents can get the secret to become above the heavenly level. Gu Luoan said, well, the heavenly rank does seem to be pretty good. My old man has only reached the top of the rank. If I can become a heavenly rank, I can beat him. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Oh my god, only you can say that. I don't even dare to think that I can become a heavenly rank evolver now. Ma Changfeng sighed. So you have no confidence? You are an elite among the elites of the special class. Because there is no Mecha Master Elder in my family, I can only go the composite school. The composite school progresses rapidly in the early stage, but after reaching the top, it is the ceiling of growth. Ma Changfeng shook his head and said, so, don't look at Li Yi's rapid promotion now. Even I, who is also a composite school, can't catch up with his tail dust. But when he reaches the upper level of evolution, he will definitely encounter a bottleneck. At that time, it will be the time when you, Gu Luoan, have the chance to beat him. Bah, I am too idle to compete with such a top genius. Besides, he is so powerful, it may not be impossible for him to get the secret of becoming a heavenly rank. Gu Luoan laughed. Ma Changfeng's face changed slightly, and he came to his senses. That's right. In terms of qualifications, who on the entire ship is more qualified than him? Gu Luoan picked up his fingers and counted. Yes, Think about it. First of all, he is the historic first in the whole ship rookie competition, with the highest points, unprecedented. Secondly, his fighting skills are also considered by many fighting masters to be truly perfect and impeccable. Then, he is the fastest ranked in the history of the special class. 2 months after entering the class, he rushed from more than 50 to the current 6th. He is even considered to have been the first in their class for a long time, but he just didn't challenge it. Also, the group he leads has not many masters, and there are 2 drags in the back 50. He can always win the first place in the strategy progress in the ruins exploration, and in the provision of intelligence clues, he is far ahead. I heard that they have earned 700 to 800 million star coins just from intelligence fees, which is basically equal to our family's 3-year net profit. Don't you think it's terrifying? It's only been a month. Of course, it cannot be denied that this is due to the special nature of the ancient ruins, but I think I am far inferior to them to achieve this level. At this point, Ma Chengfang suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute, aren't you a high-ranking family? How come your annual net profit is only 200 million? Hey, brother, 200 million is not bad. Don't take money lightly. Gu Luowen shook his head and said, our family is large and powerful, and the fixed expenses are also high. The expenses for various resources are also very large every year. Ma Chengfang nodded and said, that's right. With so many reserve mecha divisions to train, the pressure is a bit high. By the way, how do you know so much about Li Yi's deeds? Gu Luowen said, it's not just me who cares. Look at Lin Susu and Zhou Huai's, both of them pretend to be disdainful, but in fact, when they listen to others talking about it, they prick up their ears and listen quietly. What do you mean by prick up your ears and listen quietly? At this moment, Zhou Huai's walked over and said with a smile. Gu Luowen laughed awkwardly, I mean Lin Susu. Don't look at this girl who is usually very cold. In fact, she can't wait to hear the news about Li Yi from the next class 3 every day. Gu Luowen, what's wrong with me? Everyone turned their heads and saw a graceful figure standing there quietly. On her cold and beautiful face, her eyebrows were slightly raised. She said lightly, let me make it clear first. The goal of our group has never been others, but the ruins itself. I hope you won't be shaken by other things and acquiesce in your heart that you are not as good as others. If I really have to lose, I also hope it will be after the real contest is over, not before the contest. Gu Luowen knew that Lin Susu was inexplicably serious, so he quickly raised his hands and surrendered. I was wrong. I shouldn't destroy our morale and boost the arrogance of others. I accept the punishment. Okay, punishment? I don't have the right. After saying that, Lin Susu glanced at a few people and turned away. The remaining few people looked at each other. Zhou Huai spread his hands and said, well, judging from her appearance, she must have been stimulated and went back to practice more. Let's go too. Stimulated? With her personality, would she be stimulated by Gu Luowen's words? Compared to the weightless words, the facts that cannot be changed are more important. Zhou Huai also shook his head and left, leaving behind a sentence with unspeakable emotions. Who would have thought that Li Yi, who has always been ahead of our group, had only condensed 4 divine genes before? There are 5 people in our group who have condensed more than 8. Gu Luowen and Ma Chengfang were left looking at each other. Is Zhou Huai's sense of crisis so strong? Lunchtime. Everyone discussed some scenes they saw in the last 1 or 2 minutes. Pharmacist 1 said, when I entered the 5th level, I used the long-range detection system to scan the surroundings and found the wreckage of a divine mecha. Because I caught a glimpse of it and the slime creature arrived quickly, I couldn't be sure if it was it, but I think it is a clue worthy of attention. Li Yi asked, taking the exit of the 5th level as the origin, how many meters away and in what direction is it? Pharmacist 1 said, if I remember correctly, it should be 3.4 kilometers away, and the direction is 2 o'clock and 3 minutes. Li Yi recalled the memory of the scan at that time and said, did you see a huge black body? Pharmacist 1 nodded and said, yes, that's it. Li Yi shook his head and said, I checked it, except for the color. Other details do not match the divine mecha of the advanced team. For example, the only black mecha in the advanced team is the Ice God sequence, the D-level black Viper mecha. Its outer armor is horny armor, and the inner layer is scale armor, and the body at that time was a typical divine alloy armor. Xiaodong said in time, as expected of you. You remembered so many details with just one glance. Li Yi smiled and said, it's just that when everyone faces a powerful opponent, their mentality is not mature enough and they are not calm enough. With Yao Shiwen's mind, It is easy to remember these details under normal circumstances. After adapting a few more times, she will be able to do it soon. It's easier said than done. Tan Horan shrugged and said, I also found a wreckage at 10 o'clock, 5 kilometers away. It should be the right foot, but after listening to Li Yi's analysis, it is probably not the advanced teams. Sun Juxiu crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. The strange thing is, which side does this mysterious divine mecha belong to? Li Yi said, it's probably the internal guard mecha of the ruins that was dealt with by the slime creatures. Xiaodong asked quickly, what do you mean? Li Yi, what did you see? Li Yi pondered, I guess the slime creatures may have been transformed by the guard civilization and may have escaped the control of the ruins, so they will attack the guard mechas. Perhaps it was this super strong accident that caused the vanguard team to be wiped out. Of course, I don't have any evidence yet, so this can only be a guess. Next time, let's try to hold on for a little longer, find evidence, and confirm the cause of death. It would be best if we can get the divine weapons before entering the ruins. Everyone nodded. Zhang Zuqiang said, indeed, if we get the divine weapons in advance, we may have more ways to save our lives when we go down there. Xiaodong thought, speaking of which, the vanguard team also brought divine weapons in, right? They have divine weapons, and they are all mid-level evolvers. With this kind of configuration, do you really think they can't do anything to the slime creatures? Pharmacist 1 also had a slight movement in her heart and said, Li Yi, you have the best grasp of the battle situation. What do you think of the vanguard team's strength? Facing these 4 slime creatures, what is their real chance of winning? Li Yi shook his head and said, slime creatures are the type that become stronger when they encounter stronger opponents. I believe you have also experienced this. Their own attack mode is not complicated, but it is very difficult to deal with, and their defense level is very high. If they do not encounter opponents who specialize in cutting divine skills or mecha skills, they are almost invincible. Perhaps, the guard man also took a fancy to this characteristic of the slime creatures, so he made great efforts to transform the slime creatures and make them out of the control of the ruins. Then, due to the failure of the operation, he was backfired by the slime creatures and had to flee urgently. Of course, the above sentence is all my guess. There is insufficient evidence at present. Maybe after the chip and the experimental notes are cracked, more things can be obtained. Although Li Yi said that there was insufficient evidence, in the hearts of everyone, this statement was reliable enough. At least, this is consistent with the situation they have observed all the way before, and it can also explain some of the mysteries. Therefore, Zhang Zuiyun couldn't help but say, Brother Yi, but your guess just now sounds very perfect. I don't see any obvious loopholes. Everyone nodded. No, there are still several phenomena that cannot be explained for the time being. Li Yi shook his head and said, for example, where did the guard civilization enter and where did it leave? At least, I didn't find any traces of the guard man at the entrance and exit of the 5th level. Everyone was slightly enlightened. Yes, according to the built-in logic of the ruins, the lower the level, the slower the change of matter. Therefore, any traces of the guard man walking on the ground should be discovered by Li Yi. Xiaodong's eyes lit up and he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the guard man is born to fly? Yao Shuan retorted, then he needs to land and rest. Didn't you see that there are several obvious seats on the 1st floor of the laboratory? Li Yi said, most likely it is some kind of vehicle, but I am more inclined to the guard man, who may still be staying in other parts of the ruins, or suffered a disaster somewhere and failed to leave successfully. Xiaodong couldn't help scratching his head, and it was difficult to understand Li Yi's thinking. He said, why do you say that? Li Yi said, because I didn't see any traces of any vehicle-like items in the laboratory. From the various traces that can be seen so far, the height of the guard man is about 2.1 meters, like us, with 2 hands and 2 feet, slender fingers, and thick thighs. The size of the torso and face is currently uncertain. But like us, he should have body hair. He is very heavy, at least equivalent to the weight of 5 Xiaodongs, and it is unlikely that he can fly by himself. Unless he has some divine items to rely on. Based on this, unless the guard man's vehicle can freely expand and contract in size, otherwise, it is indeed a mystery that he disappeared or left out of thin air. Everyone was a little surprised after hearing this, and they were a little amazed. As expected, Li Yi still had to rely on the details. Tan Horn asked, Li Yi, how did you determine the height and the thickness of the guard man's hands and feet? I can roughly understand the weight, but the height. I didn't seem to see any traces related to height at the time. Li Yi smiled and said, "It's very simple. There's a very subtle head impact mark at the right entrance of the passage on the first floor. As for the footprints, I won't say more. You should have seen it too. The key is the handprints. There are a lot of these things on the culture tubes, but they are very subtle. You can't see them if you don't pay attention." Zhang Zui suddenly realized, "I understand. Because it is very smooth, the marks are very shallow, but Brother Yi has amazing insight and he must be able to find traces that we can't see." Tan Horan sighed, "I just didn't expect that Li Yi could find such subtle things after breaking away from the information collection system of the divine Mecha. This is the retinal effect. The more you pay attention, the more you can see things that others can't see," Li Yi said. "In fact, there were other suspicious points at the scene. I will sort them out and send them to the group later. If you remember anything, you can also tell me." Xiaodong was surprised and said, "There are still doubts. I surrender. It seems that I am really an ape-man." Everyone laughed. As they were talking, several people finished eating. Pharmacist 1 said, "Li Yi, your combat merits are estimated to be upgraded to level 3. Remember to go to the AI shed and ask her to help you process your upgrade request." Li Yi nodded and said, "That reminds me. I'll do it when I go back tonight." Pharmacist 1 took the opportunity to say, "Li Yi, after you upgrade, why don't we go to the combat merit library tonight to see if we can exchange for anything good?" Li Yi nodded, "Okay, if you have nothing else tonight, let's go to the combat merit library together." Xiaodong said, "Li Yi, Pharmacist 1 is talking to you, not all of us." Pharmacist 1 blushed and shouted, "Xiaodong, if you keep talking, I'll cut your tongue with a knife next time." Li Yi smiled and said, "Let's go together. It just so happens that I have an idea that I need to communicate with everyone." After the evening training ended, Chen Kaiyongzi stopped Li Yi. "Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me for a few minutes and I'll ask you a few questions." After the others left and there was no one else in the training hall, Chen Kaiyongzi said, "How has teacher Zhao Guozi been responding to your questions recently?" Li Yi pondered, "No different from usual. I took the time to send him a message at noon, saying that I had successfully completed the disassembly of the Shenguang bomb during the virtual ruins exploration. He just replied with a bland 'not bad,' and that was it." Chen Kaiyongzi said in surprise, "Gone? That's all?" He has no other reaction to such a big thing as the practical cracking of the Shenguang bomb. Li Yi nodded and said, "Indeed, he has. Basically, he will reply to my technical questions within half an hour. If it's just a polite word like thank you, he won't reply at all." Chen Kaiyongzi sighed and then smiled, "Okay, then you've been busy keeping him company during this time. It's my duty. After all, I have learned a lot of useful things from teacher Zhao Guozi, and it has been a great help." There was a brief silence for 2 or 3 seconds, and then Chen Kaiyongzi took the initiative to speak. "How about practicing today?" Li Yi was originally thinking that there were a few friends who would like to meet him later. But seeing the eager expression in Chen Kaiyongzi's eyes, he smiled and said, "That's what I want." An hour later, Li Yi left the training hall in high spirits. Although he was tired, after a fierce battle, his physical condition quickly recovered. Therefore, when the team members who had been waiting at the dormitory door for a long time saw Li Yi's energetic appearance, they were immediately curious. "Is the instructor giving you special treatment again?" Xiaodong said enviously. "Jealousy makes me split apart." Sun Duxiu looked at Li Yi's approaching steps, his eyes blazing with anger. "I haven't seen you for a while, you seem to have become stronger again." Li Yi smiled and said, "I was just taught a lesson by the instructor, and by the way, I experienced the joy of high-intensity combat. I'd be foolish to believe you." Yao Shiwan said thoughtfully, "Li Yi, you seem to be often kept by the instructor." Xiaodong smiled and said, "Of course, Li Yi is handsome and has good kung fu. Which instructor wouldn't be confused by him?" As he spoke, Li Yi had already walked quickly into the dormitory area, and then called Ai Ziosh. "Ai Ziosh, I need to upgrade my authority now. Please check whether my current combat exploits have reached a cumulative standard." Ai Ziosh was called out and replied, "Li Yi, a second-level authority official Mecha Master, has verified your military merits according to the request you provided. The current total is 2,000, which meets the upgrade standard of 2,000 military merits. Now we will check your past situation and relevance resume. The inspection is passed, there is no bad record, and the performance is excellent. The recommendation score of the Mecha team is full marks. You can be upgraded immediately. Please wait." Your authority level has been updated. Your military merits, star coins, all resumes, combat records, and superior evaluations have been synchronously updated to the 3rd level authority account. Thank you for your useful contribution to the Starguard Federation and thank you for your outstanding performance in the Deep Space Fleet. Excuse me, would you like to view or report the corresponding authority content you have newly added? Li Yu said. Report. Okay, now I will report it to you. First, you have added access to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th areas of the 12th cabin. Second, you have added access to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th areas of the 11th cabin. Third, you have added a free quota of public divinity in the 9th cabin, and the total duration can be increased to 3 hours a week. Fourth, you have added emergency temporary command authority in wartime, and when there is no person with the highest authority in the area, you can get the maximum system authority support. 5. You have added the right to exchange discounts for the War Merit Library, which can enjoy 70% to 90% discounts, depending on the specific items. 6. You have added 3 free quotas of high energy alien meat and 20 purchase quotas. The above are all the new permissions. Xiosh has finished reporting it to you. The whole process took no more than 3 minutes. At this moment, Li Yu has become the only person with level 3 authority in the special class. When AI Xiosh left, everyone also walked over from a distance. How is it? Is there a discount for adding War Merit Library? The pharmacist asked with a smile. Li Yu nodded slightly and said with a smile, indeed, it is quite powerful. This aroused the envy of everyone. Fortunately, everyone had envied Li Yu's treatment many times, and this time they quickly got over the excitement, and even felt mediocre in their hearts. Oh, level 3 authority. Although it is amazing, there is no concrete sense of reality. Li Yu is also very satisfied with the increasingly numb performance of everyone. If he was shocked every day, he would not be able to bear it. At that moment, he waved his hand. Let's go to the War Merit Library to exchange items. The 8 people then went out in a mighty manner. Speaking of which, what should we exchange? Halfway through, Tan Horn said. Xiaodong said proudly, I have already made a strategy in advance. Tan Horn, with your 200 war merits, I suggest that you can exchange for a divine core of the Vulcan sequence, the incomplete version, which is very suitable for you. Tan Horn was shocked. What? The War Merit Library can exchange for a divine core? And it's only 200 war merits, are you kidding me? Not to mention Tan Horn, the others were also surprised. 200 battles to get this thing? Are you serious? Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Xiaodong couldn't help but take a step back and said, incomplete version, didn't you hear this word? If it's a complete version, you may not be able to get it even with 10,000 battles. Everyone thought about it, that's true. However, even if it's an incomplete version, it's worth the money. But is this thing really still in stock? Tan Horn asked hurriedly. Xiaodong, tell me quickly, what's the situation with the incomplete version of the Divine Nucleus? Chapter 85 Exchange. Xiaodong coughed and said, anyway, I checked on the intranet. This thing should still be available for exchange. Its characteristic is melting, which is highly similar to your Changrong divinity. It can be used as a substitute for your superior divinity. Moreover, it happens to be obtained with 200 war merits. Tan Horn said suspiciously, how could it be such a coincidence that it also happens to have the characteristic of melting? Then you ask the wrong person. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. I just told you the news, Li Yu said, you will know when you get there. However, no one has exchanged it for so long. Most likely there is some hidden danger. Let's take it as an alternative first, since everyone obtained the divine core from the guard mecha. They have specifically learned what this thing is used for. First, it can be used as the divine core of the divine mecha to drive the behemoth to move. Second, it can also be used as a stable source of divine radiation to improve the physical fitness of the evolver. If someone takes the only divine route, if their divine characteristics are more than 80% similar to their own divine characteristics and have a higher energy level, they can be used as a superior divinity. In this way, the evolutionary speed of the evolver can be improved by relying on a higher energy level. For example, Zhang Zuqiang was clearly an Ice Wheel Mecha of the Ice God sequence before, but because Li Yu's Pluto divinity has the characteristic of absolute zero, it is very suitable to be used as a substitute for his upper divinity. Therefore, although he was obviously a senior evolver at that time, he never applied to replace the D-level divine mecha. Furthermore, He also had a conflict with Li Yi. However, the complete version of the divine core is an item of great importance, and there are very few people who can use it for cultivation. At this point, Tan Horn said thoughtfully, if it can be exchanged for 200 war merits, it seems that it is either incomplete and has very weak functions, or as Li Yi said, there are great hidden dangers. As they spoke, everyone moved forward and came to the third area of cabin 12. This is where the war merit library is located. Originally, everyone could enter here except for the 3-season authority upgraded by Li Yi, but because everyone now has war merits, they can also obtain temporary entry permissions. After a not-so-large cabin door was opened, everyone entered in a line. Welcome to the Mecha Core War Merit Library. I am your guiding AI, Yaochi Fairy Series, White Ivy Fairy, a woman with phoenix eyes and cloud-like hair, dressed in plain classical palace clothes, projected in front of everyone and bowed. Hey, you look like someone I know. Sun Juxi's eyes jumped. Damn, this AI image looks too much like his goddess. The White Ivy Fairy AI smiled faintly. It's really my honor to have such a connection with a human hero like you. After these words came out, Sun Juxi was even more confused, and his mood was very complicated. Damn, how can she speak so nicely, completely different from the goddess? Kazayadong patted Sun Juxi on the shoulder and said with a smile, why, this image is more like your white moonlight than your friend? Then you are lucky. I heard that the White Vine Fairy AI is the most pleasant AI in the intranet ranking list. Sun Juxi was stunned. There is such a ranking? And what does it mean to be the most pleasant AI? Kazayadong smiled mysteriously. It means that I can tell you whatever you like to hear. Are you excited? Zuo Ying spat. Vulgar, the pharmacist said gently. Kazayadong Sun Juxi, after all, you are the guiding AI of the War Merit Library, so be respectful. Kazayadong complained. Damn, what are you thinking? I said nice words, such as you are so powerful, you are so handsome, understand. Tan Horn also said, Kazayadong, pay attention to the occasion. At this time, the White Vine Fairy AI said softly, you are all heroes of mankind. No matter how nice the words are, I can say them at any time. Just don't dislike me for being long-winded. Li Yi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the White Vine Fairy AI was called the most pleasant AI. Facing the group is the key. Those who can enter the War Merit Library are all meritorious people. Saying a few more good words to make people happy is naturally a good thing. The designer of this AI is thoughtful and accurately hits the customer's itch. After thinking about it, Li Yi said, forget the good words for now. We want to know the specific exchange catalog and related exchange suggestions. The White Vine Fairy AI said, okay, it is detected that you have level 3 authority and have 2000 war merits. According to your specific situation, we now recommend specific exchange items for you. In front of Li Yi, a specific exchange list began to unfold. Not only Li Yi, but others also received separate conversations from the White Vine Fairy AI and clicked on the light screen to view the details. The major categories are divine weapons, divine equipment, divine items, divine radiation time, divine technology, confidential information, confidential level mecha skills, confidential level divine skills, confidential level fighting skills, evolution materials, potion encyclopedia, man-made technology items, and specialties from various planets. It is a dazzling array. Although bounty tasks can get divine weapons, you can also know what can be exchanged in advance. At this moment, Li Yi clicked on the first item, divine weapons. The divine weapons that can be selected for 2000 war merits are, a-level building cutting sword, with a blade length of 32 meters, a width of 4.5 meters, and a thickness of 2 meters. It can be used to directly cut hundreds of meters high buildings. Stimulating divinity can form a sharp blade, which can easily cut through the divine armor of the same level, and can increase the sharpness of divinity by 20%. Need to exchange war merits, 1800. A-level armor piercing gun, with a gun shaft length of 41 meters and a gun tip length of 8 meters. It can be used to challenge strong enemies. Stimulating divinity can form a tough gun blade, which can easily break the divine armor of the same level, and can increase the armor penetration of divinity by 20%. Need to exchange war merits, 2000. A-level Zampa Kutsu sword, with a sword length of 35 meters, a width of 3.8 meters, and a thickness of 2 meters. It is specially used to break divine armor and can break divine armor of higher levels. Stimulating divinity can extend the sword blade and instantly enlarge the attack distance. The distance depends on the total amount of divinity. Need to exchange war merits, 1900. The A-level Divine Energy Cannon has a barrel length of 10 meters and a caliber of 4 meters. It can directly gather divinity and directly fire the Divine Energy Cannon, which can increase the firing rate by 20% and reduce the energy loss by 20%. The radiation range starts from 10 kilometers, and there is no upper limit, depending on the total amount of divinity. It needs to be exchanged for war merits, 1,600. There are only these 4 types. Pulling down the list, and going up, it is the D-level Divine Weapon, and the exchange of war merits requires at least 4,000. After all, this is a divine weapon. A divine mecha with the blessing can probably face 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 divine mechas of the same level at the same time. If nothing else, it is because its defense breaking power is high enough, and it is an integrated offense and defense, and can play a role continuously. Unlike divine skills, it needs to accumulate momentum and brew, and the defense breaking effect also depends on whether the total amount of divinity can exceed that of the opponent. Therefore, with a divine weapon, you basically have a weapon to fight against higher levels. Not to mention, the A-level Zanpakuken and Zanlaodao, at present, may be the most suitable for his subsequent strategy for the 5th level. Especially those troublesome slime creatures, maybe they need this kind of weapon. Li Yu did not make a decision immediately, but checked other categories. Among them, the confidential level fighting skills, he was the first to open. This kind of fighting skills, most likely involves the use of divinity. After clicking it, Li Yu immediately showed an expression of as expected. Confidential level fighting skills, Dragon Soul Divine Breathing Method, originated from the Lin family of the eastern state of Mars, with the A-level Alien God sequence and the Dragon Soul Mecha as the core. It is a confidential level fighting skill that brings the Dragon Soul divinity to the extreme. When receiving the Dragon Soul Divine Radiation, the corresponding breathing method can be used to enhance the training effect to the extreme. The effect can greatly increase the speed of Dragon Soul Divine Gene generation, and the physical fitness increased by a Divine Gene can exceed that of ordinary people by 10%. The more superpositions, the more likely it is to grow exponentially. If a lower-level divine sequence is used, the corresponding effect can also be produced, but the effect will be discounted to varying degrees. The reference lower divine characteristics are strong, health, rigid body, fast, swift, magnificent, invincible, enemy of all beasts, life deprivation, etc. Exchange for war merit, 18,900. Seeing this number, Li Yu couldn't help but grind his teeth. It's really expensive. But after all, it is a technology developed from the A-level Divine Mecha, and it can also increase the generation speed of divine genes with corresponding characteristics, which is not bad. But this is indeed unattainable for Li Yu at present. Pass. Next, let's take a look at the confidential mecha skills. Zhiran charging skills. The extreme charging skills created with his Zhiran mecha that was once A-level, now dropped to A-level, as the core must have the divine characteristics of explosion, burst, high temperature, swiftness, and light to use. It can increase the explosive power of the body by 20%-500%, which is extremely fierce. It hurts the enemy 1000 and hurts itself 300. If used for a long time, it will cause irreversible damage to the body, and the frequency of use needs to be properly controlled. Need to exchange for war merit, 3,900. This is not expensive. But Li Yu still couldn't afford it. He flipped through it again. The confidential mecha skills and divine skills were basically developed around the characteristics of divinity. They were learnable, but most of them required certain standards and conditions to learn. He guessed that the reason why they were classified as confidential was that they probably involved some divine mysteries. If they were spread, there might be some negative effects. It was impossible to pass them on to people with insufficient military merits. Otherwise, it was not enough to explain why such knowledge skills could be sold at such a high price. Soon, he roughly flipped through the various exchangeable items and military merits, and quickly came to a relevant conclusion in his mind. Among them, compared with various confidential skills. On the contrary, the exchange price of some material things was not high. The simplest one, such as the pure meat of divine creatures, which is a high-end version of high-energy alien meat, can be exchanged for one portion with 5 military merits. And the effect of one portion is far greater than 20 portions of high-energy alien meat. Moreover, it also has a strong effect on evolvers. For example, High-energy alien meat is the highest effect on non-evolvers, but it will be discounted for evolvers. In addition, he also saw the divine core of the B-class molten gold mecha of the Vulcan sequence mentioned by Xiaodong before. It originated from a ruins development several years ago. Because the B-class molten gold mecha was too powerful, the divine core was directly destroyed by the exploration team. 50 to 200 combat merits can be exchanged for a fragment of different sizes. The reason why it can still be exchanged is that the fragment has been broken into at least more than 100,000 pieces. At present, there seems to be tens of thousands of copies in stock, so there is no worry about exchange. Therefore, with such a large number of divisions, it is conceivable how little divine radiation of divine core can provide. But after all, it is also a B-class item, and the energy level is there. I believe Ten Horn will exchange it. After a while, everyone started to discuss. Xiaodong scratched his head and said, "It seems that there is nothing to exchange for 500 battle merits except supplies. I can't even exchange for the cheapest divine weapons or divine equipment." Ten Horn sighed and said, "Originally, I had 200 battle merits and felt that I was a rich man with special privileges. As a result, I found that the most suitable Vulcan sequence divine core could only be exchanged for 2 finger-sized fragments for 200. Pharmacist 1 smiled and said, "It's good to be able to exchange for such special supplies. If you put them outside, you can't buy these things no matter how much star coins you spend." Zhang Zuyan asked, "Sister Wan, what are you going to exchange?" Pharmacist 1 said, 150 war merits can be exchanged for a divine massager, and I plan to exchange the remaining 50 war merits for pure divine creature meat. Divine massager, what is this? A small item of ancient technology. Here, look at the list, where the man-made technological items are. Why is it man-made? You don't know this. Some man-made technological items are made by cracking a small part of divine technology, or in other words, they will have some low-value mass-produced divine black boxes built in. In short, this is the most cost-effective and the thing that can best utilize the essence of divine technology. Pharmacist 1 smiled and said, "There is absolutely no redundant exchange item in the war merit library. Sometimes, some low-priced items can even dig out treasures suitable for us." Zuo Ying asked curiously, "Sister Wan, what is the effect of this divine massager? Is it to use divinity to massage yourself?" Pharmacist 1 nodded and said, "Almost. After our daily tiring training, the nutrient solution alone is not enough. If we can use this thing to transform it into a gentler way to massage the body, it will definitely be of great benefit to increase our training effect." This directly recommended it to others, and they all wanted to exchange this item. The pharmacist said gently, "The 3 of us girls can share one, and the men can also share one, so we can save a lot of war merit." Tan Horn originally wanted to exchange it directly for 200 war merits, but when he heard this, he exchanged 168 war merits for a fragment about 1.5 fingers long, and said, "In this case, then I will share 30 war merits. It happens that each of the 5 of us has 30, and we can get 150 to buy a shared one." Xiaodong praised, "This is good, this can maximize the use of resources. Let me see if there are any other good things." Zhang Zuqiang and Sun Duxiu naturally had no objection. Li Yi smiled and said, "Actually, I also saw something good. We can wait until we accumulate a batch of military merits next time and then raise funds to exchange it." Sun Duxiu's eyes lit up and said, "It can't be the one I saw." Li Yi was surprised. "Which one did you see?" Sun Duxiu winked and said, "That one, a kidney strengthening and bodybuilding potion. Drinking it can permanently increase kidney function and greatly increase human energy. It takes 500 military merits to exchange for 1 tube. The 5 of us can each contribute 100 next time to try the effect." Zhang Zuqiang shook his head and said, "It's unnecessary. We are already evolvers with strong physiques. Why bother?" Sun Duxiu shook his head and said, "You don't understand. I've heard before that this kind of human visceral strengthening potion that can be exchanged in the military merit library can be superimposed with a strengthening brought by divine radiation. Do you understand what I mean?" Xiaodong heard this and said thoughtfully, "That sounds good. That is to say, if someone takes this stuff in the non-evolved stage, wouldn't they be able to beat the evolvers in terms of energy and endurance? If an evolver takes it, will they be stronger and more enduring than other evolvers? Damn, it's a good thing. Whether it's in battle or at home, it's an absolute good thing." Xiaodong became more and more excited as he spoke. "Switch. For this kind of thing, just give each person 1 tube." Sun Duxiu, Let me make a deal with you. You help me pay 30 battle merits to exchange for the divine massager, and I will exchange it directly for 500 battle merits, and then let you taste it according to the proportion. What do you think? Sun Juxi's eyes lit up. Okay, this is a good idea. Li Yu smiled and said, that's good, let you two try the effect first. If the effect is good, I will try one tube next time I have accumulated battle merits. Sun Juxiu asked, Li Yu, from what you said, the item you are interested in is not the same as what I said. Li Yu nodded. I'm interested in the document decryption and analysis of information collection system in the confidential information of divine technology. The exchange price is 400 war merits. I read the introduction of this document. It has many types of analysis of information patterns. It is very good. It is very suitable for each of us to study the information pattern processing that we are good at and improve the reaction speed of the corresponding scene. Sun Juxiu suddenly said, is it the trace analysis that you are good at and the smell analysis that Zuo Ying is good at? That's good. Everyone should take a look. Yes, this time I plan to exchange for the Elemental Divine Weapon Zanpaku Sword, which requires 1900 war merits. I only have 100 left. It seems that I can only exchange this document next time. Li Yu shrugged, and he felt a little sorry for these war merits. I envy you. 1900 exchange for divine weapons, no way. Without this thing, I will definitely not be able to deal with slime creatures next week. As for the bounty items, if there is a reward, I can exchange for other divine equipment, which is not a loss. Hearing Li Yu say this, everyone's eyes lit up. Does that mean that with this Zanpakuto, you can deal with the slime creatures? Li Yu shook his head and said, at present, it is still difficult. At most, we can extend the holding time by more than 10 minutes, but it is not very meaningful. I have tried it before. Purely cutting the slime creatures can only pose a certain threat to them, but it is not fatal. Once you are dealt with, they will surround us one after another, and I will not be able to get rid of the predicament. Xiaodong asked doubtfully, doesn't that contradict what you said just now? No contradiction. Li Yu smiled and said, just extend the battle time enough for us to collect evidence. By then, we can use it to exchange for a bounty, and then our overall strength will be strengthened again. Tanharen's eyes lit up. That is to say, after our strength is strengthened, we can defeat the slime creatures. Li Yu shook his head again. By then, it is estimated that we can only threaten the slime creatures, or kill one or two of them, but the probability of winning is still very small. Pharmacist 1 nodded and said, if you think about it carefully, the 5 members of the advanced team are all mid-level evolvers, and one of them is a master who has been promoted to a mid-level mecha master. They were wiped out with such a strong configuration. It can be imagined that we had not yet forced the slime creatures to use their full strength. If we become stronger, they will just be playing around with us. If we want to win, even if it is a miserable victory, we at least need a big leap in strength. Li Yu nodded and smiled. If at least 5 people in the group can be armed with divine weapons, and another 5 people can condense 9 divine genes, I think we will have a chance to win. Xiaodong immediately calculated. Sun Juxi and Yato Shiwen are about to condense the 9th gene. Tanharen also has 8, Zhang Zuqiang has 7 and will soon condense the 8th, and I will soon condense the 3rd. From this point of view, there is still a good chance. By the way, Zhang Zuiwen, how many do you have? Zhang Zuiwen couldn't help but chuckled and said, Xiaodong, you are quite shameless. You have the nerve to say we have a chance with only 3, Xiaodong said with a smile. Isn't this just for everyone's statistics? I admit that I'm weak, but wait, I'll catch up sooner or later. As they talked and laughed, everyone began to exchange items one after another. No one asked Zhang Zuiwen how many divine genes she had condensed. Li Yu finally exchanged for the Zanpaku sword. He exchanged all the remaining 100 war merits for pure meat of divine creatures, a total of 20. The White Fuji Fairy AI said, the Elemental Zanpaku sword is too large to be obtained on site. Please specify the transfer location and recipient. Li Yu said, number 51 parking space in the underground hangar of the training hall in the 12th area of the cabin 12. The recipient is Li Yi. Okay, I confirm receipt. And now start the transportation procedure. After receiving the item, please log into your personal account on the intranet to confirm receipt. After receipt, the corresponding war merit will be automatically deducted. Okay, then there were 20 pure meat of divine creatures, one as big as a football, which was a pleasant surprise. Li Yu also chose to transfer it, and the location was the dormitory. Zhang Zuiwen, Sun Duxiu, and Zhang Zuqiang all exchanged all their war merits except for public items for pure meat of divine creatures. Zuo Ying exchanged for an evolution potion, which was exactly 200 war merits. The effect was very good for non-evolvers. It was estimated that after this wave, she would finally become an evolver. The others completed the exchange one after another according to the previous discussion. On the way back, several people wanted to see the power of the divine weapons. After a few discussions, they all rushed to the training hall. Unfortunately, the items had not been delivered yet, and several people could only stay to practice and wait. About half an hour later, the 35-meter-long Zanpakuto sword was delivered with a bang. Accompanied by bursts of roars, 2 flying cars with Zanpakuto swords suspended approached the training hall from high altitude. As the flying cars approached, everyone looked through the transparent skylights of the training hall and was still surprised. Why was it still landing? Wasn't it going to hit the training hall vertically? Suddenly, boom! Amid the roar, the ceiling of the training hall suddenly stretched, opening a huge hole 50 meters long. Then, the flying car sent the Zanpaku sword vertically to the training hall. And this is not over yet. The ground seems to be about to open up, and continue to send it to the lower hangar of the training hall. Suddenly, the Hades Mecha jumped up and grabbed the Zanpaku sword. The recipient Li Yi has accepted the Zanpaku sword and clicked to check on the intranet. Thank you for your hard work, 2 flying car AIS. After saying that, the Hades Mecha made a sword flower, and the air suddenly made a huge sonic boom. Whoosh! At the same time, a huge amount of wind directly blew several people who were not on the mecha and were practicing hand-to-hand combat on the ground to take off on the spot, looking at each other in bewilderment. In the cockpit, Li Yu laughed heartily. Good sword. I haven't played weapon combat for a long time. Let's see how much of my swordsmanship skills are left. After saying that, the Hades Mecha began to dance on the spot. Although his swordsmanship is not bad, this is after all an operation on a mecha, and he still needs to adapt to it. Kazayadong, damn it, Li Yi, we were all blown away by you. Please. Let's go to another place to practice sword fighting. During the actual combat training the next afternoon, when the special class entered the hangar to start the divine mecha, they saw the huge, sharp Zanpakuto hanging diagonally on the back wall of the Hades mecha, and they were immediately shocked and silent. Feng Tao kept blinking and closing his eyes, then patted Zhou Qishan beside him and asked, Ashen, am I seeing an illusion? Zhou Qishan shook his head and said, You don't see an illusion. This is probably the divine weapon that Li Yi exchanged for his military merits. Is the gap getting bigger and bigger? Feng Tao suddenly said, Yes, I heard that they cracked the divine light bomb and earned a lot of military merits. But, can Li Yi's military merits be exchanged for weapons of this level? Zhou Qishan exhaled. Most likely. I heard that the cracking of the divine light bomb was basically completed by Li Yi. This guy is really invincible in the special class. Feng Tao was silent. After a while, Feng Tao's face flashed with dejection, and he said, Sheng, it seems that I have to take the initiative to step down and let others take over. Chapter 86 Strength. Zhou Qishan was surprised and said, Relinquishing your position? This is a bit strange, as if Li Yi cares about your position as squad leader. Feng Tao smiled bitterly and said, Ashen, stop talking nonsense. Just stating the facts. It's normal to get beaten if you fall behind, Zhou Qishan said. Old Feng, let's practice more later. I heard that Li Yi has practiced more every day since he entered the special class. Feng Tao sighed. If you can do it, who wouldn't want to practice more? After all, the physical and mental consumption is too high after a day, and there is no spare energy to do anything else. Gravity training varies from person to person, and the index is constantly adjusted. But the overall design must be that the stronger the physique, the higher the consumption. Without a reasonable rest, it is impossible to keep up with the pace. As the old people in the special class, they knew this, so they didn't practice more every day like Li Yi. After thinking for a while, Zhou Qishan said, Let's go and learn from him. I heard that Li Yi's group has also started to practice with him, and they can actually stick to it. Great. It should have been done a long time ago. Let's go together. No, I'll go. Zhou Qishan came to Li Yi and said with a smile, Li Yi, we have been in the same class for so long, but we haven't dealt with each other much. I'm Zhou Qishan, nice to meet you, Li Yi replied. Although we haven't dealt with each other before, I have often heard of you. I've heard of you for a long time. Zhou Qishan looks okay. His temperament and facial features are of the feminine scholar type. He has a strong and powerful figure and a friendly smile. He inexplicably gives people a very down-to-earth feeling. At this moment, he smiled gently and said, I have been hanging out with Lao Fang, but I haven't been in contact with other small circles. This time I mainly want to discuss with you, how do you manage to practice every day without being tired? Li Yu blinked and said, I don't know, I just practice and sleep like that, and I don't think it's that difficult. Haha, Li Yu, you are really a joker. I understand. Zhou Qishan laughed and said, some secrets are not easy to tell others, this is normal. I don't have too many extravagant requests, I just hope you can give me some pointers. This is a small request as a classmate and a future comrade in arms. I hope you can give me some appropriate opinions that do not exceed your secret scope. Li Yu raised his eyebrows and his eyes moved slightly. This Zhou Qishan is quite interesting. His style, speech, and voice tone are all the type that are not easy to be disliked. The most important thing is that he keeps a low profile. After thinking for a while, Li Yu said, then I also have a question for you. After your answer, I will give you my answer depending on the situation. Zhou Qishan smiled brightly. I'd love to. Just ask, Li Yu said. Suppose there are 15 sheep eating grass on the mountain every day. The shepherd boy's task is to drive the sheep back to the sheepfold before sunset to prevent them from being bitten to death by wild beasts. On this day, the shepherd boy missed the time because he overslept, so he ran quickly. Halfway up the mountain, he found a passerby lying on the ground. The passerby was wearing a black down hat, a yellow leather coat, and long boots. There was a crack on the right front end of his left boot, revealing festering flesh. At this time, the passerby stopped the shepherd boy and said, I stepped into a hunter's trap, save me, I can give you 1,000, no, 10,000 star coins. At this time, if you were the shepherd boy, what would you say? Or what action would you take? Li Yu finished the sentence at a very fast speed. Zhou Qishan was stunned and couldn't help asking, is this the question you want to ask? Yes, this is a fable I often heard in the tree shed area of the Mars base. It's very interesting. So, please answer it. Zhou Qishan fell into thought. After a while, he said, if I were a shepherd boy, I would probably go to the mountain first and then go down the mountain to help passers-by. Li Yu nodded slightly. Explain your reasons. Zhou Qishan said, because the passerby only has festering wounds, but the shepherd's sheep may be bitten to death by wild beasts at any time. Instead of relying on the 10,000 star coins that the passerby can give, it is better to keep what you have first. Li Yu said, is there anything else to add? Zhou Qishan said, no. Li Yu said, then I will tell you the secret of my continuous training. It is very simple, that is, more high-intensity battles, compared with gravity training. The biggest difference between high-intensity battles and gravity training is the initiative. Therefore, high-intensity battles can further tap the potential of the body, and then allow you to get better rest efficiency when you rest. That's it, Zhou Qishan. I will continue to exercise. After that, Li Yu signaled Zhou Qishan with his eyes that he could leave. Zhou Qishan said, the last question, whether my answer just now is in line with your best answer. Li Yu smiled and said, medium level, not bad. The secrets I told you are all real stuff. Of course, whether you can do it depends on whether you can persist. Zhou Qishan knew that he would definitely not get any real secrets in a few words. However, since Li Yu said medium level, and it is still a real thing, that is enough. If there is a lack of details, just figure it out yourself. After all, everyone knows that high-intensity battles have a remarkable effect on improving combat power. But how to reach the level of Li Yi? You still have to spend a lot of time and effort to try and figure it out. Li Yu watched Zhou Qishan leave, and his evaluation of Zhou Qishan in his heart was raised. Nothing else, because he was a cautious and smart man. There are several ways to interpret his story, such as whether the passerby is reliable, or even a good person, as well as the value of the sheep and the value of 10,000 risk star coins, or whether the shepherd boy missed the time, or even some ways to have the best of both worlds. All of these can be discussed and questioned. Zhou Qishan obviously saw many ways of interpretation, but he was not sure, so he gave one of the most common answers. Therefore, Li Yu also gave his most common answer. The most common does not mean bad, it can only be said to be not bad. As for what Zhou Qishan can understand from it, it depends on whether his cognition is worthy of his choice. Afternoon. After the mecha skills learning in virtual reality are over, it is subject learning. Starting from the virtual ruins exploration in the third week, Chen Kai Ongzi has gradually added subjects such as cosmic exploration, cosmic biology, cosmic astronomy, and even mathematics and mechanics to everyone's virtual reality learning catalog. These things should not be difficult for the strong physique of the evolvers. But after all, many of the contents are difficult, and the content is complicated and the amount is large, but everyone still complains about the learning. Therefore, this period of time is also called the devil's learning time. After the theoretical study, it is practical training. Today, Li Yu's opponent is Mo Longshan, who ranks 15th in the class and is a very low-key person. Since the opponent's strength is not a strong enemy, Li Yu did not take the Zanpakuto sword to the field. He estimated that Chen Kai-Ongzi also knew that his strength was enough to crush the whole class, so he let him play the role of the big devil and create high-intensity pressure training for others. Li Yu himself received high-intensity pressure training from Chen Kai-Ongzi, which just formed a cycle. Therefore, the practical training in the afternoon has become a rare relaxation time for him recently. Off the court, several people in the group who have completed the practical round sat aside and chatted. Xiaodong said, "I heard that due to the annihilation of the advanced team, the exploration level of the ruins has been confirmed to be upgraded. Now, 2 main battleship-class large ships in the nearby route have modified their routes and headed for the Xianshu ruins. By then, it is estimated that the 3 ships will jointly develop the Xianshu ruins," Tan Horn said. "In fact, it is good to upgrade. With masters in the front, we, the little soldiers, can also harvest and make a little money. What's more, we have many first-mover advantages, and the big haul is definitely still with us," the pharmacist said gently. "I've heard about it, too. It's said that the other 2 ships are Kofu and Zuri. They are brother ships, with the same basic structure, design, and personnel. Most of the population comes from the lunar base." Lunar base, Xiaodong was surprised. "How can such a small moon support 2 fleets?" Pharmacist 1 said. "The moon is small, but the lunar base is not small. It is the first barrier of the human home planet." Zhang Zuqiang nodded and said, "Indeed, the lunar base is essentially a space fortress built around the moon. It has a dense population and is said to support 700 to 800 million people, which is half as many people as the Mars base. It's terrifying," Xiaodong said. "Haha, by that calculation, are we, Seton, equal to country people compared to those of you who are from the solar system?" Zhang Zuyin said. "Seton is not bad either. Our Zhang family has a large mining base there. I've been there for sightseeing. The scenery is pretty good, and the ecology is pretty good," Xiaodong said. "You are talking about something that happened a few years ago. In the past 2 years, the mechanical industry has expanded significantly on Saturn. Most of the planet has been transformed into large-scale mechanical factories, and 20-meter-class mechas and spaceships are being mass-produced. Has Saturn transformed into a large-scale mechanical factory planet?" Yao Shiwen's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Xiaodong said, "That's right. After all, Saturn has various metal ores. It is said that a special metal element suspected to be the source of the shell material of the divine Mecha has been discovered. It is precisely because of this that Saturn has received crazy investment from major financial groups." While they were discussing, Li Yu had easily solved his opponent and started to practice on the spot. "Damn, Li Yu still doesn't plan to rest. Why don't we practice more? Let's go. Let's end the chat and start practicing more." Under the leadership of Li Yi, the team members became more and more enthusiastic. At the same time, the 3 instructors of the special class are participating in an online meeting. The participants included the captains of the Mecha Corps, captains of each division, ideological and strategic guidance officers, tactical staff officers, technical and tactical training officers, and special class training officers of the 3 ships, Kufu, Zuri, and Yaochi, as well as the members of the advanced team of Kofu and Zuri who had already rushed to the Xianshu ruins in advance. There were more than 90 people in total, each wearing a white uniform with red edges, projected on the conference room, and gathered together. The 3 captains, Tang Baixin of Yaochi, Zhang Pengting of Kufu, and Lin Ziyun of Zuri, were seated at the podium in the conference room. The captains and ideological and strategic guidance officers were in the front row. The tactical staff officers and technical and tactical training officers were in the second row. The third row was the 9 instructors of the 9 special classes, among which Chen Kai-Ongzi's seat was in the middle, with Zhang Guanlin, the instructor of Kufu, on the left, and Lin Huai, the instructor of Zuri, on the right. Coincidentally, Zhang Guanlin was the son of Zhang Pengting, and Lin Huai was the daughter of Lin Ziyun. At this moment, The meeting was in the middle of a debate. The main representatives of the three parties in the debate were basically the captains of the major teams. Among them, Lin Guotao was naturally included. However, he had always kept a low profile and did not participate in the debate. At this moment, the captain of the Yaoqi ship's standing team slammed the table and said, "The Yaoqi ship has explored enough important intelligence and should be fully in charge of this exploration. Haha, you have suffered a lot of casualties, which obviously shows that the command is improper. I think this time, our Kofu ship should be in charge. No, none of you can do it. Our Zhiri ship is strong and powerful, and has had many successful experiences. It should be handed over to our Zhiri ship." When it came to the latter part, it had become a quibble. Chen Kaiyongzi knew that this was actually just a daily formality. Before the conclusion was reached, the interests that should be fought for and the positions that should be stated had to be discussed this time. In fact, the three captains had basically discussed the general policy. The real purpose of holding this meeting now was just to unify the position. At the same time, they also listened to the real thoughts of the frontline business backbones. When the meeting time is almost up, the three captains will make their final decisions and give their conclusions. Of course, it doesn't mean that the people below can't change the will of the people above. If someone comes up with a better point of view and strategy, or similar evidence, it can still change. However, the direction of this time is basically beyond the expectations of the three. About half an hour later, Tenbaeksan spoke up and made the final decision. The discussion agenda is almost over. Let me talk about a few key points, regarding which party is in the lead and the issue of dividing interests. First of all, the maximum number of entries for this exploration team, excluding the advanced team that has already rushed over, is expected to be 80 divine mechas. Among them, 10 divine mechas must be stationed in the first level to search and collect all clues reported before, collect relevant information, and guard against other accidents, and also prevent exceeding the number limit set in the second level. For the second and third levels, 10 divine mechas must be stationed in each level. For the fourth level, 30 divine mechas must be stationed. For the fifth level, 20 divine mechas must be stationed. As for whether there is a sixth level, we need to investigate the situation based on the mecha team of the fifth level. Regarding the issue of command authority, each level will be commanded by the captains or the instructors of the selected classes. Due to the carrying capacity of the ruins, they must be stationed one level at a time. For example, when the first group enters the second level, the second group can be deployed. When the first group enters the third level, the second group enters the second level, the third group can be deployed, and so on. Therefore, the first group must be composed of elites among elites and well-deserved strong men among mid-level mecha masters to be competent. The second group must also be strict and must be the best among the beginner mecha masters to be competent. In addition to the 5 exploration groups, there are 2 to 3 mobile groups, each with a limit of 15 units and a minimum of 6 people, who can explore freely. Therefore, the next topic is the recommendation and selection of personnel for the 5 exploration groups and the 2 mobile groups. Please all frontline managers submit the recommendation list and list the detailed reasons for the recommendation. Afterwards, we will conduct a final review and confirmation. Hearing this, Chen Kaiyongzi's heart moved slightly. Beside him, Lin Huai, who had peach blossom eyes, fair cheeks and a beautiful temperament, looked over and said with a smile, "Kaiyongzi, it seems that you already have a candidate to recommend? Could it be the Liyu team that is currently in the limelight over there? Do you plan to recommend them as the mobile team or the exploration team?" Chen Kaiyongzi was surprised and said, "You are well informed. You even know a lot about our special class." Lin Huai smiled and said, "In your special class, there are also 2 of my distant cousins and 1 distant cousin. Although we are not very familiar with each other, now that we know we have to deal with you, we will definitely become familiar with each other." Chen Kaiyongzi's heart moved slightly, and said, "Lin Su, Lin Hui, and Lin Wenzhong." Lin Huai smiled and said, "Yes, Lin Su is quite capable. She should also be on your recommendation list, right? The latter 2 are still young, so I guess I don't have to think about them this time." Chen Kaiyongzi observed Lin Huai's expression and said thoughtfully, "It seems that you have already learned from Captain Lin how to confirm the final list in advance." Lin Huai nodded, smiled charmingly, and said, "Yes, if you want to know, I will tell you. No need. I just need to recommend the person I think is suitable." Chen Kaiyongzi smiled lightly, not being fooled by the other party. In her experience, the more Lin Huai smiled at a person, the more she wanted to deceive that person. Lin Guotao said regretfully, "That's a pity. I wanted to join forces with you to get 2 mobile team quotas together." Chen Qiongzi glanced at the other party, thought about it, and said, "Tell me about your plan first. If it is suitable, then consider whether to join forces." After today's extra training, Li Yi unexpectedly met Lin Guotao. "Sir, it's so late, how come you have time to come here?" Lin Guotao said with a smile, "We had a very troublesome meeting today, which has nothing to do with me. But at the meeting, I actually heard something about you, so I just wanted to come and see how your soul is growing, and remind you, by the way, you are really hard-working, sir. It's a small problem. I have less things to worry about now, and I don't need to intervene in the cult problem for the time being, so I am quite free now." Lin Guotao looked much better than the last few times Li Yi saw him. The most typical thing is his mental state. The anxiety before could not be hidden. While talking, Lin Guotao sat on the ground directly, and then stretched out his hand to Li Yi and said, "Come and sit over here. I brought a soul strength tester this time, which can test the specific values for you, so that you can record it once a week to determine how much of the divine gene share you can accommodate." As he said, he took out something from his pocket that looked very much like an old film camera. "Can you show it to me?" Li Yi looked at it with curiosity. "Just look around, don't press the buttons randomly. Each press costs 200,000 star coins." Damn. Li Yi's eyebrows jumped, and his fingers immediately grasped the base. It's not that he has no money now, but a device costs 200,000 to press once, and he doesn't want to pay this money in vain. "Sir, you don't look like you're joking. Of course, the shell of this thing is not expensive, but the things inside are very valuable. You have to understand that in this world, everything related to the soul is priceless." "I understand," Li Yi nodded, "but, is it necessary to spend 200,000 to test the strength of the soul?" Lin Guotao smiled and said, "Of course it is necessary. Think about it, you are about to generate a new divine gene in your body, but your soul strength is not up to standard. Guess what will happen?" Li Yi pondered. "Generation failed," Lin Guotao said. "Generation failure is the lightest consequence, and the most serious one may be that the gene sequence collapses directly, and then your body functions will have some adverse effects. If you are unlucky, it happens that the gene sequence controls the most critical physiological function in your body, and you may die directly." Li Yi thought for a moment. "It seems to be the case," Lin Guotao said. "If you take the pure route, you basically don't have to worry about insufficient soul strength, but you are now taking the route of composite radiation, and the generation speed is very fast. Sooner or later, you will face similar problems." As he said that, Lin Guotao aimed at Li Yi and shot directly. A white light flashed suddenly. With a click. Then, Lin Guotao took out the film in the camera, looked at it for a few times, and suddenly showed a strange look. "Did you measure it wrong? Why is your soul strength so high?" Li Yi asked curiously. "How high?" Lin Guotao thought for a while and said, "A total of 28 units, which means that your current limit of divine gene growth is likely to be 28. Li Yi frowned and said, "Only 28 units, how can it be considered high?" Lin Guotao said speechlessly, "The average evolver has 9 units, you are more than 3 times that of others, how can it not be considered high?" "Very high, okay." Li Yi originally thought that he had absorbed so many memories, and the self-strengthening of the thought steel pillar, not to mention more than 10 times that of ordinary people, at least 7 or 8 times? That's it? Or is it that the growth of soul strength is also the type that is getting harder and harder? Lin Guotao rubbed his brows. "Are you really dissatisfied with this number? Let me put it this way, at the initial stage of evolution, your foundation is already stronger than Zhang Shengfeng's. At the beginning, Zhang Shengfeng reached 15 at the initial stage of evolution, and was hailed as a genius among geniuses, and successfully promoted to above the heavenly level. Although this foundation is good, it does not mean that you will be able to successfully promote to above the heavenly level in the future. After all, there are still many difficulties to overcome. But at least, in this link, you are better than Zhang Shengfeng." Li Yi said, "Well, I just feel that the improvement given to me by the steel pillar of thought is so great, but the result is only 3 times higher than that of ordinary people, and I am a little surprised." Lin Guotao smiled bitterly. "Do you think the improvement of the soul is addition? In fact, this is calculus. It is to improve little by little, approach the limit little by little, and then break through." Li Yi nodded and said, If the enhancement of the soul is a calculus-like enhancement, then it is indeed getting slower and slower, Lin Guotao said. In short, remember to keep this matter confidential. Regarding your soul strength, I will apply to upgrade the confidentiality level by 2 more levels to prevent someone from targeting you. Don't worry, instructor. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm very good at being a riddle teller, okay, as long as you know it. I'm very confident in your style of doing things, Lin Guotao said. In the future, you will come to me for a test once a month to prevent the sudden explosive growth of the divine gene and break through the limit of soul strength. That would be troublesome. Explosive growth? Is this possible? Of course it's possible, but the probability is very small. If you are interested, you can check it on the intranet. What I said here is not detailed enough, okay? Didn't the commander say that he wanted to remind me of something else? Look at my memory, I almost forgot. Lin Guotao patted his forehead, his expression turned solemn. Your ability in ruins exploration has been unanimously praised and recognized by the 3 special class instructors, and even Captain Teng has praised you, and the Corps is also interested in arranging a field commander and a field staff officer. This is a good opportunity. If your strength continues to improve during this period, you can consider competing for the position of field staff officer. Field staff officer? Li Yu was surprised. Lin Guotao said, yes, this is a good opportunity for you to build your resume. The field commander has a big responsibility, but the staff officer is easier to say. The responsibility can be light or heavy, and the strength requirements are not too high. The most important thing is that you can still have a certain say, with ease, whether it is your field exploration or subsequent development. It will be of great benefit. Chapter 87 Encounter. Li Yu thought for a moment and said, Sir, even if you are a field staff officer, your responsibilities may not be that light. Have you ever thought about whether pushing me up so early may be a case of forcing things to grow? Forcing things to grow? Lin Guotao laughed dumbly and shook his head. No, my philosophy is to apply the right person to the right person. I will directly use the right person for the right place, regardless of whether he is young, experienced, talented, or talented. Sometimes, even a piece of toilet paper or a bucket of swill can save lives, let alone a top talent like you. Chen Kai-Ongzi talked to me about you before. I know that you have a steady and cautious mind, and I also know that you rejected a request to compete for the dominance of the entire ruins. Although today is different from the past, now there are 3 ships in parallel and coordinated development, and the dominance does require people with qualifications and strength to maintain order. But field staff officer, let me tell you this, with your understanding of the Xianxu ruins, it is more than enough to compete for a place. Even those advanced teams all need to rely on you, with your excellent insight and analytical ability, to reduce casualties and increase development benefits. Okay, let's stop here. No need to ask, someone will definitely submit your list. This matter has basically been decided, but whether you intend to accept it in the end depends on your willingness. In fact, you need to fight for it a little to get the maximum benefit. This is my reminder to you, the benefits of taking the initiative and doing it passively are completely different, aren't they? By the way, this does not affect your exploration of the ruins. The on-site staff officer means that you have the authority to advise the commander-in-chief at any time. You can participate in the exploration on site. Lin Guotao gave Li Yu enough patience and persuaded him carefully as before. I understand, sir. Thank you for your reminder. I will handle this matter carefully. Li Yu thought for a moment and answered. Okay, that's enough. Lin Guotao smiled. Although you may not be mentally prepared, in a special organization like ours, sometimes many things are done at the last minute. Many people are often forced to do things. They may be very strong, but they may not have sufficient excellent command ability. Li Yu said, I understand, sir. I'm leaving. Don't be surprised if you see changes on the page of your personal account later. That means your confidentiality level has been raised. Lin Guotao really came and went like the wind. It took only more than 10 minutes to finish the task and leave immediately. The next day, Li Yu asked Chen Kai-Ongzi for a day off. He wanted to go to cabin number 5. Now he has level 3 authority, so he can go there by himself even without Lin Guotao's application for the interplanetary vehicle. He had asked AI Ziosh about this before and learned the corresponding route strategy. In the third area of cabin number 10, there happened to be a special train that could pass through the 4 large cabins 9, 8, 7, and 6 all the way to cabin number 5. The total journey time, plus the stop time in each cabin, is about 45 minutes. Although the speed of the special train is not fast, only 240 kilometers per hour. But it can be seen that the interior of the Yaoqi is so vast. Speaking of which, he has not set foot in many large cabins. Cabin 5 is mainly the residential area of the metropolitan area and the native ship citizens. Cabin 9 is the observatory, Cabin 8 has been used for dinner, and cabins 10 to 12 are the territory of the Mecha Corps. As for cabins 6 and 7, according to the information found on the intranet, it is said that they are also the places where the native ship citizens live, work and study. It can be said that the entire Yaoqi has become a bit self-contained and has its own society. Although there are still many people whose tasks are related to the border defense tasks of the Xingyu Federation. But perhaps some people's lives, in these long and endless years, can't even play the role of screws. Thinking of this, Li Yu actually felt a little emotional. Half an hour later, the special train began to enter cabin 7 and stopped for a while. At this time, a group of mostly lower-grade elementary school students came into the cabin. Noisy. It is also strange that Yaoqi has actually developed such a complete social system. Moreover, every elementary school student looks energetic, well-nourished, and bright-eyed, looking very energetic and sunny. It seems that although the world inside Yaoqi is smaller than a planet, it is not bad in terms of education. No wonder it can cultivate a genius like Zhang Jingyu. Li Yu observed for a moment, thinking in his heart. At this moment, a female teacher who looks quite young is confirming whether all the people are present with a bionic caretaker beside her. Seeing that Li Yu is the only foreign guest in the carriage at this time, the female teacher hurriedly apologized, then clapped her hands to attract the attention of the students, and said, 15 days later is the turning day. Do you all know what to do on the turning day? A student raised his hand to answer, I know. The turning day is the day when the Yaoqi ship has to adjust its direction due to encountering an unexpected star during its journey. On that day, everyone must stay in the school's resettlement shelter. No, it may not be encountering a star, it may also be due to other needs and need to adjust the direction, another elementary school student immediately refuted. The female teacher smiled and said, very good, everyone is great, but there is one thing you must not forget, that is, you must arrive at school 3 hours in advance on the day of the turn. If you don't arrive in advance, if the turn happens early, you may never see your classmates and parents again. Li Yu listened to them talking, and thought about the turn day in his heart. The Yaoqi will maintain a certain degree of stable speed in the interstellar navigation to maintain the balance of gravity. If it accelerates or turns, it will definitely break the balance and cause an imbalance of internal gravity. If the acceleration is too high or the turn is too sharp, it will be a natural disaster for the humans on the ship. By analogy, it is like an ant living on a basketball. If the basketball accelerates, it may throw the ant off. And humans may be thrown from the ground to the dome and smashed into meat paste. Therefore, when encountering acceleration and turning, all members must enter the refuge area. Of course, strong evolvers can be exempted from this problem. However, Li Yu did not expect that 15 days later would be the turn day. It seems that the Yaoqi will approach the direction of the Xianshu ruins on that day. While thinking, the female teacher calmed down the students and suddenly walked towards Li Yi. Are you a mecha master? The female teacher asked, her voice trembling slightly. Li Yu glanced at the female teacher and saw that her eyes fell on the mecha team emblem on his collar. He immediately knew how she knew his identity and nodded. Great, I have never seen a real mecha master in my life. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Can I take a photo with you? The female teacher became excited. Photo? Li Yu's mouth twitched. He was not a star, so what was the point of taking a photo? However, seeing the other party's pure eyes, he nodded, okay. At that moment, the female teacher quickly picked up her personal communicator, sat down next to Li Yi, and took a selfie in a playful pose. Li Yu cooperated and smiled. After the photo was taken, the female teacher checked the result and showed a surprised expression. Wow, super. Great. Look. Handsome guy, how about we take another one? Li Yu decisively refused. No thanks, two are enough, the female teacher said regretfully. Well, this one is good too, it may be my heirloom in the future, I will print it out and frame it on the wall when I get home. Li Yu was embarrassed. No need, aren't you afraid that your boyfriend will mind? Boyfriend, why would he mind? Aren't they just ordinary friends? The female teacher said strangely. Isn't there a similar concept here? Li Yu explained, it's the kind of opposite-sex partner, the long-term, Intimate kind. Oh, that. We don't care about that now. After all, we are doing asexual reproduction now. If you want a child, you can directly provide the corresponding eggs or sperm, upload the level to the human breeding center, and they will naturally arrange it for us, the female teacher said. You Mecha divisions are probably busy fighting every day, so you don't know much about the lives of ordinary people like us. In fact, we all care about one night of life and happiness when we see each other, and rarely need a long-term partner, as she said. The female teacher threw a coquettish eye to Li Yi. For a handsome guy like you, I guess there will be different people lining up every day to sleep with you. How about considering me? If you are like this, I can also consider long-term. Living far away is not a problem at all. I can go to find you, Li Yi. No need, thank you for your invitation, but we have a heavy training task and no time. The female teacher is indeed very good at teasing. Although her appearance is not as good as Yao Shiwen and others, her eyes and expressions are obviously talented. Fortunately, Li Yi is also experienced and will not lose his virginity. After all the small talk and excuses, the car finally arrived at cabin number 5, and he left quickly. Only the female teacher was left, and she couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, it's rare to meet such a good-looking man, but I didn't win him over. Am I still not attractive enough? The social atmosphere of the native ship citizens in the starship opened Li Yi's eyes. In this comparison, Zhang Jingyu's weirdness seemed extremely ordinary. At this moment, Li Yi came to the Biological and Pharmaceutical Research Center where Zhang Jingyu was. He thought he still needed to verify his identity, but he didn't expect that the door would open automatically when he arrived at the door. It seems that Lin Guotao probably helped him get the access rights here when he came here last time. When he came to the 28th floor, he quickly found Zhang Jingyu who was doing experiments again. At this moment, Zhang Jingyu had bright white hair, her pupils turned red, and her skin was strangely pale. Like a female ghost. The moment he walked into the room, Li Yi thought he had recognized the wrong person. Hey, you're here, it seems you have generated new divine genes. Zhang Jingyu sat on the side mysteriously, and when he saw Li Yi coming in, he just slightly raised his right eyelid, and when he saw it was him, he closed it again. Yes, I want to ask you for some potions to adjust the 2 new sequences. One is the Wind God sequence, the characteristic is Tornado, and the other is the Thunder God sequence, the characteristic is Magnetic Explosion. So what are you doing? What is the new experiment? Did you finish your last autophagy experiment? Do you see my state? What do you think it looks like? Zhang Jingyu asked. Female ghost. Wrong. This is a characteristic of an ancient creature called White Rakshasa, Zhang Jingyu said. I recently studied the excavation records of the Shanti ruins, and extracted the divine gene of White Rakshasa from a 210-meter-long remains. Isn't it amazing? Li Yi asked curiously. Aren't you a pharmacist? How can you extract genes? Can divine genes be extracted from remains? In fact, ancient biological research is my main business, but my main business doesn't make much money, so I concentrated on studying pharmacy and passed the senior pharmacist exam, which earned the corresponding funds for ancient biological research. Zhang Jingyu still didn't open his eyes, and closed his eyes to talk to Li Yi. In addition, the divine genes of ordinary creatures will automatically disintegrate at the moment of their death and cannot be extracted, but if it is an extremely powerful ancient creature, then there is a possibility of successful extraction. However, this possibility is still incredibly low, and I am lucky, plus my skills are not bad, so I happen to succeed, although Zhang Jingyu said by chance and luck. In fact, when she was telling the story, she couldn't hide the smugness on her face. Then you studied this divine gene and came up with your current appearance? Or did you implant this divine gene into your body? Almost. The process was complicated, but the result was a combination of circumstances that led to your current appearance. Don't worry, I can change back. As she spoke, Zhang Jingyu suddenly opened her eyes, and the divinity outside her body flowed repeatedly. After a while, her white hair turned back to black, and her pupils turned back to black. Her pale skin remained the same. It made her look more sickly and beautiful. Zhang Jingyu looked at the mirror on the opposite side of the wall and said in surprise, "Damn, it really turned back? Awesome, my design is fine," Li Yi said speechlessly. "You didn't succeed before." "Yes, I can only say that it was a coincidence." Zhang Jingyu stood up calmly and looked in the mirror, as if checking the details to see what else had not changed back. While checking, he said, "Originally I just wanted to test it. If it doesn't work, I'll remove the divine gene." I didn't expect that it can be implanted, but it can't be removed at all. Don't you refer to relevant cases? I remember that I haven't heard of a successful transplant of divine genes so far, Zhang Jingyu said. I think my method is feasible, so I tried it. As for the failure cases of predecessors, they are just references to me at most. Their failure does not mean that the divine gene cannot be implanted, Li Yu complained. That's the truth, but if you play like this, you will kill your body sooner or later. Zhang Jingyu smiled and said, don't worry, I am born with a big life, so I dare to play operations that others dare not play. For example, the last autophagy experiment, I have succeeded. I only have 10 divine genes in my body now, but in terms of strength, it is now comparable to a person with 13 divine genes. Come, hold my hand and try the strength. As he said, Zhang Jingyu stretched out a slender pink palm and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi thought about it and shook it directly. Although he only has 5, he is not afraid of Zhang Jingyu's strength because he has broken the limit twice and is proficient in various ways of exerting force. Zhang Jingyu directly pressed down. Hey, you are so hard. Not bad. After all, I exercise regularly. Well, it seems that I can only be better than the medicine jar, but I am still a lot worse than you, a genuine mecha master. Zhang Jingyu originally wanted to show off his skills, but he failed to show off and was a little depressed. Li Yi smiled and said, you are not bad. I can see that your physique is up to standard, and your strength is indeed up to the standard of 13 divine genes, but you don't know how to exert your strength, so it has no effect. By the way, can you prepare the potion I just mentioned as soon as possible? In addition, if your autophagy potion is successfully promoted and verified, I also want a copy. No problem, I will give it to you first, and I will provide you with a pure version without side effects. After all, you are a genius. Thank you then, you're welcome. I will definitely treat you with more preferential treatment for such a high-quality material. Li Yu laughed and said, in your eyes, what else can't be used as material? This question stumped Zhang Jingyu. She pondered for a moment and said, even if it is waste, there are uses for waste. I can't think of anything that can't be used as material. While speaking, Zhang Jingyu had already configured the adjustment potion on the operating table. Half an hour later, Li Yu left this place with 2 boxes of potion tubes. He had already taken the adjustment potions of the 2 divine powers of wind and thunder on the spot. The problem of low coordination of the divine genes was solved. As for the box, it was Jingyu number 2 potion. It was an improved potion for his newly improved physique. It was more effective and it was a pure version, eliminating all side effects for his physique. At the same time, he paid extra money to purchase 40 tubes on top of the free quota, spending more than 30 million. He dared to spend so much because he had made hundreds of millions from the exploration of ruins recently. Otherwise, if he had been in the starship before, he would not have had so many ways to make money. Money had to be spent in several parts. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, the training camp ended, and Chen Kai-ongzi called Li Yi over. Captain Lin should have talked to you, right? Chen Kai-ongzi leaned on the sofa with her calves together, looking through the documents and asking Li Yi. She changed her dress style today. She was wearing a black formal suit, black leather shoes, and her jet black hair was tightly tied behind her head, tied into a bun that was very capable and highlighted her facial contours. The overall style is generous and correct, without losing the original graceful appearance. It seems that she is going to attend a banquet in a formal occasion next. Yes, Commander Lin analyzed the pros and cons with me in detail, and then suggested that I take the initiative to strive for the position of field staff officer. What do you think? Originally, I also wanted to refuse, but my strength progress has been unexpectedly fast in the past few days. Now I think that in a month and a half, it may be the most suitable stage for me to perform. Chen Kai-ongzi smiled. Good, you should have this kind of confidence. I have submitted your list, which includes the free mobile group and the field staff officer. With your previous achievements and the military exploits you have obtained, I dare not say about the mobile group, but the position of the field staff officer must be stable. Li Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, instructor means that there are still changes in the selection of the mobile group. Chen Kai-ongzi nodded. On the one hand, your team's strength configuration is not all top-ranked in the class, which will cause some controversy. On the other hand, there is the competitive pressure from the Khufu ship and the sun-chasing ship special class. It's mainly the first problem. The subsequent competitive pressure should only cause a delay in the process, Because you are currently performing well in the exploration of virtual ruins, there won't be much delay in this regard. As for the strength configuration, we are more worried that when you are needed to provide some assistance, you will not be strong enough. Li Yu nodded and said, I understand. What will happen if you are really stuck? Chen Kaiyongzi said, if you are really stuck, you should be replaced and other strong people should be replaced in your team. Li Yu frowned and said, do you mean to change it as you say, or will you give us some room to operate? He was not happy. Although he knew that this was a normal problem in the system, if it happened to him, he would be unhappy no matter whether it was reasonable or not. Besides, their current performance was worthy of this result, and there was no reason to block people because of the so-called ranking. Chen Kaiyongzi raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, don't worry, you guys don't have to worry about such a small matter. You just need to improve your strength and give a perfect answer in a month and a half. As for me, I will probably be responsible for directing the exploration of one of the levels. At that time, we can cooperate with each other. Li Yu's eyes lit up. With the instructor here, I will feel more at ease. At that time, the instructor might as well take us to the 5th level to sweep the 4 slime creatures. Chen Kaiyongzi smiled lightly. Hey, I just wanted to get through it easily. Since you want to play the 5th level, then I will reluctantly apply to command the 5th level. Haha, I think the instructor has long wanted to play the 5th level himself. Li Yu also laughed. However, you'd better try to conquer the 5th level as much as possible during this period, or in other words, find out the cause of death of the advance team, try to get the bounty from the headquarters, and arm yourself. Chen Kaiyongzi knocked on the table, his tone a little more serious. Regarding the cause of death of the advance team, I always feel that it should not be that simple. Although the 4 slime creatures do have the strength to wipe out the advance team, it is impossible for them to be unscathed. Perhaps, these 4 slime creatures are just on the surface, Li Yu said with a slightly stern face. I have also made some discoveries in this regard, but they have not been finally confirmed. After defeating the slime creatures next time, I may be able to give the instructor a definite answer. Then I wish you success. Chen Kaiyongzi nodded and said, also, before exploring the ruins, remember to meet all the indicators I asked of you before, or even do better. This time the ruins are much more difficult than before. You must try your best to increase your strength to the limit to be safe. Understand? Don't worry, instructor. Well, go ahead, Chen Kaiyongzi said, and found that Li Yu had not left yet, and immediately smiled. What, you still have questions? Li Yu pointed at the clothes on Chen Kaiyongzi and said, excuse me, instructor, are you going to attend the funeral of the advance team? Or some important banquet? Chen Kaiyongzi was stunned. Why, this style looks like attending a funeral. Li Yu nodded. Chen Kaiyongzi's face flushed. But it was only a moment. Li Yu blinked again, and Chen Kaiyongzi seemed to suppress the blush with her strong body control. If Li Yu hadn't had a natural memory, it would be impossible for him to forget. Then he would really suspect that what he just saw was an illusion. So, Li Yu smiled. Chen Kaiyongzi coughed lightly. Let me explain. I'm going to attend an online wedding of an old friend. The other party strongly invited me, and I had no choice but to agree. Can you participate in a wedding online? Yes, you little brat. There are so many things you don't understand. Go and practice quickly. I don't have time to practice with you tonight. Li Yu smiled. Instructor, when will the wedding end? I can wait for you. Wait? Your time is so precious now. Hurry up and train. Don't take on 2 positions, then end up with poor strength, and embarrass yourself in front of other main ships. Yes, let's go to training now. Li Yu smiled and left Chen Kaiyongzi's office. Chen Kaiyongzi was in such a hurry, could she want to change into a dress? Chapter 88 Thriller. In a blink of an eye, the 6th virtual ruins exploration began. This time, after a week of intensive training, everyone in the group has made progress. Among them, the most outstanding achievement is the evolution potion that Zuo Ying exchanged. The effect is outstanding, which helped her to successfully condense the divine gene and become an evolver. She ranked 5th in last year's newcomer martial arts competition. Her foundation is not bad, but compared with monsters like Li Yi, it is not so outrageous. At this moment, the Baka divinity on her body is like an invisible gentle sunshine, which makes everyone around her feel refreshed. Thank you very much for taking care of me. I am weak, but you have always taken good care of me and have no intention of abandoning me. Zuo Ying's gratitude to everyone is natural and sincere. And everyone solemnly mentioned their names and thanked them one by one. which was very ceremonial. Tan Horn said with a smile, in fact, we are all gathered together by chance, sometimes not because of strength, but a wonderful fate. If we had a utilitarian mindset from the beginning, I'm afraid our cooperation would not be so smooth. Of course, we have to thank Li Yi for his strong command ability. If I were the one commanding, I think I would still be stuck in the second level, Li Yi said. That's not necessary. After all, I also need your help to complete many things that I can't do alone. Everyone laughed and talked for a while, and the topic shifted to Xiaodong. Xiaodong, did you get a tube of kidney strengthening medicine before? How effective is it? When Xiaodong mentioned this, his face was constipated. Don't say that. I'd rather change to a gentler potion. Sun Juxi laughed and said, after drinking it, Xiaodong was so stiff that he didn't even get any sleep. He vented his endless energy outside the dormitory most of the night, rubbing against the wall, rubbing and rubbing. It really made me laugh to death. Xiaodong was shocked and said, you were spying on me. Sun Juxi laughed and said, I'm still saving that small sip, waiting to see the effect on you before drinking it. Li Yu laughed and said, Xiaodong, I see that your breath is much stronger than before, which shows that the potion is still useful. At the very least, your combat endurance should be improved. Xiaodong said, that's right. I regret sharing a sip with Sun Duxiu. If I had known earlier, I should have borrowed 30 battle merits from you, and I would have drunk all the rest. Now I must be even more vigorous. Sun Duxiu reached out and touched Xiaodong's waist, and said in surprise, really, your kidneys seem to have a motor, very restless. Xiaodong said proudly, isn't it? I told you not to drink first, you are stupid. Now the virtual ruins mecha is open, you can only wait for next time. Sun Juxiu said, forget it, next time is next time, I'm not in a hurry, haha. Someone said he was not in a hurry, but he was actually very anxious. While joking, Tan Horn also shared the situation after getting the fragments of the divine core. Although the divine radiation that can be generated is very small, the quality is indeed high. If there are more military merits in the future, I would like to continue to work on this thing. This also made Li Yi have some associations. It seems that when exploring the ruins in a month and a half, I can find a way to get some divine cores to increase the divine radiation on my body. While talking, helmets were put on one after another, and everyone's consciousness sank into the virtual reality. Boom. On the ice covered with wind and snow, 8 mechas landed calmly. The first surprise was that the Zanpakuto sword was also successfully simulated. Li Yu began his mobilization speech as usual. This time, we will explore the 4th level again to see if we can find a safe way to reach the upgrade pool and find a way for the advanced team to enter the 5th level. Our strength is far from being able to compete with the slime creatures, so the goal this time is still to investigate the cause of death and obtain evidence. When the battle is inevitable, go all out, empty everything as much as possible, and enter a high wartime state. Understand? Everyone answered loudly, understood. This time, everyone had all the previous experience, and the progress was still very fast. Within half an hour, they entered the 4th level. At this moment, above the magma pool, 8 mechas stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down. Xiaodong said, it's a bit strange, the magma pool seems to have risen by nearly 8 meters. Tan Horn frowned and said, it's not like, but it is true. The previous channel that can absorb light sources is almost soaked by magma to the entrance. Could it be that the end of that channel is where the advanced team arrived? We have found all the other channels that can be found. Maybe it's not necessarily there. Everyone talked about it. Li Yu pondered and said, let's see if there are any other fish that have slipped through the net first, and then go to the light-absorbing channel. If possible, he didn't want to go to that channel so early. He always felt that if he went in through that channel, the whole group would be wiped out faster. This would waste the precious time for exploration. Although he wanted more high-intensity combat excitement, he should try to avoid combat in unknown situations where he couldn't control the intensity. When everyone saw Li Yu say this, they naturally had no objection. After so many times, they had already had blind confidence in Li Yu's judgment. Li Yu said, so this time, it's still me, Tan Horn, Yao Shiwen, and Zhang Zuqiang who are going to explore the bottom of the magma pool. Zuo Ying, you have become an evolver this time, and your physique and senses have improved. See if you can find some residual subtle smells. Although the hope is not great, you can try your best. The priority position is near the entrance of the passage below, extending 30 to 50 meters to the right. and focus on the inspection. Xingyu, you can try to use the power of destiny to set the wreckage of the remaining 4 people in the advanced team as the target, and see if you can hit them from a distance and determine the direction. Although it's also a matter of luck, you can also gamble. As he said, the Pluto Mecha stretched out his hand to circle several positions and said, start with these positions first, maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Several people were a little confused as to why the focus was on which area. But because Li Yi had not made specific arrangements, the crowd did not interrupt to ask questions. Sun Duxiu, you and Kei Xiaodong will be responsible for the alert, especially the entrance to the passage we entered. It is best to use the long-range detection system to maintain a detailed exploration of the non-dense areas within a range of 100 kilometers. After Li Yi finished speaking, Sun Duxiu asked impatiently, why do we have to specifically explore the non-dense areas within a range of 100 kilometers this time? There will be a lot of obstructions, Li Yi said. You are wrong, Sun Duxiu. The 100 kilometers from here to the non-dense area is exactly the least obstructed. We have been apart for a week now. According to the previous rules, perhaps some giant creatures will give up waiting for the dense area and come from there. So, be sure to be alert to prevent our retreat from being cut off. Sun Duxiu was stunned for a moment and said, is it likely that the giant creature will break free from the control of the ruins and leave the dense area? There is only this possibility in signs, Li Yi explained. It's not very obvious, but this time, along the way, there are many more giant creatures' footprints at the connection points between the non-dense area and the dense area, and they are not the same category as the giant canine creatures before, so it is estimated that there are other giant creatures awakening in the dense area. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this relic is still activating resistance? Kei Xiaodong hurriedly said, Zuo Ying, do you smell it? Zuo Ying said, I can't judge the signs from such a long distance, but since Brother Yi said so, it must not be aimless. Yes, it's just uncomfortable like this. Don't wait until we really enter the ruins, the difficulty will increase, Li Yi said. At present, the control inside the ruins should still be effective, but it is inevitable that it will be destroyed, just like the laboratory set up by the Gourd Man, which released the control of the slime creatures. Maybe, the giant creatures that may be out of control this time may also be affected by external forces. Okay, let's stop here first, let's explore as soon as possible, time waits for no one. At this moment, the Pluto Mecha took the lead and fell straight into the magma. Yao Shiwen and others who controlled the Mecha also followed. On the public channel, Li Yi said, this time, we can expand the scope of exploration and explore the extreme range of this magma pool as much as possible. The 3 people agreed and then dispersed. In a blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. On the public channel, Zuo Ying said, in the several areas guided by Brother Yi, we found some very faint smell substances, which are very similar to the smell we smelled in the laboratory before. 3 minutes later, Zhang Zuoyin's voice of surprise also came. I also found that at the right side of the second channel entrance 43 meters away, the power of destiny will have some weak reactions. On the public channel, Kei Xiaodong also said almost at the same time, it appeared. A huge hairy head poked out from the dense area and the non-dense area. I didn't see what it was, it flashed by, but it is definitely not the same type as the canine creature. Compared with the continuous discoveries of the non-magma group, the magma group has not found anything useful yet. Move forward in silence and explore carefully. After all, we have found everything we could last time. This time, if we want to gain more, the time and energy we need to spend will naturally not be comparable to last time. In a blink of an eye, a total of 20 minutes passed. Finally, the magma teams also reached the limit of the magma pool one after another, encountering extremely dense oil layers and hardened metal rocks. Li Yi said on the public channel, Magma team, each of you report your findings. Report. Yao Shiwen didn't find anything. No, neither did I. Li Yi frowned, thought for a moment and said, then let's all come back and exit the magma first. Can everyone still support the load now? Just barely, then do it as soon as possible. Don't overload in the magma. 20 minutes later. Boom. 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 4 mechas wrapped in a large amount of magma red juice jumped out of the magma surface one after another, and with the help of divine energy, they soared to the upper layer of the cliff. In the air, hot steam was steaming. The Pluto Mecha was the first to arrive at a part discovered by Zhang Zuoyin. Is this where your destiny power reacts? Which members? Point out the specific location. Zhang Zuoyin controlled the Bai Mecha, pointing out a location while saying, This is the location where the Captain Teng Qingguang, the sea-level purple electric mecha reacts. This is the location where the team member Zhang Beiquan, the sea-level golden flame mecha reacts. Mainly these two. The location of the purple electric mecha is 41 meters to the right of the center of the passage. The golden flame mecha needs to be extended by another 2 meters. Li Yu said, Zhang Zuiwen, please explain the detailed angle. Tan Haoran walked over in the Changrong mecha and said, Li Yi, how did you define this range? Is it possible to hit it with the power of destiny? Xiaodong was still on guard at the entrance of the passage above, but he also listened to the conversation between the few people and quickly interrupted, I know, Li Yi must have found some hidden traces again. But I'm curious why he didn't find it last time, but found it this time. Li Yi smiled and said, you are good at answering for me. Yes, I did find new traces. Of course, this trace is not new, but I condensed the fifth divine gene, and the coordination degree was also improved, so that I had another breakthrough in physique and sensory ability, Tan Haoran said in surprise. Yes, Li Yu's strength has improved, but it's not just as simple as improving his strength. The corresponding insight will definitely improve as well. It seems that we have one more weapon to explore the ruins, Pharmacist 1 said thoughtfully. It seems that we really need to learn and specialize in the processing and identification of information patterns. This way, we can play a miraculous role in various occasions in the future. Everyone has seen the huge potential of being good at processing a certain information pattern, and they have indeed paid more attention to it. Li Yu smiled and said, that would be the best. All members can even be divided into categories and specialize. In this way, no matter what type of ruins exploration we encounter in the future, it will be as easy as taking something out of a bag, Zhang Zuqiang asked. By the way, what are the specific traces that Li Yu found? Is there any explanation? Li Yu said, the traces were not generated from the outside, but were transmitted from the aftermath of the battle on the opposite side, destroying the original structure here. However, the structure here is originally bumpy, and it is difficult to tell whether it is due to the rise and fall of magma or other vibrations. It was only after my strength increased and my ability to distinguish was higher that I saw the problem, but even so, we can only try our luck, because the battle may change direction at any time, but now it seems that we have good luck, and the advanced team has a bit of bad luck. Yao Shiwen followed Li Yi's train of thought this time, and said thoughtfully, the advanced team has bad luck, which means that the range of the transmitted aftermath is relatively small, which means that they have almost no ability to resist and are immediately wiped out. Li Yu nodded and said, that's right, and this also confirms the question Xiaodong raised before. What question? Several people were surprised. Xiaodong blurted out, are you saying that the slime creatures are not strong enough to wipe out the advanced team? Li Yu nodded and said, no, to be precise, the slime creatures have the power to wipe out the advanced team, but not so quickly or so fiercely. Behind these 4 huge slime creatures, there should be a stronger one that can quickly wipe out the advanced team. There is already a lot of evidence to support this argument, and indirect situational evidence. For example, the attack mode of the slime creatures that you have personally experienced before. Xiaodong answered quickly, is it the bullet and wrapping, then stripping off the energy, and spraying venom? Xiaodong has made good progress recently, and his combat thinking has become more and more organized. Li Yu praised and said, yes, this method is simple but difficult enough, but the instantaneous damage is not enough. This is the biggest indirect evidence, and the direct evidence can also be seen from the wreckage of the explosive magnetic mecha, that is, biting. Fuck, yes, I almost overlooked this detail, Xiaodong shouted. The explosive magnetic mecha was clearly destroyed by being bitten, but the few slime creatures we encountered never showed the ability to bite when they attacked us. Everyone was shocked. They did overlook this detail. After all, the combat time was very short at that time, and they subconsciously thought that they were just not worthy of being bitten by slime creatures. Now that I think about it, maybe slime creatures don't have the habit of biting at all. Sun Duxiu frowned. Indeed, I barely fought with slime creatures for 2 or 3 minutes, but for such a long time, I have never seen slime creatures use the skill of biting. Li Yu continued to add, also, the source of the toxicity of those poisonous ferns on the dome is also a problem. I have checked various channels. Ancient ferns are non-toxic and have no ability to release pheromones. Therefore, where these poisonous ferns come from also needs our attention. While speaking, the Pluto Mecha started to knock on several wall locations given by Zhang Zuiwen, and put his palm close to collect frequency information. Luck is pretty good. This part is not made of special alloy, but just a regular high-density soil layer. Therefore, the frequency transmission is not difficult. After a while, Liu said, "It seems that we have to go through that light-absorbing channel. Everyone, get ready to go in. Be careful on the road. There may be a big crisis there." Yes. Soon, 8 mechas entered the second channel that was about to be swallowed by magma, which was the channel that they decisively exited halfway through the last time. The mechas moved forward cautiously. 10 seconds later, the light had disappeared. The mechas relied on the information collection system to barely see the surrounding situation. But as the channel went deeper, even the collection of other information became scarce. Be careful. Once the public frequency signal disappears completely, go full speed. Remember, you must always remember your walking distance. When you reach 740 meters, you must turn right at a 12-degree angle, walk 300 meters forward, turn left at a 7-degree angle, and then walk straight down to get out of the channel. The communication signal that was close at hand also became intermittent. Liu repeated his orders over and over again, repeatedly explaining the path through which he had reflected the frequency before. Ahead, after passing a certain important node, the public frequency signal suddenly disappeared completely. Liu did not hesitate, and controlled the Pluto Mecha to start running. Liu kept in mind the shape of the passage he had judged before, and kept running. After walking for about 2 kilometers, he finally rushed out of the passage. Ahead, it suddenly became clear. Is this another scene in the 4th level? Or is it directly connected to the 5th level? While thinking, behind him, the Binglin Mecha arrived next. Followed by the Bai Mecha, Mingfang Mecha, Beika Mecha, and the Liqiang Mecha responsible for the rear guard. Where are Yaoshi-1 and Tanhoran? I don't know. I followed your instructions and ran all the way without encountering other mechas. Sun Juxiu frowned. Was it eaten by the passage? Xiaodong said bitterly. Liu's face was also slightly solemn. Although he had expected that there would be problems with the passage, he was also mentally prepared. Unexpectedly, the divine mecha could be made missing. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe it was just tripped, Zuo Ying suggested in a low voice. Zhang Zuoyun said, when I was running over here in the B-Wing Mecha just now, I seemed to feel something trying to grab me at my feet, but I don't know if it was luck that it didn't grab me. After this, several people looked a little strange. Xiaodong said, I had the same feeling, but I thought it was just the friction caused by the swirling airflow when the Mecha ran at a high speed. Now it seems, any of you who have this strange feeling, report the specific location. Liu continued, Zhang Zuqiang, you and I will go in and investigate. We may be able to save the situation before too much time passes. Although this is a virtual reality, Liu does not want to face the slime creatures next time when his personnel are seriously insufficient. Is this too risky? No, but this passage may only have special attacks on the divine mechas of the Vulcan sequence, or there may be some special interference, Liu said quickly. Xiaodong suddenly realized, yes, Tanhoran and Yao Shiwen are both Vulcan sequence, but the rest of us are not. The rest of you stay where you are. You can investigate in a small area, but don't go too far away or to make a big noise. Do you understand? Understood. As he spoke, the Pluto Mecha and the Ice Wheel Mecha immediately returned to the passage. Boom, boom, boom. At the beginning, there was an echo at the entrance of the cave. Zhang Zuqiang said, I remember when I felt something strange at my feet. It was 682 meters from the opposite entrance. Liu nodded and said, my position was 721 meters from the entrance. Xiaodong and the others were in the middle of our feeling points, so let's go to the area around 721 meters to check. There is no signal around there. You and I should not be too far apart. If necessary, we can touch each other's palms to transmit information. Understood. As he spoke, the signal weakened. The two of them soon arrived at the first target location. After groping around the passages for a while and knocking around, there was no gain. After thinking about it, Liu's heart moved slightly, and he controlled the Pluto Mecha to jump up, stretched out his right palm, and touched the dome. Hey, this touch! Immediately, the palm of the Pluto Mecha touched the Ice Wheel Mecha, transmitting information. After 3 seconds, synchronize the freezing wave, direction, vertically upward. Then, the Pluto Mecha directly blasted a freezing wave upward. The Ice Wheel Mecha also started at the same time. The spiral ice wheel freezing wave. Kala Kala. The upper passage was instantly frozen by the absolute low temperature. Immediately afterwards, the entire dark and lightless narrow passage began to tremble violently as if it were an earthquake. The two huge mechas were also bounced at will. The force of this shock was really extraordinary. What on earth is this passage? It's so outrageous. In the cockpit, Zhang Zuqiang was shocked and his body load continued to soar. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Altar. Fortunately, this huge shock that could knock down even the divine Mecha did not last too long. After a while, in the dust, the Pluto Mecha groped its way to the side of the Ice Wheel Mecha, touched it with its palm, and transmitted the information. Are you okay? Fortunately, I almost didn't overload. Just now, I seem to have taken in a lot of messy information. It's not completely messy information. There's still some pattern. It's just that I don't understand what this pattern means for the time being, Zhang Zuqiang asked. What about now? I have written down the pattern and some details of the messy information. Next time, I can find a chance to exchange the analysis of the Divine Mecha information system to see if I can figure out what secrets this huge earthquake hides, Li Yu said. As for now, I think after this wave of shocks, if I'm lucky, Yao Shiwen and Tan Horn have been suddenly ejected. Let's go. Let's continue to go inside. In the cockpit, Zhang Zuqiang pinched his eyebrows and said, damn, I seem to have confused the specific distance of the entrance during the few huge shocks just now. Don't worry, your current position is 731 meters, I'll remember it for you. Zhang Zuqiang was speechless. In this situation, can you still remember the position of your teammates? This is no longer something that a genius can do. It also requires careful thinking and a high degree of calmness. After a long silence, he said, sure enough, making up my mind to follow you is the most correct decision I have made, and it may also be the most correct decision in my life. Li Yu smiled slightly. It may be now, but there is still a long way to go. Don't rush to draw conclusions. As they spoke, the two of them gradually increased their speed. At the 682nd meter, they encountered Tan Horn's Changrong Mecha. At this moment, the Changrong Mecha was leaning against one side, shaky, but never falling. The Pluto Mecha immediately reached out and touched the Changrong Mecha. It seems that you are lucky and have not been overloaded, Li Yu. Damn, you are finally here. I am just a little bit away from overloading. I have to slow down. What did you just touch and what left you there? I'm not sure, but there was a huge force suddenly coming from my head, sucking me up, and then squeezing me continuously. Li Yu interrupted and asked, is there no effect after launching the divine skill? No, absolutely not. Not to mention launching it, I can't even move. Tan Horn exhaled a long breath and said slowly, I thought I was going to be overloaded and out, but suddenly there was a huge shock, and then I was thrown out. It seems that this shock was your operation. Li Yu nodded. Yes, I suspected that there might be living things in this channel, so I launched a freezing wave with Zhang Zuqiang. I didn't expect that after the freezing wave was launched, it actually caused such a huge shock. Now it seems that the living thing may be a whole with this channel. After quickly finishing speaking, Li Yu said to Zhang Zuqiang, you stay and watch over Tan Horn. I'll go find Yao Shiwen. If I don't find her after another 500 meters, she's probably overloaded. So, if you don't see me coming back within 1 minute, you can go back first, understand? Zhang Zuqiang said. Understood. At that moment, the Pluto Mecha continued to move forward. After a while, the Pluto Mecha found the Hualun Mecha. Fortunately, Yao Shiwen was still there. At that moment, the Pluto Mecha touched it with its palm and transmitted the information. How is it? How is your condition? Li Yi. Yes, you don't recognize my voice. No, it's just that the feeling just now was a bit outrageous, and I'm a little confused now. Yao Shiwen's voice sounded a little trembling. What do you mean by outrageous? It seems like I saw a scene like purgatory. Purgatory? Li Yi's eyes moved slightly. In the cockpit, Yao Shiwen, with sweat dripping from her forehead, took a deep breath and said, it's a bit hard to describe. At that moment, I felt like I saw a scene like a myth, like seeing some supergiant divine mechas of the Vulcan sequence, waging a war in purgatory. The supergiant I'm talking about is not the height we are at now, but dozens, hundreds, or even more exaggerated. At that time, The black flames burned everything and engulfed everything. I seemed to feel the same way and suffered. In short, I almost forgot that I was in virtual reality, but fortunately, suddenly, all my feelings were shattered, and I found myself here again. It seems that it was your operation that got me out of this predicament. Li Yu shook his head and said, to be honest, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Can you walk normally now? Just give me a while, okay? A few minutes later, when the Pluto Mecha and the Fire Phoenix Mecha came out synchronously, everyone on the field breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The personnel are all in place. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's good that we didn't waste too much time. As he spoke, the Pluto Mecha raised his head and carefully observed the surrounding scene. This sight also made him slightly moved. This scene should be different from the 5th level. The distance between the dome and the ground is obviously higher, about 400 meters. Unlike the giant trees, vines, and poisonous ferns seen in the previous times. This time, the dome is covered with dense colorful fungi. Therefore, if you look up and don't pay attention to distinguish, it's like seeing large patches of bright colors on the dome. But if you look closely, a certain disgust deep in the human gene will quietly rise. As for the front, it is a mushroom forest formed by dense and huge mushroom plants. Various strange-shaped caps, and the more you look at the gills, the more uncomfortable you are, and the countless microbial communities floating in the air, forming a colorful biological community visible to the naked eye. This place is obviously different from the 5th level. In other words, they walked into the 4th level under the normal scene from another channel? Thinking of this, Li Yu called Ai Zaichi and said, Ai Zaichi, we are in the 4th level, right? Yes, you have just entered the official scene of the 4th level, and the magma area you were in before is the hidden map connecting the 4th and 5th levels. Li Yu continued to ask, this time we entered the 4th level without reporting intelligence value. Is this also the scene entered by the advanced team? So there is no reward for this intelligence? Yes, the strange thing is that we entered the magma area before and got the intelligence reward. But at that time, the advanced team had already repushed the 4th level on their own. In other words, the passage we just entered has a fork. One side is the entrance discovered by the advanced team, and the other side is the entrance discovered by our side. Ai Zaichi replied, yes, your inference is correct, but as for where your fork is, due to the 3-class competitive exploration restrictions set by your instructor before, I'm sorry I can't answer. Li Yu nodded and said, enough, these are enough. After listening to the conversation, everyone also felt strange. Unexpectedly, the abnormally dark passage actually has a fork. Kezayadong asked, Li Yu, did you see the fork in the road through frequency oscillations before? Li Yu nodded and said, no, I just relied on frequency oscillations to determine its general direction and nodes, but I didn't find any other specific forks at that time. The reason why I inferred that there was a fork in the road was based on the facts that happened before, excluding all impossible options. As he spoke, Li Yu frowned and pondered, but the problem is, if there really is a fork in the road, it proves that my frequency oscillation detection just now was biased. But we ran all the way here before, and there were 2 trips back and forth, and there was no difference from my previous judgment. Yes, Kezayadong also entered Li Yu's train of thought, wondering, then where is the root of the contradiction? Tan Horn said, is the position that sucked me in the fork in the road? It's just that the place is too hidden, and you didn't find it by chance. Li Yu shook his head and said, no, what you call being sucked and squeezed, I think it's probably some kind of illusion. Some kind of illusion so powerful that even the information collection system of the divine metric can be deceived, or your information processing ability can't keep up with the changes in information, resulting in a lot of misjudgments. Pharmacist 1 agreed, yes, what I saw was indeed an illusion, and I didn't actually move too much. I just leaned against the corner in the darkness where information couldn't be transmitted, so you ignored it. Tanhorn complained, but the squeezing feeling was so real that I couldn't imagine it was an illusion. Kezayadong laughed and said, stupid, in fact, this is the same as virtual reality, right? It's equivalent to virtual reality in virtual reality. Okay, I can barely accept this statement. While talking, Li Yu had sorted out the clues and said, I think I probably know why I didn't find the fork. Why? Everyone asked curiously. Li Yu didn't answer, but controlled the Pluto Mecha to the side of the passage and started knocking. Everyone watched Li Yu operate patiently. After a while, Li Yu said, sure enough, the fork was not found, but it disappeared. There is a soil layer 300 meters away from here, and the density is not very high. Its approximate outline diameter is about 40 to 50 meters, which should be enough to accommodate the advanced team to pass through one after another. Yao Shuan's heart moved, and said, does it mean that after the advanced team passed, the fork disappeared automatically? Or was it destroyed? That's about it. Li Yu nodded and said, but whether it disappeared automatically or was destroyed, I can't judge it at present. Yao Shuan said, but if it is said to be an automatic disappearance, doesn't it mean that the ruins still have a high control over this place? It can even block the retreat, Zhang Zuqiang said. Is there a possibility that the vanguard team's annihilation is actually the resistance mechanism inside the ruins that played a role, accelerating their annihilation process? Otherwise, with their strength configuration, at least a middle-level mecha master should have a chance to escape, right? But in fact, it was one of the team members who escaped at the bottom of the ranking. Everyone was horrified. Because this is not impossible. As soon as they entered the virtual ruins to explore, the ruins presented a completely different appearance from the ruins news they had learned in the past. For example, when the control authority was captured by the Yaoqi ship, they could actually obtain their virtual data in return and strengthen the behavior patterns of each guard mecha. Tan Horn said solemnly, it seems that such a thing is indeed possible. Even the data of the advanced team was recorded all the way, and the behavior and attack habits were figured out, and then they were attacked in one fell swoop at the 5th level, seeing that everyone was getting more and more depressed. Zhang Zuiyun couldn't help asking, then aren't we constantly feeding data into the ruins now? When we really enter, we will catch them all in one fell swoop. Li Yu laughed and said, combined with the current evidence and situation, I think the annihilation of the advanced team was just an accident caused by multiple factors. Zhang Zuqiang's statement is not unreasonable. We should be cautious, but we should not be timid and dare not expose our skills and tactics in the ruins. After all, if we want to expose, we would have exposed it long ago. It's useless to entangle now. As he spoke, Li Yu walked forward. Let's go. I have a rough idea of where the upgrade pool is. Everyone's eyes lit up, and the gloomy mood subsided. Yes, with Li Yu here, they feel very safe. The mechas followed the Pluto mecha and ran all the way at a very fast speed. Li Yu, how did you find the upgrade pool? We didn't turn a big corner along the way, and the speed was so fast. Could it be that the traces of the advanced team were left here? Only the 3rd level was not left, Xiaodong asked hurriedly. Li Yu shook his head and said, no, there are no traces either. Xiaodong asked again, did Zuo Ying smell it and tell Li Yi? Zuo Ying said, there is no residual smell of large beasts or giant creatures here. It is very clean. Damn, how did you find it, Li Yi? Xiaodong scratched his head. Others were also curious. Li Yi smiled and said, it's very simple. There are no traces of the advanced team, but there are traces left by the giant creatures that passed by. According to these traces, we can infer the movement trajectory of the advanced team. These are more obvious than the previous few levels. Xiaodong was stunned. Where did the giant creature go? Zuo Ying asked. Brother Yi, did the advanced team concentrate on pushing here and destroy the guarding mechas or giant creatures here? Xiaodong said, that's not right. If the passages that the advanced team has attacked have been cleared of guarding mechas, then why are those people in the 1st and 2nd levels still stuck there? Li Yu smiled and said, Xiaodong, this is your misconception. There are many guard mechas in the 1st and 2nd levels, so after the advanced team opens the passage, the guard mechas will still be replenished. And the huge dog-like creature in the 2nd level was stuck in the dense area, which only happened between the end of our 2nd and 3rd ruins explorations. Before that, others had not yet broken through the 6 mechas that surrounded the 2nd level. Therefore, the dog-like creature was still in egg form at that time. Remember, Xiaodong's mind suddenly exploded with lighting, and he suddenly realized, yes, that's how it is. Then when we entered the 2nd level for the 2nd time and saw the collapse and fracture of the towering trees, it was actually because the advanced team was stuck in the 4th level and had to return the same way, resulting in changes, because the clues we provided at that time entered from the non-dense area of the 2nd level, the hatching point of the elephant-headed creatures. So if the advanced team returned the same way, it might trigger the hatching of the canine creatures. Then, they fought a big battle with the canine creatures in the dense area and destroyed many towering trees. So, at that time, the mechanization of the canine creatures was only a small part, and it was not until the stimulation of Zhouhuaz's team that the mechanization was completely successful. Li Yu smiled. According to the time sequence and logic, it should be correct. Xiaodong asked hurriedly, Why didn't the advanced team kill the dog-like creatures at that time? Li Yu said, mostly because they were afraid of destroying more giant trees and waking up some sleeping giant creatures. Xiaodong nodded slightly. It makes sense. After all, the dog-like creatures are agile and hide in dense areas. They can use the giant trees as a shield. Tan Haren listened to the exchange between the two and sighed. It's interesting. After Xiaodong drank the kidney medicine, his brain seemed to work a lot better. He can even keep up with Li Yu's thinking, although he had his own judgment of the situation. It was vague and not intuitive and specific enough. Therefore, after listening to the exchange between the two, he realized that he had missed a lot of details. Sun Duxia was also a little suspicious and said, indeed, Xiaodong's brain feels much faster today than usual. Could it be that the kidney strengthening medicine has such a miraculous effect? Then I will get a bottle of the complete version next time. Xiaodong snorted. Bullshit. It's obvious that I have devoted myself to learning from Li Yi and trying to figure out his thinking mode, and finally it has borne fruit. Although I am still not as good as Li Yi, I am more than enough to compare with you muggles. As he spoke, the Pluto Mecha suddenly stopped. We're here. The mechas also stopped immediately and lined up on one side. In front of them was a huge triangular white altar. It was 100 meters high, with thousands of steps slanting down. The high platform at the top was tens of meters wide on both sides, with various scribbled runes on it. On the left and right sides of the high platform, there were countless black and gloomy simple circular patterns. From the overall shape, it is very similar to the ancient altars of humans. Why does this thing seem to be out of place with the style of the ruins? Zhang Zuiyun said after looking at it for a while. Tan Haren said, it's okay. It feels like ancient technology, sometimes retro, sometimes trendy. Li Yu said, Zhang Zuiyun is right. This triangular altar should be left by the Gourd civilization after it transformed the original building here. The evidence is the runes. Although they are sloppy, they are almost the same style as what we saw in the laboratory before. The height of each step of the stairs is basically consistent with our height of about 2 meters. Everyone immediately observed the runes carefully. Indeed, it looks like the runes of the Gourd civilization, but the runes here should be from the early stage of civilization, while the characters in the laboratory are from the late stage. Yao Xuan observed carefully and first recognized Li Yi's judgment. Next was Xiaodong, who also said, moreover, the runes at the two locations of the altar also have two variants. One may be earlier, or one is more formal, and the other is more casual. Zhang Zuiyun said, is it possible that one is used to face ghosts and gods, and the other is used to face humans? Tan Haren said, that makes sense. It is really possible. After all, one is early and the other is late. Everyone also looked at Zhang Zuiyun with new eyes. From this point of view alone, it can be seen that Zhang Zuiyun has learned history well. The development of civilization, most of the paths, most of them cannot escape the early worship of ghosts and gods, to the later technology to create gods. Zhang Zuiyun, Zuo Ying, it happens that the size of your two divine mechas is the smallest. You go up to the altar and see if there is a sea-level upgrade pool there. Understood. After a while, several people successfully found the upgrade pool and the entrance to the 5th level that the advanced team had opened here before. It is true that the sea-level upgrade pool can upgrade A level to D level and D level to C level. The damage rate is basically 0. Several people speculated that it was probably the guard man who was doing the maintenance and properly preserved the main functions of the sea-level upgrade pool. After checking, it was found that there was enough room inside to upgrade at least 40 or 50 divine mechas. Tan Haren said happily, it's done. The path to the upgrade pool has been discovered, and it's safe, although there was no intelligence fee this time because the advanced team had already discovered the specific path. But just knowing the specific location and exploring the route from the magma pool to this place is enough to make money. Li Yu nodded slightly. Then now, let's go down from the upgrade pool and directly enter the 5th level. Next, there will probably be a hard battle. Everyone try to delay time as much as possible so that I can use the Zanpakuken as much as possible, and then collect evidence and get the divine weapon for the reward. Understood. 8 mechas entered one after another. The space at the entrance of the passage is not large, and only one mecha can slide in. Therefore, as usual, Li Yu and Yao Xuan lead the way, Sun Duxiu is the last, and the rest of the people are in the middle. Go down all the way to the halfway. Pharmacist 1, the breath is a bit wrong. According to the direction pointed out by Zhang Zuiyun before, the wreckage is most likely down here. When you fall, Remember to pay more attention to the surrounding environment to prevent being destroyed instantly. No need to worry, there was light in front of them, and then, it was clear. The two mechas quickly landed and immediately leaned on their backs. The two looked up and saw dense poisonous ferns crawling all over the dome. It was indeed the 5th level. Pharmacist 1 said solemnly, "It seems to be denser than last time. Is it because there are more here, or has it proliferated?" Li Yu said, "It may be more serious, it is both reasons. Everyone, the slime creatures have discovered us, hurry down to fight." Boom. 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 Amid the huge sound, 4 giant slime creatures over 100 meters in size invaded from closer. The poisonous ferns on the dome fell one after another. Obviously, this passage is closer to the slime creatures and easier to be discovered. Li Yu did not hesitate and immediately controlled the Pluto Mecha to directly bombard upwards with a shock wave. Boom. The blue freezing wave shot straight out, sweeping across one piece of poisonous fern after another. With a crackling sound, after a while, all the poisonous ferns were frozen on the dome and stopped falling. At the same time, the rest of the mechas slid out from the entrance of the passage one after another, ready to fight. As usual, the biggest one is left to me, and the others, you guys intercept them in the previous formation. This time, everyone must hold on for twice as long as last time, understood? Clang. The Pluto Mecha held the Zanpakutsu sword inserted behind it with its backhand, and the spine groove popped open with a clang, and its angular fingers clenched the hilt. Draw the sword. All the divine mechas and other body shells have many corresponding grooves for adding divine weapons and divine equipment. The Zanpakutsu sword's handguard is very small, so putting it in the spine groove does not interfere with the normal activities of the Pluto Mecha at all. At this moment, the Zanpakutsu sword was swung casually, and the huge sharp edge cut the air, producing a huge sonic boom. Not bad, in good condition. The Pluto Mecha accelerated in the posture of Tiger Strike flow, and then began to charge. In the cockpit, the explosive skills were launched. Then, the 4-fold air step. The largest slime creature that was ejected from the head saw something wrong and opened its mouth to spray out venom all over the sky, covering a wide range. At this moment, Zhang Zuqiang in the back shot out a spiral ice wheel freezing wave directly, and the venom in front of the Pluto Mecha was frozen into black frost. Then, the Pluto Mecha made a final leap, carrying the surging acceleration force, and the whole body was fierce, slashing in the air. In an instant, the slime creature, from top to bottom, the translucent body like a huge saliva, was directly chopped into 2 pieces on the left and right. Obviously, the Pluto Mecha is far less in size than the slime creature, but this slash is very clean and neat, as free and easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Hualala. A huge amount of liquid instantly tilted down and fell on the Pluto Mecha. Li Yu saw that there was something wrong with these liquids and immediately retreated. Then, the liquid condensed again, rising from the ground like a tsunami wave, piling up layer by layer, and almost wrapped up the Pluto Mecha. Sure enough, we must find the divine core inside it and cut it off with a sword to prevent the slime creatures from reuniting repeatedly, or keep cutting it off to consume its divinity. Li Yu's face was slightly gloomy. Although he had expected this in advance and there was no surprise, he still felt a little pressure. Chapter 90 Inference. However, at least I know one thing, that is, my speed of action and prediction, combined with the Zanpaku sword, can completely compete with the slime creatures one-on-one for a long time. Tonnage difference is not everything. Unfortunately, my teammates can't hold on for too long. Their skills and awareness are still too inferior. Li Yu's mind flashed, and he controlled the Pluto Mecha to attack again. The 3 smaller slime creatures around him had been stopped by his teammates. The next 1 or 2 minutes will be his best one-on-one time. If he can find the position of the divine nucleus during this time, he may not lose. The Zanpaku sword vibrated in the air, and the air sounded, and the cold light on the blade was shining. At the same time, a large amount of divinity was stimulated by him, forming a dark blue sword light, which condensed on the tip of the sword. Extremely cold, extremely icy, extremely frozen, and extremely hellish, the surrounding air, large pieces of frost condensed out of thin air and fell all over the sky. Then, aiming at the slime life, he took a step forward and stabbed, and the sword light extended in place and stabbed in. With a sizzling sound, the slime creature was in no hurry to dodge. Its outermost layer of greasy and slippery skin was pierced by the sword light with only a little resistance. The slime creature obviously didn't care. The pierced part cracked slightly. The divinity offset the tearing force brought by the sword light, and directly released the Zanpakutsu sword to penetrate it. Then, it opened its body and rushed towards the Hades Mecha like a dark cloud. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened to the slime creature. I saw that a large amount of extreme cold and extreme ice was instantly transmitted from one side of the long sword. The extreme freezing and extreme prison of Hades' divinity, unprecedented coldness, instantly covered the lower body of the slime creature. Then, the sword light shook and slashed to the right. Rip! The frozen slime creature was neatly separated from the middle, breaking into two parts. Moreover, because a large amount of mucus in its body was frozen, it lost its elasticity and fluidity. After landing, it was immediately smashed into a sky-high blue-black ice slag. It's a bit defective. Come again. Liu knew that this freezing special effect could be used to directly control and kill opponents within 50 meters. However, the opponent's huge slime creature could completely offset it instantly with the help of a large amount of divinity in its body. All he could grab was a momentary cutting opportunity to pull the battle to his advantage. The Zanpakutsu sword slashed again, and the upper half of the slime creature actually dispersed its body on its own initiative, pouring onto the ground and merging with a large amount of ice debris that fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the complete slime creature jumped up from the ground again, and its huge body wrapped around it. The Hades Mecha did not retreat or avoid, and slash horizontally with his sword. Clang! After a loud noise like the collision of metal and iron, the airwave swept wildly, and the Zanpakutsu sword stayed in place, unable to move forward. In the cockpit, Liu's expression changed slightly. Was it blocked by the slime creature? Did the slime creature strengthen its body with the extreme divinity? It seems that the slime creature still has some combat wisdom. The ripples in Liu's heart disappeared instantly, and he was immersed in an absolute state of emptiness again, concentrating on fighting the slime creatures. This time, the performance of the group was indeed much better than last time. Sun Duxiu's power-exhausted Mecha was indeed faster and smoother when dodging than last time. I saw it, vaguely saw it, so this is the world in Liu's eyes, although it was short, although it was only a momentary experience. But when dodging the slime creature several times, Sun Duxiu had a rough idea of what the opponent might do in the next few seconds after I finished this action. Normally, based on experience, ordinary people can also rely on instinct to predict a few steps like a flash of inspiration. But more often, it is still a one-step prediction. At this moment, Sun Duxiu seemed to have grasped some tricks to accurately predict 2 or 3 steps, and he was ecstatic. Although it is still far from the level of Liu's overall control. But at this moment, Sun Duxiu has undoubtedly grasped the veins and found the core of defeating the strong with the weak. In the special class, Sun Duxiu's fighting skills were naturally well-trained, and he was also a Li Shen sequence, so his foundation was far superior to everyone else's, which was extraordinary. At this moment, he saw the hope of breaking through the bottleneck of fighting skills that had been trapped for many years. Right in front of him, the whole person was like a burst of energy, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. Snap! The Liqiang Mecha covered his palm with divinity, grabbed the sticky creature, and pulled it hard to both sides. Compared with the slime creature, the Liqiang Mecha, which was like a child, seemed to have the divinity in its body about to explode, and it was output crazily. Split it for me, divine skills, tearing. Hualala. The lower body of the slime creature was torn apart, and the slime poured down all over the sky, covering the whole body of the Liqiang Mecha. In an instant, a large amount of divinity was taken away and absorbed by the slime creature, and the bright yellow Liqiang Mecha suddenly dimmed. Energy deprivation, snick the helmet popped out, and Sun Duxiu smacked his lips and said, I hit you too hard, I actually forgot that slime creatures have this trick. Everyone around him, except for the group of Yao Shuan and Zhang Zuiyin, had naturally come out a long time ago. Sun Duxiu was alone, and this time he was excited again, so naturally he couldn't last as long as Yao Shuan and Zhang Zuiyin. Sun Duxiu, you only lasted a little more than a minute this time than last time, it's not good, Tan Horan teased. Sun Duxiu was stunned and said, from what you said, other people lasted longer. Tan Horan smiled and said, anyway, our group is only a step behind you, the implication is that their persistence this time has reached 4 minutes, or close to 4 minutes. This is a great improvement. You know, the last time the combination of Tan Horn and Zhang Zuqiang only lasted a little more than a minute. Although it was the same result, it meant that everyone's training this week was indeed not in vain. Facing such an enemy with a huge difference in strength, the longer you persist, the greater the benefit will naturally be. Tan Haren just chuckled, and there was a hint of complacency in his laughter. He said, "Just this time, I feel that the 9th divine gene has shown some signs of development." Sun Juxiu said unhappily, "Hey, you are a group of 2, and you are slower than me alone. What are you proud of?" Tan Haren said, "That's different. The gap between you and me originally would probably not be made up until graduation. But now, that may not be the case." Sun Juxiu snorted, "You wait, my 9th divine gene will be condensed successfully if I try again." As he spoke, the combination of Yao Shiwen and Zhang Zuiyun also popped up. Zuo Ying praised, "Sister 1 and Sister Zuiyun lasted almost 5 minutes this time, which is very good." Zhang Zuiyun said with a smile, "It's mainly because Sister 1's divine skills are stronger this time. She keeps burning and burning. I just help her and don't play a big role." Pharmacist 1 smiled and said, "Sister Zuiyun's mecha skills are actually quite strong. This time she helped me to contain the opponent, so that I can concentrate on launching the optimized divine skills." Tan Haren was surprised and said, "Damn, you can already optimize the divine skills? How is the optimization effect?" Pharmacist 1 said, "It's also a preliminary attempt. Compared with the previous power, it is about 15% stronger." Everyone envied. Divine skill optimization is another lesson that mecha masters need to master after mastering divine skills and being quite proficient. After all, this is not a static skill. It will grow with the improvement of the strength of the mecha master, and even accompany the lifelong skill. Among them, the direction of optimizing divine skills is generally mainly to cause greater damage, stronger special effects, or less load pressure under the same loss. Generally speaking, only mid-level evolvers have a relatively sufficient total amount of divinity and the corresponding operational sophistication to optimize their divine skills. Yao Shiwen was able to optimize her divine skills with 8 divine genes, which was obviously due to the improvement in her operational sophistication. For example, Sun Duxiu, whose combat style is rougher and whose divine skills are more bold, would find it difficult to do this at this stage. By the way, Zuo Ying, did you make any additional discoveries this time? Yao Shiwen, although also satisfied with her own progress, obviously did not like the feeling of being the center of attention. Therefore, she quickly changed the subject. Zuo Ying said, "This time, Brother Yi asked me to pay more attention to the surrounding situation, and there is indeed a new discovery." Everyone was refreshed. "What did you find?" Zuo Ying said, "This time, Xiaodong and I were wandering around the periphery and found that there was indeed the smell of the 5th giant creature, but it was too faint, as if it was deliberately hidden. If it weren't for the improvement in strength this time, and if we hadn't paid more attention under Brother Yi's instructions, we might not have discovered it." Xiaodong asked, "If this 5th giant creature really exists, why didn't it come out and kill us instantly like it did to the advanced team?" Everyone had the same doubt. "Maybe it disdains to attack us. It's also possible. Maybe it needs to reach the level of the advanced team," Yao Shiwen said. "Although our strength has improved a lot, this configuration is obviously still worse than the advanced team. So, don't be complacent, you still have to keep practicing hard." Xiaodong smiled and said, "Have you noticed that Yao Shiwen's tone and demeanor are becoming more and more like Li Yi? Oh my god, really, it feels like a couple, or do the handsome guy and beautiful girl look alike? I'm face blind." Sun Juxiu also touched his chin and looked at her carefully. "Damn, you two are not having an affair secretly, are you?" Xiaodong said with a click of the tongue. Yao Shiwen's face darkened. "Don't exaggerate, you two. Don't spread rumors at will. We are innocent, okay?" Zhang Zuiyun also said with a smile, "Sister Weiner, when are you going to confess?" "If you don't, then I will confess," Yao Shiwen scolded. "Go away, you are so young, why are you confessing? It's nonsense." 23 minutes have passed. Li Yi has the Zanpakuto sword this time, which is really more powerful. After waiting for a long time, Sun Juxiu sighed. "It seems that the gap between me and Li Yi has not narrowed, but widened." Xiaodong smiled and said, "Sun Juxiu, you are the 4th strongest person in our class, and your strength may even be ranked in the top 3. You should have some strong character and stop sighing all the time." Sun Juxiu said, "I am a nobody. The universe is so vast, and there are so many strong people. Yaochi ship is just a small platform. I am not happy at all that I am ranked in the top 4 of the special class here, especially Li Yi, a real genius, is ranked below me. which proves that the ranking is completely worthless. As he was talking, Li Yi's helmet popped open with a sneer. Everyone looked over quickly, talking at once. Li Yi, did you succeed in killing a slime creature in the end? How is the evidence? Li Yi smiled and said, we have some evidence, but not much. It is unlikely that we can form a complete chain of evidence, but I roughly know the situation. Xiaodong said, it's a pity. If we can get it done, we can get the bounty. This exploration has yielded the least comprehensive gain for us. Pharmacist 1 said, I think we have gained the most. Yes, after all, you have successfully optimized a divine skill by 15% of its lethality and successfully put it into practice. Li Yi was surprised and said, Pharmacist 1 has been able to optimize the divine skill. Congratulations. Pharmacist 1's fair face suddenly turned red, and she smiled and said, congratulations, half of the credit goes to you. Without you, I would not have been able to improve so quickly. At this time, Xiaodong was not in a hurry to join in the fun and make fun of the CP, but hurriedly asked Li Yi about the situation. Li Yi, you said that the cause of death of the advance team, you roughly know it, can you tell me more about it? Li Yi shook his head and said, let me briefly explain. It's too specific and cannot be confirmed yet. First of all, there is no doubt that the fifth giant creature exists. The puzzle is why it hasn't made a move after we entered the 5th level twice, based on what I saw when I was wandering around, and the specific locations of the 2 mecha wreckages I got from Zhangzhuan before. I think this 5th giant creature may be evolving or sleeping. Evolving, this possibility seems very high. Once everyone enters the actual scene according to their original habits and accidentally awakens this giant creature, wouldn't it be another ending of group annihilation? Everyone was shocked. Xiaodong's forehead was already sweating unknowingly. After thinking about it, he quickly asked, Li Yi, how did you judge that the other party was evolving or sleeping, and not deliberately hiding? Is it also a trace? Li Yi nodded. Traces are one thing. When I was wandering around, I used the detection system to observe the surrounding environment and found the approximate location of the laboratory. Do you remember the slime creature that escaped from the laboratory? That slime creature, due to the transformation of the gourd man, has powerful biting and eating abilities. I discovered another important fact on the remaining track after it left the laboratory, which made me revise some of my previous conclusions. That is, when the explosive magnetic mecha entered the laboratory, it was not fleeing, but searching in a dispersed manner. While he was searching, he was discovered by the slime creature that had already escaped, and was directly attacked and swallowed, but the slime creature at that time was not in its strongest state, so it did not leave it behind when it chased the explosive magnetic mecha, but because it had already swallowed a part of the body of the explosive magnetic mecha, its strength began to expand, and it gradually awakened other slime creatures that were not deeply modified. Then, this led to the instant annihilation of the subsequent 4 members of the advance team. After listening to what Li Yi said, everyone not only broke out in cold sweats, but also couldn't help but get goosebumps all over their bodies. Even if Li Yi did not describe it in detail, they could imagine the horror of the advance team being devoured and only some of the wreckage was left. Because in the divine mecha, the human senses are magnified countless times. And if they were to face such a strong enemy in a month and a half, even the strongest warriors would be afraid. There was a long silence on the field. Xiaodong said in a hoarse voice, so, is this the whole truth about the annihilation of the advance team? Li Yi shook his head and said, not all yet. What I have seen and the evidence I can find are not enough to confirm the second half of my guess just now. I just made an inference based on all the traces produced on the 5th level, and there is no evidence for this. Currently, there is evidence to confirm what has happened. The first body we found under the magma was not the last escapee, but the first victim, and the remains of the advance team. I have been wandering for a long time, but I can only find some very small debris, and the fact that there are traces of the 5th giant creature that are gradually growing. These are the only things that are certain to have happened, but I am not sure whether the giant creature is evolving by devouring or growing by itself. Sun Juxiu smiled bitterly. The truth is often as sharp as a knife. It seems that with our strength configuration, we can't think of revenge during the field exploration. Tan Horn nodded heavily, and had to admit this fact, saying, if we go there like this, we will definitely be killed, unless there is a stronger and stronger person to lead the team to take down this biting slime creature that is suspected to be the culprit, or that thing will not wake up in the short term. Li Yi said, let's discuss these later. Our current task is to improve and train. Whether to explore the 5th level later is a later matter, Zhang Zuyin smiled and said. Everyone doesn't have to be so depressed. At worst, we won't go to the 5th level and just end the exploration at the upgrade pool. Pharmacist Wan shook her head and said, things are not that simple. Since we will be a member of the exploration team at that time, the situation is often not something we can decide on our own. Li Yu didn't rush to say that they might join the mobile team at that time. After all, the fate has not yet been decided. As for the psychological burden and concerns of the crowd, there is no need to say anything at this time. Let them digest it on their own, which is a good thing. Because in the emergency of war, no one will be so free to do psychological mediation for others. Only those who have experienced hundreds of battles and have a strong will can truly shine forever. At this time, Xiaodong said, Tanhoran, there is no time to lose. During the extra training in the afternoon, practice with me a few more times. Tanhoran sighed, but I also want to find a master to practice with me. Li Yu smiled and said, during the extra training, let's try one against many. I will fight you alone and find a balance. In this way, both sides will gain. Xiaodong's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Everyone thought about it and thought that it was really good. From today, there will be one more extra training item. In Chen Kaiongzi's office, Li Yu told Chen Kaiongzi all the evidence he had found before and his conjecture. Chen Kaiongzi's face was not very good either. What you said is indeed very likely, however, I think there are still some inaccuracies, or in other words, details are missing, and key processes are missing. Chen Kaiongzi tapped the table lightly with his fingers, thinking, how about this? Let's go to the Text and Cryptography Research Center to see if there is anything we can gain from the Gourdman symbols and notes you found before. If the notes contain experimental data and related situations about slime creatures, perhaps they can support your inference? Li Yu nodded and said, it sounds like a good idea, but what if they haven't deciphered it yet? Instructor, Chen Kaiongzi said, I have no choice. We are in a window of control there now, and the advance teams sent by the other 2 ships have not arrived yet. Our standing team is not strong enough to go deep inside to find evidence. You can only explore the situation in virtual reality. Let's go there first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. Follow me, Li Yu said in surprise. Do I have to go too? I'm going to stay for extra training. Extra training can be done after things are done. In this situation, the sooner we find out the truth, the sooner we can make corresponding arrangements. Time waits for no one. Chen Kaiongzi stood up, opened the window, and jumped out again. Li Yu had no choice but to jump over. Instructor, why do we have to take this road this time? Is the research center also on the angle platform of this dome? No, it just saves time. As he spoke, Li Yu followed Chen Kaiongzi and jumped quickly. After a while, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the dome. He grabbed the extended iron rod with his hands and crawled quickly. Li Yu was a little speechless. This is a height of about 200 meters. If he fell down accidentally, even if he was a first-level evolver, he would become a meat sauce, right? Of course, he has divine power to stimulate and protect his body. And his physique is also good, and his skills are amazing. Falling down would not be fatal, but injuries are inevitable. After a while, Chen Kaiongzi stretched out his hand to open a door the size of a manhole cover, and drilled through it very easily. Li Yu followed Chen Kaiongzi's buttocks and drilled in. The foothold immediately became flat. Looking up, there was another dome 10 meters above. This is the 3rd dome of Cabin 12, which is specially used to protect the 1st and 2nd domes to prevent the hull from being suddenly hit by a meteor, directly damaged, and air leaked. Chen Kaiongzi explained, this entrance and exit is reserved for maintenance personnel. If we walk here, we can save at least half of the detour and directly reach the Text and Password Research Center in Cabin 13. Li Yu asked curiously, if someone does not have permission, can't he enter other large cabins from here? No, you need permission to exit other cabins as well. As he spoke, Li Yu followed Chen Kaiongzi and ran at high speed. The ground here is flat, and there are no obvious obstacles, so it is indeed very fast to run. Soon, within a few minutes, the 2 came to the edge of Cabin 12, passed the authority check, and entered Cabin 13. Then, they ran wildly in Cabin 13 for a while, found a manhole-like access valve, opened it directly, and entered. In a few minutes, they arrived at the Text and Cryptography Research Center, a small building more than 30 meters high and covering an area of 500 to 600 square meters. Following Chen Kaiongzi, They went directly through various checkpoints and finally came to an office on the 3rd floor. At the door of the office, it was written that it was the Department of Alien Text Research. Chen Kai-ongzi was very skilled and pushed the door open to enter. Lao Zhang, did you decipher the Gourd civilization text that I sent to you last time? When the door was opened, a strong and pungent smell of smoke came out. Li Yu stepped in and smelled a sour foot odor again. This was no different from chemical damage to his keen senses, and he immediately covered his nose with his hands. In front of him, piles of folders and printing papers taller than people were piled up into a mountain, blocking his sight. Walking further, a half-bald old man who was concentrating on writing appeared in the field of vision. The old man said in a hoarse voice, "Gourd civilization? We did decipher a little bit, but it's too difficult." "It's just a little bit, then tell me quickly." Chapter 91 Discovery. Why are you in such a hurry? The sky hasn't fallen yet, and the ship hasn't sunk yet, Lao Zhang wrote while puffing out cigarettes, without even looking back. Chen Kai-ongzi said with a smile, "You are so cool, but we are in a hurry. Human lives are at stake." "You always say human lives are at stake." "Okay." Lao Zhang turned around and looked over, and immediately saw Li Yu behind Chen Kai-ongzi. He smiled immediately. "Oh, where did this handsome young man come from? Not bad. Is this the new Mecha division candidate? Have you finally fallen to the point of leading people in the standing team? Fuck, stop talking nonsense. What did you decipher, and give me a conclusion." Chen Kai-ongzi was not polite at all. "It's just a joke." "I know you can't go to the standing team," Lao Zhang said. "Just give me a few conclusions. First, the text should be hieroglyphics, which is not difficult to decipher. Second, the writing system is exactly the same as the architectural runes discovered on Seton, and it is from the same thread. Third, the altar text is the kind of divination text for ghosts and gods. Most of it talks about how to use special rituals to induce special changes inside the ruins. Fourth, the laboratory notes are the most difficult to decipher. First, they are rather sloppy, and second, they are too simplified. At present, we can only roughly infer that they are probably doing experiments. It is indeed the experimental notes you guessed, but the progress is here," Chen Kai-ongzi said speechlessly. "There are a lot of useless deciphers, but there is nothing key. Yeah, there is no way. The deciphering work is so simple and slow." Lao Zhang didn't care about Chen Kai-ongzi's disgust, and said with a smile. Chen Kai-ongzi said, "This time I brought the first discoverer of the text, who is also our specially selected strongest strategy king Li Yi. He has an outstanding memory and knows a lot of details about the internal Gourd civilization. He also has some personal insights into the internal Gourd civilization. If you have encountered any places that you can't decipher and your progress is stuck, you can discuss it with him, the strongest strategy king." This title, let alone Lao Zhang, even Li Yi was stunned. Chen Kai-ongzi is very good at giving identities, and he opened his mouth and said that he was the strongest strategy king. Old Zhang couldn't help laughing and said, "Did you give yourself this title? So casual." "Of course not, but I have seen many different types of geniuses, and I have come to this conclusion in my heart," Chen Kai-ongzi said as a matter of course. "Let me tell you this, if Li Yu learns cryptography, ancient civilization, interstellar civilization, text deciphering and other related knowledge and skills from you, within a month, his deciphering speed will be faster than yours under the same conditions." Old Zhang said in disbelief, "You just brag. You are getting better and better at bragging after not seeing you for a while, but you are wasting such a pretty face." Chen Kai-ongzi sneered. "Old Zhang, do you dare to take a gamble?" Old Zhang immediately said, "What a gamble? No. Even if I am 100% sure, I won't bet with you." Li Yu felt strange. He could learn these things quickly, and then use more time to figure them out, stimulate dreams to increase memory fragments, absorb them, and quickly learn related knowledge. But he himself had no confidence whether he could be faster than the man in front of him. Unexpectedly, Chen Kai-ongzi directly blew his own trumpet to him. Was it because she was too confident in him, or did she see her abnormal learning ability? Moreover, she also saw the alternative side of Chen Kai-ongzi. Perhaps, this was the real Chen Kai-ongzi. Chen Kai-ongzi said confidently, "Anyway, whether you believe it or not, don't waste time, bring out the difficult problems now, and let the three of us discuss them together to speed up the deciphering progress." "Okay, since you said so, then I'll try." As he said that, Lao Zhang took out two of them from other corners of his desk and said, "This bunch is all the ones that were not solved during the previous deciphering. For this one, I have found the relevant glyphs and the architectural runes on Seton, and took down the fonts with similar glyphs but different eras. This one is the context and original text that have been deciphered. You guys take a look first." As he said that, he handed it to Chen Kaiyongzi. Chen Kaiyongzi glanced at it for a few times, and then handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi took a look and felt a little headache. What the hell are these ghost runes? After thinking for a while, he moved closer to Chen Kaiyongzi and whispered, "Instructor, are you serious? I have never learned these, I don't understand them, and I don't know how to do them." Chen Kaiyongzi's face and lips did not move. He actually used a similar method of transmitting sound into secrets to condense the sound interline, which sounded in Li Yi's ears. "You don't need to know how to do it. Today we are just here to force this old man who loves to dawdle to work hard. Don't look at this old man as unreliable. In fact, his deciphering ability is very strong. He has participated in the deciphering of many ancient civilizations' foreign characters. Even if the relevant information is not sufficient, he can basically get it done in 10 days. If the information is sufficient, with the help of the AI auxiliary system, it can be completed in a few days. The efficiency is very high." Li Yi thought, the current situation is considered sufficient information, or, Chen Kaiyongzi transmitted the sound, because the information found on Seton is comprehensive enough. He just said that the two are from the same source. Therefore, as long as he can be forced to be serious, it is estimated that it will be done in 2 days. Even if it is not complete, it is enough for us to understand the general situation of the matter. Li Yi understood. No wonder Chen Kaiyongzi was so confident. It turns out that the current AI is so strong that even the deciphering efficiency can be multiplied several times. Then why are there only paper books here? This is where the old guy is slacking off. He can obviously use an AI-assisted system, but he insists on figuring them out one by himself, wasting time. Then what should I do next? Talk to him and learn how to decipher it and how to provide help from your perspective. That's all? Instructor, it will be okay if you replace him. No, others don't have such strong learning, analytical and insight abilities as you. Your outstanding qualities, plus your previous experience of discovering information firsthand in the ruins, are enough to make you competent for this role. Okay, as long as it doesn't delay my extra training. Don't worry, if you get this order done, I will accompany you for at least an hour of extra training every day for the next week. Instructor, no way. Oh, Chen Kaiyongzi raised her eyebrows. It takes at least 2 hours a day. Haha, you are really good at getting ahead of yourself. Instructor, I have a hard time. I have to decipher, deal with the subsequent exploration, and be a field staff officer. I really have no power. Chen Kaiyongzi, okay, this is not bad for you. Okay, I agree. Haha. I know that the instructor will keep his word. Thank you very much for your support. The two whispered and quickly negotiated the terms. Lao Zhang looked at the two peoples chattering and said with a smile, "From the looks of you, you have discussed it. How about this text? Do you have any comments?" Li Yi stepped forward and said, "Teacher Zhang, can you allow me to ask a few questions first and ask for your advice?" "Okay." Lao Zhang nodded. Li Yi pointed to a sentence in the context and said, "If I remember correctly, this sentence is on page 8 of the experimental notes, the 6th line, right?" Lao Zhang's eyes were filled with surprise, and then disappeared. "That's right, no wonder Chen Kaiyongzi said you are the strategy king. With this memory, I have seen a little bit, but it's just a little bit, not much." "What else?" Li Yi smiled and said, "I think, according to the sentence segmentation and traces at that time, the above text needs to add the last 2 words of the 5th line and the first 5 words of the 7th line. Only in this way, the context of this sentence will be complete enough." Lao Zhang sneered and said, "No, according to the character spacing between the context, the sentence I segmented is a complete sentence." Li Yi stared at Lao Zhang's eyes, and suddenly smiled. "Teacher Zhang, in fact, you know whether the sentence is complete or not, and you deliberately took out this incomplete sentence to test us, didn't you?" Lao Zhang's smile disappeared. Li Yi smiled and said, "My judgment is based on 2 points. First, I also read the experimental notes roughly at that time. Although I couldn't understand it, I could still grasp the internal rules. Among them, the sentence segmentation method of this experimental note is similar to that of humans. It is segmented according to the rhythm of pronunciation. Once a sentence is finished, it is a sentence, and this speaking rhythm can match the rhythm of writing, as long as you grasp the traces of force in writing. You can see which word is the beginning of a sentence and which is the end of a sentence, although this method may cause errors due to interruptions, but based on the concentration represented by these writing traces, I can assume that there was no interruption at that time. Therefore, a complete sentence is what I just said, the last two words of the fifth line plus the first two words of the sixth line and the seventh line. Finally, combined with the obvious interruption traces on Teacher Zhang's page, my conclusion is very obvious, after this conversation. Let alone old Zhang, even Chen Kai-ongzi, who brought Li Yi here, was stunned. What the hell? Aren't you only good at identifying footsteps? How can he recognize even traces of text? Is it really that amazing? In fact, for Li Yi, this is not difficult. With a recent period of time, he has used the divine mecha to identify various traces intensively every time he explores the ruins. As well as the massive information impact brought by the divine mecha, he has been pondering day and night. When he captures memory fragments every day, he will naturally capture some knowledge and skills related to trace identification and frequency identification. On this basis, it is slightly expanded to the judgment of various traces. Although it cannot achieve a high degree of accuracy. But it is almost the same. Although he can't give a more professional judgment like a professional handwriting identification expert or a text recognition master. But in terms of the judgment of traces alone, none of the people present is his opponent. At this moment, old Zhang was also stunned for a long time before he could not help but said, "Young people are formidable. It seems that I really underestimated you. Just based on the skill you just showed, I feel inferior to you. I admire you, but," old Zhang changed the subject and said, "What you just said only proves that I deliberately set up obstacles, but you have not made any useful insights into the deciphering of the text." Chen Kai-ongzi originally wanted to refute a few words, but when she turned her head and saw Li Yi's confident expression, she immediately suppressed the urge to speak. Li Yi smiled and said, "Of course I have an opinion. I see that the characters marked by Teacher Zhang are basically deformations and collages of the object gourd. The basic structure of their characters is gourd, based on the notes I saw before, other runes, and the fact that Teacher Zhang confirmed that this is a pictographic character. It can be basically determined that the gourd civilization, in their civilization system, the gourd must occupy a vital position. Then the question is, what does the gourd represent? I think that we must solve this problem and decipher other characters in order to get twice the result with half the effort." "Right." Old Zhang nodded slightly and said, "This is a mature and prudent opinion. I'll give you a small point." "What else?" Li Yi wanted to say something else, extend a few opinions, and explain the general meaning of one of the characters he judged. He flashed through the relevant information he had read before, and suddenly, the relevant knowledge of the divine light bullet flashed in his mind inexplicably, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him, and he had another explanation. "Teacher Zhang, do you know that the runes on the altars in the ruins were carved in with divinity? Moreover, after being carved, the entire altar has some miraculous functions." As soon as these words came out, both old Zhang and Chen Kai-ongzi showed shock in their eyes. Although Lao Zhang's voice was hoarse, he could not help but ask loudly, "Are you telling the truth? Why didn't I see this reflected in the information reported before?" Li Yi smiled and said, "Originally, I was not sure whether it was true, but I just recalled the scene I experienced before, and suddenly remembered a very important fact, that is, the material of the altar is extremely hard. It is a special material comparable to the shell of a divine mecha, and those runes are engraved. Embedded text. As for the means to engrave into this material, except for divinity, I can't think of any other way at present. As for the wonderful function of the entire altar, maybe I need to wait until I try to activate it next time to confirm this," Lao Zhang said excitedly, "whether it is true or not. This proves that these runes are likely to be the divine texts that we are most likely to master. Damn, it seems that this gourd civilization is still a treasure civilization." Li Yi was a little surprised by Lao Zhang's excessive excitement. "What do you mean by divine texts?" Chen Kai-ongzi patted Li Yi on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "It seems that the importance level of the ruins has to be raised again." Li Yi said thoughtfully, "Instructor, the so-called divine text, could it be that this thing involves some core of divine technology?" "Yes, that's right," Chen Kai-ongzi said. "If you forcibly disassemble some ancient technology black boxes, you can see that there are a lot of special texts containing divinity hidden inside. We believe that the divine text, like the circuit boards of our electrical civilization, hides some profound ancient technological cores. It's just that, After using various decryption methods, we still can't decipher the internal rules of the divine text. If it is said that the Gourd civilization also mastered some of their technologies in the process of developing ancient technology, it is possible to give birth to its own divine text in turn. Li Yu suddenly realized, with the help of the Gourd civilization, which is a system that is easier to crack, we can in turn master the real divine text of the ancient civilization. Yes, that's the case. Chen Kaiongzi couldn't help but pat Li Yu with his big hands, and praise him. Boy, you actually missed such a big clue before. Fortunately, you remembered it today. Li Yu smiled and said, even if we missed it this time, we may still find it next time we go there. Even if we go there next time, the credit may be taken away by the people on the Kufu ship or the Zahiri ship. If you find it in advance, it will be ours, Chen Kaiongzi said with a smile. While the two were talking, Lao Zhang was too lazy to test Li Yu anymore, and decisively woke up the AI system assistant and began to decipher frantically. Chen Kaiongzi spat. This old bastard. Only now do he realize the importance of deciphering these words. Lao Zhang smiled and said, if it was before, there is still time, so there is no need to rush. As for now, we have to work at full speed. As he said, he looked at Li Yu and said, boy, since you have such analytical ability, then come and do me a favor and re-examine the context of your sentence segmentation to see if there is any difference with mine. Chapter 92 Deciphering. Are divine characters really as magical as the runes in ancient religious legends? Li Yu asked after completing the new sentence division of the printed copy of the experimental notes. It's not magical, but incomprehensible. Lao Zhang looked through the printed copy handed over by Li Yu and said, divine characters may only be appearances, just like our circuits. The core is the internal layout and logical structure of the circuit, but after forming a piece of circuit board, from the perspective of ordinary people, it is like a special rune. However, we have also had scholars observe whether there are very fine faults and small structures inside the rune, but they have not been able to observe successfully, using our conventional microscopic means to observe. It seems to be smooth and empty, and there is nothing related to the circuit. Some people also speculate that is it really the structure of the rune that produces the corresponding effect? It just needs the injection of divinity, but we have tried to imitate the ancient technology black box as much as possible according to what we can see, and then inject divinity, but it has never succeeded. In short, there are too many things that are unclear. Li Yu touched his chin and thought for a while, and said, can I understand it this way? Deciphering the text of the Gourd civilization can at most let us know the logic of the text of the Gourd civilization, and then deduce the connotation of the runes of the altar, and then we can confirm whether these runes have a direct effect on the miraculous effects of the altar. Yes, Lao Zhang said, I have seen the calculation pictures provided by the virtual reality. Combined with what you said before, I think that the ancient Gourd civilization should have mastered a divine text and derived its own system. It's just that the modern Gourd civilization has lost this ability. Fortunately, they have preserved the connotation of the text. Therefore, the worst result of our deciphering this time can also be close to the truth of ancient technology from the connotation of the text, and the best result is to master it directly. Li Yu nodded. Then which result do you think is more likely, Teacher Zhang? Lao Zhang said, of course I hope to succeed in one fell swoop, but from a realistic point of view, it would be good enough to figure out the connotation of the text and get close to the truth of the divine text. As he spoke, Lao Zhang had finished flipping through Li Yu's punctuated version of the experimental notes. It's interesting. Your way of punctuation is quite useful. Some of your punctuation may be more reasonable than mine. Now, you come and help me. I will tell you how to split the characters, and then let the AI system help you search for the correlation between the split characters and the historical data text. Then, AI will give the corresponding word meaning screening. Finally, you manually screen the character meanings, word meanings, sentence meanings, and paragraph meanings screened by AI. After several steps, the connotation of the text is basically almost the same. Do you understand? I roughly understand. I'll try it first. The efficiency of the AI-assisted deciphering system is indeed very high. For example, a Gourd character may have different pictographic states after being split. AI will give the specific objects, sounds, states or actions that this pictographic character may refer to based on the shapes of all the objects in the Cosmic Museum knowledge base and the ancient text materials of Sunstar. Then, based on all the suspected text screened out, Li Yu manually screens out the possible texts. After several rounds of repeated screening, Some answers with the highest error rate will be gradually eliminated, leaving only a few possibilities with the highest correct rate. In this way, the effort of the decipher to repeatedly ponder can be reduced. Moreover, since the database of the AI deciphering system is complete enough and has been optimized on a large scale, therefore, the error rate is very low. Li Yi observed Lao Zhang's working method while learning the operation, and soon entered the state. Li Yi, who absorbed a large amount of memory fragments, did shock Lao Zhang for a long time with his amazing learning ability. In the middle, when he saw that he was operating faster and faster, he couldn't help but say, "Boy, why did you click it after just one look?" Even AI recognition with a very low error rate can have errors. You must carefully identify and ponder carefully. Understand, Li Yi said, "I have been thinking about it for a long time, Mr. Zhang. You think I clicked it after just one look? In fact, I have read it several times in that second, so it should be correct." Chen Kaiyongzi also said, "Yes, I have been looking at Li Yi's page. I think there is no problem with the text he filtered out." Lao Zhang wanted to say something else. Chen Kaiyongzi said, "If we find any problems after the work is finished, we can fix them. We might as well speed up the process now." After she saw that Li Yi's operation was fine, she actually woke up the AI auxiliary system and started to operate it. Obviously, Chen Kaiyongzi did know a little bit about decryption, as she said. In other words, with the help of the AI auxiliary system, she could get involved to some extent. In a blink of an eye, most of the night was over. Several people stayed up all night. Li Yi and Chen Kaiyongzi are both evolvers with strong physiques, so they can naturally stay up all night. Although Lao Zhang is not an evolver, as a code and text expert, he naturally has a lot of benefits to keep his body healthy. In addition, he is mentally excited at the moment, so he can stay up all night. All the words, phrases, and sentences have been selected. Let's interpret them one by one. In this regard, Lao Zhang is the expert. He opened the first page of the experiment notes and said, "This is the deciphered text. Please help confirm whether it is fluent." The 31st cycle day of the 301st year of the Gourd calendar, the first experiment, captured a giant creature from the Holy Land, a big snake head, 2,238 gourds long, failed to extract divinity, and escaped from the laboratory. Later found dead on the second floor of the Holy Land. This sentence was added later. Li Yi knew that Lao Zhang used gourds to translate into the length unit of the gourd civilization. According to the information he had seen on the AI auxiliary system before, a gourd is likely to be in the range of 0.6 to 0.9 meters. Thinking about it, Li Yi said, "It seems that this big snake-headed creature is the remains of the 100-meter class snake-headed mecha we found in the ruins before." Lao Zhang nodded and continued, "The 32nd cycle day of the 301st year of the Gourd calendar. Capture the black water creatures on the 7th floor of the Holy Land and keep them. The 33rd cycle day of the 301st year of the Gourd calendar. Capture the creatures on the 8th floor of the Holy Land, the mucus creatures. This is the bottom of the food chain on the 8th floor. It is easy to extract, easy to copy, and easy to transform. It is a suitable combat material." The 36th cycle day of the 301st year of the Gourd calendar, the black water began to hatch, but began to show extremely strong aggressiveness. With the help of divinity, I barely resisted the danger of the black water. For temporary safety, I sealed the black water and left it for operation the day after tomorrow, Chen Kaiyongzi said. 3 cycle days are missing in the middle, Lao Zhang said. "Yes, that's the order in the notes," Li Yi added. "Pages 3 to 5 of the notes have traces of being torn. Maybe there are records in the first place, but they were torn away by the author," Chen Kaiyongzi said thoughtfully. "But it could also be torn away by a third party? Although the possibility is small, it is not impossible." Li Yi nodded and said, "Indeed." Lao Zhang continued to translate. "Some of them are not fully translated. For example, some proper nouns, or words whose meanings do not match, all exist. But Lao Zhang said that these are allowable errors and do not affect the understanding of the general meaning." The content of the experimental notes is also quite interesting. Basically, it talks about how the owner of the experiment captured which kind of creature, how to experiment, and what happened. But no specific data or experimental process is mentioned. It is estimated that the storage files involving detailed data have been taken away. Until page 14. Lao Zhang said, "The 44th cycle day of the 301st year of the Gourd calendar, captured the intelligent species on the surface, Homo erectus, and tried to obtain the secret of wisdom. Failed and Homo erectus died. The 45th to 59th cycle days of the 301st year of the Gourd calendar captured more than 30 intelligent species within a range of 10 light years, dissected and analyzed one after another, and understood the cause of wisdom. After saying this, Lao Zhang shook his head and said, within a range of 10 light years, the solar system is also within this range. It seems that this Gourd man may have captured ancient humans. Li Yu pondered and said, according to the various organs that the Gourd man had stored in a laboratory, I checked the relevant information and can roughly estimate that some humans lived in the 200 years between 1500 and 1700 AD, and the strange thing is that those 200 years happen to be an era of dynasty change and cultural changes. And the organs and faces in the culture tubes, some look like people from the previous dynasty, and some from the next dynasty. According to this logic, the Gourd man's cycle may not be a few days like ours, but a few years? Or even more than 10 years. Li Yu didn't say it because his understanding of ancient history was only average. At most, it was better than that of ordinary people, but not much. Lao Zhang said, I also think that the translation of cycle day has some problems, but this is the most appropriate translation among the currently deconstructed meanings. In short, what you said is indeed very likely. The life cycle of the Gourd man may be much longer than we guessed, Chen Kai-ongzi pondered. In other words, the Gourd man may be an immortal species? Or, like us, through divine radiation, he evolved his body and improved his physique, Lao Zhang said. Who knows? This is not my field. Then, Lao Zhang continued to read. The 12th cycle day of the 303rd year of the Gourd calendar, the transformation project of the mucus creature was successful. This is one of my most successful experiments so far. The first transformed creature, I named it macrophage mucus. It has a powerful ability to devour and evolve. It is the strongest biological weapon in my hand. Praise the gift of the Holy Land, which has made my experiment progress exceptionally smoothly. Praise the Holy Land. Hearing this, Li Yu and Chen Kai-ongzi looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. We have evidence, Chen Kai-ongzi said with a smile. You actually guessed it right. Congratulations. It seems that the next time you enter the ruins, you can basically determine the specific cause of death of the advance team, Li Yu said with a smile. I just don't know if the fact that I translated the word macrophage mucus will affect the credibility of the evidence. Lao Zhang was also happy and said, the credibility of the deciphering is notarized by AI and I am the witness for you, so you don't have to worry about it. Even if anyone dares to question my final draft, you can come to me to confront me. Li Yu smiled and said, thank you, Teacher Zhang. The deciphering of the text of the Gourd civilization is almost accurate. Lao Zhang's translation is basically logical. There are only a few errors in the meaning of the words. Finally, after the deciphering manuscript was completely finalized, Lao Zhang said with emotion, it seems that Kai-ongzi didn't brag to you. Li Yu, you are really good. If you retire and don't work as a mecha master in the future, you can consider coming to me to do deciphering work, which is also fun, especially now that the Xingyu Federation is constantly expanding. Many records of civilizations that have appeared in ancient times will be recorded and summarized, and we who are engaged in text deciphering can also glimpse the mystery of a civilization from the text, which is no less fulfilling than other jobs. Li Yu smiled and said, if there is a chance in the future, I will have to trouble Teacher Zhang to give more advice. I don't deserve the advice. You will definitely explore various ancient civilization relics or discover various meaningful characters in the future. If you are interested, I can send you a learning list. Take the time to study and learn more. You will also be able to explore in the future, Lao Zhang said, taking a big puff of the old cigarette, and said, next, I plan to continue following the deciphered text and trace it back to its source, and continue to decipher the runes on the altar to see what is written on it. How about we continue to work together? Although Chen Kai-ongzi also wanted to know whether the text of the Gourd civilization actually involved the core of divine technology, at this moment, a night had passed and it was already time for training. Therefore, she still said, after we finish the training tonight, we will come again. I hope to see you, Lao Zhang, have some achievements by then. Lao Zhang shook his head and said, without the help of you two, the efficiency has dropped greatly. It's a pity. You evolvers are obviously quick-thinking and more suitable for use with AI-assisted systems. Chen Kai-ongzi smiled and said, why? Do you think you are not suitable for AI-assisted decryption? Lao Zhang nodded and said, it's not that I am not suitable, but I am afraid that once I rely on this thing, my decryption ability and the most important text sensitivity will slowly degenerate. This is a skill that I have practiced for decades, and I feel there is still room for improvement, Li Yu praised. Teacher Zhang is very persistent. Persistence is a fart. I am just old and useless, and I can only rely on one skill to conquer the world. Lao Zhang smiled and continued to work. Li Yu and Chen Kai-Ongzi naturally left. At noon, Li Yu and everyone talked about the decryption results of the Gourd civilization. Ke Xiaodong said enviously, "This is Li Yu's unique treatment. There are all kinds of first-class experts that we can't usually see." The instructor said we can take him to see them. "It's great," Tan Horan smiled and said, "If you have half of Li Yu's brains, there might be some hope." Ke Xiaodong snorted, "If I have half, then you have 1/5, you two are making jokes again." "Let's talk about business first," Pharmacist Wan scolded, then asked Li Yi, "In other words, there really is an evolving macrophage slime in the 5th level?" Li Yu nodded and said, "With this evidence, we can basically confirm the situation of the giant creature hiding in the dark. Next week, we only need to complete the remaining chain of evidence to confirm the cause of death of the advance team and get the reward." Everyone was delighted. However, since we can't kill these slime creatures, the strategy information is insufficient, and the bounty value will probably be discounted, Li Yu said. Therefore, we need to confirm whether to submit the bounty after completing the evidence chain next week, or continue to wait for 1 or 2 more ruins explorations, figure out the weaknesses of the slime creatures as much as possible, or even kill a slime creature in person, get the strategy information, and then submit it together, Zhang Zuqiang said. "I agree with the latter. Only in this way can our comprehensive benefits be the highest." Several people looked at each other and felt that it was better to clarify the bounty results, so that they could earn more and have a better chance of picking a suitable divine weapon. Therefore, they all agreed with the latter. During the actual combat training in the afternoon, Li Yu approached Zhang Zuqiang and said, "I didn't practice more yesterday and failed to collect yesterday's divine radiation. Please ask the brothers to take some time to come to me and see if I have the chance to condense a new divine gene this time." Zhang Zuqiang immediately said, "I'll arrange it now." With the arrival of the 7-member Ren collection team, Li Yu also entered the Pluto mech and started to activate the divinity. Now, his startup speed only takes a little over 10 minutes, which has reached the normal lower level of the class, which is gratifying. In this way, when it comes to actual combat, there is finally a little more operating space, and you can pop up and rest in a short period of time. The comprehensive endurance has been raised again. Of course, those who have practiced to start and stop freely within 1 minute still need to continue to work hard. At this moment, the divine radiation of the 7-member team has radiated to Li Yu across the Pluto mech. Zhang Zuqiang said to the other 6 people, "I didn't pay yesterday, so I'll pay today, which means 4 minutes per person. Thank you for your support." Zhang Wenqiang smiled and said, "Compared to Zuqiang's recent progress and achievements, our contribution can only be regarded as a small matter." Although Zhang Wuqiang was reluctant, he had to admit that Zhang Zuqiang had indeed changed greatly after joining Li Yu's team. In the strategy of the virtual ruins, he was ahead of everyone. Thinking of this, Zhang Wuqiang said, "Brother Zuqiang, don't worry, the brothers are your strongest backing. I just hope you can fly higher and higher, and revitalize our Zhang and Jin families in the future," Zhang Zuqiang said in a deep voice. "Of course, it's good that everyone has no complaints. I believe that time will prove our choice." In the Pluto Mecha, Li Yu felt that the 6th god had a hint, but it seemed that it was still a little short of the fire. No wonder, although his duel with this slime creature this time was also a high-intensity battle, and it took longer. But in fact, after having the Zanpakuken, his pressure plummeted instantly. Therefore, the effect of this high-intensity combat is still slightly inferior. The total amount of divine radiation is still a little less. It seems that I have to think of a way to expand the source of divine radiation. These 2 days, I will find time to use up the quota of public divinity, then find a way to get more combat merits and exchange some B-level molten divine nuclei. This thing can also increase my divine radiation. In the blink of an eye, 4 minutes passed. In the cockpit, Li Yu let out a long breath and thought to himself, "Before going to Teacher Zhang tonight, I'd better drag the instructor and let her train me hard for 2 hours before going there." After the afternoon training ended, Li Yu hurriedly chased Chen Kai-Ongzi into her office and said, "Instructor, my 6th divine gene is almost ready. How about we practice a few hands before going to Teacher Zhang?" "What, you've only been a week and you got another one?" Chen Kai-ongzi's beautiful lips couldn't help twitching. Li Yi smiled and said, "Instructor, what's so surprising about this? Didn't I also get one a week before? It's getting harder and harder for normal people, but you, forget it. It's useless to tell you that you're a normal person. You're not a normal person to begin with. This is my problem." Chen Kai-ongzi knocked on the table, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, this is a good thing. Then when the field is empty, I will give you a little more speed and strength to see if you can react." Li Yi smiled and said, "1 gear is not enough, instructor. If you want a good effect, it's better to give me 2 or 3 more gears. Besides, I still expect the instructor to give me some pointers. Do you think I'm an old car with 1 or 2 gears?" Chen Kai-ongzi shook his head and said, "Okay, see you in 5 minutes. I need to take care of some things." "Okay, wait for the instructor's good news." At this moment, according to the situation in the first half of the month, the training hall, which should have been empty, actually had some noise at this moment. It was Li Yi's group and Fang Tao's group. During this period of time, the two groups have habitually rolled up. At this moment, Li Yi and the instructor walked out of the office and walked to the fighting field, attracting everyone's attention. Chen Kai-ongzi ignored the other eyes and smiled. "This time, besides your physical fitness improving slightly, what other methods have you not used yet? If there are no new methods, then your recent physical fitness improvement can't withstand my speed and strength after I increase it by 2 or 3 gears." Li Yi smiled and said, "Of course there are some. I hope the instructor will give me more appreciation and guidance." As he spoke, the invisible divinity began to surround Li Yi. The surrounding air moved automatically without wind. Li Yi adjusted his breathing, encouraged his blood, and directly launched the explosive skills. Then, he supported himself with one hand, put his right hand behind his back, leaned forward, and the whole person was like a tiger coming out of the box. It was the starting style of the tiger strike flow. The amazing momentum even frightened the group members who gathered unconsciously under the stands. Sun Duxiu murmured, "Li Yi's fighting realm seems to have been raised again. A random posture can actually give me the illusion of seeing a huge tiger." Recently, with the increase in Li Yi's actual combat and the improvement of his physical fitness, his fighting skills had already broken through the bottleneck above perfection, and began to show fighting skills that had never been shown in this era. Chen Kai-ongzi's eyes also flashed with surprise, and said, "You used the tiger strike style better than me." Li Yi did not speak and began to rush forward. As he rushed forward, the wind god sequence divine gene, with the characteristics of a tornado in his body, suddenly shone brightly among the thousands of gene segments. Whoosh! Halfway through the acceleration, Li Yi's body suddenly seemed to disappear, and he accelerated suddenly. In a blink of an eye, he came in front of Chen Kai-ongzi. So fast, Chen Kai-ongzi, who was only using the speed of the middle-level evolver, did not react instantly. Boom! Li Yi punched Chen Kai-ongzi in the chest. As the soft flesh of his chest shook like a wave, Chen Kai-ongzi suddenly exerted force at the moment of being hit, and his body took most of the force of the blow, and then retreated violently. "Good boy, how come this punch is so much stronger than the last one? Although it can't penetrate my skin, it's powerful enough to crush most of the middle-level evolvers." Li Yi smiled and said, "Instructor, didn't you notice the divine movement at my feet? That's a tornado. I activated the divine gene of the wind god sequence, and added a tornado thrust to the original acceleration." Chen Kai-ongzi laughed dumbly. "Well, I made a mistake of empiricism today." As he said that, Chen Kai-ongzi also sprinted suddenly, and his whole body turned into a high-speed white line, running towards Li Yi. Snap! With a loud bang, the two fists collided directly, and the airwave was emptied in an instant. In an instant, the two collided again at high speed. Snap! Snap! The sound continued. Visually, it was also dazzling, and the fists and feet were as fast as phantoms. Many people watching below couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. Although the power is far less than that of the divine Mecha, the strength is enough to shock the people below. Sun Duxiu was shocked and said, "Has Li Yi's strength improved to the point where even the instructor needs to use all his strength? Isn't this the level of a top-level mid-level evolver?" Yao Shiwen frowned and said, "No. The instructor's strength is at least comparable to that of a top-level evolver. He should still have some strength left. Even so, it's scary enough. I won't watch it anymore. I want to practice more." Sun Duxiu was shocked and stretched out his hand to forcefully turn his head away. On the field, Li Yi smiled and said, "Instructor, I have another trick." Please appreciate it." As he spoke, a sound like an electromagnetic explosion came out from beside Li Yi. Chapter 93 Generation. The two rolled to one side, and suddenly there was a loud noise amidst a fierce snapping sound, and the two separated and fell to the left and right. On one side, it was Li Yi, whose blood was surging and whose face was getting more and more ruddy under the explosive skill. On the other side, it was Chen Kai-ongzi, who had exerted almost the limit of the strength of a mid-level person, with a graceful figure, a slight tear in her clothes, and a little whiteness. At this moment, Li Yi's short hair stood up due to the electromagnetic influence. Very subtle crackling sounds and very subtle blue flashes appeared around Li Yi. First use a small whirlwind burst to accelerate, and then use the characteristics of electromagnetic repulsion and attraction to make your own movement speed faster and more unpredictable. Chen Kai-ongzi showed an interested look. This kind of delicate micro-manipulation, as well as precise control of strength and just the right control, is indeed something only you can do. Instructor has a good eye and can see through my skills at a glance. Li Yi laughed loudly, and as soon as his body landed, he rushed forward again, without any intention of stopping. However, instructor, your speed and strength are only 1.5 levels higher than before. You should use more strength, otherwise, your clothes will tear. This is indeed true. Chen Kai-ongzi said nonchalantly, in case of the situation like last time, I have prepared special training clothes this time. The small tears you made are just due to my initial carelessness. You won't have this chance next time. Li Yi smiled and said, Instructor, don't say too much. You don't need to use more speed and strength. As I am more familiar with the characteristics of winds and thunder, and my skills are more proficient, if I accidentally damage your clothes like last time, don't blame me. He was telling the truth. In Li Yi's opinion, Chen Kai-ongzi's physique is undoubtedly the best among the upper evolutionists. As for whether she may be a hidden heavenly strong man, it is hard to say. Who knows if this woman has the habit of keeping a hand? It seems that the fight is dazzling and the winner is evenly matched with him. In fact, it is very likely that she is still suppressing a lot of strength. However, for Li Yi, Chen Kai-ongzi's speed, strength, and even reaction speed are faster and stronger than his. But Chen Kai-ongzi is still absolutely weaker than him. That is the ability to predict, fighting skills, and combat awareness. These are weaker than him. It is true that Chen Kai-ongzi is much stronger than him, but under the suppression of strength, as long as Chen Kai-ongzi cannot show the speed of crushing, so that Li Yi can't even see the starting action clearly, then, everything can be predicted. As long as he can predict, he has room for operation. Therefore, as Li Yi's physique improves, if Chen Kai-ongzi does not use more speed and strength to suppress Li Yi, then Li Yi will feel less and less oppression. In other words, the effect of stimulating divinity after the war will also be reduced. This is not okay. Off the stage, listening to Li Yi's arrogant speech, everyone admired him a little. Yao Shiwen looked at the interaction between the two, and instinctively felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Xiaodong sighed. Li Yi's hanging is no longer an ordinary hanging, but an abnormal hanging. Such vulgar words, but no one complained about him. Because everyone was attracted by the amazing changes that followed. Chen Kai-ongzi chuckled and said, then as you wish, I will unlock a new power speed for you. This time, I will use 30% of my power, as the voice fell. Suddenly. At this moment, everyone saw Chen Kai-ongzi smiling lightly a second ago. The next second, they found that Chen Kai-ongzi had suddenly appeared behind Li Yi and punched him. Bang! Li Yi had no chance to react at all. He felt a huge force coming from his back, his bones loosened, and he instantly lost all his strength. His body flew up completely out of control. He flew for more than 20 meters, and then slid for more than 10 meters with his back facing the sky. He felt as if his body had regained control. He jumped up and barely stood up. But even so, he still felt dizzy and his head was slightly shaken. At that moment, he was actually hit so hard that his body was stiff. This was the speed and power he had never encountered since his debut. The power of the upper evolutionary level was indeed strong. Li Yi took 3 breaths and quickly calmed down the imbalanced blood, disordered internal organs, and surging adrenaline in his body with his strong body control. Chen Kai-ongzi stood where she was and did not catch up. She put her hands on her waist and watched Li Yi recover from a distance. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled. Not bad, although it is only the weakest punch I have made after unlocking the new power, but you can do this. which means that even if you face an ordinary upper-level evolver, you will not be killed instantly. This evaluation made everyone in the audience twitch their mouths. I just felt a hole in my heart, and I didn't know whether to spit it out. A beginner evolver can be comparable to the best of the middle-level evolvers and will not be killed instantly by the upper-level evolvers. This level can only be considered good? Then what are they? Li Yi smiled and said, the instructor is still an instructor. That's good. I need the instructor to show me this kind of fighting mode that can push me to my limit. Next, I also have a trick to keep. Please give me some pointers. Kaizaedoan couldn't help but cursed. Damn, Li Yi, this kid actually has another trick. At this moment, as Li Yi's physical condition recovered and he finished adjusting, the air was instantly filled with icy cold. Everyone in the audience felt their bodies tremble, as if they were falling into an ice cellar. As Li Yi inhaled and exhaled, countless white frosts came out of his nose and overflowed diagonally. He used the divinity of Hades to stimulate the freezing characteristics in his body in a small range. Chen Kaiyongzi raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes kept scanning around Li Yi, and her almond eyes showed a thoughtful look. What are you freezing? Li Yi smiled slightly. Let's see when the instructor can see it. After that, he started running forward. Although Chen Kaiyongzi couldn't see Li Yi's operation immediately, she was not panicked at all. She leaned forward and started to sprint. This time, she did not specifically increase the instantaneous speed to the maximum, but deliberately reserved some skills to accelerate in place, in order to reserve strength for the subsequent greater acceleration. On the field, the two accelerating figures suddenly turned into two white lines in the acceleration, and collided with each other in an instant. Bang! The air wave rolled. This blow was obviously louder than before. However, the situation like the last time when Chen Kaiyongzi just exploded and punched Li Yi to fly more than 30 meters did not happen again. Li Yi, with an extremely incredible force-releasing action, caught Chen Kaiyongzi's punch with his palm. Then, he grabbed Chen Kaiyongzi's fist with his fingers and twisted it hard. At the same time, his body leaned forward synchronously, and his left palm stuck to Chen Kaiyongzi's shoulder and pinched it. After a series of actions, he caught Chen Kaiyongzi off guard with a joint technique in an instant. At the same time, as Li Yi blocked Chen Kaiyongzi's position, he grabbed Chen Kaiyongzi's arm and swung it violently, using Chen Kaiyongzi's entire body as a whip and whipped it to the ground. Chen Kaiyongzi's joints were stuck, and her body paused for a moment, but soon, she relied on her tyrannical strength to support the ground with one hand and resisted the impact, then turned around and stretched out her legs to clamp Li Yi's shoulders. Li Yi had predicted it, and immediately dodged, then stuck close to Chen Kaiyongzi again, using the hugging technique to continue to entangle Chen Kaiyongzi, not letting her get away from him by 1 meter, and not letting her have the space to exert force. Yes, this is Li Yi's fighting strategy. Even if the speed and strength are strong, as long as there is no way to open the distance, the speed advantage will be immediately reduced. At the same time, he relied on his own various close-fitting skills to block Chen Kaiyongzi's position and joints, not giving her the opportunity to burst out with power. Therefore, the scene of the two people fighting closely soon appeared on the field, and the attack and defense between the inches was also quite confusing. In this way, after the two people entangled closely for 3 minutes, Chen Kaiyongzi finally seized the opportunity, opened Li Yi with a punch, and retreated several steps to open a moderate distance. At this moment, Chen Kaiyongzi showed a strange look on his face and said, "So that's how it is. You use absolute 0 degrees on places in your body that don't generate heat effectively, so as to reduce the body burden caused by high temperature, and it also reduces the huge burden on joints and muscles throughout the body? Then, it is because of this that you can burst out with stronger speed and power, and fight with me to such a situation." Li Yi smiled and said, "You are worthy of being an instructor. You have figured out the secret." "That's right." Chen Kaiyongzi nodded slightly and said, "This is another exquisite use of the freezing properties of yours. It really opened my eyes. However, you must be careful not to accidentally use too much force and freeze your body." Li Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, instructor. With my control over my body, this is nothing." "That's right. Only top fighting masters like you who know all the parts of the body well dare to do such a thing." As they spoke, the two fought again. This time, Chen Kaiyongzi kept avoiding close combat with Li Yi, repeatedly keeping a distance, and then sprinting, adding huge kinetic energy to his fists, and pressing Li Yi to hit. And this time, Li Yu finally got what he wanted and was in Chen Kai-ongzi's high-intensity oppressive combat scene. The fierce fight in full swing stunned everyone in the audience. Everyone held their breath unconsciously, with their eyes and mouths wide open. Fast, too fast. This speed is completely out of the control of everyone in the audience. No more watching. Tan Horn, let's practice. Since Li Yu doesn't practice with us, we will take turns to fight more with fewer people, Xiaodong shouted. Everyone was also awakened. Yes, since it's not clear anymore, then don't watch it, spend time on your own training. When you become a mid-level evolver, you can always keep up with the speed of these two, right? On the other side, Feng Tao's group was even more shocked. Zhou Qishan murmured, although I had expected Li Yu to be very strong, I didn't expect that he could fight the instructor to this extent. Feng Tao also sighed. Moreover, the instructor's strength is indeed as rumored, very top-notch. Zhou Qishan patted Feng Tao and said, practice more, our group must practice more. If nothing else, at least we can't be too much worse than Li Yi. If we meet people from Class 2 and Class 1 in the future, we can't say, Li Yi is so powerful, why are you so weak? Feng Tao said speechlessly, that's the truth, but we are not weak either. Zhou Qishan said, no, you have to admit the facts, weak, is weak. Feng Tao said fiercely, okay, practice more. I'm going to train him to death, come, 4 people, beat me with all your strength. I want to beat 4, Zhou Qishan's eyes lit up, then I won't be polite. At this moment, the motivation for everyone to practice more is no longer to surpass Li Yi, but to see Li Yi's tail and not be left behind by him. In a blink of an eye, time passed. An hour and a half passed. Li Yi was still stubbornly fighting against Chen Kai-ongzi. As time went on, Li Yi's physical weakness would naturally be infinitely magnified. If the battle could be resolved in a short period of time, Li Yi would even have the confidence to defeat the most ordinary upper-level evolver with a sneak attack. But if it was a protracted war, there was no doubt that he would lose. Even at the 31st minute, he was exhausted physically and mentally under this high-intensity battle. But Li Yi, who was familiar with fighting and experienced, knew that this was only the first limit signal sent by the human body to the body. This was just a warning. The limits of the human body and the soul were not far away. Therefore, if he pushed harder, he could fight again. So, he kept using the Pluto's divinity to dissipate the ineffective heat in his body, and gritted his teeth and persisted for more than half an hour. And under such a limit, the 6th divinity in his body was gradually emerging. The momentum of generation was unstoppable. Instructor, let's stop here for now. Thank you again for your strong support. Li Yu finished speaking and simply jumped out of the fighting arena. He took out the Xingyu No. 2 incubator from his backpack and quickly drank it down. Chen Kai-ongzi stopped and raised her sword eyebrows slightly. Li Yu, this kid, after this battle, the 6th divine gene is really like this. At this moment, her clothes were barely intact, revealing a little white. But she didn't care. What was exposed were shoulders, arms and so on, which was not a problem at all. She protected the key parts well. Everyone who stayed to practice noticed Li Yi's abnormality, observed for a moment, and then showed a look of shock. The 6th divine gene, is this the divine gene of the god of fire sequence? Now there are 4 sequences. I don't know if Li Yi can handle it. Is this guy really going to insist on taking the multi-sequence route? Amid the discussions, the scorching air kept rolling around Li Yi, flowing out in waves. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Li Yi opened his eyes, and the burning feeling slowly dissipated around him. Chen Kai-ongzi came over, observed for a moment, and said, this is the characteristic of burning, right? Li Yi nodded and said, most likely, the newly generated divine gene has not been adjusted with Zhang Jingyu's medicine to coordinate with his body, so he has not yet sensed it so deeply. Not bad, with your skills and delicate operation, the addition of wind and fire, your acceleration is estimated to be able to increase by 1 level. Li Yi smiled. In addition, using the characteristics of burning, I can also have another powerful killing method. I have to thank the instructor for spending so much time to practice with me this time. Chen Kai-ongzi smiled and said, this is what I promised you. It doesn't matter whether you are grateful or not. Are you going to go directly to Lao Zhang with me now, or do you need to fight for another half an hour? Li Yi said, let's go directly. I am also curious about what the ancient Gourd texts on the altar mean after they are deciphered. At that moment, the two of them greeted everyone and left directly. Everyone in the group knew the situation, so they were not surprised. But Fang Tao's group was a little intriguing. Zhou Kesheng said, "Old Fang, you are not doing your job as a squad leader. It seems that the instructor's favor is not given to you at all." Fang Tao shrugged and said, "Even if there is, I don't have the courage to accept it. Only top geniuses like Li can accept the instructor's attention. Yes, if you are stared at by the instructor every day, I am afraid that if you progress a little slower, you will be criticized. There is no way. People should know themselves. I have now recognized the reality." 10 minutes later, Li Yu and Chen Kai-Ongzi arrived at the Text and Cryptography Research Center. However, when the two were about to enter the gate, they noticed something wrong. "What's going on? The atmosphere is a bit weird." The two looked at each other and found that some people passing by the research center looked more nervous and terrified than usual. Chen Kai-Ongzi swiped the authority at the access control gate to enter. Suddenly, the AI on the access control side said, "Sorry, the Institute is in an emergency state at this time. Non-related people are temporarily unable to enter. Please understand." Chen Kai-Ongzi frowned slightly. This was a situation she had never encountered since she had access. After thinking about it, she directly called Lao Zhang's personal communication. Soon, the communication was connected. "Lao Zhang, what happened? Why can't people enter the Institute suddenly?" A strange voice came from the other side of the communication, saying, "Who are you? Why are you in this institute?" Chen Kai-Ongzi replied, "You are not Lao Zhang. How can you take as communicator? I am Yu Shao's from the security team. I am sorry to tell you that Lao Zhang is dead. Now you should tell me who you are." The address book only shows the word girl. "Impossible. Lao Zhang was fine yesterday. How is it possible?" Chen Kai-Ongzi denied the possibility, but her heart was a little shaken. Because the situation around the institute clearly confirmed the words of the person on the other side of the communication. "You saw Lao Zhang yesterday? In that case, please come in and assist in the investigation." Li Yu noticed that Chen Kai-Ongzi was stunned for a while, his eyes flashing with disbelief, complexity, sadness, anger and many other emotions. It seems that Lao Zhang, like Fang Guozi, was once a very close elder of Chen Kai-Ongzi. But why did he die after just one day of not seeing him? 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man with irregular features, a resolute face and deep eyes came down from the 3rd floor and took Li Yi, Chen Kai-Ongzi and others in. "Are you Chen Kai-Ongzi, the instructor of the special class?" Yu Shao's recognized Chen Kai-Ongzi as soon as he saw him. Chen Kai-Ongzi nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "What happened to Lao Zhang? He was in good condition yesterday." Obviously, Chen Kai-Ongzi had quickly concealed his emotions. After a while, Li Yu finally knew what happened through Yu Shao's introduction. Lao Zhang died suddenly of heart paralysis in the office. Even though there was a security monitoring AI inside, which quickly discovered the problem, it was still too late to rescue. By the time the security monitoring AI notified the security bionics in the institute to enter, Lao Zhang's heart had already stopped for more than 10 minutes. Yu Shao said, according to the identification of the medical AI, Lao Zhang's body should not have the conditions for heart paralysis, although it was once suspected that someone had poisoned him. This possibility has been ruled out after a blood test. At present, it can only be considered an accident, or that he was targeted by someone with special divinity in the cult and was cursed remotely. Li Yu was surprised. Remote curse? What kind of divine characteristics have this effect? Yu Shao said, the ones currently on record are the D-level diagnosis divinity of the alien god sequence, and the C-level curse divinity of the alien god sequence. However, both of them are currently masters of the cult, their whereabouts are uncertain, and there is a high probability that they are unable to sneak into our starship, so the possibility is extremely low. Chen Kai-Ongzi said, if it is convenient, take us to the scene first. We finalized a translation document of the Hulu civilization yesterday. Of course, I also want you familiar people to see if there is anything unusual at the scene. Judging from Yu Shao's appearance, he probably gave Chen Kai-Ongzi a golden water in his heart and determined that she had nothing to do with the case. In front is Lao Zhang's office. The overall situation is basically the same as what I saw yesterday. Paper books are piled up into a mountain, blocking the view. On the ground, there are also piles of documents placed in the aisle, blocking people's normal passage. The smell of cigarettes, foot odor, and a faint stench filled the room. On the ground is Lao Zhang's body. He fell flat on the ground with his back facing the sky. His left hand was tightly clenched on his chest, and he never let go. When exactly did he die? Chen Kai-Ongzi asked. Yu Shao said, today during the day, 7th Standard Time 32 minutes, Li Yu and Chen Kai-ongzi looked at each other, their eyes were a little shocked. Wasn't this within 40 minutes after they left? If they left later, would it happen again? Chen Kai-ongzi said in a low voice. Li Yu, watch more and see if there are any signs of other people coming in and out. Some people may be able to hack into the AI and interfere with the monitoring. Li Yu nodded. He heard Chen Kai-ongzi's subtext. Obviously, Chen Kai-ongzi believed that Lao Zhang's death was not an accident. After quickly scanning the scene, Li Yu said, the finalized translation document is missing. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Yu Xiao's eyes were full of color. Li Yu nodded and said, that's right, and I saw 6 people coming in and out here. Of course, I have excluded you from these 6 people. Yu Xiao was stunned and said, where are the traces on the ground? Li Yu squatted down and pointed to the ground and said, you can find a robot with an ultra-high-definition camera to take pictures here. If you zoom into 0.1 millimeters, you should be able to see some very subtle glue marks on the soles of shoes. There are 6 like this in the room. The security team is not specialized in criminal investigation. There are very few homicide cases in such a fleet. Most of them are ordinary civil conflicts. Therefore, there are basically no experts in investigating cases in the security team. If you really encounter a case that needs to be solved, you will directly arrange for bionic AI to check the 3-piece set. That is, fingerprints, DNA and surveillance. And obviously, Yu Xiao is also a common user of the 3-piece set. Now listening to Li Yi's confident statement, he couldn't help but think about the correctness of Li Yi's statement. He said, are you sure there are 6 people? The problem is that, besides me, only 4 people have been in and out of here. Li Yu said, yes, while the subtle traces on the ground are still there, let's go find the remaining 2 people and see what they know. Yu Xiao looked at Chen Kai-ongzi and said, Instructor Chen, what do you say? He was just a grassroots official, and his status was very different from Chen Kai-ongzi. Therefore, he always showed respect for Chen Kai-ongzi. Chen Kai-ongzi said, it's best to do what Li Yu said as soon as possible. If it's too late, there will be variables. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth and said, okay, then I believe in your name as the commander of the division, Chen, and arrange it quickly. Under the guidance of Li Yi, the capture of the 2 people outside the surveillance was unexpectedly smooth. The 2 were research assistants in the institute, around 30 years old, and they were very young in the field of text and civilization research. The 2 seemed to have never thought that they could be discovered, even though they did it so perfectly. After being questioned, one of the people named Wang Yuan began to confess, when we went in, Teacher Zhang had really died suddenly. It really had nothing to do with me. I just stole Teacher Zhang's manuscript and wanted to publish it myself, but Teacher Zhang's matter really has nothing to do with me. Please believe me, the AI lie detector also told Yu Xiao that Wang Yuan did not lie. Li Yu pondered, could it be that Teacher Zhang's death was really an accident? Or did the deciphered text really have some mysterious effect that caused Teacher Zhang to die of heart paralysis? Chapter 94 Explosion. During the interrogation, everyone quickly learned about the 2 people. Wang Yuan was the main culprit, and the other was an assistant who was responsible for blocking the surveillance during that time period. However, although the polygraph test was fine, everyone thought that the answers of the 2 people were full of doubts. Li Yu said to Yu Xiao, Captain Yu, I want to talk to the main culprit and understand the situation. Yu Xiao looked at Chen Kai-ongzi. Chen Kai-ongzi said, we worked all night with Lao Zhang to translate the manuscript last night. We just left before 7 o'clock. No one knew that the translation results had just been completed. I think many details in it are worth studying. Yu Xiao understood what Chen Kai-ongzi meant and said very straightforwardly, anyway, we don't have a clear interrogation process, so everything can be simplified. In this case, please do as you please. At that moment, Li Yu nodded and walked into the interrogation room. Inside, there were members of the security team responsible for the interrogation, and a bionic AI responsible for polygraph and recording. The team member saluted Li Yi and said, hello, sir. I am Josiah, the 3rd security soldier of the number 13 cabin security team. He didn't know Li Yi, but looking at Li Yi's pace and breath, he knew that he was an evolver, and his authority must be higher than his. Li Yi said, please give me a seat. Josiah immediately gave up his position as the presiding judge, and Li Yi sat down without hesitation. Opposite him was Wang Yuan, a very ordinary, common man with glasses, who had the temperament of a researcher. The person being interrogated by another security soldier in the closed room next door was his assistant Wang Yeli, his younger brother. At this moment, Wang Yuwen saw a man who was obviously young but had higher authority coming in. He was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, "Sir, I am really wronged. I really just wanted to steal some manuscripts to get a professional title for myself." Li Yu said, "Wang Yuwen, since you said you are wronged, then I want to ask you some details. First of all, why did you steal this manuscript? And not other manuscripts?" Wang Yuwen said, "I heard that Teacher Zhang is deciphering the Gourd text recently, and I happen to know that the Gourd text involves a recent branch of the divine civilization, so I want to get this manuscript." Li Yu said, "But the contradiction is that if you want to publish it, Teacher Zhang will definitely know it. How can you guarantee that he will not cause trouble for you afterwards?" Wang Yuwen said, "Because I know Mr. Zhang's habits. He rarely pays attention to other people's deciphering papers. He only pays attention to the original excavation data of civilizations and texts that he wants to understand. Even if he discards the manuscript for a while, he will definitely not care, and I just need to send it out successfully, make good use of this time difference, and then find a chance to apologize to him. With Mr. Zhang's tolerance, he will definitely not care about this matter." Li Yu said, "Then, on what basis do you judge that Mr. Zhang has such tolerance and is not worried about his own affairs being exposed?" Wang Yuwen said, "Because there have been 2 precedents for this matter, and Mr. Zhang has not made any moves to demand severe punishment. Everyone in our institute knows it." Li Yu frowned slightly, then said, "Since you know that Mr. Zhang will not punish severely or report, then why do you need to let your brother block the surveillance?" Wang Yuwen said, "If the surveillance is still there, then Mr. Zhang will definitely not allow it if he catches him in the act, right? We can only act first and report later to succeed." Li Yu asked, "You have AI-assisted deciphering, it shouldn't be difficult. Why do you still need to steal Mr. Zhang's achievements?" Wang Yuwen said, "For AI-assisted decryption, you must first sort out the context and framework of the text yourself, and then you can use AI-assisted decryption. This requires rich experience and a high level of skill to do it. In our institute, there is no one who has the decryption ability of Teacher Zhang. If I do it myself, it will take at least half a year, and there will even be many errors, and I may not be able to successfully decrypt it." Li Yu said, "Very good. Why did you choose this time? Moreover, how do you know that the Gourd text has been deciphered? And how do you know that the Gourd civilization involves the ancient branch of the divine civilization?" Wang Yuwen said, "Because I'm the decryption assistant in the institute, I'm responsible for following up on Teacher Zhang's successful decryption. However, recently I went to Teacher Lin because of another decryption task in the institute. But on our collaborative account, you can check the decryption status at any time, and I saw that the decryption status was suddenly updated in large quantities, and the completion rate was very high. I guess that Teacher Zhang had grasped the context of the Gourd text and stayed up all night to decrypt it. After the decryption status stopped, I guess that Teacher Zhang might have finished his work and fell asleep. So, I came up with such an idea. As for how I confirmed that the Gourd text is related to the ancient branch of the divine civilization, I forgot the source. It seems that I heard it from a teacher." Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Which teacher, when, on which occasion, and how did he say it?" "Sorry, sir, I really can't remember." Wang Yuwen stretched out his handcuffed hands and scratched his head, revealing an extremely distressed look. "You can't remember anything at all?" "Yes, sir, I think I have completely forgotten it." "Since you have forgotten it, why do you feel that the deciphered manuscript of the Gourd text is so necessary?" Wang Yuwen was stunned, fell into deep thought, and murmured, "Yes, on what basis can I be sure that the deciphered manuscript of the Gourd text can help me get the professional title?" Wang Yuwen, "Answer my question, sir. I don't know, I really don't know. I am probably obsessed with it." Wang Yuwen fell on the table in pain, as if he was shedding tears of regret. "Why am I so stupid?" Wang Yuwen, "What decryption task you recently assigned is more important than decrypting the Gourd text?" Wang Yuwen wiped the tears from his eyes and said, "It's the ancient text of Sutton." Li Yu frowned, "But isn't the ancient text of Sutton the same as the Gourd text?" "We haven't come to a conclusion yet." Li Yu understood. It seems that the fact that the ancient text of Sutton and the Gourd text have the same origin is just Lao Zhang's judgment, and there is no consensus. From this perspective alone, Lao Zhang is indeed amazing. What he said was easy to decipher may be the top difficulty for others. Li Yu asked some more questions, got up and left the interrogation room. Several people gathered together, And Chen Kai-ongzi asked, "How is it?" Li Yu pondered and said, "The most crucial doubt is that someone mentioned to him that the Gore text is related to the ancient branch of the divine civilization, but he forgot it. This is too strange. As a researcher, he wanted to steal the manuscript, but he forgot the source of his motive." Yu Xiao smiled and said, "Your interrogation was a great help. I didn't expect that the breakthrough was Wang Yuan's inadvertent idea. If I didn't have enough understanding of the content you deciphered, I might have missed this doubt." Li Yu and Chen Kai-ongzi looked at Yu Xiao in surprise. What do you know?" Yu Xiao said, "I remembered a case I encountered before. The victim before was in a highly similar state to Wang Yuan at the moment. I think this state is likely to be implanted with the related thoughts by virtual reality." Li Yu looked at Yu Xiao in surprise. Use virtual reality to implant thoughts? Change a person's actions? Can this be done? Yu Xiao explained, "A few years ago, such a vicious criminal appeared on the ship. He obtained the mother machine of virtual reality from some channel. After the modification, it can allow people to enter the second layer of virtual reality in virtual reality, which is like a dream. Using this layer of dream, he can change the target's ideas, opinions, and even thoughts. The degree of harm is not much less than that of major cult organizations." Chen Kai-ongzi said, "I have heard of this person. It is said that he was one of the developers of the third generation of virtual reality. Later, he was hired by our starship to maintain our virtual reality system. His name seems to be Wu Huanling, right?" Yu Xiao said, "That's right, it's Wu Huanling. He has very high skills and is even the maintainer of the Yaoqi AI series. After the incident, he directly hacked away a Yaoqi female fairy AI, so that we couldn't use our tracking methods and he ran away directly. Now, either he has mixed into the living area of the native ship residents in the next few cabins and stole their identities, or he has found an opportunity to escape from the fleet, and judging from the performance of Wang Yuan just now, it is very likely the work of Wu Huanling. That is to say, Wu Huanling may still be on the fleet, of course, although it is not ruled out that Wu Huanling has taught his skills to others. Considering the complexity of his technology, I think Wu Huanling is still the most suspicious," Chen Kai-ongzi said in a deep voice. "In other words, Lao Zhang's death is indeed not an ordinary accident." Yu Xiao nodded and said, "At present, it seems that it is true. I need to report to the higher authorities and apply for the Ministry of Supervision to intervene in the search." Chen Kai-ongzi said, "It's better to do so." As he spoke, a security soldier hurried over and said to Yu Xiao's, "Boss, according to Wang Yuan's explanation, the translation manuscript was not found." Yu Xiao's frowned. "Have you searched carefully?" "We have searched everything, and the bionic AI and robots have not found anything." Yu Xiao's felt the difficulty and said, "Oh no, could the manuscript still have any significant value?" Li Yu and Chen Kai-ongzi looked at each other and felt that things were getting more and more troublesome. On the way back, Chen Kai-ongzi said to Li Yi, "Li Yi, Lao Zhang said before that he would send you a study list and corresponding materials. Did he send it?" Li Yi said, "I received it. He sent it to me in the morning, about 10 minutes after we left." Chen Kai-ongzi said, "After you go back, take a look at these materials when you have time. This period should be Lao Zhang's last few minutes. Maybe there are some clues hidden in the information he sent you." Li Yu nodded, "I think so too, and if the manuscript is missing, it means that either the manuscript contains a great value that we don't know about, or the importance of the Gourd civilization may be even greater." Chen Kai-ongzi asked, "Can you still write down the contents of the manuscript?" Li Yu winked at Chen Kai-ongzi and said, "At most 20% to 30%. Chen Kai-ongzi understood and said, 20% to 30% is not bad. Write it down and send it to me as soon as possible." "Okay, instructor." When he returned to the cockpit of the Pluto Mecha that day, Li Yu copied the contents of the manuscript intactly and in the original form. Then he wrapped it tightly with waterproof paper and put it close to his heart. Without Lao Zhang, it will be much more difficult to decipher those ancient Gourd texts. In this case, let's do the old way. Try to figure out the information given by Lao Zhang, enter the dream, and see if you can capture more related memories in the dream. I'll just rely on myself, although he was vaguely worried that deciphering these words might lead to some bad things. But he was a veteran with a strong will, so he would not be easily frightened. At this moment, with the A-level module and his increasingly strong physique, he could stay in the cockpit for 8 or 9 hours a day without any problem. Therefore, he was not afraid of the slight load brought by starting the Mecha. While reading the information and pondering, he fell asleep directly in the cockpit. In this state, the memory fragments generated by entering the dream. There is a high probability that there are parallel memories of him driving the Pluto Mecha, and another parallel memory of him mastering the knowledge of deciphering. In a blink of an eye, it was past midnight. In the training hall, except for the Pluto Mecha pretending to rest and actually starting up, there was no other movement. Suddenly, the door of the training hall quietly opened. The door control prompt sound was not emitted at all. A black shadow slowly stepped in. Click, click. With very subtle footsteps, the black shadow walked through the aisle of the fighting field and walked inside. Suddenly, the slightly narrowed eyes of the Pluto Mecha suddenly opened. A huge beam of light was cast directly from the eyes of the Pluto Mecha, and converged on the black shadow. In the cockpit, Li, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly woke up. But the moment he saw the black shadow, he was stunned for a moment. Just a cleaning robot. At this moment, the cleaning robot's anthropomorphic face showed a smile. I received a cleaning request and now come to perform the cleaning task. May I ask if you are allowed to execute it? Li's voice came from the Pluto Mecha. Please stay and give us your stored data for us to check. As he said, the Pluto Mecha stretched out his big hand and grabbed the cleaning robot. The next moment, the cleaning robot suddenly exploded on the spot. Amid the rumbling sound, the flames could not hurt the Pluto Mecha at all. It was just triggered by a casual freezing feature, and the explosion flames were instantly extinguished. On the side, Chen Kai-ongzi's figure flashed out for some reason. After she left the training hall under the surveillance, she erased her own state and sneaked back here. Unfortunately, it looks like it was just a fake fish. Chen Kai-ongzi shook his head slightly. Instructor, is there no one else outside? No, there was only this cleaning robot from beginning to end. I see. By the way, instructor, since the person who got the manuscript behind the scenes is likely to have mastered the idea implantation technology of virtual reality, is it safe for us to explore the virtual ruins later? Chen Kai-ongzi said, don't worry, the only person in charge of the mother machine of the virtual ruins is the captain. He has superb skills and is also a powerful evolver. The mother machine is also placed in the safest place in the ship. It's hard to say about other places, but the virtual ruins are definitely the least likely to be hacked. Li asked, if it is an ordinary level AI, it can be hacked. This is indeed true in theory, Chen Kai-ongzi said. At present, for safety reasons, all AIS in our fleet are separate servers. Information exchange mainly relies on the starship's own communication system and will not be controlled by the internet, but if it is a weak individual AI with a low level, it is indeed very likely to be hacked and modified, but fortunately, the AIS related to our special class are all controlled by Xianqi. Her level is not low and her intelligence level is also very high. The possibility of being hacked is very small, Li thoughtfully said. In other words, the cleaning robot was able to come in just now because AI Xianqi deliberately let it go. That's right, Chen Kai-ongzi said. There are 5 main levels of AI in our fleet. They are the Queen Mother AI, with the captain being the highest controller of the mother machine, followed by Xiao and Xianqi, with the captain of our Mecha Corps being the highest controller of the mother machine. After that is the Yaoqi Fairy series, with the mother machine being controlled by the person with the highest authority in the corresponding department. After that is your dormitory AI cottage, which is the intelligent AI of the lower level department. It has no mother machine, and the server is in the confidential area. Other types of auxiliary AI only have weak intelligence, and are the easiest to hack into, like the office where Lao Zhang is. It is equipped with weak intelligence AI, which is usually controlled by technical personnel from various departments behind the scenes. Li nodded, and roughly understood the various AI architectures within the fleet. I see. It seems that even if Wu Huanling takes action, the actual threat will be limited, unless he can control the AI of the Mecha Corps. Chen Kai-ongzi smiled and said, don't worry. You are all evolvers with strong wills and strong souls. The possibility of being confused by this technology is very low. Don't worry too much. Li nodded. Yes, if even evolvers can implant thoughts at will and affect the actions of others, then our starship would have been in chaos long ago. Then, nothing happened overnight. It is worth mentioning that I don't know if it has accumulated to a certain extent last night. Li found that in the process of practicing and digesting a lot of memories, he unknowingly mastered another perfect skill, tracking, perfection, from mastery to perfection. The dividing line between mastery and perfection is Li's own division. But the boundary is very clear. Mastery is very skilled, but there are occasional mistakes, while perfection is no omissions and no mistakes. Of course, This refers to under normal conditions. If the pressure reaches a certain level, perfect skills will also have mistakes. It's just that it takes a lot of pressure to cause mistakes. In addition, the biggest difference between perfect skills and proficient skills is that perfect skills can be freely applied to other related fields. However, proficient skills can only be applied to related fields to a limited extent. Li Yu was also very happy about this, thinking, after a busy day and hearing bad news in the middle of the night, I finally got some good news, which is not bad. Since the tracking skill has been perfected, I can focus on figuring out the decryption skill recently. I hope it can be done as soon as possible. Li Yu did not intend to tell the team members about Lao Zhang's affairs. After all, this involves some secrets. If you tell them rashly, it is hard to guarantee that it will bring them changes that they cannot bear. After the training camp ended at noon, everyone formed a team to go to the cafeteria. While pinching his aching shoulders, Xingyu said, "Did you notice that today's gravity training seems to be more difficult?" Tan Horn said, "Not just again, but it's getting harder every day. It's just that you've almost reached your limit today." Sun Juxiu also said, "That's right. The gravity index I'm bearing every day is basically above 18, and it can be around 23 during peak periods, which is outrageous." Xingyu exclaimed, "Damn, I can't stand it at only 14. Sun Juxiu, you're ranked 4th for a reason." Sun Juxiu chuckled and said, "I'm not bragging, even Fang Tao can't withstand a higher gravity index than me. The reason is very simple, because I am the only one in the class who is in the Strength God sequence, and the strength and physique increase brought to me by my divine gene is naturally higher than others." Tan Horn asked, "Even if Fang Tao has condensed the 9th divine gene for a long time, and is only one step away from the 10th, Sun Juxiu nodded and said, "Yes, even if he is only one step away." Xingyu asked curiously, "Then your physique is stronger than his, and your fighting skills are not bad. Why is your ranking lower than his?" Sun Juxiu shook his head and said, "I am just stronger than him in strength and physique, but my endurance is still worse than his, and his fighting skills are still slightly better than mine, not to mention his divine skills are also more powerful. What about Li Yi? Li Yi?" Haha, Sun Juxiu sneered, and everyone immediately understood that they could not compare. Absolutely not. Li Yi smiled and said, "Sun Juxiu, try your best to condense the 9th divine gene as soon as possible. In the virtual ruins next week, as long as you condense the 9th gene, I will be able to kill one of the slime creatures and obtain sufficient strategy information." Pharmacist Wan hurriedly said, "Li Yi, what if I condense the 9th gene?" Li Yi said, "That's okay. I just need someone to assist me and create opportunities for me." Pharmacist Wan's eyes lit up and said, "Then you can wait, Li Yi. I can get the money for the ruins exploration next week. You wait." As she said that, Pharmacist Wan's steps became lighter. Everyone was a little puzzled. What happened to Pharmacist Wan? She was so excited? Or did she have some secret plan? Zhang Zuiyun said thoughtfully, "Does Sister Wan want to take action?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Could it be that? Li Yi interrupted, "Everyone, stop gossiping and go get the high-energy alien meat. I'll treat you today." He is now at the 3rd level of authority, so the free quota is naturally enough. Since his physique became stronger, the effect of high-energy alien meat has gradually declined. Now, he mainly eats the pure meat of divine creatures exchanged for military merits. After eating a portion, the effect is more significant and stronger. While talking, there was a scream in front of him. Someone died. Li Yu felt a little scared. Could it be Wu Huanling again? He ran to the front of the crowd and saw that it was a bionic robot responsible for cleaning. It suddenly pulled out a knife and chopped at the passers-by. On the side of the road, several people who were caught off guard had been chopped out. Fortunately, most of the people here are evolvers with strong physiques. Soon someone rushed up and kicked out, directly kicking the bionic robot through the chest. With a crackling sound, the bionic robot exploded on the spot. Boom! The blast blew, and many evolvers who were closer were blown down several meters by the blast. Broken iron sheets flew everywhere, and also stabbed several onlookers. The glass windows outside the cafeteria were also shattered. Instantly, the cafeteria was in chaos. Li Yu's reaction was fast, and he often faced similar scenes in his memory fragments, so he was not hurt at all. However, the evolver who kicked through the bionic robot was unlucky. Even if he was an evolver, he was only a beginner. Under such a strong explosion and at such a close distance, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The team members from the outside who just happened to catch up were not close and were not injured. They were lucky. This kind of hand should be the person behind last night. Is this a warning? Or a threat? Li Yu frowned and stepped forward to check the traces on the ground. Chapter 95 Modification. After the explosion in the cafeteria, Li Yu's surroundings suddenly became calm. Originally, he thought that Wu Wenling would continue to attack. But until the day before the opening of the 7th virtual ruins, there was no other movement. But on this day, another thing attracted his attention. Yao Shiwen actually took a step ahead of Sun Duxiu and condensed the 9th divine gene. She became the second strong man in Class 3 with the 9th divine gene. She was only one step away from the middle-level evolver. At that time, it was the time for everyone to practice more. Li Yu was fighting against the siege of 5 strong men, Tan Horan, Sun Duxiu, Yao Shiwen, Zhang Zuqiang, and Zhang Zuiyun. This kind of battle intensity is naturally far from the oppression given by Chen Kai-ongzi. But facing the siege of several people whose physiques and skills and tactics are not weak, the effort required in the battle will naturally not be less. In terms of stimulating divinity, the effect is definitely not weak. Of course, when fighting against them, there is no need to use the 2 tricks of burst skills and controlling the invalid heat of the body at absolute zero. The main thing is to use the wind and fire divinity to improve speed and strength, and practice the proficiency of this new skill. When the 5 of them joined forces, they had to be careful of Li Yu's various tricks, and the sense of pressure was not low. Therefore, both sides can get good practical results. Ke Xiaodong, on the other hand, practiced alone with Zhuo Ying, and could also rotate with the 5 of them to maintain training status. On the field, when the body of the Hades Mecha moved, the propulsion sound produced by the addition of wind and fire became smaller and smaller as Li Yu became more proficient in using the wind and fire divinity. The turning and speed change became more and more unpredictable. Boom, boom, boom. In a moment, the killing moves of the 5 mechas were all missed, and were easily dodged by the Hades Mecha. Then, the Hades Mecha ran in front of the Fire Luan Mecha and punched it hard. Bang! The Fire Luan Mecha blocked with both arms, but the Hades Mecha easily opened the overlapping blocking state, and then stepped forward and hit it with a fierce iron mountain leaning, hitting it with all its strength. Boom! With a huge bang, the Fire Phoenix mech actually burst out the Fire Phoenix Divine Attack special effects at the last moment, burning with the characteristics of Eclipse, making the Pluto mech feel bad, and retreating at the last impact. Even so, the Pluto mech actually had a Firebird-like orange-yellow flame attached to it, which suddenly grew like taking root. In just a moment, the pure black shell of the Pluto mech began to burn with sky-high flames, which soared hundreds of meters high, which was extremely amazing. The amazing heat instantly distorted the air, forcing several peripheral mechas to stop and stay where they were. On the public channel, Tan Horan was shocked. So strong, could it be that Yao Shiwen really generated the 9th divine gene? The divine power that erupted at this moment is so fierce. Not only that, she wouldn't have optimized the divine skills again and maximized the characteristics of Eclipse, right? It was because he was also a Vulcan sequence that he could first perceive the value of Yao Shiwen's sky-high flames. Sun Duxiu asked, Tan Horan, what do you mean? Yao Shiwen really generated the 9th divine gene. Tan Horan nodded and said, besides that, I can't think of how Yao Shiwen achieved this 100-meter-high possessed flame. I guess even an ordinary mid-level evolver may not be able to do this kind of power. On the field, the Pluto Mecha had already activated the absolute zero of the Pluto divinity and quickly extinguished the flame. But from the battle situation, he was at least stacked in an overload state for nearly 3 seconds. Moreover, the load brought to him by this huge amount of erosion flames is comparable to that of the Dome Poison Fern in the 5th level. Therefore, if in actual combat, Tan Horan and his team stacked various divine skills in one breath and carried out combo damage to the Pluto Mecha, then he would definitely be in an extremely bad situation, with only a thin line left before defeat. In this way, if he encounters the siege of various divine mechas in actual combat, even if he has amazing fighting skills and can deal with them at any time, he still has to guard against various divine skills with strange characteristics. If he fails because of this, it is very likely. After all, the characteristics of the divine skills need to be used in order to judge the specific power and mode. To deal with it, sufficient intelligence is needed. If it is just a fighting style fight, then he will naturally have no worries and can predict at any time. Therefore, He will have to see more different divine characteristics in the future to make up for this prediction gap. Pharmacist 1, it seems that you have generated the 9th divine gene, and by the way, you have successfully optimized divine skills again in the battle. Liu congratulated Pharmacist 1. In the Fire Phoenix Mecha, the voice of Pharmacist 1's response was heard immediately. I have been thinking about it for a long time. When I encountered the 5th level of poisonous ferns, I was thinking that my divine characteristics are actually similar to the toxicity of poisonous ferns. During this period, I have been thinking about how to make my flames produce similar effects. It just so happened that the 9th divine gene was generated, and I suddenly had an idea and used it. Tan Horan immediately envied. I didn't expect Pharmacist 1 to be so talented. You should be the first person I have seen in the understanding of divine skills. At least I have never seen anyone who can use divine skills to such a powerful level at the initial stage. Pharmacist 1 smiled and said, why did you miss Li? You see, he has combined and used the divine special effects to such a sophisticated level that he can fight with the instructor who has exploded with the upper power for a long time. Tan Horan shook his head and said, Liu's type is different from yours. He used the divine special effects in the form of fighting, which is still a reflection of his fighting talent, but you purely optimized the divine skills themselves, and displayed such amazing power through the exquisite control of the divine characteristics. It's different. Sun Juxia nodded repeatedly after listening. Indeed, Tan Horan is very insightful in this regard. So where do you think my talent lies? Tan Horan smiled and said, aren't you very clear? You have good talents in all aspects, but they are not top-notch. The top talent is fighting talent, but it is far inferior to Li Yi. The second talent is the control of divine characteristics, but it is also far inferior to Yao Shiwen. Ke Xiaodong laughed on the public channel. Sun Duxiu should be called the Eternal Second. This time, Sun Duxiu did not refute Ke Xiaodong, but sighed. Tan Horan really sees it very clearly. In fact, if the entire Xingyu Federation is counted, I may not even be ranked. Liu comforted. Talent is not static. When I first started practicing fighting skills, it took me a lot of time and energy to master it. Sun Duxiu was stunned and asked quickly, how long did it take you to master a fighting skill at the beginning? Liu said, a long time, at least 7 days. Sun Duxiu, amidst the laughter, Zhang Zuyin privately chatted with Pharmacist 1 and said, Sister Wan, you have generated the 9th divinity as you wished today. Are you going to take some action against Li Yi? Pharmacist 1 was stunned and asked back, what action? In the cockpit, Zhang Zuyin blinked her big round eyes and said bluntly, isn't it a courtship action? Pharmacist 1's face suddenly flushed and said, you little girl, what are you thinking about all day long? Zhang Zuyin complained, nothing. Then why were you so happy before? Sister Wan, are you hiding something from us? Pharmacist 1 calmed down and said, no, I'm just very happy that I can get as close to Li Yi as possible during the special class. Zhang Zuyin asked puzzledly, just that? Then isn't your happiness too simple, Sister Wan? Pharmacist 1 smiled and said, simple is so good. The world is prosperous and full of people. It's nothing more than eating, sleeping, drinking and chatting. Zhang Zuyin said, I didn't expect Sister Wan to be so philosophical, so thorough, and her demands are so simple. Pharmacist 1 said, I have everything since I was born, so I naturally have the right to demand simplicity. Oh my god, that makes sense. In terms of wealth, maybe all of us in the Zhang family combined are not as rich as Sister Wan's entire fortune, Zhang Zuyin said enviously. Don't come here, it's at most half of your Zhang family, not that much? Pharmacist 1 smiled and said, however, although it is rich enough, it is not as free as you, and there are still great responsibilities on my shoulders. Zhang Zuyin nodded and said, I seem to have heard that the family children in Wulian Pharmaceutical are very strict. Yes, not free enough, so now I want to enjoy simple happiness as much as possible. Zhang Zuyin was confused and always felt that he had grasped something vaguely, but he didn't grasp anything. Okay, no more, let's continue to practice. When the extra training ended that day, everyone else couldn't hold on and left one after another. But Pharmacist 1, because of the condensation of the 9th divine power, her endurance increased significantly. When the others left, she was still there, driving the Fire Phoenix Mecha, accepting Li Yi's oppressive single training. Under Li Yi's repeated attacks with ease, she gritted her teeth and persisted, constantly exerting her strength to resist, making her face red, sweating, and happy in pain. For a long time, Yao Shuan collapsed to the ground and snorted, "I can't do it anymore. It seems that this is the end of today," Li Yu said regretfully. "It's only been 20 minutes. It seems that your skills still have a lot of room for improvement. It's because you are too fierce." In the cockpit, Yao Shuan rolled her eyes and pouted. Although the effect was very good afterwards, there is no need to use so many shots so frequently, right? Li Yu smiled and said, Sorry, I was just trying a new trick and almost lost my strength." Yao Shuan chuckled, "If you really have to apologize, next time you have a chance, accompany me to go out alone, without the rest of the team." Li Yu was slightly stunned, and then said, "No problem, I'd love to." Then it's settled, of course. Not long after Yao Shuan left, Chen Kai-ongzi's figure suddenly appeared outside the fighting arena. Li Yu was not surprised. This was an agreement between him and Chen Kai-ongzi, and they must practice for 2 hours every day. After the afternoon training, she rushed away, and Li Yu knew that Chen Kai-ongzi was most likely following up on the case of Lao Zhang and the cafeteria explosion. Therefore, there is a high probability that he will come back at this point. At this moment, Chen Kai-ongzi teased, "It seems that you are quite satisfied recently. There are beautiful and cute classmates who are strong to accompany you for extra practice every day." Li Yu laughed, "Instructor, you are joking. Every girl in the class is beautiful, cute and strong, isn't it? Only you can talk." Chen Kai-ongzi laughed and then began to get to the point. His voice became serious. "In the cafeteria explosion case, the person who was last contacted by the cleaning robot has been found. It should be an unrelated passerby, but his mental state was disturbed by the double virtual reality, and he inserted a memory card into the interface of the cleaning robot. However, the memory card can actually cause the cleaning robot to self-explode. Such technical means are unheard of. Therefore, the supervision department has intervened in the investigation." Li Yu thought, "In other words, that person is still targeting our manuscripts." "Not necessarily. It can only be said that the possibility exists," Chen Kai-ongzi said. "According to the data obtained after the technicians restored the memory card, the cleaning robot was ordered to deal with Pharmacist 1 in your team and stab her. This raises 2 questions. One is that they may be using someone close to you to intimidate you, and the other is that the target may have been Pharmacist 1. It's just that, by accident, this situation has arisen." Li Yu nodded and said, "I understand. No matter what, I will ask the rest of the team to be more careful recently," Chen Kai-ongzi said. "As for Lao Zhang, the specific cause of death has not yet been determined, but according to the opinion of a virtual reality developer I asked, he said that double or triple virtual reality may cause sudden death in humans." Li Yu pondered, "It's equivalent to making the victim suffer excessive fear in a dream, and then frightened to the point of heart paralysis." Chen Kai-ongzi asked in surprise, "How do you know this specific principle, combined with this so-called double virtual reality operation of implanting thoughts in the code?" "I thought about it carefully, eliminated some impossible operations, and guessed this method." Chen Kai-ongzi was speechless. "You know so much? Sometimes I doubt whether you are 18 years old." Li Yu smiled. "It's mainly because you have a good memory. This is a talent. There's nothing I can do about it," Chen Kai-ongzi said unhappily. "Okay, stop bragging. Have you gained anything from studying the information that Lao Zhang gave you recently?" "Really some." Chen Kai-ongzi's eyes lit up. "Tell me quickly," Li Yu said. "The information may be what Teacher Zhang sent me in the last few seconds before his death. It contains his death message." "Death message?" Chen Kai-ongzi was startled and frowned. "Send it to you in the last few seconds? How can he do it? He was in the pain of heart paralysis. How could he have the spare energy to send you one file after another?" Li Yu said slowly. "The evidence is that Teacher Zhang sent me a total of 6 files. The first 3 were sent at the same time, but the next 3, every other one, was separated by more than 1.5 seconds, and the time intervals were getting longer and longer. But the problem is, I asked Yu Shao's to take pictures of the file arrangement on Teacher Zhang's communicator and show them to me. These files can clearly be sent to me at the same time. They can be sent at the same time, but they were sent to me several times. Either he is forgetful, or after sending 3, he felt that he could send another 3, or he couldn't do it, and could only use up his last strength to send one by one," Chen Kai-ongzi said thoughtfully. "In other words, he deliberately separated his time, probably to tell you that his death was abnormal. Moreover, the key clues are indeed hidden in these files." Li Yu nodded and continued, "Yes, and based on my brief observation and understanding of Teacher Zhang, he has careful thinking, And the first two possibilities are indeed unlikely. In addition, he told me at the time to make a list and reference materials. According to him, he may have sent similar file combinations to others before. In order to verify this, I once again asked Yu Xiaos to help me check Teacher Zhang's communication records, and found that these 6 files of Teacher Zhang had also been sent to another person at the same time. Chen Kaiyongzi's eyes suddenly flashed. Who is it? A previously transferred employee of the institute, Lin Huanwu. Lin Huanwu? Isn't that Wu Huanling? In an instant, Chen Kaiyongzi's eyes flashed with surprise. Li Yu also nodded and said, yes, this person is very suspicious. I have already informed Yu Xiaos of the clues this afternoon. I also wanted to tell the instructor as soon as possible, but I didn't expect that the instructor would run away immediately after the end. Chen Kaiyongzi said in silence, I wonder why I couldn't find Yu Xiaos in the afternoon. Now it seems that he is probably using the clues you provided to track down the relevant clues about Lin Huanwu's identity, Li Yu said. In addition, I also found some points in the materials and manuscripts that may be clues. Chen Kaiyongzi was slightly surprised and said, really? What is it? The key is the manuscript, Li Yu said. I reread the contents of the replica manuscript several times and found that the things being done in the experiment of the gourd man are actually for the same purpose, something that we may have overlooked, but it actually has a very obvious direction. What is it? Chen Kaiyongzi unconsciously moved closer, his almond eyes widened, staring at Li Yi as if he was discharging electricity. Li Yi coughed lightly and signaled Chen Kaiyongzi with his eyes. Chen Kaiyongzi understood and continued to move closer. Li Yi whispered, the gourd man who left the notes has been collecting all kinds of combat materials and wisdom materials. Chen Kaiyongzi was stunned. She didn't expect the answer to be this. Li Yi continued, instructor, do you still remember that a second experiment in the notes was to obtain black water creatures in the 7th layer of the ruins? Chen Kaiyongzi nodded and said, I remember that the gourd man also said that the danger was too great and it could only be sealed for the time being. Yes, too dangerous. This is the key word, Li Yu said. The 7th layer is probably the 7th level of the ruins. According to its strength, it must be a slime creature far beyond the 5th level. And the gourd man also said that slime creatures are the bottom of the food chain in the 8th layer. Therefore, it is conceivable how powerful the creatures that may still exist under the ruins are. Think about it carefully. Under what circumstances would a creature need to collect so many racial materials so frequently? In order to cultivate more combat units? Even at the risk of being backlashed by such terrifying creatures, Chen Kaiyongzi got into Li Yi's question and thought, there are 2 possibilities. One is that there is a powerful external enemy, and it is an external enemy hanging over your head and may appear at any time. The second is personal interest. Li Yu said, the instructor is right, and I think the gourd man is in the former situation, that is, facing the huge threat of powerful foreign enemies, and has to seek strong protection in the ruins. Chen Kaiyongzi asked doubtfully, but what does this have to do with the doubts you mentioned? Li Yu said, it has a lot to do with it. I suspect that when Teacher Zhang translated this manuscript, he modified some of the wording, which made us ignore some of the emotional states of the gourd man at that time. Chen Kaiyongzi frowned. You mean, instructor, although we are responsible for the selection of word meanings, do you feel that some of the words you have selected have never been used by Teacher Zhang? Although Chen Kaiyongzi had a clear mind and quick reactions, she didn't have Li Yi's ability to enter and exit dreams at any time to observe her own memories. Moreover, when assisting in deciphering, she really didn't think that deeply. Therefore, Chen Kaiyongzi just shook his head and said, this is too detailed. I have no impression, Li Yu said. I also asked Yu Xiaos to retrieve the records left by Teacher Zhang on the AI auxiliary system. If it can be retrieved, the instructor will know that Teacher Zhang subtly modified a lot of wording when translating. Well, assuming that Lao Zhang really modified the wording, which wording did he modify? Li Yu said, for example, the first experiment in the notes, a snake-headed creature 150 to 60 meters high escaped from the laboratory. The recorder's tone at the time should be extremely angry and extremely painful. But what Teacher Zhang translated was a light stroke. Similarly, when he was attacked by the black water creature, he did not seal the black water creature calmly, but was extremely regretful, entangled, and afraid. As I pondered and studied the content of Teacher Zhang's materials in depth, I became more and more determined in my opinion, that is, the manuscript translated by Teacher Zhang was changed on the spot. Silence. Chen Kaiyongzi fell into thought. After a long while, she said, what you said is indeed very suspicious. But, if it is true, why did Lao Zhang do this? And what does this have to do with the mystery of his death? Li Yu said. You can only wait for me to translate it again, maybe you can know the answer. Chen Kaiyongzi sighed and said, sure enough, I am still suitable for driving a mecha on the battlefield. Not analyzing various doubts here, Li Yu smiled and said, Instructor, you are joking. I heard that the instructor has commanded a divine mecha legion of 100 people and achieved a world-astonishing record. To command a 100-man legion, what is needed is not analytical ability, but decisiveness and the power to inspire morale. Chen Kaiyongzi shook his head slightly. As they spoke, the two began to walk onto the fighting field, took off their coats, and revealed their strong white arms. Then, lean forward and start to accelerate. Bang! 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 In the rolling air waves, the two high-speed colliding white lines once again began the last fierce melee of the day. The next day, the 7th Virtual Ruins exploration finally began. This time, after landing, everyone moved forward without any delay. It took 25 minutes to easily reach the 5th level. Since there was no need to go to the sea-level upgrade pool, the speed this time was indeed incredibly fast. Of course, it was also related to the general improvement of everyone's strength. Under high-intensity combat, everyone's improvement speed was getting faster and faster, as if there was no bottleneck. Of course, the main reason for this was that Li Yu always operated the pressure on everyone just right. On the other hand, it was also because everyone was now indeed well trained. After the accumulation of gravity training and skill learning in the past few months, it finally ushered in the time for a burst of accumulation. At this moment, the Pluto Mecha drew out his Zanpakuto, and before the 5th level, he smiled to everyone. Our goal today is simple and direct. Kill the 141-meter one, which is the 3rd strongest slime creature among the 5, and obtain strategy information. As for the hidden 5th macrophagic slime, if we can kill one today, we will provoke the big guy, wake it up, test its strength, improve this part of the information, and then redeem the bounty together. Understand? Sun Juxiu said eagerly. After this time, I will definitely be able to condense the 9th divine gene. This time, I also want to try to see if I can kill the weakest one. Li Yu smiled and said, it's up to you. Then Tanhorn and Zhang Zuqiang, your group's goals can be exchanged with Sun Duxiu. Then, Ke Xiaodong, Zhuo Ying, and Zhang Zuiwen. This time the 3 of you are responsible for holding up the 153-meter big guy, and you have to hold it for at least 2 minutes. Can you do it? This task was difficult. Li Yu had been carrying this 153-meter big guy alone before. But the 3 of them said firmly, we must do it. Li Yu nodded and said, very good. This time I will cooperate with Yao Shiwan to kill 141 slime creatures in the shortest possible time. Yao Shiwan asked, Li Yu, what is our specific plan? Li Yu smiled and said, this time it's very simple. You just need to use the 100-meter high sky-high firebird you used last time to cover the slime creature all over, and keep it for 1 minute. Leave the rest to me. Yao Shiwan's eyes were shining, and she felt that Li Yu's charm at this moment was amazing. Then, let's go. As he spoke, the 8 mechas rushed out in order. Boom! Amid the huge noise, the 8 mechas kept running wildly, and took the lead in killing the 4 slime creatures that had not yet reacted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 completed. Boom. 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 The mechas rushed forward quickly, accelerating like meteors. The poisonous ferns that kept falling from the dome could not catch up with the dust left by the mechas. Although the overall height was much lower than that of the slime creatures, they ran with an amazing momentum like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, they were about to approach the 4 slime creatures that were caught off guard. Among the mechas, a pure black phantom rushed out first, leaping into the air, and slashing down with a sword in its 43-meter body. At this moment, the 4 slime creatures were like mud on the ground, as if they had just woken up from rest, shaking their huge waterball-like bodies like waves, and barely reacting. Whoosh! The sword light flashed sharply. A white line extended from the head of the largest slime creature to the tail, and then the body suddenly split into 2 parts. Immediately afterwards, the shockwave of freezing waves suddenly spurted out from the mouth of the Pluto Mecha, which was still suspended in the air. A huge blue beam of light instantly passed through the air and poured out on the ground. As its head swung rapidly, it continuously swept and froze the 4 slime creatures. Wherever it passed, frost formed and white gas rose. In an instant, white frost rose all over the sky as the slime creatures struggled madly. Within a radius of 200 meters, it froze into an icy wasteland in the blink of an eye. The 4 slime creatures, most of their bodies were frozen, stuck to the ground, and kept roaring at the ground, but they couldn't even raise their heads to spray venom. This wave was brewed for a long time by the Pluto Mecha at the entrance of the cave, and it had been held back for this moment. The 2 previous times he asked his teammates to separate and stop the slime creatures was because he was not familiar with the situation of the slime creatures. At this moment, with many experiences and greatly improved strength, it is natural to do sufficient preliminary suppression work. As Li Yi finished sweeping the last bit of the shockwave freezing wave, the 4 giant slime creatures on the ground also fell into a short-term defenseless state. Immediately, the 8 mechas followed Li Yi's previous instructions, each found their opponents, and used their divine skills to reduce the total amount of divinity of these slime creatures. Then, the Pluto Mecha turned the tip of the sword and aimed at the slime creature 141 meters away. Swish, swish, swish. A 6-shot cut was made directly, splitting the giant into 7 pieces like tofu. Then, another shockwave freezing wave was brewed to freeze the poisonous ferns that were still falling above the dome in a sweeping manner to prevent the poisonous ferns from causing damage to teammates. At this moment, the slime creatures also quickly used their divinity to dissolve these absolute freezes and began to fight back. But at this time, the Fire Phoenix Mecha also came up and directly launched the sky-high Firebird. Suddenly, a 100-meter-long Firebird with bright orange-yellow flames leaped up from the top of the Fire Phoenix mech, like climbing a building or a mountain, swaying its flames and raising its neck to hiss. Chirp! With a high-pitched and long cry like a phoenix, the 100-meter-long Firebird flapped its huge wings of flames, invading the wilderness like fire, and suddenly collided with a slime creature that had not yet recovered from its separation. Boom! Suddenly, the huge speed brought huge wind force, and the huge wind force greatly helped the Firebird's flames to invade its body. In the blink of an eye, the slime creature's body was blazing with flames, instantly burning the poisonous ferns on the dome to carbonization, releasing a large amount of black gas, and falling on the slime creature like black rain. Suddenly, the poisonous fern was burned by the soaring flames, making more continuous crackling and bursting sounds. Taking this opportunity, the Hades mech also stimulated the only divine gene of the god of fire sequence in its body, and continuously blessed the characteristics of burning to the Zanpakukan. Although the conversion rate of alien divinity will drop significantly after being stimulated by the Pluto Mecha, at this moment, Li Yi only needs a few swords, which is completely enough. I saw. The slender arms of the Pluto Mecha began to stab quickly, like sewing through flowers, with fast speed, sharp angles, and high frequency. In the blink of an eye, the slime creature was stabbed dozens of times. Falling on the frozen slime creature, it was a horizontal blade piercing cracks one after another. Its divinity was also constantly weakened under sword after sword. With the erosion of the sky-high Firebird, the slime creature continued to launch divinity to resist, but it could not ignore the rapid piercing of the Pluto Mecha. When the time was delayed for more than 10 seconds, the slime creature suddenly shook all over, turning into countless round fist-sized slime lumps, which fell all over the ground like water. This splitting into pieces successfully split the flames of the sky-high Firebird in an instant, making it like a fire without fuel, dissipating in the air. Of course, when being wrapped in the flames, it was obvious that a lot of mucus had its defense greatly reduced and was directly burned dry by the flames. But considering the size of the mucus creature, it was obviously able to withstand this damage. On the ground, countless cyan mucus lumps rolled around, and then suddenly gathered rapidly in the direction of the Fire Phoenix Mecha, condensing into surface, and turned into a cyan giant sail, which suddenly fell towards the Fire Phoenix Mecha. Clang! At this time, the Zanpakujian shook in the air, and the divinity was stimulated. A dark blue sword light shot out from the tip of the sword, instantly extending the distance of 30 meters, piercing the cyan giant sail that the mucus creature had turned into. The Hades special effect was activated, and the center of the pierced mouth suddenly froze into an ice block, and the ice cracks continued to extend in all directions. Get down! Immediately afterwards, the Zanpakujian made a sword flower, lifting a heavy weight with ease, and threw the huge cyan giant sail to the ground. Clap, clap. The ice mass in the center immediately broke apart, and the Hades Mecha opened its mouth and sprayed out a shock wave of freezing the whole body of the slime creature. After several weakenings, the slime creature was frozen this time, and it was unable to use its divinity to dissolve the freezing of its body immediately. At this moment, Li Yi, with the increase of strength and familiarity with the slime creature, with the assistance of Yao Shiwan, beat the slightly weaker slime creature and achieved a crushing effect. However, more than a minute has passed. It is still unknown whether it can complete the kill in the remaining 50 seconds. But this level is enough for the Hades Mecha to complete its remaining combat plan. At this moment, the Hades Mecha stimulated the Zanpakutsu sword with the divinity of Hades and chopped again at a high frequency. While slashing, it opened its mouth to stimulate the freezing wave in a small range, constantly blessing the freezing power, so that the slime creature could not successfully dissolve the freezing effect with divinity. Originally, with the size of the slime creature, even after several weakenings, its total amount of divinity is still far higher than Li Yi. However, this total amount has been weakened to the extent that the opponent cannot instantly dissolve the frozen in one breath. It takes at least 1.1 seconds to instantly thaw. But because Li Yi put the opponent into a controlled state and continuously shot the frozen Boka, it triggered the bug of divinity to dissolve the frozen. Therefore, as long as Li Yi's total amount of divinity is not used up in the short term, his teammates can still stop other slime creatures. Then, he is invincible at this moment. Pharmacist 1, it is a bit beyond expectations to fight to this extent. You go to assist Kei Xiaodong's group, and leave the rest here to me. In the cockpit, Pharmacist 1 did not say much, and summoned the 100-meter-high sky-high firebird again, vibrating the huge flaming wings, and rushed towards the 153-meter slime creature. In the remaining time, Li Yi's bet is that the miracle will come out with great force, and the slime creature hides the free divine nucleus. He had already stabbed most of the things he could stab, but he still couldn't make the divine nucleus of the slime creature appear. Therefore, he judged that the divine nucleus of the slime creature was probably not solid, but in liquid form, and existed freely in the body. Based on this, maybe there was no divine nucleus at the location where the previous sword hit, but in the next second, the divine nucleus was likely hidden in the crack. There was no fixed pattern at all, and its location could not be found according to a specific law of movement. It could only be frozen, the flow of mucus in its body fixed, and its whole body swept through in a short time, or collapsed instantly, in order to completely kill the slime creature. In a blink of an eye, 2 minutes had just arrived. Fortunately, with the participation of Pharmacist 1, the 153 big guy had not yet broken through the defense line of Kei Xiaodong and others. At this moment, Li Yi only had a small part of the slime creature's leg area that had not been slashed densely. The last few swords, I can't chop them all and it won't work, right? The thought flashed. As the sword slashed down, it cut into the slime ice. Suddenly, a dense sound of clacking rang out. In an instant, the mucus inside the giant mucus creature seemed to have lost its last elasticity, and turned into green ice slag all over the ground among the thousands of sword marks. Did it work? At the same time, Aizayachi's usual joyful voice came. Congratulations, you have obtained a detailed strategy for defeating the giant mucus creature. This information is of great use to the subsequent strategy. It is of medium to high reference and executable, and can be rated as S+ information. Since the mucus creature is a major suspect in the death of the advance team, please confirm whether to merge the information as a bounty information into the relevant evidence chain found before. Li Yi did not hesitate. Merge, okay. May I ask if you can settle the investigation bounty? No hurry, I still need to add some more evidence and the final information. However, after Li Yi finished killing the mucus creature, the giant mucus creature 153 finally seized the opportunity after being held back by Kei Xiaodong and others for 2 minutes, and sprayed venom, instantly corroding the Bacon Mecha and Mengfang Mecha. In the blink of an eye, the two mechas suddenly fell to the ground and could not get up again. They killed Zuo Ying and Kei Xiaodong at the same time. Obviously, this venom may be the culprit for the dome poison fern. Just a moment of contact can instantly cause the driver to crash with a huge amount of information. At this moment, only Zhang Zuoyin's Bai Mecha and Yao Shiwan's Hualun Mecha were left to barely resist the terrifying combat power of this huge slime creature. However, the Pluto Mecha did not come forward to help at this moment, but let the two do it. It itself, however, followed some very subtle traces around and ran wildly. This time, He wanted to find the wreckage himself and find the subtle but existing remaining evidence on the wreckage. The reason why he did not go to help was, first, because in order to continue to suppress the slime creature, he kept bursting out divine skills and stimulating the Zanpakuken. At this moment, his body and soul were extremely tired, and he could not stimulate a large amount of divinity to complete the same killing operation. Second, because of the limited time, even if he went forward to help, he could not complete the killing like the last time. When the time is dragged until Ten Horns Group and Sunduxiu can no longer hold on, they will be defeated one after another, and other slime creatures will besiege them. In that scene, they will definitely lose. Third, Zhang Zuiyun and Yao Shun will join forces, and they can barely hold on for a while, and they can also get more high-pressure training, which is really the best of both worlds. Therefore, instead of wasting time to help, it is better to make good use of the last time, supplement the chain of evidence, get a rest, and then test the last giant slime creature in the last time. 3 minutes later, the Pluto Mecha found the wreckage of one of the divine mechas in the rubble far away from the battle group. The wreckage is very small, with only a broken shell left, and the inside is completely empty. According to the proportion of the wreckage, it can be estimated that its original height is mostly 52 meters, and it should be one of the ordinary team members. Got it, it is indeed a bite mark. This bite mark is larger than the last time I saw the magnetic mecha, AI Zaichi. This stump, please enter the intelligence evidence. After a while, AI Zaichi, please input the intelligence evidence for this head. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The teammates far away had been defeated one after another and left the battlefield. The slime creature that had made room, after a simple repair, had already strode and shook its body, leaped 100 meters, and chased here at a rapid speed. At this moment, Li Yi had found 3 different wreckage and limbs. By the way, he also found small fragments of other giant creatures, which were obviously eaten more thoroughly. According to their appearance, they were probably eaten by the macrophagous slime that had been hiding. However, only the captain's wreckage was left, and it had not been completely found. Unfortunately, time was up and it was impossible to achieve perfection. At this moment, the Pluto Mecha stopped searching and ran wildly towards the final target location. It was the hiding place of the macrophagous slime that he had found among the traces on the ground. It was on the dome of the easternmost side wall of the 5th level. After crossing the huge obstacle formed by countless giant ferns, the Pluto Mecha left the remaining 3 slime creatures far behind. He continued to use the 4-fold air step to accelerate, and the slime creatures fell behind him for a full minute. At this moment, the huge slime, like a pool of mud covering the sky and the sun, was more than 250 meters long, which was extremely amazing. Fortunately, this thing was still asleep and did not seem to notice the arrival of the Pluto Mecha. I don't know if I can hold on for this minute, macrophagous slime. I'm here to give you a big gift. In the cockpit, Li Yu whispered to himself, and the divine skills that had been brewing for a long time during the escape also completely exploded. Boom! A huge blue beam of light suddenly shot out from the mouth of the Pluto Mecha, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through the giant ferns tangled in the air and shot onto the head of the macrophagous slime. With a crackling sound, white frost poured down from the dome of the side wall. Looking closely, the freezing wave seemed to stop advancing when it hit the shell of the slime creature. Instead it splashed everywhere like sparks. In the cockpit, Li Yi's face darkened. A divine shield that can be automatically generated even during sleep? And it perfectly resisted my freezing wave. This thing, maybe its current length is not the limit, maybe it will grow to a greater extent after waking up. Li Yi immediately realized that this macrophagic slime must be more than just the length in front of him. Even though the difference in tonnage was huge, it was not so big that his attack could not completely break the opponent's sleeping state. Come again. Li Yi simply did a 4-fold air step to super accelerate, then burst out divine energy, pushing the Pluto Mecha to leap high to the nearly 300-meter high dome. Then, it was this Zanpakuto that was constantly stimulated by divinity. Swoosh! Amid the thunderous sonic boom, a dark blue sword light suddenly flashed. Swish! The divine shield of the slime creature's shell was finally cut open, revealing a long translucent crack like a cracked tortoise. While still in midair, the Pluto Mech raised its arm and slashed with the potential energy of its entire body. At this moment, the slime creature's eyes, which were like huge deep pools, suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, the huge bloody mouth under the eyes, which was like a deep hole in the sea, opened from both sides, revealing the dense teeth like sharp ridges. The thick and long green tongue suddenly shot out from the depths of the throat and sprayed in front of the Pluto mech at high speed. This shot was too fast and too unexpected. The Pluto mech in midair could not make a bigger reaction, even if it had a little foresight. It could only slightly turn its body and let the green tongue fly past its shoulder. But the next moment, the green tongue actually bounced back and spun around the neck of the Pluto mech, tightly wrapping around the Pluto mech and pulling it back. Instantly, Li Yi in the cockpit also felt uncomfortable. Under the divine burst, the big green tongue seemed to have the ability to tear off the neck of the Pluto mecha. Li Yi had observed the wreckage before, and had long guessed that the macrophage mucus would have similar operations. But he never expected that the macrophage mucus would catch the real opportunity of waking up so accurately, and it woke up at the moment when he was exhausted and needed to recover his breath, catching him off guard. After all, he still suffered from the loss of being unable to fly freely in the air. In mid-air, the efficiency of turning and moving has dropped significantly. It's not that you can't use divine energy or wind and fire divine activities in mid-air. But it's obviously not as fast as on the ground. This slowdown can only be caught by the big green tongue of the macrophage mucus. It's hard to say whether this is bad luck or the macrophage mucus has a stronger judgment method. But at this moment, the Pluto mecha has been pulled into the mouth of the macrophage mucus without resistance. With a huge mouth wide open, it can even swallow the 43-meter-high Pluto mecha in one gulp. However, Li Yi is not completely sitting there waiting to die. At the moment when he saw that the giant mucus had bitten half of the Hades body, he activated all the last divinity in his body and activated the Zanpaku sword. In an instant, the tip of the Zanpaku sword emitted a sword light, and suddenly stretched out, piercing the head of the giant mucus upwards, and then cutting off the big blue tongue and escaping from the restraints. After all, it was not a real human body. With the neck bitten, as long as he could grate his teeth and not be crushed by the high load, he could still control the divine mecha to fight back. However, this move obviously did not cause much damage to the mucus creature. It shook slightly, and the head gave way, biting the Zanpaku sword with its sharp giant teeth. With another light flick, the Zanpaku sword was thrown out, turning into a high-speed flying meteor, piercing the chest of the Hades mecha, and then the momentum did not decrease, carrying the Hades mecha away, and fiercely piercing the ground 300 or 400 meters away. Swish, the helmet popped open, revealing Li Yi's tired look. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Xiaodong was surprised and said, "This is the first time I've seen you, Li Yi, in such a bad state after playing a round of virtual ruins." Tan Horn asked curiously, "Did you get beaten up by the macrophage mucus?" "That's not the case," Li Yi yawned and said, "It's because I stimulated too much divinity today, which exceeded my physical limit. The simulation of virtual reality can even perfectly simulate the feeling of stimulating the body. In this process, the user's own divinity will also be used to complete a highly realistic simulation. After a simulation, if the divinity is used frequently, it will be more tiring than using it in actual combat. However, the gains are also obvious. Let's go to the instructor to settle the bounty first, and then go to rest," everyone said. "No hurry, you rest first, we can all wait." Li Yi didn't refuse much and fell asleep directly in his seat. Tired, really tired. Dream plane. Li Yi was ready to absorb some gentle memory fragments to recover. At this time, "Hey, this kind of colorful, dreamlike foam fragments is the first time I've encountered it." Li Yi was curious and immediately observed it. This observation surprised him. Wait, does the virtual reality helmet itself also contain some extraordinary items? He was surprised by these colorful memory fragments. It turned out that he, in a parallel world, entered the virtual reality development company as a developer and found that the virtual reality used memory fragments from the ancient technology black box. There is this ancient technology black box inside the helmet alone. Is it mass-produced, or do humans have a relic that can mass-produce this kind of technology black box? With thought, Li Yi directly grabbed one of the foam and sucked it into his body. Anyway, the purpose is to absorb memory fragments to restore the soul state, so it doesn't matter what you absorb. It's a bit interesting, but the memory content is not too much. It seems that the ancient technology content on this helmet is still relatively small. After absorbing this memory fragment, Li Yi's mind immediately gained a lot of relevant knowledge about virtual reality. However, this knowledge is still relatively fragmented and unsystematic. Moreover, it is more related to the function of the helmet, but less involved in the principle. Although it's small, It's the thing with the most ancient technology that I can get access to at present. Although the starship itself probably has a lot of ancient technology, our current location is mostly human creations, so we can't get the relevant memory yet. While thinking, Li Yu kept capturing and soon digested the 7 fragments that he could see in front of him one by one. Because the total amount of memory of these fragments is not high, and his soul is not weak now, so he can have such a speed. Normally, he needs at least 3 to 5 hours to digest a normal amount of memory fragments. On these memory fragments, Li Yu also quickly mastered an entry-level skill, development and application of virtual reality helmets. Entry, although it's just an entry, at least it's a system. After a little experience of the skills, Li Yu felt that his soul had almost recovered, and then woke up. Looking at the time, exactly 1 hour has passed, and there is still half an hour before the end of lunch break. On the side, Yao Shiwan happened to come over with a big bag of lunch boxes. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "Since you haven't woken up yet, I'm going to eat first. It doesn't matter, just bring me some food." Li Yu quickly finished eating, then called everyone and said, "While there is still time, let's go to the instructor to exchange the reward for the investigation of the cause of death." Seeing Li Yu so anxious, everyone couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay, we're not in a hurry." Li Yu smiled and said, "When you see the exchange catalog, it's impossible not to be anxious." Everyone thought the same, and quickly gathered and rushed to Chen Kai-ongzi's office. "Instructor, we have confirmed that we have completed the investigation of the cause of death of the advance team, and have entered the 5th level and obtained the key intelligence on the cause of death. Please exchange the divine weapons for us." As soon as he entered, Li Yu got straight to the point and went straight to the point. Chapter 97 Equipment. Chen Kai-ongzi followed everyone throughout the process and naturally knew that everyone had completed the reward. However, she did not rush to help everyone apply for the redemption, but said, "There is a lot of evidence, but I suggest that you describe the situation clearly in your own words, build these evidence chains successfully, and then submit the reward in a unified manner. In this case, your reward results can get feedback the fastest, and you can also get a better value score." Sun Juxiu asked, "Is it equivalent to an entire investigation report?" Chen Kai-ongzi nodded slightly. "Yes." Then everyone looked at Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and said, "That's easy. I'll describe it, and then let Zaichi help input it." AI Zaichi heard Li Yi's call and replied in voice, "Okay, I'll input it for you now, you can start at any time." Li Yi coughed lightly and said, "According to the final investigation results, it can be determined that the time when the advance team was killed is consistent with the reported time, and there is no error. Among them, the first victim was the driver of the explosive magnetic mecha. The evidence is the remains found in the magma area connecting the 4th and 5th levels of the ruins. Combined with its time flow rate, that is, the time of the magma erosion effect, it can be confirmed that the explosive magnetic driver was the first victim. There are corresponding traces in the hidden experimental area discovered in the 5th level. Among them, the submitted trace is evidence trace numbered 003. In addition, the macrophage mucus, which is currently judged to be the biggest culprit of the Vanguard team's annihilation, was also cultivated in the laboratory. According to the translated experimental notes, it can be determined that it was originally an 8th level creature. You can refer to the evidence number. Soon, Li Yu gave a detailed narration, and the full picture of the incident was fully outlined. After Li Yu finished speaking, Chen Kai-ongzi nodded and said, "Yes, it is a very standard, even perfect investigation report, and the chain of evidence is also complete enough. In the future, you will definitely have the possibility to shoulder similar responsibilities alone. In this regard, you can learn more from Li Yi." The following sentence was naturally said by Chen Kai-ongzi to the other members of the team. As he spoke, Chen Kai-ongzi awakened the light curtain in front of him, pointed and operated quickly. After completing these actions, she said, "I have reviewed and uploaded the detailed report. The specific completion rate is about 85%. The remaining 15% is mainly because the captain's remains have not been found and the information on the macrophage mucus is not sufficient, but even so, with your completion rate, it should not be a problem to exchange level divine weapons for all of you." Keizaedoan couldn't help asking, "What if it is 100% complete?" Chen Kai-ongzi said, "That means everyone will be able to get D level, which should be no problem. As for those above C level, it requires some additional discoveries of great value. Originally, you also had the opportunity to earn this kind of corresponding rewards, it's just that one of your discoveries involves an important event, and the value cannot be determined for the time being, so it is probably not your turn at the moment, but to be honest, your current strength is enough for A level. Next time. Try to earn a batch of D level 1s, Xingyu asked. Instructor, what is the important event? It involves confidentiality. You will know when you have the authority in the future. Liu knew what it was because he was the one who had experienced it. As he was talking, Chen Kaiyongzi seemed to have received some news, and suddenly smiled. Yes, your report has been approved by the captain, and you can now choose your own bounty items. So fast. There is AI Zaichi to assist in the verification, and the captain only needs to confirm the key situation. As he was talking, a light screen popped up in front of everyone, which could lay out a list of L-level divine items, equipment, and weapons. Liu already has the Zanpakutsu sword, and this time he is mainly concerned about the flight equipment. With the flight equipment produced by ancient technology, the combat strength in the future will naturally be improved. Among the flight equipment, there are 3 optional categories of L-level: flame thrusters, which can be mounted on the spine slot, shoulder slot, arm slot, and foot slot, can obtain powerful thermal propulsion force, with a divinity loss rate of 40% and a power gain effect of 20%. It is suitable for the Vulcan sequence, or divine mechas with explosion, strength, speed and other characteristics. Storm thrusters, which can be mounted on the shoulder slot, arm slot, and foot slot, can obtain powerful storm propulsion force, with a divinity loss rate of 35% and a power gain effect of 20%. It is suitable for divine mechas with wind god sequence or tornadoes, hurricanes, storms and other characteristics. Wind fire thrusters, which can be mounted on the spine slot, waist slot, shoulder slot, arm slot, and foot slot, can obtain powerful wind fire propulsion force, with a divinity loss rate of 30% and a power gain effect of 30%. It is suitable for divine mechas with both wind god and fire god characteristics. Electromagnetic thrusters, can be mounted on the spine slot, waist slot, and foot slot, can be directly connected to the divine mecha divinity, with built-in magnetic propulsion, divinity loss rate of 28%, power gain effect of 28%, suitable for Thor sequence, or divine mecha with electromagnetic, magnetic and other characteristics. In addition, Liu also looked for other temporarily unavailable ones, such as D-class universal thrusters and C-class gravity thrusters. Hey, there is actually a space-time thruster, and it is only B-level. Gravity thruster, can be mounted on the spine slot, waist slot, shoulder slot, can be directly connected to the divine mecha divinity, has its own repulsion propulsion, divinity loss rate of 10%, power gain effect of 380%, can take off and land vertically, suitable for interstellar voyage, suitable for gravity gods, celestial god sequences, or divine mechas with repulsion characteristics. Space-time thruster, can be mounted on the spine slot, waist slot, shoulder slot, foot slot, can be directly connected to the divine mecha divinity, can use space-time acceleration propulsion, divinity loss rate of 2%, power gain effect of 1500%, can perform space-time jumps. The jump range depends on the total amount of divinity, suitable for space-time divinity, or divinity with space and time-related characteristics. These things made Liu drool. Originally, the most suitable one was naturally the sea-level gravity recommender. It is a great match for Pluto, the celestial god. Unfortunately, he can only exchange for the L-level wind and fire recommender at present. Soon, Liu made a decision. The team members who exchanged for divine weapons were Sun Duxiu, who exchanged for an L-level building cutting knife, Tan Horan, who exchanged for an L-level armor piercing gun, and Zhang Zuqiang, who exchanged for an L-level divine energy cannon. Others exchanged for divine items or divine equipment. That is, Yao Xuan exchanged for a flame thruster, Ke Xiaodong exchanged for a wind blast thruster, Zhang Zuiyun exchanged for a shield, and Zuo Ying exchanged for a land skateboard. Among them, the shield is a shield activator similar to the divine shield, but it consumes less and is more convenient to operate. The mounting slot is the arm slot. The land skateboard exchanged by Zuo Ying can greatly increase the speed and stealth of land travel. The mounting slot is the foot slot, which can be automatically unfolded when needed, and activated and recycled when not needed, which is quite convenient. After Chen Kaiyongzi received the exchange items submitted by everyone, 10 minutes had passed. Are you sure it's these exchange items? You know, if you exchange them, you won't have this opportunity to get so many divine equipment in large quantities in the future, Chen Kaiyongzi reminded. Everyone confirmed it, and Chen Kai-ongzi didn't ask any more questions, and submitted all of them directly. You will receive transfer notifications in the next 1 or 2 days. Remember to receive them. Thank you, instructor. After thanking, everyone left. This time, Li Yu was left by Chen Kai-ongzi without exception. The others were already used to it and there was no surprise. This is not bad, Chen Kai-ongzi said. I have to thank the instructor for his strong support. If there were no deciphering experiment notes, the clues would be missing the most critical link. We estimate that we can only exchange a few divine weapons at most. Li Yu naturally thanked him generously. Moreover, in order to decipher, he also got together with a top deciphering expert like Lao Zhang. The gains and losses in this are inhumane. Although it is not clear why Lao Zhang died, judging from the various situations afterwards, it is most likely closely related to this manuscript. I have good news to tell you. Your proposal for the on-site staff officer has been confirmed and approved. When you arrive at the ruins, your status as the on-site staff officer will take effect immediately. Li Yu asked, what about the quota for the mobile team? We have to wait for the Khufu ship and the Sahiri ship to select a few relatively suitable teams. After that, you will compete with each other based on your results. Whoever wins will get the quota for these 2 or 3 teams. Don't worry. Your team has provided a lot of clues and made various indelible contributions. It is basically impossible for those who come later to surpass you. Li Yu nodded and said, in other words, it's stable, right, almost 100% sure. Okay, thank you instructor then. Also, how is your translation of the notes? How can it be so fast, instructor? I've only been using it for a few days. Don't you have a strong learning ability? You must have learned it all in these few days. Li Yu was speechless. But he could also see Chen Kai-ongzi's teasing, so he said, instructor, if you have time, you might as well go to Yu Xiao's to ask for more information. I feel like he knows something, but he just didn't tell us. Chen Kai-ongzi was surprised. Why? Li Yu analyzed to Chen Kai-ongzi. Yu Xiao's used to ask me every few days if I had any new thoughts or asked me to help analyze those manuscripts, but now he hasn't contacted me for 2 or 3 days. So I think he must have found other clues under Lin Huanwu's identity and followed them all the way. Chen Kai-ongzi pondered and said, that's right, I'll go find him tomorrow. Also, instructor, in addition to Teacher Zhang's manuscripts, I think there is another direction that you can consider following. Do you have any other clues? Not really a clue. Instructor should have known Teacher Zhang before. Can you help check Teacher Zhang's past experiences? The more detailed the better. Chen Kai-ongzi frowned. Do you suspect that Lao Zhang has something dirty? No, Li Yu said, I just think that we can start from this direction and see if there is any motive other than the manuscript. Chen Kai-ongzi said in disbelief, you want to investigate while Lao Zhang changed the wording of the manuscript. After the last time, Chen Kai-ongzi naturally went to find the records of the AI-assisted translation system to verify it. She found that there were indeed many words in the original text of the notes that should have referred to emotions such as anger and pain, but they did not appear in the corresponding translation lines. Li Yu smiled and said, confirm them all when you have time, and exclude all the impossible ones. It is also a good way of reasoning. Besides, we don't have any other clues at the moment, right? Chen Kai-ongzi shook his head and said, okay, you can check it however you want, just don't jump to conclusions. After a brief chat, the two began their extra training activities again. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another week is about to pass. There are only 2 days left before the 8th exploration of the ruins. And this time, Li Yu's speed did slow down, and he failed to condense the 7th divine gene. It seems that I have to find a way to get other divine radiations as soon as possible. The speed of collecting wool and rent is still too slow, and I don't know when I can collect it. Generally speaking, those who take the route of the only divinity, condensing 10 to 18 pieces, are middle-level evolvers. Condensing 19 to 27 pieces, they are upper-level evolvers. Then evolve the corresponding divine genes into divine nuclei, which is the heavenly evolver. Above the heavenly level, Li Yu heard from Lin Guotao that at least 3 types of divine nuclei are needed to advance. He takes the composite flow, so each characteristic of the divine gene must be fully trained to 27 pieces before it can evolve into a divine nucleus and achieve the heavenly level. And he currently has 4 characteristics, which means that he must now at least train 27 for, that is, 108 pieces, before he has a chance to advance to the heavenly level. If he only follows his current speed of 1 piece per week, it is not a big deal, and it will be almost done in 2 years. But generally speaking, divine genes are becoming more and more difficult to generate. Therefore, his subsequent speed will have to be discounted. If time drags on, it may be 4 or 5 years, or even longer. And his goal is far more than just 4 characteristics, so he has to find a way to speed up his practice. According to Lin Guotao, as long as the soul strength can keep up, the speed can be faster, so I can increase the frequency of using the thought steal column to save the country in a roundabout way. In other aspects, I really have to get more high-level divine nuclei as my radiation source. With this two-pronged approach, maybe I can increase the speed a little bit. Finally, it's still the intensity of the battle. As I get familiar with the habits of my opponents, even top masters like the instructor can become more and more at ease. Maybe I should find a way to find some other masters to practice with. While thinking, Li Yu fell asleep. When the training camp ended the next day, he asked Chen Kai-ongzi this question. You mean, you want to find a master with a different style to hone you? Li Yu nodded and said, due to the influence of my fighting style, even if a master is 1 or 2 levels stronger than me, as long as I am familiar with him, I can predict his next specific move based on his habits, movements, and even eyes. Therefore, the oppressive feeling of the strong on me is gradually declining. I would like to ask the instructor for some advice to solve this problem of mine. Chen Kai-ongzi glared and said, I have shown the strength of a regular upper-level evolver, and you are still not satisfied. Instructor, this strength is very strong, but I am already familiar with your routine. Even if I will be beaten, I can reduce the damage to the minimum. Therefore, from the perspective of oppression, it is indeed weak, Li Yu explained. Chen Kai-ongzi said speechlessly, it's rare to have such a good fighting talent like yours. Actually, my talent is only okay, mainly because I practice a lot and think a lot. Okay, stop talking, and I want to beat you. Li Yu's eyes lit up. That's great, instructor. This time you can use the speed and power equivalent to 25 or 6 divine genes to beat me. Forget it. How about this? I'll pull the instructors of Class 1 and Class 2 over to be your sparring partners for a few days so that you can adapt to the styles of other masters. That's great. Thank you, instructor. May I ask what their specific strengths are? Chen Kai-ongzi said, they have just entered the upper evolutionary ranks not long ago, but with their single round speed, power and reaction speed, they can easily beat you. Li Yu said, that's fine, instructor. When will we start? Before we start, you need to promise me 2 things first. Please speak. Instructor, Chen Kai-ongzi coughed lightly and said, first, although these 2 people are far weaker than me, you can't take it lightly. They are mature in skills and rich in experience. They are not comparable to the loose fighting style of mine and you, but the more so, the more you can't lose easily. I want you to fight for victory as much as possible, instead of thinking that I need to have oppressive training. This concept is correct, but what you need now is to understand more about the methods that evolvers are good at using. Therefore, you must try your best from the beginning and fight with your opponent with the goal of defeating them. Even if they are my colleagues, don't have any thoughts or even behaviors of holding back. Li Yu nodded. Understood. I won't embarrass the instructor. Chen Kai-ongzi continued. Second, you can only use 2 divine characteristics. For example, if you use the wind and fire characteristics at the beginning, you can only use the 2 characteristics from beginning to end. If it is the Pluto and Thor sequence, then it is the Pluto and Thor sequence. Li Yu frowned and said, but doesn't this conflict with the instructor's first requirement? Chen Kai-ongzi smiled lightly. That's right, but this is what I want. These methods of yours will allow you to keep up with the speed of the upper evolutionists. But this way, the effect of your oppressive training will be poor. Therefore, there must be some restrictions. Li Yu understood that Chen Kai-ongzi wanted both. He wanted him to go all out, but he also wanted him not to use the micro-manipulation of divine skills that was almost like cheating. This kind of delicate use of divine characteristics in fighting, and the free integration with the high-speed movement of the body, is really not easy for others to learn. If all 4 characteristics are brought into play, the increase in his combat power can be said to be huge. Okay, then do as the instructor says. Li Yu nodded gently. I hope that this time, the 7th divine gene can be successfully condensed. The appointment between Li Yu and the other 2 special class instructors was carried out very secretly. The time was the night before the 8th exploration. When everyone had left, the location was in the training hall of Class 1. At this moment, Maruhu solemnly took off the bandages wrapped around his hands and feet. His face, which used to smile often, seemed to be covered with cold light, which was very scary. He wanted to teach Chen Kai-ongzi's students a lesson. This is too much? This is too much? Chen Kai-ongzi actually said that he, Maruhu, was too weak and couldn't even beat Li Yi. Moreover, Chen Kai-ongzi also said that Li Yi personally admitted that he really looked down on his strength. He knew that he was not as good as Chen Kai-ongzi, but he, a high-level evolver, was weaker than a low-level evolver like Li Yi. What a joke. Even if Li Yi is a top genius and has the potential to sweep all the geniuses in the special class, he has also produced enough battle records. Is he stronger than him, Maruhu? Ho ha ho ha. At this moment, Li Yi was not done yet, and he didn't know that Chen Kai-ongzi had made him so angry. He was entering the training hall of Class 1 under the leadership of Chen Kai-ongzi. Before entering, Li Yi asked, "Instructor, there are only 3 of us today, right? Where is the instructor of Class 2? No hurry, let's take them one by one." Chen Kai-ongzi smiled and said, "Maruhu is the weakest. If you can't even take him down, then there's no need to think about Liang's Hishin of Class 2. Instructor, what sequence is Maruhu? Haha, I definitely can't tell you. You can only judge by yourself. Anyway, you have strong predictive ability, so this information gap is nothing." Li Yi, he found that Chen Kai-ongzi seemed to be unusually persistent in this matter. Chen Kai-ongzi continued to smile and said, "I am very optimistic about you. The goal I set for you is to defeat him within 4 weeks. It just so happens that the ruins will arrive within that time. Do you have the confidence to do it?" Li Yi was speechless. This showed how much they thought of him, that they had set such an outrageous goal for him. Could it be that Maruhu was really weak? Was he just a goalkeeper among the upper evolvers? As they were talking, the two stepped into the training hall of Class 1. Inside, a 2-meter-1 tall man, as sturdy as a giant bear, was standing far away on the fighting stage, his sharp eyes as a frill. Li Yi's heart trembled. This power was not weak. He let go of the prejudice in his heart, and his eyes became solemn. Maruhu was wearing a fighting suit at the moment, and his broad body was very obvious. "Are you coming, Li Yi? Just go up, no need to say hello, just fight. I have said everything in advance." Li Yi nodded and jumped up. This was the first time that Maruhu saw Li Yi in person. He had always seen him outside the surveillance camera before, so his perspective was always a little different. But at this moment, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes and secretly praised in his heart, "What a handsome and agile young mecha master." Seeing this, the anger in his heart couldn't help but decrease a bit. However, when Li Yi just nodded slightly and rushed over directly, the good impression that arose in his heart was immediately ruined. "You are indeed a student taught by the evil woman Chen Kai-ongzi. Today, I, Maruhu, will teach you what it means to respect teachers." The thought flashed through his mind, and Maruhu gave up the idea of showing mercy and prepared to establish his authority. From a distance, seeing Maruhu's eyes, Chen Kai-ongzi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his eyes lit up. "It's done." Bang! 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 The battle quickly entered a rhythm. From the beginning, Li Yi planned to use the divinity of wind and fire throughout the whole process. After all, the overlapping of wind and fire is the most effective means of promoting his speed and power. On the contrary, the characteristics of the Pluto Mecha can only allow him to maintain his body temperature and alleviate the release of invalid heat, and it can no longer allow him to get more blessings in speed and power. At this moment, accompanied by bursts of sounds like muffled thunder in various parts of the body, Li Yi's various incredible sudden stops, sudden turns and speed changes shocked Maruhu. No wonder Chen Kai-ongzi said that this kid is very powerful. It turns out that he didn't control the divine mecha, but he could play these divine characteristics better. In shock, Maruhu's movements became faster and faster. Although Li Yi's various twists and turns were very exquisite, his absolute strength and absolute speed were still far inferior to Maruhu's. Roar! Countless divinities were stimulated in Maruhu's body, which increased Maruhu's speed and strength again, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Then, a palm suddenly accelerated and flipped down, hitting the shoulder of Li Yi who was rushing forward. With a click, Li Yi's shoulder unloaded most of the force at the critical moment, but it was still dislocated by the remaining force. He had to retreat 7 or 8 steps, pull away, and regroup. Just now, his speed suddenly increased so much that it instantly exceeded the range of my inability to react. Is this feeling the power god sequence? No, it doesn't look like it. It's completely different from the feeling that Sun Duxiu's power god divinity gives me. With this thought in mind, Li Yu twisted his shoulder and reconnected the dislocated part with his extremely high muscle control. But at this moment, Maruhu was also chasing him closely, taking 2 or 3 steps at a time, and approached Li Yu directly, watching the next powerful punch that was about to hit Li Yu's chest. Chapter 98 Absorption. Maruhu was much faster than Li Yi. At this moment, he burst out his divinity for the second time. Li Yu had no room to react. He was hit in the right chest and flew out. At the critical moment, Maruhu still held back and did not hit the heart. Although the evolvers have extremely strong physiques and the medical methods here are also sophisticated enough. But Maruhu obviously did not want to encounter that accident, so he only hit the right chest. But at the moment of hitting, he felt something unusual. Can this unload the force? Maruhu narrowed his eyes and watched Li Yi's retreating body move like flowing water. He suddenly understood. It turns out that he has practiced all kinds of unloading movements to the bone, so that at the critical moment, he can unload the huge force that is enough to penetrate the human body. In other words, even if I don't hold back, he can protect himself from harm. The more this happened, the more heartbroken Maruhu became. Such a good seedling was actually taught like this by Chen Kai-ongzi. Is this too much emphasis on improving strength and ignoring the cultivation of excellent personality? In the midst of grief, Maruhu's eyes became more and more sharp. If Chen Kai-ongzi doesn't teach, then he will teach. The next moment, Maruhu leaned forward, and the moment he kicked the ground with his big feet, all the muscles in his body started at the same time as if they were wound up, and he accelerated suddenly. Whoosh! He accelerated to the extreme and turned into a yellow line, passing through the heavy bricks under his feet, and came to Li Yi in the blink of an eye. His fists and feet were like heavy hammers hitting drums and big sticks hitting bells. One punch and one kick fell on Li Yi's hands and feet that kept blocking, making a creaking sound. It was a giant hand with thick calluses hitting Li Yi's arms and calves, and the painful wail of the bones. After all, Li Yi was required not to use the explosive magnetic characteristics and the blessing of the Pluto characteristics. Therefore, his speed and strength were far inferior to Maruhu, who was in a state of anger and divine explosion. He also had a super strong foresight and kept doing a good job of defense at close range, so that he would not be knocked down by Maruhu's fierce fighting style. Compared with Chen Kai-ongzi's cleverness, Maruhu was a heavy artillery. Fists and feet are heavy artillery, bombarding one after another. Fortunately, Li Yi still has the excellent foundation brought by the second limit break, which can hold on. But even so, he seems to be unable to hold on for long. The balance of the battle is slowly tilting towards Maruhu. Li Yi's heart is heavy. Although Chen Kai-ongzi's words look down on Maruhu, the fierce style shown by Maruhu at this moment is more oppressive than when he faced Chen Kai-ongzi, who has 30% of his strength before. Sure enough, even if he is a beginner, it is difficult for him to compete head-on if he does not let go. But Li Yi knows that he is not without the probability of winning, even if it is very small, but it does exist. As long as he seizes the fleeting opportunity. Enduring the severe pain from the bones of his arm, Li Yi continues to wait, waiting for Maruhu to use up his breath and the moment when his heavy punch is slightly delayed. This extremely subtle delay may not be captured even by masters of the same level. But for Li Yi, it is a predictive ability that has long been engraved into his instinct, as simple as eating and drinking water. As the two continued to attack, the opportunity Li Yi had been waiting for finally came. At this moment, Maruhu finished a round of fighting, and seeing that Li Yi could always hold on, he secretly praised him. However, he praised him secretly, and he would not be soft-hearted when he made up his mind. With the time to push Li Yi back 2 or 3 steps with one punch, he ran out of breath and immediately took a long breath of fresh air, ready to complete his final strong attack. Suddenly, Li Yi suddenly relaxed with strength, slightly bent his knees, and let his arms fall to his knees. Then, his feet exploded 4 times, and the wind and fire divine nature was activated at the same time, and his body accelerated suddenly. This series of actions, although there are many, are actually preparations for this moment, the moment he observed that Maruhu's breathing and airflow changed slightly. When Maruhu punched him back 2 or 3 steps, Li Yi instantly grasped this situation, and at the cost of a serious injury to his arm, he accelerated forward directly. Then, the light and air suddenly exploded, and he sideways kicked a fast and urgent middle position whip kick with a violent humming sound. Snap! With a loud bang like a cannon, Maruhu was caught off guard by Li Yi's kick and hit his waist. He felt a slight pain. Even with his physique, being hit in the kidney was not so comfortable. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi took advantage of the situation and kicked Maruhu's waist with a series of whip kicks like a windmill spiral. Li Yi's arms were seriously injured, and only his legs could burst out with combat power. But in this situation, he went forward without hesitation, and his moves were pushed forward by the explosion of the wind and fire divinity. With his exquisite and delicate techniques, 1 point of force could produce the effect of 4 or 5 points of force. Even Maruhu was suppressed by Li Yi's aggressive attack for a while and kept dodging. But Maruhu was originally a type that valued strength and weak speed. When he was taken advantage of by close range, he attacked and killed in succession, and he actually felt a thrilling feeling of danger. For a while, there were continuous explosions of whip kicks on the field. Maruhu was cautious and had to retreat step by step, trying to distance himself, but Li Yi stuck to him tightly, and he felt extremely frustrated for a while. He knew clearly that as long as he could ease this momentum, he could defeat Li Yi quickly. Or he could burst out his divinity again, forcibly take Li Yi's whip kick and interrupt his attack. But the dignity and unity of a superior evolver would not allow him to take Li Yi's heavy attack again. Doesn't this prove the fact that his strength is indeed very poor? However, after a while, Maruhu soon found that he was about to reach the edge of the fighting stage behind him and there was no space. Well, at this point, I have to win even if it's not decent. As the thought flashed through his mind, Maruhu shouted in a deep voice, and his divinity suddenly burst out, and his body's strength was increased again. Bang! Maruhu lowered his body, and took the powerful kick from Li Yi on his shoulder. Then he stretched out 2 big hands like a palm leaf fan, grabbed Li Yi's knees, and threw him to the ground. Li Yi's head was about to hit the super hard floor that was so hard that even the D-level divine Mecha could not destroy it. At the critical moment, Li Yi was about to raise his foot to double-team Maruhu's relatively fragile neck and make a fatal scissor kick. This is also an operation that can only be achieved with his body control and skills. But at this moment, Maruhu stopped his action and did not hammer Li Yi down again. He said confidently, "Are you convinced?" Li Yi still had a backhand, so he was not willing to admit defeat. Just about to speak, Chen Kai-ongzi flashed onto the stage. "I lost, so that's it for today. I will take my people back for treatment first, and arrange another game next time." As soon as the voice fell, Chen Kai-ongzi instantly snatched Li Yi from Maruhu, and then erased his presence. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared from Maruhu's sight. The speed was so fast that even Maruhu couldn't react. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes were dazed. What does Chen Kai-ongzi mean? It was not until the sound of someone leaving the training hall came over that Maruhu vaguely remembered his original purpose. Fuck. I haven't talked to Li Yi properly yet, and I just let him go. He touched his cracked shoulder, twisted and shook it, and twisted the dislocated joint back. He touched his waist again, and it was still a little painful. He estimated that he would need to lie in the medical cabin for at least several hours to completely repair it. Hiss, this kid's whip kick is so heavy. If he hits me a few more times, I really can't put my face down. Crash. Chen Kai-ongzi threw Li Yi into the medical cabin at a high speed. Li Yi was held by Chen Kai-ongzi all the way. He couldn't speak or move, and was quite speechless all the way. However, this also shows how strong Chen Kai-ongzi's hidden strength is. If they really fight, Maruhu will probably be defeated in 2 or 3 strikes. As the nanorbits in the medical cabin started up quickly and continued to repair Li Yi's arm injuries inside and outside his arm, Li Yi poked his head out of the nutrient solution and said, "Instructor, why are you so anxious? Why didn't you say hello to Instructor Ma before leaving? I had a backup plan at that time. If you keep fighting, your brains will be blown out. I may not be able to stop you at the last moment," Chen Kai-ongzi said casually. "I am very familiar with him. It doesn't matter whether I say hello or not. Besides, you have a fractured bone. If you delay treatment, there may be sequelae." Li Yi smiled secretly. As perceptive as he is, he naturally saw something from Chen Kai-ongzi's actions, but he naturally didn't want to expose her. However, he still didn't figure out what specific means Chen Kai-ongzi used to make Maruhu willing to take such a heavy hand. Judging from the result of the battle, Maruhu's sense of oppression on Li Yi this time was stronger. However, Li Yi knew that Chen Kai-ongzi had not used his full strength yet. Fortunately, it was just a bone fracture. With his strong physique and body control, He would slowly heal himself in a few days without the need for a treatment cabin. In fact, it was definitely not as serious as Chen Kai-ongzi said. He paid the price of a broken arm at that time, so he would not damage his own foundation. However, he also benefited from the sparring with Maruhu, and had a very good training effect. Just now, the seventh divine gene finally showed some signs. It seems that it will most likely be generated after the exploration of the ruins is completed. Next time, let's try to make an appointment. At the moment, Li Yi didn't think much about it and fell asleep in the medical cabin. In the dream plane, Li Yi's figure appeared out of thin air. Today, let's capture some memory fragments related to deciphering. It happens that I have read all the information these days and figured it out a lot. I should be able to generate a lot. Thinking, Li Yi began to look for related memory fragments. Suddenly, hey, this style, is there any new extraordinary item around me? Li Yi's sharp eyes found the only memory fragment among the many bubbles, which was colorful but not bright. He jumped up and reached out to grab the bubble. He leaned over to take a look and was stunned. So that's it. Does the medical cabin itself also have a little bit of ancient technology? Although it is less than the virtual reality helmet, Li Yi's heart moved slightly and he integrated this memory into his body. In the fleeting glimpse, he saw that he, as a developer of the medical cabin in the parallel world, used a lightweight mass-produced technology black box and the control power of this technology black box on nanoscale objects to create a batch of nano-robots that can be used for medical treatment. This process was very vague, seemingly because the technology black box used in the medical cabin was too small. After absorbing all the memories, he only roughly understood the working principle of the medical cabin. But how to make it specifically, what problems need to be overcome, how to solve many details, how to achieve remote command, etc., are not very clear. It seems that the content is too little, resulting in the extremely limited amount of memory I can produce. If you want to master the knowledge and technology in this area, you need at least 20 to 30 such memory fragments, and it is estimated that you can initially form a system. As the thought flashed, Li Yi set a small plan for himself. That is, if you have the opportunity to enter the medical cabin every time in the future, you must fall asleep immediately and strive to learn more in this limited time. Wait, if even the small technology black box in the medical cabin can be used, then the divine massager, Zanpakutsu sword, and wind and fire thruster that I exchanged before can all be used for a nap and inhaled. Anyway, it is a good thing without spending money. Li Yi decided to try it immediately after the arm repair was completed. Maybe there are other gains. It seems that I have to learn more about the ancient technology system that humans have cracked. There is a high probability that there is a technology black box in these items. Maybe I can try them all. In this way, my understanding of ancient technology will also reach a level that humans cannot surpass. Thinking of this, Li Yi was a little excited. As for now, I'd better honestly inhale the relevant memory fragments for deciphering. 2 hours later, Li Yi jumped up from the medical cabin. At this moment, the injury to his arm has been fully recovered, and his physical condition is better than ever. Let's try the wind and fire thruster first. Immediately, Li Yi accelerated and rushed out of the medical room, and quickly came to the hangar on the lower floor of the training hall. The wind and fire thruster is now mounted in the shoulder armor slot of the Pluto Mecha. This object is not large, and its appearance is very similar to the common turbine thrusters on fighter planes. There are two bowl-shaped large mouths on the left and right, and each nozzle has a diameter of 3 meters. It is neither too big nor too small, which will not make the back of the Pluto Mecha look bloated, nor will it have that kind of small feeling that makes the Pluto Mecha look frivolous. The whole body is white with red edges, interspersed with flame patterns, which is quite good looking. It adds a fashionable and handsome value to the pure black Pluto Mecha. Li Yi came close, then jumped up, climbed the outer shell of the Mecha with his arms, and quickly climbed to the top of the thruster and lay down directly. Then he fell asleep in seconds. On the dream plane, Li Yi looked at the newly generated large amount of memories, and checked them one by one, but was a little dumbfounded. The memories were all about using memories, not developing memories. Although using memories is not bad, it can help him get started quickly. But obviously, developing memories can definitely grasp more core secrets. Yes, when the Pluto Mecha fell asleep, I also mastered the control memory, not the development and manufacturing memory of the Pluto Mecha. Maybe, these things are too old. So long ago, no matter how many parallel worlds there were, it is probably impossible for me to exist so long ago. In the era when the Pluto Mecha was developed, let alone humans, it is estimated that life on Earth has just been conceived, and most of the ancient technologies that humans have cracked were produced within 1 or 200 years. At this time, the parallel world may still have errors, that is, I was born more than 10 years or decades earlier, and then participated in related development. Thinking of this, Li Yu felt it was reasonable. Although there is no way to master the true secrets of divine technology, if he masters all the things that humans have cracked, he will surely get closer to the truth sooner or later. However, although Li Yu had a conclusion in his mind, he continued to try it on the Zanpaku sword and the divine massager. In a blink of an eye, a busy night passed. At this moment, Li Yu also fully confirmed his theory. That is, he can only master the specific development and manufacturing memories of divine technology items that are not very old. If it is an item that is very old, he can only master the specific usage memory. Where is the specific long time limit? Due to his limited samples at present, he cannot determine it. However, combined with his previous experience of absorbing memories, he has a guess. Perhaps, as my soul strength increases, I can absorb more parallel world memories across time. Of course, this guess requires more samples to obtain relevant conclusions in the future. Finally, the 8th virtual ruins exploration has finally arrived. Before entering the virtual reality seat, Li Yu said to everyone, as for the slime creatures in the 5th level, even if we are currently equipped with divine weapons or divine equipment, we probably won't be able to deal with the 4 big guys. We need at least another week or 2 of training before we can be confident. What's more, there is that last big thing. If we really get serious, we will be killed in seconds. Therefore, this time I plan to try to search if there is any chance to bypass the slime creatures and enter the 6th level. Tan Horan said in surprise, there is a 6th level. Xiaodong was speechless. Tan Horan, are you stupid? Did Li Yu say last time that the translated manuscript of the experimental notes mentioned that there were 7th and 8th floors in the ruins? Oh yes, I almost forgot. I've been stuck here with the slime creatures recently, and I subconsciously thought this was the final boss, Tan Horan said embarrassedly. Then Li Yi, are you sure you can enter the 6th level? Li Yu nodded and said, not very sure, but you can try, because I found another suspicious entrance last time, but the risk was too high, so I didn't try it. Now everyone's strength has improved a lot, and there are divine weapons with us. I think we can try it. Everyone's eyes lit up. In their opinion, with Li Yi's character, saying that he can try it is basically almost the same. Xiaodong said, then do we still fight the slime creatures? Li Yi said, we can enter the 6th level and search for a while. If there is no harvest, we can return to the 5th level in the remaining half an hour and fight these slime creatures again. It's okay to practice well. Everyone agreed with Li Yi's plan. Xiaodong said, by the way, I have a piece of gossip for everyone. Feng Tao and Zhou Huais have successively condensed the 10th divine gene in the past 2 days and become mid-level evolvers, and the funniest thing is that Feng Tao, who is always considered inferior to Zhou Huais, actually succeeded in condensing it 1 day earlier than Zhou Huais. Everyone smiled knowingly. During this period, Feng Tao's group was mostly swept up by Li Yi's group, and they practiced extra every day. It seemed that if Li Yi's group didn't leave, they wouldn't leave either. Therefore, Feng Tao's breakthrough to become a mid-level evolver was not beyond everyone's expectations. By the way, this week, other members of the group also had breakthroughs. Among them, Sun Juxiu finally caught up with Yao Shiwen's pace and became the 3rd strong man in the special class to condense 9 divine genes. And Zhang Zuqiang, with his accumulated experience, condensed the 8th gene and caught up with Tan Horan. As for Zhang Zuyan, it turned out that this little girl had condensed 7 genes. At the beginning, her ranking was higher than Zhang Zuqiang. Recently, she is still as talented as ever, and she is only 1 opportunity away from the 8th gene. Xiaodong and Zhou Ying have also made progress, condensing the 3rd and 2nd genes respectively. Obviously, under the leadership of Li Yi, everyone in the group worked very hard, practiced every day, and fought at a high intensity. They often went to the medical room to lie down for a long time, and then came out to fight for a long time after recovery, until they were in the medical cabin. Therefore, although the improvement speed was not as fast as Li Yi, it was much better than other people in the class. 5 minutes later, the mechas marched quickly into the non-dense area of the 2nd level. At this moment, Li Yu said, the fork in the road is probably where the advanced team was blocked by the 4th level at the beginning. This time, We follow the path of the advanced team at the beginning and enter the 4th level they entered before. There should be another entrance to the 5th level. Pharmacist 1 was surprised, but if that's the case, won't we still enter the 5th level and encounter slime creatures? Li Yu shook his head and said, according to my judgment, although the map we saw at the 5th level is not small, the overall range is not large, and judging from the position of the upper and lower layers, the 5th level should have at least 3 entrances, or an entrance to an area not occupied by slime creatures. The first entrance is the passage after leaving the laboratory. Entering from there is where we first encountered slime creatures, and the other place is where the advanced team changed their route after getting our clues after the 4th level was blocked and found the sea-level upgrade pool. The third entrance I estimated should be the place where the advanced team can enter if they break through the 4th level checkpoint they first encountered. Pharmacist 1 was surprised. Is your base as the correspondence between the upper and lower layers of the 4th and 5th levels? But what if there is no correspondence between the two? Li Yu said with a smile. So this is a risky operation, and it may make us work in vain. However, at the worst, there should be a new batch of opponents to hone our skills. Besides, based on the correspondence between the upper and lower layers of the magma pool, I think the designer of this relic probably has symmetry obsession. Xingyu nodded and said, think carefully, there are different giant plants on each layer of the entire relic, and the giant plants on each layer can provide energy for the giant creatures. The entire structure is also a correspondence between dense areas and non-dense groups. Li Yu praised, yes, this wonderful symmetry and consistent general layout make me believe that there is another area in the 5th level. It's just that something happened that caused the interruption, or the designer designed it into 2 areas from the beginning. Everyone was suddenly enlightened when they heard Li Yu say this. I just don't know if there are any good things in this separated area. Xingyu's eyes showed expectation. Yao Shiwen asked, if we are to follow the route of the advanced team, then we have to find out how. From which giant egg did the advanced team go to the 3rd level? Yes, I have found it. Follow me. As he spoke, Li Yu led the mechas to run all the way. Soon, they came to a pit, and inside the pit was a black giant egg. Li Yu didn't say much. He drew out his Zanpakuto and rushed quickly. He didn't do any fancy operations, and soon rushed into the giant egg warning area. This time, he didn't even need to find an underground passage. He could just kill directly. Swoosh! The sharp sword light flashed suddenly, and then, the giant egg didn't even hatch, and was directly cut into 2 by Li Yu's sword. The field was silent for a while. Chapter 99 Exploration. Everyone had different thoughts. 2 months ago, they had to work hard to arrange strategies and tactics. But now, Li Yu only needed one sword, a simple sword, to cut the giant egg in half and prevent it from hatching. Of course, it doesn't mean that the strategy information they sold is useless. After all, no one has such superb skills and amazing timing. If you play according to the strategy, at least you won't lose. After a while, Xingyu uttered a word, awesome. Li Yu smiled and said, the sufficient intelligence accumulated in the early stage allowed me to be sure to kill the giant creature with one sword before it successfully hatched. Moreover, without the incubator, it is only a creature of 40 to 50 meters high. If I can't deal with it with one sword, these 2 months of training will be in vain. Tanhorn said, that's true, but your performance is indeed ashamed of those of us who won by lying in the back row. That's not necessary. I just want to save time. There will naturally be a time for everyone to exert their strength later. While speaking, Tanhorn had automatically and consciously controlled the Changrong Mecha to walk forward, and a burst of molten flames was ejected. In just 3 or 4 blinks of an eye, the underground passage that originally took more than 10 seconds to melt through was quickly opened at this moment. Obviously, Tanhorn has made great progress during this period. Then, the mecha slid down the passage in order. Going down here is an area that everyone has never set foot on. According to the information everyone knew before, the first 4 guard mechas surrounded, followed by 6. This level had blocked most of the experts in the special class. It was not until the last few times that the weaker groups were able to break through it. The Zhou Huai's group, Feng Tao group, Yang Hao group, etc., which were ranked behind Li Yu in progress, naturally broke through the 6 mechas encirclement earlier after continuous attempts. Among them, Zhou Huai's group, which was second only to Li Yu's group in progress, has now entered the 3rd level and is stuck at the Divine Light Bomb. Feng Tao's group has also entered the 3rd level and is stuck at the giant canine creature in the dense area of the 3rd level. Because Zhou Huai's group did not kill the giant canine creature, but fought and fled, and passed the giant canine creature's stuck level. After all, it is a giant creature of more than 120 meters, and the mecha has been completed for the most part. It is strong, even compared with a slime creature of more than 140 meters. Therefore, it is also a strong stuck point. Yang Hao's group, due to the insufficient strength of the group, is also exploring various detours. At present, it has also arrived at the dense area of the third level and is stuck at another exit. The other weaker teams gradually cleared the dense area of the second level and got stuck at the incubator. However, none of the teams had the same level of trace recognition ability as Li Yi. Every time they refreshed, they could only wait for the guard mecha to appear before they could find a new path. Therefore, when Li Yi's team rushed into the third level, they never met other teams along the way. Even if they had to go through other unfamiliar paths again, they were still the fastest. The 4 mecha and 6 mecha encirclement did not cause much trouble to the mechas. First, everyone's strength has improved greatly, and second, they are well equipped. Sun Duxiu used the power-poor mecha to control the building cutting knife, and he could fight 2 people at once and quickly cut them down within a few minutes. Tan Horn pierced at will with the armor-piercing gun, and quickly killed the opponent within 10 shots. Zhang Zuqiang used the divine energy cannon to directly bombard the opponent remotely, and blew up the opponent with 7 or 8 shots without any ability to fight back. Li Yi tried to control the wind and fire thrusters, moving left and right, and moving up and down, and quickly killed several guard mechas. Overall, the others didn't put much effort, and were easily defeated by the 6 mechas that blocked most of the groups in the second level. The main reason was the bonus of the equipment. After killing the 6 mechas, Xiaodong asked, "Are we going to kill the giant dog-like creatures in the next level? Will that create opportunities for those groups that are stuck?" Tan Horan smiled and said, "Xiaodong, even if they kill us in the 4th level, they can't beat us, so we don't need to worry about it." Li Yu nodded and said, "Although Tan Horan is right, we are going to take a different path this time." Everyone was slightly stunned. Li Yu said with a smile, "Since we have almost enough strength to push through the first few levels, we naturally have to explore the more densely populated areas. Moreover, according to the upper and lower positions, the missing map of the 5th level is indeed in the direction of the deeper dense area." Yao Shiwan also laughed and said, "Then let's do as Li Yu said. Since everyone has received new equipment, we should do a big job and make good use of it, right?" Everyone also suddenly realized that yes, they now have enough powerful equipment and their strength has improved a lot. They should not look at the previous levels with the same eyes as before. Although there will still be huge creatures here, as long as they don't appear collectively, they can push all the way. Li Yu said, "Of course, we can't take it lightly. Remember what I said before, there should be a huge awakened creature hidden in the 3rd level, most of which is about 120 to 30 meters tall, and its strength may be stronger than that of the dog-like creature. If it turns over halfway, it will not be very wonderful." Everyone responded with a smile and set off immediately. The further they went into the dense area, the more they calmed down. It was because of the invisible sense of oppression and depression in the dense area that disturbed their spirits all the time. The reason why this place is called a dense area is because the giant vines here are very dense. In the non-dense area, the span between the giant vines is several kilometers. In the dense area, where everyone is currently sliding down, the density is 1 tree within 300 or 400 meters. The further they go in, the denser the giant vines become. Now, there is 1 tree within 34 meters. The dense vines and the huge green screen formed by these supergiant vines constantly suppress everyone's mind and various visual and air information. It is obviously a vibrant green nature, but it gives people a subtle feeling of danger and murderous intent. It seems that there is a terrifying giant beast quietly observing the mechas. At the same time, they also need to face other problems. That is, as the dense area gets deeper, with the huge size of the mechas, they will soon have to make a choice if they go further in. Either they keep interrupting the giant vines and make their way through, or they return to the original path and stop moving forward. At this moment, Sun Duxiu couldn't help asking, "Li Yi, are you sure you're going to go all the way along this road? There doesn't seem to be any trace of the advanced team here." Li Yi shook his head and said, "It's definitely here. Go to the front and you should be able to find other giant vines that were destroyed by the advanced team first." According to Li Yi's judgment, if it is just a small trace left by the advanced team, then the virtual ruins will not be displayed. If it is a trace left by the advanced team that is destructive enough, such as the entrance opened by the advanced team before, it will be synchronized. He used the remote detection system before, combined with the direction inferred before, to focus on looking for these traces, and indeed found something in the deepest part of the dense area. After a while, Li Yu suddenly said, "That giant creature should be targeting us. Before we completely enter a more densely populated place, let's start a team fight and kill that guy first. Of course, be careful, this thing is not weak, don't be careless and get killed. Now, Yao Shiwan, you and I will take off at the same time and occupy a high-level perspective. Zhang Zuqiang is ready for long-range support, and everyone else, prepare for close combat." As soon as the voice fell, the wind and fire thrusters on the shoulder armor slots of the Pluto Mecha were stimulated by Li Yu's divinity, and suddenly ejected a high-speed propulsion heat flow. If you don't rely on this kind of thruster, but use the form of divinity to transform energy for propulsion, the general energy loss rate is about 80%. With a conversion and amplification of the wind and fire thrusters, he can basically directly exert 80% of the divine energy propulsion power, and the effect is also more superior. Therefore, even if everyone can use the divine energy to propel their bodies to the sky, because their total amount of divinity is insufficient, they will try to walk on land as much as possible in the early stage. When the strength is improved, they can also directly stimulate the divine energy to fly. However, if there is a choice, it is natural to use the corresponding divine thruster to reduce the loss. At the same time, the thrusters of the Fire Phoenix Mecha are equipped in the spine groove. With a spray of high-temperature flames, the armored wings on the shoulders and back vibrate synchronously, and even resonate with the thrusters, burning directly on the armored wings, turning them into two huge wings of flames. Its posture is so cool that everyone is amazed when they see it. Zhang Zuiyun couldn't help but shine. It turns out that the armored wings of the Divine Mecha can actually have this use. It can resonate with the thrusters and stimulate such cool wings. Among the mechas of everyone, only Yao Shiwen, Zhang Zuiyun, and Ke Xiaodong have armored wings. Ke Xiaodong also said, "Damn. So the armored wings have this function? Yao Shiwan, why didn't you use it during your actual combat training before?" Yao Shiwan smiled and said, "This is also an operation that I have learned recently after gradually becoming familiar with the thrusters. This requires understanding an operation of the characteristics of divinity to a certain extent before it can be done. It is not something that can be done just by having thrusters," Ke Xiaodong said. "Then what is the function of these flame-armored wings that are so coquettish?" Yao Shiwan smiled lightly. "Don't worry, you will know later. Li Yu has absorbed the memory of using the wind and fire thrusters, and the operation is more skillful and smooth, as if he has practiced for several months. Therefore, when he controls the Pluto Mecha to float steadily in the air, although it is not as cool as the Fire Luan Mecha, it is obviously more comfortable." However, Li Yu did not want to show off, but said, "Put aside your exclamation, and prepare yourself. Stand in the position I just said. When Yao Shiwan and I attract the monsters, you can act," Sun Zuxiu said. "Understood. Leave this to us." At that moment, the two mechas took off into the air, and the speed became faster and faster. Soon they passed through the layers of vines and flew to the relatively less crowded place in the sky. It was about 300 meters away from the ground. There were only 20 to 30 meters between the dome. "Our total amount of divinity is relatively insufficient now, and we can't hold on for long. Yao Shiwan, you listen to my command, follow the points I sent you, and burst out the sky-high fireburn with all your strength. Do you understand?" "Understood." The two mechas were suspended between thousands of vines and looked down, accompanied by the red Fire Phoenix Mecha vibrating flame armor wings. In an instant, 200-meter-high firebirds suddenly appeared in the flashing of flame armor wings, each shaking its head and tail, and then swooping down with the sky-high firepower. Seeing this, Li Yu thought to himself, it turns out that this armor wing can actually transfer the propulsion force of the flame thruster to increase the original divine skill power. This is very interesting. It seems that my wind and fire thruster should also have a similar use. It's just that the Pluto Mecha does not have a similar body module, and the characteristics are not so compatible. As Li Yu's thoughts flashed quickly, the flames hit the 2 points he mentioned earlier one after another. Boom! Boom! The flames instantly soared into the sky, and quickly burned upwards along the surrounding vines. In the blink of an eye, the flames burned along the sky-high giant vines to the dome, and under the huge heat, they continued to spread. Before long, the entire dome became a sea of fire, and it was raining charcoal. However, The expansion of the flame also has a range. When the orange-yellow flame expanded to the range of 200 meters above the dome, it seemed to encounter some obstacles and could no longer advance. Although Li Yi had no time to pay attention to the situation of the dome, he knew that the large amount of divinity contained in the flame was almost offset by the divinity of the sky-lifting vine, and it could no longer advance. Moreover, although the flame was spreading, the divinity energy that spread out was only a small part after all. More of it was at the point below. However, there was no other movement except for the huge flames that ignited the sky. Li Yi, who continued to observe this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting, he sensed the danger in an instant and fled to another location to hide? Obviously. His strength couldn't withstand this attack. Li Yi did not expect that the personality of this huge creature was a bold and cautious type. He stared at the group and might show his claws at any time. But he did not launch it for a long time, and waited patiently for everyone to go deeper into the dense crowd. And this type also proves its wisdom, and it is likely to be good. If the giant creature is not very intelligent, then the difficulty is not difficult. If it is fierce and intelligent, then it is not easy to deal with, which is equivalent to increasing the difficulty by 1.5 times out of thin air. While thinking, Li Yi said, "Pharmacist Wan, use the divine skills just now, and shoot 2 more shots at another point." Pharmacist Wan nodded. Even though she consumed a lot of energy in the air and the continuous firing, she still launched it without hesitation. The flame armor wings flapped, and the huge firebird dived again. Boom! Boom! The entire vine-dense ground was connected to the previous fire point in the blink of an eye. The huge heat seemed to distort even the air in the high altitude, refracting the light. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes moved, and he controlled the Pluto Mecha to turn upside down, and with the blessing of the wind and fire thrusters, it rushed down quickly. "Pharmacist Wan, you stand by here and wait for the signal to attack." As the voice fell, the pure black slender body of the Pluto Mecha had already plunged into the sea of fire like a fish into water. I saw a black shadow quickly sweeping across the sea of fire, and then it passed through the sea of fire. When it was about to catch up with a gray shadow that seemed to be there and not there, it suddenly accelerated and collided with a gray shadow in an instant. Bang! The air wave, the incomparable surging air wave, was like countless invisible big hands, pushing the burning flames down at high speed and blowing them to the edge hundreds of meters away. In the process of rapid pushing, the flames continued to shrink until they went out at the periphery. In the blink of an eye, the dense vine forest under the ground turned into a huge black circle of charcoal, and all the light and flames disappeared. Yao Shiwen, who witnessed this scene from a distance in the sky, was shocked. Even if the divinity has been almost consumed, the firepower is still very strong. What kind of huge creature can actually produce such a strong wind in the fight with a Pluto Mecha? Below, the team members who received Li Yi's signal have rushed to the battle site. As soon as they entered the battle group and were 200 meters away, everyone was shocked. It was a huge snake-like creature with bone-gray scales all over its body, vertical eyes, forked tongue, oval head, and a thick body. From what I saw, its total length was more than 130 meters. The part that coiled on the ground alone was at least 20 to 30 meters long. Standing upright, it was also more than 120 meters high. The total length must be more than 140 meters. Although the tonnage and height of a huge creature do not mean anything. But under this relic, the larger the body size, the more divinity it often means. In addition, the way it pounced and leaped with a Pluto Mecha, its ferocity was even greater than that of the 143-meter slime creature. Xingyu was dumbfounded. How could there be such a huge creature in the 3rd level? According to the general specifications here, 120 meters is the top, right? Li Yi, while controlling the Pluto Mecha to resist the giant snake's attack, actually had the spare time to say on the public channel, "This thing should be the big guy that escaped from the laboratory in the 5th level. I used to think that the huge snake-headed Mecha we found before was the thing that escaped from the ruins. But now it seems." Xingyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "That 120-meter snake-headed Mecha is the strongest boss hidden in the densely populated area of the 3rd level? It's just that the big snake transformed by the gourd man ate it and survived until now." Li Yi laughed, and his voice could not hide the joy. "Yes, this is a pleasant surprise. With this thing, we can catch the giant snake as soon as we get to the ruins. By doing this, we can understand what kind of thing the gourd man left in its body." Everyone suddenly realized, yes, apart from anything else, this discovery is indeed of great value. the living bodies of various giant creatures found before. In terms of value, this thing can definitely rank in the top 3 among the giant creatures they have seen. As for why the slime creature is not considered to be captured, it is too difficult, and naturally it is not on the consideration of everyone. On the contrary, although this thing is fierce enough, it is still within the scope of what everyone can deal with. Moreover, as long as the giant creature has not completed the divine mecha, its total divinity will continue to be consumed. Last time, Li Yu and Yao Shiwen worked together to quickly kill the 130-meter slime creature. Now that everyone has complete strength and equipment, and the giant snake has no teammates, it is naturally no suspense to take down this thing. However, don't take it lightly. The intelligence of this giant snake is not comparable to what we have encountered before. Moreover, his divine characteristics are also very strange. It is a wind god sequence, but it also has dust, storm, cold current, air pressure and other characteristics. It is very strong. You come up quickly and give me a breath. Although Li Yi is at ease, he is almost at his limit. Without the help of others, he couldn't fight such a giant beast for a long time. Moreover, this thing was much more powerful than the slime creature. Li Yi could explain it to everyone, but he didn't want his teammates to rush up and be wiped out by the giant snake in an instant. Li Yi could see that this guy in front of him was always staring at the outer circle, waiting for one of the mechas to take a step forward, and then he would attack at any time. As Li Kaiong, Chang Rong, and Bing Lun, the 3 main strong men, swung their divine weapons and others maneuvered, Li Yi also breathed a sigh of relief, retreated 100 meters, and temporarily left the battle group. First, it was to rest and dissipate the exhaustion of the soul after the high-intensity stimulation of divinity. Second, it was also to launch a fatal blow. In the cockpit, Li Yi closed his eyes slightly, kept the divine mecha in the state of activation, and quickly entered the dream plane, absorbing memory fragments and replenishing consumption. As long as you don't rush to digest the memory, those memory fragments will be integrated into the body, which will have the effect of replenishing the mental loss. Afterwards, find time to digest the memory and complete the complete precipitation. About 3 minutes later, Li Yi quickly opened his eyes. Although he didn't fully recover, it was enough to finish this tough battle. At this moment, he began to stimulate the divinity frantically and merge it into the Zanpakuto. With a slight crackling sound, the magnetic explosion divinity continued to pour into the Zanpakuto. A sharp purple-blue sword light continued to extend from the tip of the sword until it was nearly 60 meters long before it stopped. Then, he paid attention to the movements on the field and waited for an opportunity. Suddenly, he sent a signal to Yao Shiwen. Yao Shiwen, attack with all your strength in 2 seconds. At the same time, he reported a slightly off-center point and began to charge. 4 stacked air steps. Bang! 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 3 consecutive vertical leaps. The wind and fire thrusters behind him suddenly erupted at the moment the 3rd step landed. The orange-red high-temperature heat flow roared out instantly. The speed of the Pluto mecha suddenly increased to the limit, and beyond the reaction range of the giant snake, it extended the 60-meter-long sword light again, and suddenly pierced the giant snake 7 inches. Then, with a huge burst of power, the spin skill was launched on the spot, dragging the giant snake's huge body and throwing it into the air. Immediately afterwards, the sky-high firebird fell from the sky synchronously, and happened to hit the huge giant snake. Boom! The flames shot up into the sky, along the body of the giant snake, and continued to invade the body and burn wildly. The giant snake roared to the sky, its body violently flying, like a jumping spring repeatedly hitting the ground. The Hades mecha shortened the sword light to a length of 45 meters, and then faced the mid-air with high-frequency slashing. Swish swish swish. The sword light flashed continuously. In an instant, the giant snake was unable to resist the slashing of the sword light because a large amount of divinity was offset by the flames, and it was stabbed in the vitals by Hades before. In just a blink of an eye, it was divided into more than a dozen pieces of meat and fell to the ground. After the battle, I touched the corpse and touched a piece of divine core that was cut in half from the 7-inch position of the snake. Li Yu called AI Zaichi. Zaichi, why is there no intelligence strategy reward this time? AI Zaichi said, because the advanced team reserved a bounty last time. It did not involve this giant creature, nor did it involve the content of the area that needs to be developed, so no direct valuation was given. Li Yu asked, no bounty was reserved, because when the advanced team entered here, the giant snake had not yet awakened. AI Zaichi said, Originally, based on the confidentiality rules of the 3-class competition, I couldn't explain it, but now it's okay since you killed the giant snake. Yes, the answer is that when the advanced team entered here, the giant snake had not yet awakened. Li Yi's heart moved, and he asked, in addition, you said that there is no reward for the intelligence. Does that mean that our intelligence this time will not be announced to other fleets? That's right, only the information with a reward will be announced to the upper echelons of the 3 fleets. And the information without a reward will only be known by the captain of this ship and the 3 special class instructors. Li Yi asked, then the captain of this ship doesn't know. Yes, okay, thank you then. Above the dome, a flame flashed suddenly, and the next moment, the Fire Luen Mecha vibrated its flame armor wings and suddenly landed above everyone. With huge wind pressure, the Fire Luen Mecha withdrew the power of the flame jet and fell to the ground calmly. This is a great move, Sister Wan, Zhang Zuiyun said enviously. If I had known that, I would have found a thruster even if the characteristics were not very compatible. Pharmacist Wan smiled and said, don't waste resources. Your shield is very good. At critical moments, it can save lives even more effectively. On this side, Kei Xiaodong asked Li Yi. AI Xiaoqi said that the intelligence will not be reported. Doesn't that mean that when we explore the field, this giant snake will be ours alone? Li Yi smiled and said, yes, other things have basically been recorded in intelligence, and I'm afraid they will be taken by the main team first, but if there are no accidents, this giant snake is basically in our hands. 6. I didn't expect that exploring deep in this dense area would have such benefits. At that time, if we can really seize a living body, wouldn't we be able to get a lot of military merits? Kei Xiaodong's words awakened the dreamer, and everyone in the team suddenly realized it. Yes, such an important, such a high-value ancient creature that has been transformed by the gourd man, and such a long lifespan, it is really possible for them to get another batch of military merits. Everyone's morale was immediately boosted. Li Yi smiled and said, it seems that everyone is very motivated. Then let's enter the new path as soon as possible and try to enter the 6th level as soon as possible to see if we can get more good things. Chapter 100, Forbidden Words. Led by Li Yi, the group continued to move forward. After walking another 300 or 400 meters, Kei Xiaodong said, do you feel that the previous sense of oppression has decreased a little, but it still exists? Li Yi said in a deep voice, stop talking nonsense and run quickly. Something is wrong with this place. There should be only 500 meters left to the passage. Don't fall behind, but this was just like a flag. When the Pluto Mecha led the group to the entrance of the 4th level discovered by the advanced team, it looked back and found that the Mingfeng Mecha had disappeared without a trace. There was no sound when calling on the public channel. Who among you just ran behind Kei Xiaodong? On the public channel, everyone was frighteningly silent. After a while, Zuo Ying whispered, I remember that Xiaodong was running beside me before, but he fell behind while running. I wanted to call him at that time, but for some reason, I didn't call him out. Zhang Zuqiang, who was in charge of the rear guard, said, I saw Kei Xiaodong running beside Zuo Ying, but the moment I arrived at the entrance of the passage, I couldn't see him anymore. It was really strange. Yao Shiwen asked, do you want to go back to find him? Li Yi shook his head and said, I guess he's gone. It's useless to look for him. Let's go to the 4th level and ask him what happened after this is over. Everyone was surprised. Tan Horn was surprised and said, it's so tragic. You just said it. Li Yi said, I'm not sure whether Kei Xiaodong is gone, but looking at the traces left around here, it is unreasonably complicated, a bit beyond my expectation. Anyway, now hurry up and enter the lower level. Hearing Li Yi say this, everyone did not dare to hesitate and quickly entered the passage. As the channel slid down, Li Yi said, originally, I thought that there should not be many traces around the channel, but when we got near the channel, there were many more strange traces, and their shapes were not of the same type, which was very strange. Moreover, the traces covered the channel opened by the advanced team. All kinds of signs indicate that there may be some phenomena deep in the densely populated area that we don't understand. Pharmacist One said thoughtfully, this reminds me of a story I heard about a small relic that our family participated in developing. That was an unnamed asteroid on the outskirts of the Titan system. At that time, the relic was not big. According to calculations, the height did not exceed 100 meters, and the area did not exceed 1,000 meters in length and width. But it is said that as long as someone approaches the relic and says words like I'm scared, they will suddenly disappear under everyone's eyes. Zhang Zuiyun shouted, I see. This is called regional taboo. It is a special rule within the ruins. When we, the Zhang family, were digging, some miners triggered the mine's taboo and disappeared. Later, their bodies were found stuffed into the ore. It was very magical. After these words came out, Sun Duxiu couldn't help but touch his chin. I seem to have heard of similar stories. It is said that the older, more closed, and more oppressive the area is, the more likely it is to have related regional taboos. Tan Horan couldn't help but say, in other words, Xiaodong just triggered the so-called regional taboo. It should be very likely, Zhang Zuqiang said. If it is really the characteristics that Sun Duxiu said, then doesn't the depths of this densely populated area just meet these characteristics? Sun Duxiu nodded and said, indeed, it was quite oppressive there just now. He was about to say oppressive, but suddenly became alert and immediately changed the subject. Xiaodong didn't say much just now, and combined with what Yao Shuan just said about the Titan asteroid taboo, have you guessed what the taboo Xiaodong said is? It's most likely that, indeed, it should be that. Everyone knew it, and they all subconsciously avoided mentioning the word depression. Although everyone had already slid out of the passage, who knows what would happen? Li Yu said, from now on, don't say anything extra, keep quiet. Only say it when I say it's okay, understand? Everyone responded and fell silent. The fourth level entered from this passage is indeed similar to the fourth level they entered before. Ahead is a colorful giant mushroom forest. Stems thicker than the Pluto mechas split the ground and pierce the sky, straight through the dome. In the middle of the stems, there are also various branching small caps, like countless eyeballs growing out of the skin of a giant beast. Looking at it makes people have trypophobia and goosebumps. With the height of the divine Mecha, the dense and close caps of the mushroom forest block the view, and it was impossible to use the detection system to see the situation in the distance. The atmosphere here is also a bit depressing. Li Yu said, Zhang Zuqiang, you can speak freely from now on. Don't rush to say the forbidden words that Xiaodong mentioned before. You can say anything else. Everyone understood what Li Yu meant. Was he going to test him by saying the forbidden words one by one? Zhang Zuqiang said, I'm not a chatterbox, so why do you want me to keep talking? Yes, go on, talk whatever you want. Referring to the situation just now, you can try to talk about something that can evoke your emotions. Any emotion is fine. Try to be negative. Okay, then I'll try. As everyone walked, they listened to Zhang Zuqiang say, I'll start with why our Zhang family had to leave the mother planet Earth and drift to Mars. It is said that our Zhang ancestor was extremely talented and was one of the first 16 divine Mecha divisions in history. My great-grandfather was also the commander of the Mecha Corps responsible for guarding a major war zone on the mother planet Earth at that time. His strength should be at least celestial, and may even be the best among the celestials. He is a strong man, and within the team, he is known for his iron-blooded governance. At that time, although the status of the Earth star had not been raised so high, its importance was gradually revealed. Our family is also highly respected because of this, but one day, Grandpa told us that our great-grandfather failed in his attempt to upgrade and was seriously injured. His strength declined drastically and he could no longer control the Legion, so he had to retreat. Not long after, our great-grandfather passed away. Then the family became deserted and the family's former opponents and enemies ridiculed and humiliated my grandfather. I didn't understand it at that time, but now I understand that it was because my great-grandfather was too powerful, upright, and strict in military discipline, which blocked the financial path of many people. Therefore, when he was there, we had nothing to worry about. When he was gone, we had to bear the backlash. You should understand that in that era, when the initial interstellar development had just been completed, the way to make a fortune basically had to go through the Mecha team. Many Mecha teams have a bad atmosphere, much like the ancient warlords, forming their own faction. Until the alien war began, humans were defeated and many divine mechas were directly abducted by aliens. Many humans have become delicacies on the aliens' plates, until a great man appeared, cleaned up the atmosphere of the Mecha team, retrained the soldiers, and trained the strongest Mecha team among humans, which reversed the disadvantage in one fell swoop and rebuilt the world. But at that time, my family didn't survive that stage. In order to protect ourselves, we had to flee to Mars. Everyone listened quietly to Zhang Zuqiang's narration of the past, and then they found that Zhang Zuqiang's family had such a prominent background. The first batch of divine Mecha pilots in human history. This title is not small. As far as Li Yu knows, the first batch of divine Mecha pilots have made great achievements. The realm names currently used by human evolutionists are basically opened up by this group of people. Even the first human being above the heavenly position is also one of the 16 strong men. However, times have changed, and no matter how prominent the background is, there will be a day of decline. What's more, the Zhang family is not completely declining now, and the clan still occupies a certain influence in the Deep Space Fleet. Although not much. In addition, Li Yu also noticed a very strange phenomenon in Zhang Zuqiang's narration. That is, when Zhang Zuqiang's words and emotions were vaguely in line with a suppressive environment, some subtle but real special traces would suddenly appear on the ground. If his tracking skills had not reached perfection recently, he would not have been able to notice these. Zhang Zuqiang, you can stop now. Next, Tan Horan, you try. Tan Horan was stunned. Is it my turn so soon? Isn't there a sequel to Zhang Zuqiang's story? If you want to hear the story, you can go back and listen. Now we are mainly testing this area to see if there is any taboo, Li Yu said. According to my observation, there are similar regional taboos in the deepest part of the densely populated area. So, in case we get caught the next time we actually walk this route, we have to try our best to test it out at this time. Tan Horan couldn't help but say, is it really here too? Yes, and the triggering effect here is likely to be stronger, Li Yu said. However, this is probably not the reason why the advanced team is stuck. Tan Horan, just talk about it. Try to talk about things that can cause you negative emotions. Okay, then I'll tell you the story of me being cheated on by my own brother. Tan Horan sighed and said with heartache, this is a true story, and it's also something I've been holding back in my heart and have never wanted to tell everyone, Li Yu said sweatily. If it really touches on the content you don't want to talk about, you can also change it to something that is not so painful. Tan Horan said, no, that's it. I'll tell you about it, and I hope you can help me analyze it as well. Sun Duxiu couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, what to analyze? Li Yu didn't blame Sun Duxiu. Tan Horan continued, I don't know if the story is really that ridiculous, so I would like to ask my brothers to help me analyze whether there is another hidden story. After all, my brother has always been very good to me before, and I really can't figure out why he cheated on me. Li Yu said, go on. Tan Horan said, first of all, I met my ex-fiancée at a social dance. As you know, the Quan people on Mars often have some retro social activities and hold various parties to create platforms and opportunities for the Quan people to get together. Because I had excellent grades in all aspects at that time, I had been designated as a quasi-mecha master by Yaochi, and I was also the only quasi-mecha master in the family. Therefore, it is not without a little pride to say that I was also a celebrity at the social dance. That all the young girls from the Quan people were fascinated by and attracted much attention, but at that time, I was a middle school student with a lot of second thoughts. I was obsessed with training and wanted to drive a mecha and kill the enemy to serve the country. Women and the like would never make me lose my sight, until I met my fiancée, a little waitress from a poor family. Although she is not stunningly beautiful, she has a pretty face, pure and clear eyes, a delicate body, and milky white skin. I fell in love with her at first sight, and then fell in love with her uncontrollably, and was determined to marry her, even if it meant giving up my place in the Deep Space Fleet. When she heard that I was going to give up the Deep Space Fleet and marry her, she seemed very happy, and said, thank you for everything you have done for me. Then, despite the opposition of everyone in the family, I got engaged to her privately. The witness was my brother, the only one I trust and the only one who supports my marriage. But the next day, when I came back from buying wedding items, I found that the two of them were lying naked together. It was a bolt from the blue. I didn't do anything to my brother, but I was heartbroken and felt hopeless about the world. In the end, I still boarded the Yaochi and began my 3-year career as a mecha master. Everyone, Li Yu comforted her. Hearing what you said, I feel that maybe that woman was a honey trap sent by your enemy family. Tan Horan shook his head and said, maybe, but even so, my brother's behavior is too. Sun Duxiu couldn't help but say, I think you are too stubborn. The only quasi-mecha master in the family means that if you fall, your family will definitely be in trouble in the future. Why marry a waitress of unknown origin? The attributes of her profession make it basically unlikely that she will produce a good man. Tan Horan smiled bitterly and said, but why do you have to bear this kind of hardship? Because although you are young, you are the pillar of the family. Sun Duxiu commented, maybe the waitress really has good character, but in your entire article just now, you only mentioned how much you love the waitress, but you never mentioned how much the waitress loves you. Doesn't this mean that you actually understand that in the eyes of the waitress, you and other people may not be fundamentally different? Tan Horn was struck by lightning. Sun Duxiu's words directly hit the problem that Tan Horn had been aware of but dared not face. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Well, maybe I was just wishful thinking and got too carried away." Just as he said this, Li Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed and he immediately noticed the strange marks on the ground, which increased rapidly. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Tan Horn's Changrong Mecha seemed to be erased by a huge eraser across dimensions and dimensions. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Li Yu thought for a moment and said, "Don't panic, everyone. I have roughly figured out the conditions for the occurrence of taboos. That is, language is not an absolute condition, but emotions are. As long as your current emotional state does not match the current environment, then even if you say the taboo, it may not be erased. It's just that, deep in the densely populated area, surrounded by all kinds of huge plants, human emotions will be infinitely amplified and stimulated, and people will be guided by emotions and say emotional words, thus triggering regional taboos. So, everyone can speak freely now, but be sure not to let yourself fall into the same emotions as the environment, otherwise it will be easy to say taboos." Pharmacist 1 immediately realized, "I understand. The so-called taboos do not disappear because of saying them, but because the mental state is in line with a special area, and the subconscious says the taboos, which then accelerates the process of being erased or assimilated by this area." Li Yu nodded and said, "Yes, that may be the case." Zuo Ying sighed, "This ancient civilization is really terrifying. It actually mastered such a terrifying, like." Yao Shiwan quickly interrupted Zuo Ying's sigh. "Zuo Ying, don't be silly. If you also match the mood, it will be terrible." Li Yu said, "There is another point. Although everyone can speak freely, try to speak as little as possible, because my inference may be wrong. Also, this may be just a type of regional ban on speaking. There may be larger ban areas around. Everyone must remain vigilant. If someone speaks inexplicably, be sure to wake that person up as soon as possible." Next, the team continued to move forward. While walking, the Pluto Mecha looked back cautiously from time to time to check the situation behind him. As a result, when he looked at it, he was stunned again. The person was gone. Sun Duxiu's power-poor Mecha suddenly disappeared. How did he trigger the ban on speaking? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.